Bowser Chevrolet.
Nicholas Callis here with your fan headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Pittsburgh Pirates lost 5-4 to the Washington Nationals yesterday. Had a couple opportunities to complete the comeback, but failed to do so late in that game, so the Pirates lose. Mitch Keller, 4 innings pitched for him. Not so sharp on the mound. He went those 4 innings, gave up 5 earned runs. On 6 hits, he walked 4 and got the losing decision in the game. Pirates' next game is going to be played against the Washington Nationals again. It's the third game of 4 in the series, and it's going to be played tonight at 6:40. Coverage can be heard on the Fan beginning at 5:45 with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. And the Pittsburgh Penguins lost their final game of the regular season yesterday, losing 7-5 to the St. Louis Blues, though, again, does not matter for their playoff position. They have secured second in the Metropolitan Division. They will have home ice advantage in the series against the Philadelphia Flyers, which still does not yet have a public released date when that series is going to start. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And the Fan Early Morning Show with me, Nicholas Harry Callis. That's coming up next. You're listening to Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm Walter Naylor, owner of a quick drain service. Since 1969, we've been going down the drain so you don't have to. We specialize in older home plumbing repairs and service. Trust us to get the job done right. Call 724-222-1095. Ask us about senior military and first responder discounts. License number PA074216. We serve the tri-state area with DOT-certified gas, water, and sewer line installations while offering a lifetime guarantee. aquickdrain.com.
On your job site, downtime isn't just an inconvenience, it's a deal breaker. You need equipment that works as hard as you do and a partner who has your back. Experience the new Case difference at Case Power and Equipment of Pennsylvania. Proudly named the 2025 Case Dealer of the Year. Whether you are looking for the latest iron or need expert service to keep your fleet in the dirt, their pros are ready. With thousands of parts in stock, they're here to ensure you're always running at peak efficiency. Case Power and Equipment of Pennsylvania. Because with Case Construction, together, we won't back down.
I suffered with plantar fasciitis for almost 20 years. I would try drugstore insoles and supports.
If you suffer with plantar fasciitis, we know the search for pain relief can feel like a hopeless ordeal.
I thought foot pain was going to be with me for the rest of my life. I've been through surgeries, foot injections.
At the Good Feet store, we hear stories every day of all kinds of cheap inserts, expensive shoes, and other failed remedies people have tried that just didn't work.
I was trying all different things. Not a single one worked. And then I was driving past the Good Feet store, and I thought, why not? Give it a try. They wanted to make sure that they gave me the right arch support for my feet. Then it was like, okay, this is different. These make a difference.
Don't lose hope. Give the Good Feet store a try.
I'm so glad I met Good Feet. It changed my life.
Now open in the waterfront across from Yankee Candle next to Panera, or visit us in Robinson Town Center in Cranberry Township or in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-948-7878. That's 800-948-7878.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a staff accountant at the height of tax season.
Congrats. Looks like the company owes, $50 in taxes. How about that?
That seems low. Why only 50?
Why do you care so much? It's not your money.
This is a job for Sponsored Jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed Sponsored Jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis.
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
Let me tell you a little bit about Pittsburgh sports.
The biggest name in Pittsburgh sports media. Ladies and gentlemen, Nicholas Harry Callis.
Yay!
Oh, Harry.
We don't know how he does it. He doesn't know how he does it. But he's up at 5 every morning to get the sports talk day started in Pittsburgh. This is the Fan Early Morning Show with Nicholas Harry Callis on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
Harry Callis. It is the Family Morning Show at Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's Pittsburgh's hometown sports talk station. Give me a call, 412-928-9370. We got a good bit to react to. I know that there is some frustration right now with the Pirates for their loss yesterday. 5-4 was the final of that game. They lost to the Washington Nationals. Mitch Keller was not sharp in his start. He gave up all 5 earned runs to the Nationals in 4 innings pitched. 5 earned runs on 6 hits, 4 innings pitched, 4 walks. Not great. Now, despite that, the Pirates continued to chip away. They were coming back. Brandon Lau had another home run, his 7th of the season. I know that I was watching the TV broadcast a little later in the game, and I saw that Greg Brown and Neil Walker were joking, talking about the pace that Brandon Lau is on right now, and that Neil Walker still holds the record. He has the most home runs Neil Walker does in a single season by any primary second baseman in Pirates history. He had 23. He had 23 in 2014. So Lau's on pace to break that single season record set by Neil Walker 12 seasons ago. So I was kind of amused they were having that conversation. That was interesting. So Lau homered in the game. The Pirates were chipping away. It was another solid offensive output, I'd say, just based on the pitching that was provided to them. And it was bullpen, too, was pretty solid. So you can't even necessarily overly criticize the entire pitching staff. It was really just Mitch Keller who struggled in his start. The Nationals got to him. He wasn't at his best, that's for sure. But the offense, I think, was okay. A lot of offers from some players you don't want to see offers from. O'Neal Cruz being one of them. The main one, 0 for 5 was he in that game. Ryan O'Hearn went 0 for 3 with a walk. Not great. He got on base, but not great. Nick Gonzalez, 0 for 4 in the game. Now, despite those offers, we had a twofer from Marcell Ozuna. He had 2 hits in the game, and one of those hits was in a big situation. He ended up driving in a run as well in the game, and so that was good for him. It was good for him. It's nice to see him hitting the baseball. So now his average will go up pretty far. Considering we're still earlier enough in the season, and maybe this is the start of something for him. Jake Mangum also came off the bench and pinch hit. Later came in as a defensive replacement out in the outfield. But he pinch hit and ended up getting a single. He started a rally in the 7th inning, and the conversation kind of steers to that 7th inning rally, because I also watched that in real time. I was kind of watching the game on and off. I watched it early, and then I went upstairs, put it on my phone as I was getting ready for bed. So I was kind of peeking out the shower curtain to see what was going on from the top of the 7th to the bottom of the 7th. Then I started to hear that, okay, people are getting on base. Connor Griffin got a hit. Jake Mangum got a hit. Everybody's getting on. And here comes the controversial decision now. This is where we're at. This is what a lot of people have an opinion on. And if you're one of those people, call right now, 412-928-9370, because we're going to talk about it. Brandon Lau, who had the home run, he walked in the game, so he was on base twice through that 7th inning. And then in the 7th, Don Kelly decided that with a left-hander on the mound and one out in the bottom of the 7th inning, bases loaded, that the best decision in that case was to pinch hit Nick York, who's a right-handed hitter with a left-handed pitcher on the mound, replace him with Brandon Lau, who is a left-handed hitter, who homered off of the lefty opener of the Nationals to open the game. In that bottom of the 1st inning. And look, here's the thing. And I'm not one who's gonna sit here and justify every single decision that the Pirates make. I'm not gonna sit here and try to over-explain things that don't need that over-explanation, that don't have a justification. I understand where some criticisms are coming from. But I looked on X because I was trying to find Don Kelly's explanation. So I was looking up, Don Kelly, Nick York, Pirates, Nationals, 7th inning, stuff like that. Looking up internet searches to see, if I could find Don Kelly's explanation, if I could just see, what I could find in relation to reaction to this. And I saw, the immediate results I was seeing was people saying that Nick York is no good, that Nick York is such a bad player. Man, he can't hit. Why would you put him in instead of allowing that situation? Like, what's the point? This is the Pirates managing that's gonna, that's just like the previous several years. A lot of overreacting, in my opinion. There's times to be frustrated, and that's a decision you can be frustrated with. You can be frustrated with the outcome, which was that it ended up being a double play that killed the rally and ended the inning. But it's not like he went up there and struck out. It's not like he went up there and looked lost at the plate. It was 2-2, 3-2 when he hit the ball. Like, he had a lot of good takes in that plate appearance. I believe it was a full count. Like, he had a good approach at the plate. And the contact that he put on the ball, it wasn't bad contact. The Nationals' middle infield was just playing at double play depth. That means that they were both playing closer up the middle so that it would be easier for the two middle infielders to turn a double play, for one of them to get the ball and do a quick flip to the other one covering the second base bag. And they did. They had him played defensively in a perfect position. Now I'm looking at other criticisms as well. Austin Bechtold even went on there, and you know how I feel about him. Some of the things he says online I think are silly. He went on there and he was talking about, well, okay, Nick York 2 for 14 against left-handers. this season. Okay, he has 2 hits and 14 at-bats. That's not a lot, but it's not a huge sample size either. And then he cited that York was 0 for his last 10 at-bats. And factoring in the fact that he went 0 for 6 in one game, that's a sample size of 2 games that he hasn't gotten a hit. Are we saying major league hitters aren't... They're not, we're not allowed to trust them just because they go 2 games without getting a hit? It's tough. He had a tough game. He was the bugaboo in the blowout. The Pirates won 15-6 on Monday night, and he was the one that went 0 for 6. He's the one that ate it. Neil Walker and I were talking off the air, as I was getting him on, before he did the weekly interview that he does every Tuesday on the Fan Morning Show at 9 o'clock. Tune in every Tuesday at 9 o'clock for Neil Walker. But I was talking to him, and he just said, yeah, man, that's tough. Sometimes you're going to have that. You're just going to have the one guy that struggles in a blowout. Somebody's eventually got to make the outs. That's how baseball works. Sometimes you get the joys of a blowout, but also you're going to have a guy that struggles. It's just that's how baseball works. So I cannot fault him for being put into the game and having the at-bat that he did. The double play, not great. But, it kind of warms my heart, too, in a weird way. The Pirate fans are so passionate and they have so many high expectations of this team that we're willing to have this argument, and people are willing to express their frustrations in the ways that they do online. It's almost charming in a sense. All right, cool. People care. People care. People want to have these criticisms, and that's fine. But was it that bad of a decision? I don't think it was. Would Brandon Lau have come through? He might have. Was Nick York's at-bat a bad at-bat? No. If you want to be frustrated with the Pirates' decision, I say focus more on that, if anything, than insulting Nick York or acting like Nick York hasn't been solid so far this season. And again, Austin citing, he's 0 for 10. He has no hits in his last 10 at-bats. That's 2 games worth of at-bats for him. That's 2 games. Don't do Nick York dirty like that. Give me better stats. 2 for 14 against lefties this season. That's all right. That's a good stat. That one's an all right stat. But guys, don't. We could be mad that the Pirates did not come back in this game. I don't think that Nick York needs to be thrown daggers like this. It hurts my heart that this team is doing what they're doing this season, and after one loss that it turned out to be kind of rough. You're taking out Nick York. Don't do that. He deserves credit for how he started this season. He's doing a good job. We can have an honest conversation about, okay, why was Brandon Lau? Why did you feel that Brandon Lau wasn't as good in that situation, wasn't as good of a decision as Nick York? We can have that conversation. You can criticize Don Kelly. I'd be more inclined in this case to criticize Mitch Keller for only going 4 innings and not having his sharpest stuff. I praise the Pirates for not rolling over and actually coming back and making it an interesting ball game after they fell behind 3-0 after an inning, a half inning. It was 3-1 after the full first inning because of Brandon Lau's home run. But yeah, I just hate the people that are going online and taking out Nick York. Don't do that. You have to cherry pick stats to try to convince anyone that Nick York hasn't had a good start to this season. And he's also potentially saving us from Jared Triolo continuing to get starts at third base. I'd rather have Nick York in there at certain points in time. I mean, Nick Gonzalez got the start at third base. How about this? I mean, Nick Gonzalez got the start at third base in this game, and he went 0 for 4. Are we going to complain about that too? Because Nick Gonzalez shouldn't be the everyday third baseman, according to also several critics that I've heard to open this season. So don't take out Nick York. That's all I want. You want to have an honest conversation about the decision Don Kelly made, that's fine. But you also really can't argue that Nick York had a poor at bat. You can't. He didn't have a poor at bat. He worked a full count and hit a sharp ground ball toward the middle. Took a low pitch where it was pitched. And it was unfortunate that the Washington Nationals had him played pretty much perfectly. All right, 412-928-9370. That's 412-928-9370. I got several callers now that are calling up, which I like to see. I'm going to hear your opinions. 412-928-9370. Just give me a call. Let's start talking. We got this caller on the line. Good morning. What's your name?
My name's Shane.
Good. What's up?
Well, I'd say Nick York's the scapegoat, but Nick York was part of the decision. He also got second at bat, where he, in a big situation where he flubbed it too. He wasn't the hot hand. Brandon Lau hit a home run earlier that game. His stats were like 2 for 21 against left-handers this season.
2 for 14. It was 2 for 14.
No, Brandon Lau.
Brandon Lau. Gotcha.
Brandon Lau.
Sorry, my fault.
So he hit a home run earlier in the game, though. He's our best bat right now. I mean, so he would have Brandon Lau would have 2 more at bats in big situations. It was just the way, Nick York obviously wasn't coming in hot over 10. I think that was the point there. So, I mean, over 6 the day before. And then, full count, it'd be better if he struck out, though. You want to get the ball to the outfield there, not the ball on the ground, because you want to leave try to tie the game there. So, it's just the worst. I think the worst part of it was Don Kelly. Pinch hitting there. I don't know, overanalyzing, overthinking, probably using data metrics and stuff like that. I mean, it's just common sense. You got a guy that hit a home run in that game, who's been hitting grand slams and things like that. And you pinch hit him. I can't even imagine how Brandon felt in that situation. There's probably some psychological things to that too. Sure, it wasn't like if you think you're a good player, the last thing you want to do would be pinch hit. I mean, that's legitimately our best player right now, hitting wise, and I don't know. It's beyond me to figure out like why they really pinch hit there. So,
all right, man. Thanks for the call. I appreciate it. Look, I mean, what if it's the other way around though? Because Don Kelly said he had a feel. He felt like the matchup was better for that specific situation. So what if it wasn't analytics at all? I mean, because it can't be overthinking and analytics. Analytics tells you, okay, here's how you should think. Overthinking is saying, okay, well, here's my options, and let me think over and over and over again, and then all right, here's the outcome I want. I want to make a change. So, I mean, I think there was a couple arguments you're making a little bit all over the place there. And if you're talking about Lau being 2 for 21 against lefties, I haven't looked up his stats against lefties. I probably should have done that. But I saw that Nick York was 2 for 14 coming in, which, again, it's not a big sample size. It's not a big enough sample size for me to be like, all right, I mean, it's impossible for him. I'm speaking too fast. Let me slow my brain down a little bit because now I'm getting riled up. 2 for 14 is not a big enough sample size for me to automatically assume that Nick York would fail in that situation. So, again, I mean, Brandon Lau hit a home run off of a lefty. I get it. Does that necessarily mean that Brandon Lau comes through in that situation? I don't know. It's impossible to say. We'll never know. And then, and again, for you do want to hit the ball in the air with bases loaded and 1 out. Or with anybody on 3rd and 1 out, that's the ideal thing. But he was throwing a low pitch and he squared it up well. And nobody complains if that ground ball sneaks through a hole. It didn't because the Nationals played him well. They played him right up the middle. So I can't fault the approach. I think Nick York found a pitch he could handle, hit it hard, but it was just hit right to a defender. And they turned a double play, unfortunately, as well. I'm not going to criticize Don Kelly and the Pirates for over-analyzing things. They were using analytics to a fault. Maybe it was just a feel thing. Maybe it was just, hey, I feel like Nick York can come through. I feel like Nick York, the right-handed hitter, can handle this pressure situation. And yeah, now we're talking about, okay, yeah, strikeout would have been better in this case. And of course you can say that now because you'd rather take a strikeout in that case instead of a double play. But like, I mean, come on. I think him not striking out is still, it's impossible too when you're a hitter to be like, oh man, you know, this pitch is coming in. I wonder if I should just whiff at it or take a big hack at it. Or maybe I can just like adjust my bat path real quick and strike out. No, he thought he squared it up. And I think he did square it up. It's just a shame that it went on the ground because it was a low pitch. All right, let's keep going. 412-928-9370. Got this caller. Good morning. What's your name?
Nick and Sean, good morning. You're going to get a little bit more riled up here.
Okay.
So, you got a guy that has 7 home runs and 18 RBIs and is one of the hottest hitters. I don't want to hear about situations. I just don't want to hear it was a better matchup. I mean, you can't take one of your best hitters out in that situation where his base is loaded and there's one out. Okay? Like, this is, did Derek Shelton make a cameo appearance or what? We can't let these kind of games get away, and it's going to come back to haunt us at the end of the season. I mean, it's nuts. It's like this situation, it's a little bit more. This situation would be like, in my opinion, Mike Tomlin pulling Ben Roethlisberger out in the red zone and putting Mason Rudolph in. That's how ridiculous it is.
Yeah.
I mean, it's crazy to pull that guy out as one of your best hitters, hitting home runs, hitting for power.
I mean, is Nick York the equivalent to Mason Rudolph, though? I mean, I think that's a bit of an extreme analogy.
It's close. It's close. I mean, you can't justify this, Nick.
No.
You can try all you want.
I won't.
This is nuts.
I'm not necessarily trying to justify it, but I'm saying that this team is a better team than we've seen before, and I'm not gonna sit here and let people compare Don Kelly to Derek Shelton because he made one bad decision that didn't even turn out to be such. It was a bad result at the end. But
it's Derek Shelton. It's Derek Shelton-esque. It's crazy for you to pull Brandon Lowe out of the game and put Nick York in that situation. There's no justification for it. I'm getting riled up. Have a good day, man.
Yeah, thanks for the call. That's the call. Look, I'm mad that they lost, and that's fine, and we can have a conversation. And that's okay. And I respect the perspective. You call in all the time. I appreciate you calling in. I appreciate you interacting. I'm not mad at you. I just cannot fathom. I hate that we're doing this thing now that Nick York hit a strong ground ball with the opportunity that he was given, hit a strong ground ball toward the middle, and it just unfortunately went to a fielder and was turned into a double play. And now all of a sudden we're calling Don Kelly Derek Shelton. That's something that I'm not going to put up with. Like, I don't. We can have a conversation about, okay, that was or wasn't the best decision. Maybe Brandon Lau could have handled that situation better. He could have been the better hitter in that spot. That's fine. But if we're going to sit here and say that Don Kelly making that decision is now making him Derek Shelton-esque, and we're comparing Nick York to Mason Rudolph, at that point I'm like, that's a little too far. It's a little too far for me. 412-928-9370. Still welcoming calls like this one. Good morning. What's your name?
Nicholas, good morning. It's Joe.
What's up?
I'm not going to get you riled up. Okay. I didn't think it was. Listen, it's not a. This is a marathon. It's not a sprint. It's 162 games. They made, so we didn't get this one. The Nationals are a very good hitting team. You pulled Brandon Lau. You made a decision that you felt was in the best interest. So what? walk in my own shoes for a minute. I don't think any of these guys think that I think a lot of these guys think they can go up and hit a 95, 96 mile an hour fastball. Try it. It's not even close to being easy.
Right. It's not easy, Joe. I understand where they're coming from, though, and thank you for the call. Like, I understand if you're going to call me and say Brandon Lau should have hit in that situation, that's fine. If you want to say, hey, Don Kelly made a bad decision that game, that's fine. But if you're going to say, hey, Don Kelly's making decisions like he's Derek Shelton, that's what's getting me upset. Because this team feels different. This team is winning more and feels like it can sustain wins more than it has in several years. And because of one decision that did not go the Pirates' way, there's now comps being made to Don Kelly being Derek Shelton. Don Kelly tried to trust Mitch Keller to go out there and give him a quality start, and Mitch Keller wasn't on his best game. And Mitch Keller gave up all 5 runs the Nationals scored through the 4 innings he pitched in the game. I mean, where are the callers calling in this morning saying, "Oh man, Mitch Keller, maybe you shouldn't have pitched him that long if he was giving up so many runs early in the game"? Where are these people? But Nick York didn't come through when he was given an opportunity in a situation where the Pirates were coming from behind, and now Don Kelly is Derek Shelton. Like this is the thing. Like, we got to be better than that as fans than to make these comparisons. That's why I'm frustrated. All right. Got this caller. Good morning. What's your name?
Good morning. It's Dave. How are you?
I'm feeling riled up. What's up?
Well, listen, I'm just going to add on to what these guys are saying. If I'm Brandon Lau, I walk into Don Kelly's office.
Oh, you almost said his name. You almost said it was his office.
Listen, I almost walk into Don Kelly's office and I flip over the desk. Are you kidding me? You're going to pinch hit for me? You want analytics? I have 11 RBIs in the last 7 at-bats. I have 11 RBIs in the last 7 at-bats, and you're gonna pinch hit for me with the bases loaded down a run? What are you, crazy? That is an absolutely Derek Shelton move to go ahead and pinch hit for a guy who has 11 RBIs in his last 7 at-bats.
I cannot look at the baseball team we've been given this season and the excitement around this team and let Derek Shelton's name continue to go over these airwaves after a loss like that, after one decision like that. I can't. I'm out of time. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. This has been the Fan Early Morning Show. Fan Morning Show pre-show with Adam Crowley and Doran Dickerson's next. You're listening to The Fan.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
No major incidents or accidents to report as we begin the Wednesday morning rush. Traffic on all 3 parkways as well as Route 28 pretty much up to speed as you're heading into the city. A little bit of a delay in opening the HOV lanes along the Parkway North, and when they do, you can use those with 2 or more in your vehicle until 10 o'clock this morning. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Gravely Zero-Turn Commercial Mowers. Your reputation matters. That's why so many landscape professionals choose Gravely. You can save up to 20% on Gravely Commercial Mowers during the Gravely Mow the Distance sales event going on now through the 19th. Visit your local Gravely dealer today.
When I wake up, the best mornings in the morning light start with Wrangler. I pull on my jeans and I feel alright. Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
When I wake up, the best mornings in the morning light start with Wrangler. I pull on Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. Wet, moldy, or musty basement? Call Joe the Waterproofer at Veteran Basement Waterproofing in Bethel Park. 724-217-0677 for a free estimate and lifetime guarantee on all basement repairs. Veteran Basement Waterproofing, Bethel Park. Obsessed with pizza? So are they at Slice on Broadway. The 2025 winner of World's Best Cheese Pizza Slice is right here in the Burgh with 6 Pittsburgh locations, always serving delicious New York-style pizza, hoagies, and salads. Order yours today. Visit sliceonbroadway.com. Warmer days are right around the corner. Is your AC system ready? It's time to schedule your AC maintenance with McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric. And if you need a new system, get 0% financing for 60 months on Bryant Equipment. Call McVeigh or go to callmcveigh.com. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
Okay, here we are. Weather is heating up, so start to think spring, think summer. Get the Schultz Ford. Maybe you want that convertible. Now's the time. Grab it now. That convertible Mustang, and man, are they sharp. You're going to go on vacation. Maybe you're driving. Maybe you're the driving type, right? You want to drive to the beach? How about that Expedition? How about that Explorer? Load in, and the family could take all they want to the beach. Yep. Check it out, SchultzFord.com, right? All those great locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin, Schultz Ford down in Wheeling. The customer service, spectacular. Hey, you need your car serviced, pickup and delivery. They have that option. Also, mobile service, something small. They'll come right to your driveway, get it done for you, and you don't even need to leave your living room. That's fantastic. So get to all the locations, and if you just want to browse around, check it out online. Always open at SchultzFord.com.
Hey, it's Chris Muller here, and we're expecting our 3rd child in June. And you guys know what that means. My sleep is about to disappear, the house is about to get louder, and life is definitely going to get more hectic. And weirdly, that's why I'm glad I already know how to do all this with Awaken 180. Because when I first started with Awaken 180, we had just had our 2nd child. I had a torn up knee that was going to require surgery, that was going to keep me immobile for 6 to 8 weeks. And life was just very messy and very chaotic and very hectic. And on paper, it was the perfect time to make excuses. Instead, it turned out to be the perfect time to have a plan. Awaken 180 gave me a roadmap, what to eat, how to stay on track, how to keep it simple when everything else felt chaotic. That's what people get wrong. If life is hectic, that's not a reason to wait. That's a reason to have something that makes one part of it easier. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Stone & Company, family owned and operated for nearly 100 years with 11 plants servicing southwestern PA and northern West Virginia, offering the highest quality ready-mix concrete and custom mix designs to fit your needs. We have the largest fleet of trucks in the region, concrete pumping services, plus a full offering of precast products, manholes, catch basins, and blocks. Our friendly and knowledgeable staff is ready to assist you with your next project. All solid foundations begin with Stone & Company, DOT and DOH certified. 1-800-CONCRETE or stoneconcrete.com.
Co-founder of Mr. Big and Pennsylvania native Paul Gilbert returns to rock the stage at Jurgles this month. Don't miss Paul Gilbert on April 28th. Pushing the limit of the guitar in genre-bending ways, this is a show you won't want to miss. Paul Gilbert on April 28th at Jurgles. Get advance tickets now at jurgles.com. Another Drusky Entertainment event.
Target Freight Management, empowering Pittsburgh area businesses like yours to conquer the complexities of modern supply chain management. A trusted leader in logistics solutions, backed by years of industry experience and revolutionary thinking. Efficiency, flexibility, visibility, and reliability. And all right here in Pittsburgh. Target Freight Management, exceeding customer expectations using first-in-class technology. Move your product regardless of size with Target Freight Management. TargetFMI.com. TargetFMI.com.
Spring into April savings at South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram. Drive home in a brand new 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokee Laredo. Payments starting at $239 for 36 months or 0% APR for 60 months. Visit SouthHillsChryslerJeep.net for more details.
Get the Jurgles April 21st for Legends on the Rocks, featuring Steelers legend and Hall of Famer Terry Bradshaw and best-selling author Fred Minnick. Your ticket includes an exclusive Bradshaw bourbon tasting and a behind-the-scenes conversation about Terry's life in the black and gold, his bourbon journey, Hollywood stories, and more. Fred will even teach you how to taste like a pro. VIP and general admission tickets are on sale now at Jurgles.com. Another Trusty Entertainment event.
Before the first tee time and before the sun comes up, the Cedarbrook Golf Grounds crew was mowing and rolling greens. At Cedarbrook Golf Club, they believe public golf should feel just as good as a private golf club. Cedarbrook Golf Club works hard every day to keep the greens smooth and fast and fairways nicely mowed. Come experience the difference and book your tee time today. Check it out at CedarbrookGolfCourse.com. That's CedarbrookGolfCourse.com.
Julian Gray Associates has the most certified elder law attorneys of any law firm in the nation, right here in Pittsburgh. They also have experienced social workers so that you can prepare a plan to age with dignity that you can afford. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Just got this word in from PennDOT because of a gate issue. There's a delay in opening up the HOV lanes along the Parkway North and the Crosstown. So just be aware of that. You'll have to use the main line, and we'll keep an eye on that for you. Meanwhile, if you're traveling on the Parkway East, that's a heavy around Edgewood, Swissvale to the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Route 28 is also a little heavy as you head in toward the north side and the Parkway West between Banksville and the Fort Pitt tunnels. And if you're traveling the Pennsylvania Turnpike, no problems or accidents reported there. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Stone & Company, servicing southwestern PA and northern West Virginia.
Stone & Company, family-owned and operated for nearly 100 years with 11 plants servicing southwestern PA and northern West Virginia, offering the highest quality ready-mix concrete and custom mix designs to fit your needs. DOH certified, 1-800-CONCRETE or stoneconcrete.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
For over 50 years, the Jim Shorkey Auto Group has been built on trust and family values, and at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills, that tradition continues with great service and great deals. We have your perfect Mitsubishi, like Green Car Journal's 4-time Family Green Car of the Year, the Mitsubishi Outlander. And with a 10-year warranty, 2 years of prepaid maintenance, and 5 years of unlimited roadside coverage, you'll drive with Mitsubishi confidence. Your deal.
Your way.
What a great day.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills.
Call 412-453-8035 for warranty, maintenance, and roadside assistance details.
Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Check him out online, awaken180weightloss.com. Callis, does that sound as bad for you as it does here for us?
Yep.
All right, that's a good start. That's no good.
Nope.
I don't know what to do with that. Oh, sounding better now?
Yeah.
Are you on?
Am I? Am I on now?
Now you're on.
Okay, there we go.
Oh, that's big league stuff right there, boys. That's big league stuff right there, boys. We can't say the same about Don Kelly and Mitch Keller. What? We'll get into that. Before we get into the tirade that I'm going to throw out there in the 6 a.m. segment, good morning to everybody. Fan Morning Show pre-show is brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Check them out online, awaken180weightloss.com. One of my favorite things about a good baseball team is that there's always something to second guess, always something to first guess. And I think if it were last year at this time, and even though we thought Derek Shelton might be on the outs, it wouldn't even be worth talking about because the team was already done, which is so sad to say in mid-April, but it was the case. I love the idea that every day we could start the show with something that happened in the Pirates game. And there's some good stuff to come out of last night, too. So we'll get into all that at the top of the 6 o'clock hour. The draft is a week from tomorrow. Ray Fittipaldo at 8 o'clock. Doug Whaley from 9 o'clock until 10. At 8:35, Jesse Marshall of The Athletic's going to join to preview the Penguins and Flyers playoff series. A lot on Dan Muse and Rick Tocchet today. A bunch to get into. How you doing, Dickerson?
I'm fantastic. I'm awesome. Nice little drive in this morning to Bowser and ready to get this show on the road. Callis, how you doing? You doing all right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
How's that drive going for you? You've now done it 3 times. Are you getting used to it? Is it something you like? Is it something you dislike? Do you think you're going to assimilate? How's it going?
I like it. You know, it's a comfortable bed that I get to sleep in every night, which is good. And then I wake up and I get to listen to music on the way in now because I got more time. And I'm also here at like 4:40 now instead of 4:55. So, a little more comfortable, a little more time to get a water, kind of sit with my thoughts for 10 minutes before the show starts at 5 a.m. So
I don't mind the longer drives for that reason too, Harry, is you have a little bit of time to yourself when you wake up. Like Doran gets time with his thoughts before he has to hear me yammering on, and vice versa, though he's not a yammerer. And you just get to decompress a little bit, think about what's coming up in the day. I never minded. Back whenever I worked closer with the Steelers, I would do a show from the UPMC Rooney Sports Complex, and it would end in the 5 o'clock hour. So I would leave the South Side and be stuck in rush hour traffic on the way home. And my wife would always be like, man, that's got to suck. I'm like, nah, just listen to the radio, and I'm not in any rush, and I just get to not talk to anybody.
You see, I was total opposite back then. Like for football, like any place in team that I was on, I was like, I'm going to find an apartment like that's right next to the stadium, because like I want to be able to sleep as long as possible and to be able to just roll in and not have to drive too far, sit in traffic. Like I was totally opposite. Now I'm opposite of that. Like I'd like my time. I'd like to sit in a car to think, to listen to music, to get my thoughts rolling. But back in the day, man, I used to hate if I was 15 minutes away, it was
too far.
It was too far.
Well, the thing now is with the kids, love our kids. Nothing better in the world than our kids. Give me a little bit of a buffer to turn off work dad to become dad.
Yes.
Because if you're going work to full on, we're taking care of the kids, I feel like that's not enough time. Not enough time.
I'm with you.
Need to be able to turn the page.
Yep.
Harry, did you know that your cone section at PNC Park is now taking off? The cone zone, you said on this here show you wanted the left field loonies to become the cone zone, and now it is an ever-expanding group of people wearing cones on their heads and lifting cones in the air. Did you know that you started this trend?
I wanted to start it. That was my intention. That's why I posted about it a bunch and talked about it on this show. And for all the people that called me silly, and now it's coming to fruition, I'm just want to say take that to all those people.
Take that, he says.
You even said it too. Everybody's like, oh, but they're the left field loonies. What are we going to do? I'm like, can we have a change? Like, what have the left field loonies won us in the last 25 years?
Get them, Harry.
To do something different. You know how intimidating it would be, too, for opposing teams, opposing hitters to just be staring out at a bunch of orange hats in left field, right?
I think it'd make them quake in their boots.
Yep.
If you're scared of orange, though, this playoff series between the Penguins and the Flyers ain't for you. You know there's going to be 18,000 people all clad in orange in that place, and it's going to be a friggin' madhouse.
Is there a phobia out there that it's like people are scared of certain colors, you think? Like for real? Like, you know how people are like scared of like I don't know, like rivers. Like I'm scared of rivers. Like I have a phobia of rivers. Is there like a color phobia where it's like, oh, I see yellow. Oh my gosh.
Oh, I bet you there are people who are scared of different colors.
You think?
Absolutely. Flyers fans should be scared of black and gold.
Yeah, I would be.
I'll tell you that right now.
Yep.
I was always scared of that stupid Patriots logo that I actually kind of like. I'm sorry to say.
You like the Patriots logo?
Yeah, I do.
Really?
I like... You and I have talked about this. I like the history of sports, and now I will always associate that uniform with the greatness of the Patriots. And while I hate Tom Brady as a football player, and I hate the Patriots, I hate that they switched their uniforms up a little bit.
Yeah.
They look Mickey Mouse now, whereas the ones that Brady wore, I don't think were ever all that gorgeous apart from the helmets, but I associate that like I do the 49ers with the 80s, like I do with the Steelers in the 70s and blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to lie. The first time I walked in the locker room, I stared at like my locker, stared at my helmet, stared at that logo, and I was like, wow, this is for real. Like this is the Patriots. Like, I'm not even joking. I just stood there. I was like, man, I can't believe I'm here.
I bet, man.
Seriously.
Of the franchises that you could play for, it's them, the Cowboys, the Steelers, the
Packers.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Some people put the Bears and the Giants in that conversation. Bears ain't won enough for me, but they do have the most Hall of Famers. The Giants, they probably qualify. And I like their uniforms, too.
Mm-hmm.
Why am I doing the uniform thing? Yeah.
No, I like it.
You want to hear about chromophobia?
Chromophobia, please.
The intense, irrational fear of colors.
Oh, okay.
This rare, often debilitating phobia can cause symptoms of nausea, dizziness, breathing difficulties, and panic attacks when a person sees bright or deep colors, and can be treated sometimes with therapy or exposure therapy.
There it is.
So when I was a kid, my parents let me pick the color of my bedroom, and we painted it, my favorite color at the time, a deep orange.
Deep orange.
And my therapist was like, yeah, that could probably contribute to rage.
Really?
Just being in a room that's just burnt orange, staring at the walls. And I saw Molsey, they were painting their kids' room that. I almost texted them, like, don't do it. You'll turn out like me. You don't want that.
That's like a Texas Longhorn orange?
Yeah. Yeah,
That's
more
what we're talking about?
Probably more Longhorn than Clemson. Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Okay. Why that color then? Like,
I just loved that color growing up. Not sure why. Yeah. I still am partial to those kind of team uniforms, though. Like Texas, I like the Texas uniform.
I like those, too. I like the white helmets, though.
Oh, yeah. The white helmets are the way to go.
Yeah.
Look
White
at me
and
back
orange.
in the uniforms again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
White and anything, to me, it looks good.
I'm doing more research on this, and apparently there are names for the specific colors, for the fear of specific colors, like cyanophobia for the fear of blue.
If you were going to be afraid of a color, which is the scariest color?
Turquoise.
You're scared of turquoise.
It's weird. It's odd. Very odd.
Like, what are you trying to be? Turquoise? You green? You blue?
Like, yeah. Like
pick a lane, jackass.
Yeah, what's going on here?
Yeah.
You're very confused, and you're making me confused, and I don't like it, and it's a weird world. I can't even say it. Weird word.
Turquoise.
For a color.
Just be yourself.
Yes.
Just be yourself.
Like, everything else is simple. Green, blue, orange, red, turquoise.
Turquoise. Like, what are we doing? We're trying a little too hard. Turquoise. I'd say my favorite color now, even though I'm 35 and we don't really do that. I like the Kelly green.
I do too.
It's a beautiful color.
Yeah. See, like, I'm obviously colorblind, but I know what the colors are, if that makes sense. Like, if you put that next to a certain color, then I couldn't tell the difference, but I know it by itself.
By itself.
If that makes sense.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
I'd love to see the world through your eyes.
It's different.
Yeah.
Very different.
I'd like to walk a mile in your shoes, Dickerson.
Yeah. That's why I don't like rainbows that much. Not really into colors.
Don't take out the rainbow.
Just saying.
Taste the rainbow. Harry, what color scares you?
None of them.
If you had to pick one.
I don't know.
Mauve.
Mauve? What's mauve? Taupe.
Oh, taupe. Get out of here with your taupe. I like the simple colors. I like the color wheel. Now we're doing the bath bombs. And you can make different. You know, you throw a blue one in there, you throw a yellow one in there, bang, sucker's green. And girls love it.
Wait, what color are you scared of? Or
taupe.
would be? You said mauve.
Yeah.
What's mauve?
I don't really know. That's what scares me. You can text us 412-928-9370. That's 412-928-9370. I never knew that was a thing. But I guess people can be scared of anything, man. Yeah. Like there are so many people in this world that anything you can be scared of, someone is scared of.
Yep.
That's fascinating to me.
Crazy. And I wonder if there was a situation where you encountered something that triggered that, or is it something that you were just born with where it's like, oh man, I gotta stay away from that?
Great point. Because I know that there's certain clothes that I have thrown out because I've worn them whenever bad things have happened. Yeah. So I'll never wear it again. And I could see people, you get bit by a dog and, I don't know, you're in a green room, you don't like green. Yeah.
Yep.
I got a text this morning from Ken Carmen of Cleveland Radio. And he said, the amount of complaining I've seen from Pittsburgh about the draft being there is nuts. And I don't think he's wrong.
From Pittsburgh or just from people in general? Is he talking about specifically
Pittsburgh? He sent me a tweet from a Pittsburgh person.
Okay.
Said, I can tell you for certain that 90% of Pittsburghers I've talked to regarding the upcoming draft, and many are my very own neighbors. Today, a friend of mine told me he's planning to do his grocery shopping this week. That that's kind of the deal. Like, I know that there's a lot of people in town who are excited, but I think I've heard more people, and maybe this is just the company that I keep because I'm a chicken bleep, but I've heard a lot more people complaining about the logistical issues of the draft more than I've heard people be like, oh, I can't wait to get down there.
I'm with you there. Yeah. Yep. I'm with you there.
And that's how I feel. I think I'll be really excited when we finally get down there on Thursday morning to like do a show and be on the Riverwalk and hang out with NFL fans and Steelers fans. Like, that'll be cool. And there'll be other radio stations there on Radio Row. But until I get down there and settled in, I'm not going to be excited because it's going to be a pain in the ass getting down there.
I think we're overanalyzing. I think it might be like a situation where we're overestimating just the amount of people there. That's the feeling that I'm getting. It's going to be like, oh, okay, well, this is bearable. I think that's what we're going to get ourselves into. But right now, in my mind, it's like, all right, there's going to be 800,000 people there, and it's going to be insane.
I bet you're right. When we get down there, it's not going to feel as congested, especially where we are. I wouldn't think on the Riverwalk because I'd imagine there'll be like security and you're going to have to.
It's early.
Yeah. Texter, quit poisoning your children. Quit using bath bombs. Oh.
Huh.
Is that a thing?
Everything's a thing. You know?
No, I got another one. Quit poisoning your children. Quit using bath bombs, you idiot. That's 2. I didn't know that was a thing.
I didn't either.
Okay, so here's the thing. Do I think a bath bomb is going to kill my child? No.
Mm-mm.
And secondly, if there's no bath bomb, we fighting before they get in the bath. I got to give them toys.
Yeah.
I got to give them bath bombs.
Yeah.
I got to give them bubbles. I got to do something to get them in the damn bath. Would you rather have stanky kids running around?
Right.
Or that bath bomb ain't doing anything? Hell out of here. Ridiculous. Unless I'm wrong. I could be. Seems safe to me, all natural.
I mean, what's the bad about it?
I don't know. Texter, I thought Crowley was going to say black. I did think about it for the comedy, but then I didn't feel like dealing with the potential blowback.
Why would that even be funny?
Because of racism, Harry. It would be ironic. I'd be making fun of racism is what I would be doing.
You wear a lot of black, though, so you couldn't really make the joke.
I do because it matches all my hats.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah. I've always worn a lot of black.
Really?
Yeah. Go back to my eyeliner.
Eyeliner, that was black? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Whenever I started dating my wife, I would pretty much every day wear skinny jeans with Converse, and I had like 6 of the same black shirt with a pocket. Like black t-shirt with a little pocket in the front. I'd wear it like every day, like a superhero, except a super loser is what I was.
Super punk.
Super punk. And I had the hair down to my shoulders.
Punk
man. My God. Man, I'm sure most people are like that. You probably aren't like this, but I bet you a lot of people look at their high school photos and go, man, what the hell? You were all swole.
Yeah, I was slapped up. Yep. But you still look and you're just like, yeah. Well, I look at the style.
Yes.
It's like, man, I was wearing that back then. Like, I thought that was cool.
Man, you watched like the early 2000s Pitt basketball highlights, the Big East highlights of that day, and people like are wearing Bechtold shorts.
Yep.
Down to their ankles.
I'm like, how did I even dribble through my legs with those?
Bro.
That's what I think.
Right?
I'm like, how did I even
Man, I bleep you not. I borrowed a pair of Bechdel shorts the other day, and I was playing basketball, and that was a little bit of an issue.
Yeah. That's a major skill right there. That's real skill.
My man, that kid dresses like he's in an and one basketball tournament. Like, hey, what are we doing?
He wore that. What did he have? A Crosby jersey on yesterday? It was like a 3XL.
Yes.
It was a dress.
He likes it baggy. I feel like if Bechtold jumped off a high building in that jersey, he would have floated to the ground. He'd have been totally fine. Texter, Crowley's sister's favorite color is black. Oh, all right.
Really? It's good to know.
Mm-hmm.
Or I've already known that.
All right.
Oh.
You can text us, brought to you by Eggersteiner & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Coming up in 30 seconds, one of the great things about having a good baseball team is there's stuff to dissect every day. One of the bad things about having a good baseball team is when they lose, you can break it down to the nth degree and you can criticize people that you really like. And we're going to do the latter. At least I am, coming up in 30 seconds. Bang!
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Here's a 3-1. Swinging a ground ball right to the second baseman on a 2-for-1 relay to an inning-ending double play. And that's what the Nationals wanted. They brought in Perez to get the ground ball, and they get out of it and keep the lead.
It was strategic. Just felt like York right there as far as contactability and if that ball goes 5 feet one way or the other, he'd hit it 102 right up the middle, right at the second baseman.
Is that because of how Lau's fared against lefties? I mean, he's been one of your hot bats.
He has been, and that's a tough decision. I always like to make it about the guy. We've talked about as a team, it's going to take 26 guys. I know, Lau had the home run earlier in the game against lefties, just like that matchup with Yorkie there as far as putting the ball in play, making contact, and he did. He smoked it, just unfortunately right at the second baseman.
It sounds like it was more of a gut decision there by Derek Shelton to go with Nick York in the seventh inning. Oh, darn. Look at me. Freudian slip. It's the seventh inning. The bases are loaded. The world's hottest hitter, Brandon Lau, is up at the plate. The Buccos down by 1. A lefty, yes, on the mound. But Donnie Kelly decides to go with the pinch hitter, Nick York, who's been pretty solid for the Buccos this year. This is nothing against Nick York, but you have a player that hit a home run off of a lefty earlier in the game, who's got 7 home runs, who just set a new Pirates record, the only player since 1920 to have 5 RBIs in consecutive games. He's going to be, in all likelihood, the NL's player of the week, if not the Major League Baseball player of the week. He's the best player on your team right now, with all due respect to O'Neal Cruz. And you sit him to play a guy who, to this point in his career, has been a disappointment. Again, he's playing better this year than we've ever seen him play. The gut decision made no sense to me. And if he wanted to use analytics, it made even less sense to me, Doran. Yes, I know Brandon Lau has not been as good in his career against lefties as he is righties, as is often the case with left-handed power hitters. But even still, Brandon Lau in his career has a 684 OPS against lefties. You want to guess what Nick York's is? 585. So in the big sample size world of Brandon Lau's career, and in the larger sample size world of Nick York's career, the guy who's better against lefties and a better player overall got benched for the guy who's a worse player against lefties and a worse player overall. And by the by, it's not just what happened in the 7th inning. It's then in the 9th, you've got a runner on second base, a single ties the game, and instead of Brandon Lau, again, the hottest player on planet Earth, being up at the dish, it's Nick York again. He took the 2 most important at-bats of the game for the Pirates and accounted for 3 outs. That was bad managing, and that's not a second guess. I was saying it at the time. It was bad managing by Donnie Kelly. There's 162 games. There's going to be good times. There's going to be bad times. Yesterday, it just so happened to be a bad time, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of where I'm at. Like, you're going to miss on some of these. And maybe, obviously the field was definitely off. And, what are we talking about right now if Nick York does get a hit there? So it's like, it's such a crapshoot in those situations. Do we know that there's not an injury that is placed on Lau at this point?
Yeah, he didn't say that there was.
Okay.
I also think it's twofold, because it's not just, hey, your best hitter right now doesn't come up in the 2 most crucial moments of the game. It's also, that's a tough conversation to have with Brandon Lau.
Right.
And I'm not saying he's going to cause a stink or he's going to be a locker room cancer or there's going to be a schism or anything like that. But let's be real. Brandon Lau's a human being. He hit a grand slam 2 games ago, hit a home run in this game, is tailor-made to hit the ball at PNC Park. You can't tell me the human being isn't royally pissed off in that situation, if not incredibly disappointed.
Yes.
And then you don't get to come up in the ninth again to be the hero. 2 chances for your best hitter to be the hero. He hits in neither one of those situations. I'm sorry, that's a bad management decision. And if you're going with your gut and not the numbers, how does your gut not tell you the guy who hit a homer off a lefty, who's your best hitter, is the guy you want up in this situation? He didn't pinch hit for O'Neal Cruz, and I thought O'Neal Cruz made some poor swing decisions in this game. This was the worst game that O'Neal Cruz has had in a while. He doesn't pinch hit for him, but he pinch hits for the guy who's been the hottest guy in your lineup.
Yeah, it just doesn't make sense to me. I'm trying to find different angles of why, and I can't, because in a situation like that, just like you're saying, I could see if it was really anybody else, but to have that guy who already hit a home run coming out of the game, it just doesn't make any sense.
And look, Nick York had a good at-bat. When you really think about it, he pushed the count to 3-2. I thought it was a really good pitcher's pitch on a hitter's count. It's a breaking ball low in the zone. If I could quibble, and I'm not standing up there at home plate. This is a lot easier said than done. But if it's 3-1, you got to be looking for your pitch.
Yep.
You got to be looking for exactly what you want. And this is what Wayner said a million times. This is what Neil Walker said a million times. We've all watched baseball our entire lives. It's a 3-1 count. You are looking at a certain quadrant of the plate. You're looking for a certain pitch. If you get it, you try to drive it. If you don't get it, then you lay off. Now, maybe he was looking for the breaking ball, and it was a little lower than he would have liked, and that's why he hit it hard but hit it on the ground. It wasn't a bad at-bat, but it did account for 2 outs. The problem was, the result. But the problem for me was the decision first and foremost. And here's a question for the people out there. And I love the fact that our baseball team's good enough that we can ask these kind of questions. If you had to put last night's loss on one guy, is it Keller or Kelly? In reality, it's both. Mitch Keller had his worst start of the season. It's only the second bad start from Pirates starting pitching, and you're going to have that. So I'm not killing Mitch Keller, but who do you blame more for the loss, Keller or Kelly? Both Irish. Probably both like Kelly Green at 412-928-9370. I think I'm going with Kelly. You got the hottest hitter in the world up at the bases loaded. And if he didn't come through in that situation, if he does exactly the same thing, if he rolls into a double play, then he's still coming up in the 9th inning, and you have a second opportunity for your best hitter. So I would go with him, though. Keller, 3 of the 4 walks he issued came around to score. That's been an issue for the Pirates staff all season long. Not so much Keller, but a bad start by him.
Yeah, I'm going to go Keller because it's just unexpected. That there's not going to be great starts at some point in the season, but I didn't expect it to be this one. The way he's been playing and how confident he looked, I didn't expect it to be this one, and to give up as many runs as he did. Obviously put them in a hole, but it does feel good that you can watch a Pirates game and they can be down. What were they down? 5-1.
5-1.
5-1. And there was a major part of me that's like, they'll come back into this and get into this game. There's a major part of me that felt like that last night, which is crazy. I've never felt like that with watching a Pirates team. So that's obviously a positive. But to place blame, I really don't want to do that. But if I have to, it would be Keller, because I didn't expect him to have a start like that last night.
I'm interested in Harry Callis's opinion on this. Harry baseball. Harry played college baseball. Harry knows his stuff. And reasonable people can disagree about managerial decisions. I think it's one of the best things about Major League Baseball. It's why I did a podcast with Mackey months and months ago. And he said, which sport do you like to talk about the most? And what I've always wished for is a great baseball team. Because every single day you could do a Steelers post-game show. Yeah. You really can. If the team is good and you think they could be in the pennant race, this is the best. So we don't need to yell at each other or anything like that, but I'm interested in Harry's opinion. And yours as well at 412-928-9370. Do you think Kelly screwed the pooch last night, Mr. Callis?
I think the decision's questionable. I think Nick York put a ball in play, though, and he did it, and it was a hard hit. It's just unfortunate that the Nationals hadn't played perfectly right up the middle, which caused for a double play. I don't know if I would have considered doing it before the decision was made.
Right.
I don't think Nick York deserves as much flack as he's gotten, because I've seen a lot of social media comments insulting him. He's had a good season. He had one bad game in a game where the Pirates blew out the Nationals. There's no need to generalize his season as something bad or make it seem like he's unworthy to take an at-bat in a high-pressure situation.
No, he had a great at-bat in a high-pressure situation earlier, Harry, against the Orioles. It was probably one of the better at-bats of the season. I wouldn't have done it, but I actually do trust Nick York more than, let's say, Billy Cook or a number of different guys they could have come in off the bench like Henry Davis if they wanted to go that route. Problem is, I don't trust him more than Brandon Lau in pretty much any situation.
And we're also looking at a situation where Nick Gonzalez started at third base and not Nick York, and Gonzalez didn't have a hit in the game. So, I mean, it's baseball. These things happen. Don Kelly, I don't believe it was anything analytical. I think he had a feel, and he went with it. And it's not like it worked out poorly, but the contact made on the ball was not bad.
What's weird to me is that my guess is Nick Gonzalez started in the game at third base because the Pirates scored 16 runs the night before, and Nick York went 0 for 6. And I'm guessing it was, okay, he's not an everyday player. We're trying to figure out who our everyday third baseman is. This guy went 0 for 6. Let's see what Gonzo can do. He's 0 for 6, and small sample size, 0 for his previous 10. If you're going with gut, I would think you go with the guy who's been hotter over the last few games than the guy who's been colder over the last few games.
That makes sense.
Yeah. Well, it's 2 games worth of at bats then. If you're talking about if he's 0 for 10, well, you're not going to trust a guy because he's didn't get a hit in 2 games.
I mean, in this situation, I wouldn't because like that's the previous thing that has happened, and that's where he's at as a baseball player. Like even if Lau, so say like what 3, 4, let's say 4 games ago, I wouldn't have pinch hit Lau because he was cold.
When Lau was mired in his 3 for 30, whatever it was, streak, and a lefty's on the mound, I would not have questioned the Nick York move at all. And this is more about Lau to me than it is York, but I think it all factors in. You've got a guy who, again, I've said it a handful of times now, is maybe the hottest hitter on planet Earth, and you're moving for a guy that was the only dude who didn't get a hit the night before. It's just a bizarre decision by Don Kelly. I think you're in a pretty good spot, frankly, when Nick York is a bench bat for you. I'm beginning to trust this guy despite the results last night. To Harry's point, he did hit the ball hard. But I'm going to go with my star. And if they won the game last night, I had already written it down. One of the topics of today's show was going to be, should you start talking to Lau about a contract now? Like, I don't want to lose this guy.
Right.
Whoever you have as your second baseman next year, if it's not Brandon Lau, ain't going to be as good as that guy. This dude's about to set a Pirates single-season home run record for his second baseman. That's how good he's been. And he's been better defensively than I thought he would be. I just think taking him out to put the 26th man on your roster in is a bizarre situation given the circumstances, and he winds up equating for 3 outs. 412-928-9370.
Might I say one more thing?
Of course.
Do not make comparisons between Derek Shelton and Don Kelly because of this move either. That frustrates me to no end that people are doing that already.
Don Kelly is a better manager than Derek Shelton. Had Derek Shelton made this move, it would have surprised me less.
Right.
It was a bad managerial move, in my opinion. Do you agree? The Fan Morning Show Twitter poll is brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement. TrustPJ.com. If you want to blow off some steam about this, if you drove home from the game last night, you listen to the post-game show, and you turn on the radio and it's on 93.7 The Fan today, and you want to chat about it, we're more than happy to have you at 412-928-9370. You can also tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. And the Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. It's not all bad from the Pirates last night, though. We'll take your calls on the bad, but we will get into the silver linings. First, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pittsburgh Pirates lost yesterday to the Washington Nationals 5-4 after failing to come back, and Mitch Keller also had a weaker start yesterday. 4 innings pitched, 5 earned runs given up on 6 hits, and 4 walks in his start. He got the losing decision in the game. Pirates and Nationals, third game of 4 in the series, is to be played tonight at 6:40. Coverage on the Fan can be heard live starting at 5:45 of the North Shore Tavern leadoff show. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And now here's Crowley.
Thank you so very much, Nicholas Harry Callis. Doran, I watched a 10-minute video on how to install something at home, and yeah, it took me 4 hours.
And at least 2 trips to the hardware store, right?
Minimum.
That's why Guardian Protection is offering free professional installation with the new security system.
So no guessing, no rewatching the same video 5 times, just experts who set it up right.
And it's protecting your home from day one intrusion, fire, cameras, all of it.
So call 1-800-PROTECT or visit guardianprotection.com/FAN today.
Terms and conditions apply.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Tuesday night wasn't the best game you'll see from LaMelo Ball, but he sure saved his best for last. He had the game-winning layup to keep the Hornets alive in the NBA play-in. This is what the NBA needs. The Hornets are a really good team with good players and a crowd that's heavily invested in them, and it should scare those in the Eastern Conference. Ball and Con Knipple combined to shoot 2 of 22 from three-point range, and they still got the win. Amazing. I'm dead.
BetMGM is giving you a special new player offer to get in on all the spring sports action. Download the BetMGM app and sign up using bonus code KOSTOS150, KOSTOS150. Then place a $10 bet on sports, and you'll get $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet. It's that easy. Whether you take your shot on the court, on the field, or on the ice, when you join BetMGM, you get access to live betting, same-game parlays, free-to-play games, and more. Download the BetMGM app today and get $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet with bonus code KOSTOS150. Make this spring one to remember. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. Must be 21 years of age or older to wager. Pennsylvania only. New customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards or non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days.
Hey, it's Pony for my friends at Comer and Cross. Does your garage floor have cracked and stained concrete? Mine did. Maybe your garage floor had a bad epoxy or paint job. A new Comer and Cross garage floor is going to transform your whole garage, and all it's going to take is one day. I love mine, and you'll love yours. If you call them right now, and you should do it, don't waste another second. They'll take 50% off your installation. So here's that number, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. A Comer and Cross garage floor is the gold standard. It is guaranteed to never chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever. And just like they did for me, they will make it so easy for you. Stuff in your garage, they'll take it out. Cracks and pits, they'll fix them perfectly. Look just like new. And they're going to put their proprietary Comer and Cross finish on it. So I want you to call them now and get that 50% off installation. The number is 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. 800-NEW-FLOOR. Or go to COMERCross.com. It's Comer and Cross Premium Concrete Coating.
South Hills Kia, let's go. Drive the 2027 Kia Telluride S all-wheel drive, just $449 a month. Or the 2026 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive, only $249 a month. Inventory is here and ready to roll, and they're making deals every day. 24-month leases, $39.99 due at signing. 10,000 miles per year plus tax and title. First payment due at signing. Not all qualify. No security deposit required. Offer ends May 4th, 2026. South Hills Kia. Go get it before it's gone. Visit southhillskia.net for more details.
In a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is...
just driving the kids to soccer practice.
Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA-estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
And come on, no cleats on the seats.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Clouds and sun this afternoon, the high 82.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
Hockey is a passion for fans of the sport, but also for the youth who fall in love with the game. With the ever-increasing cost of participating in hockey, many families face financial challenges. The Assisted Goals Foundation was founded to remove financial barriers and to create lasting growth in the sport for current and future players of all backgrounds and communities. Help the Assisted Goals Foundation make the game of hockey available and accessible to anyone, anywhere, at any time. You too can provide an assist. Donate today at assistedgoals.org.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
In Indiana Township, crews on the scene of an accident now on Little Deer Creek Road in the 100 block near Marshall Hill Road. Expect delays heading through the zone. Parkway West, you are heavy right around the runaway truck sand pile to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Parkway East jamming up at Edgewood Twistvale. And PennDOT sent us a release earlier saying that due to a gate issue, the HOV lanes will be delayed in reopening. You'll have to use the main line until then. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Window Nation. Right now, get 50% off windows. Sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com now.
During Window Nation's The More You Buy, The More You Save sale, you could save up to 50% off on new windows for your home. Plus, you could get them with 0% interest financing for 5 years. Sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com now to book a consultation.
Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. How do you feel about Donnie Kelly's decision last night to pinch hit for the hottest player on the team, Brandon Lau, and put in Nick York? Bases loaded, bottom 7, down by a run, 1 out. We all know what happened. Nick York slaps into a double play, hits it fairly hard. And then he comes back up in the 9th inning with 2 outs and pops up. I hated it. I hated it at the time. I hate it even more this morning as I wake up and tried to shower it off and couldn't. What say you at 412-928-9370? I do agree with what Harry said on his early morning show, his pre whatever the hell, what is it, early morning show? My bad. Oh, which, by the way, Harry, you're going to love this. Cleveland's now doing the same thing.
Oh, look at that.
I saw it on Barrett Sports Media, Callis.
They're setting trends.
Yeah, man.
Trends.
They're doing a show from 5 until 5:40. I think it's because of Callis. What do you think about that, Harry?
Look at that.
I'm Callis.
I'm a trendsetter. Cone Zone, early morning show. I'm glad you remember the title of my show, though. That's how much you pay attention every morning. Adam.
I will call the early morning show, the pre-show, the pre-show, the early morning show, just for until the end of time. 412-928-9370. I will agree with what Harry did say on his show. And what you said in the first segment, like, I didn't turn it off when they were down 5-1. Last year I had to turn it off when they were down 5-1. And until Nick York popped out to lose the game, I still thought they were going to win because that's just been the kind of season they've been having. So that's a good place to be. That's not a loss you wanted to take, but that's glass half full. 412-928-9370. To the phones, Jim in Monaca. Hello.
Good morning, guys. I have to put the majority, to answer your question, I put the majority to blame on Kelly. And the only reason I say that is Mitch didn't have the greatest start, but he also didn't, trash the ability to come back, you know. And I agree with Callis because I don't think you can make comparisons to Shelton and Kelly. And the reason why I say that is Shelton would juggle that roster every game. He would make changes, and nobody could get settled. Whereas Kelly's the complete opposite. Instead of seeing a guy that, like, he has it that day, he's seeing the ball, he's hitting the ball hard. It might not go where you would like it to go, and it might result in an out. But if the guy's seeing the ball and making great contact, you have to stick with him, right? Like I don't think you go away from a guy that's hitting it hard. And side note, did anybody hear Neil Walker last night on the broadcast pump the brakes on that voice before almost dropping an F-bomb?
No.
I didn't hear that, no.
No, that'd be very un-Neil-like, but I love it.
He veteran moves. He spiked that brake pedal, baby. He scoffed it about 50% of the way through.
We've all been there. I probably didn't hit the brake pedal at my house on my couch. Actually, I think I was in bed by that point watching. Thank you for the call. Appreciate it. 412-928-9370. I wonder if you gave Don Kelly truth serum, if today he'd go, you know what, I probably should have gone with Lau.
I mean, probably in hindsight,
Yeah.
but I mean, you use your gut, and sometimes you're going to be right. There's going to be times when we watch this baseball team in the next month where he's going to do the same thing, and it's going to go right.
Well, he did something last night that I think was worth questioning that did work out well. He had Gregory Soto up in the bullpen, and Gregory Soto's been really good for you, and Matson's been more good than bad, but a little hit or miss. And he allowed Matson to go a second inning, and that was being questioned on the broadcast, and I was questioning it too. You don't only need to use your high leverage guys when you've got a lead. That was the top of the Nationals order. You can use your high leverage guys to ensure that it's only a 1-run deficit. And you know what? Matson pitched great.
Yeah.
And he got through 2 innings. So that was a decision that I thought, and it did work out. So it does go both ways. 412-928-9370 is the number to call.
I mean, that throw by Mangum really kind of...
Oh, my God, dude.
I mean, that was unbelievable.
So I tweeted the video out. I said I'm going to watch this 1,000 times, and I'm probably halfway there at this point. The number of Pirates fans that commented on the video and said, boy, if only he was in the outfield in 1992, our lives would have gone a lot different. That's as good of a throw in that situation as you could ever have. Mm-hmm. He had to be perfect and was. In the breakdown by Neil Walker of Mangum setting himself up before he gets to the ball so he's in a perfect position to throw, Mangum hasn't hit great this year. He did have a hit in last night's ball game. He's another one of those guys that does a lot of things to help your team win. Mm-hmm. Plays really good defense, gets to a lot of balls, runs the bases well, will steal bags for you, has a really high baseball IQ. It's a bummer that play didn't get to really matter and win you a baseball game, because that play was good enough that it should have got you a W right there. And a heck of a tag by Joey Bart, who I criticized at the very beginning of the game, because I don't like when Keller and Bart play at the same time, because Keller can't hold guys on, and Bart has not been great historically at throwing runners out. But Bart had largely a really good game. He hit a home run. He did throw a runner out. He made the tag there. He's not as good at that as Henry Davis. So I'm just going to start criticizing a player a night.
They usually do well.
Yeah.
Whenever you do that.
Oh, this Connor Griffin, Doran, he's a bum, I tell you. Actually, when we're looking for silver linings, 2 big ones from last night's game. Marcell Ozuna goes 2 for 4, and he absolutely blistered that ball into the gap. But the flipping outfielders for Washington were playing in the mon the entire game.
Yeah, so deep.
He should have been 3 for 4, and he should have tied the game. But 2 for 4 were taken, and 3 hard-hit balls. Hopefully the big fella's coming around.
It looks like it. His confidence you could start to feel it a little bit. And, obviously, I mean, there's a lot of people that wanted to move on from him or whatever. But, he's a guy that you rattled off the stat yesterday. Was 3 for 51?
And then you said it. It's true. He wound up being 4 for 56.
5 for 59.
5 for 59.
Yeah. So hopefully he's coming around. Look good.
It did. He first pitch, first at bat, takes the ball the other way. Good sign. Next at bat, laser beam. The hardest hit ball, I believe, of the 3 was the one that got caught.
Yep. It was a good catch.
It's a hell of a catch. If that outfielder's playing typical depth for that situation, that thing is to the wall. No question about it. I mean, he hit an absolute urine missile. And then Connor Griffin goes 2 for 4. And when you see a guy hit a ball the other way with authority, that to me is a really good sign that he's starting to see it. Mm-hmm. He was clutch. I mean, it's the 9th inning. Hammers a ball the opposite way. He goes 2 for 4. He's getting close to that Mendoza line. Yeah. And he made another good defensive play last night. If you want to weigh in on the managerial decision by Don Kelly to pinch hit Brandon Lau for Nick York, we'd love to hear from you at 412-928-9370. We will continue taking Pirates calls all hour long. I got a little Penguins-Flyers question for you, though, and we'll do that next coming up. But first, it's a Nicholas Harry Cowles fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates and Washington Nationals played yesterday, and the Pirates ended up losing 5-4. Pirates were down 5-1 early in the game, but they clawed back. They tried to mount a comeback. They had a few opportunities in the later innings, but they did fail ultimately to come back. They fell behind in the first inning and never had the lead at all in the game. Pirates will play in Game 3 of the series against the Nationals tonight at 6:40, Game 3 of 4. Coverage on the Fan can be heard live starting at 5:45, and that coverage is presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. For more, go to 937thefan.com, and now here's Crowley.
Thank you so much, Harry. Nobody ever wants to buy a new roof, but sometimes you gotta, and when you gotta call the pickle. That's Gherkin Roofing. They're going to answer the phone 24/7 for you, and there's no high-pressure home sales pitches, no BS, nothing you don't need, just quality, honest work at a fair price. They've done a ton of work on my roof, and I could not endorse them more. They're going to have 3 flexible pricing packages to fit any budget that's right for you. The Pickle's a Diamond certified contractor with Atlas Shingles. Gherkin Roofing and Contracting, your local contractor for your next roofing, siding, or gutter project. Check them out online. Callthepickle.com.
As we emerge from a tough winter, it'll certainly mean a ton of home repairs this spring. But there's good news. Great home equity loan rates at Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union have already blossomed. It's Dan Zangrilli. I've been a member for a few years, and right now you can get a home equity loan for as low as 5.25% APR. Visit AllegiantFCU.org for full terms and conditions and to see if you qualify. It costs just $5 to become a member at Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, an equal housing lender.
I suffered with plantar fasciitis for almost 20 years. I would try drugstore insoles and supports.
If you suffer with plantar fasciitis, we know the search for pain relief can feel like a hopeless ordeal.
I thought foot pain was going to be with me for the rest of my life. I've been through surgeries, foot injections.
At the Good Feet store, we hear stories every day of all kinds of cheap inserts, expensive shoes, and other failed remedies people have tried that just didn't work.
I was trying all different things. Not a single one worked. And then I was driving past the Good Feet store, and I thought, why not? Give it a try. They wanted to make sure that they gave me the right arch support for my feet. Then it was like, okay, this is different. These make a difference.
Don't lose hope. Give the Good Feet store a try.
I'm so glad I met Good Feet. It changed my life.
Now open in the waterfront across from Yankee Candle next to Panera, or visit us in Robinson Town Center in Cranberry Township or in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
High winds probably did more than just blow off a few shingles. If they weren't installed right the first time, your whole house is on the injured list. It's Sean Whalen from family-owned Whalen Exteriors. Saturated wood and attic rot are the kind of rookie mistakes that lead to mold. Make your first-round draft pick the pros with the 5-star reviews. Whalen Exteriors. We do full attic inspections to catch the damage before it spreads. Financing packages for every budget. Visit WhalenExteriors.com. Whalen Exteriors. You're on the clock, Pittsburgh.
At Giant Eagle, we're focused on quality, freshness, and all your favorites. Because meals bring us together. Because recipes keep traditions alive. Because the right ingredients make it or break it. Because being part of the neighborhood matters. Because what we pick up at the store is what we bring into our lives. At Giant Eagle, we're always going for better to bring you the best. Because it matters.
Getting around town's better in a new vehicle from Spitzer. Our triple play sales event makes it easy. Hurry into Spitzer Toyota today and lease a new 2026 Toyota Tacoma SR Double Cab from $419 per month with zero due at signing. Plus, get our lifetime warranty, complimentary maintenance, and Spitzer VIP points.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
At Spitzer, our world revolves around you.
Select models TSRP 35599, VIN TT044098, RWD model 7186, 36 months approved credit through TMS plus title tax license registration 490.v $0 security deposit, 10K miles per year, ends 4/30/2026.
What's up, gang? It's Pavel Schley with Schley Deck and Fence. Today I have two of my girls with me. I'm super excited to tell you that we have named two of our top fences after my two girls. The Ellie.
That's me. It's a semi-privacy, 6-foot-tall white vinyl fence.
And the Abby.
That's me. It's a 4-foot white vinyl yard fence, almost as tall as me.
Don't wait to get the outdoor space you've been dreaming about and you've been putting it off for years. You know it. Call Schley Deck and Fence, SHLY.company.com.
Dell PCs with Intel inside are built for the moments you plan and the ones you don't. For the time you forgot your charger at the gate.
Passengers, we are now on our initial ascent.
Or when you're bouncing between projects like a ping pong ball. We build PCs with long-lasting battery life, so you're not scrambling for an outlet. And built-in intelligence, so you can stay focused on whatever you're doing. Dell Technologies, built for you. Dell.com/Dell PCs.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Whoa. Okay. This one says you get a free phone if you switch. Hey, this one also says you get a free phone if you switch.
Yeah, they all do, hon.
Wait. The T-Mobile one says families saved over $3,700 versus the other big guys in the past 5 years. And their experience plans have Netflix included, plus a year of Dash Pass by DoorDash.
Hang on, let me see that. And a 5-year price guarantee? Oh yeah, we're switching.
That's what I'm talking about. Do we clap now, or?
I'm thinking high-five.
At T-Mobile, get savings that keep stacking up. That's value you can feel every day. Switch now at T-Mobile.
Savings based on Harris X billing snapshots from Q3 2021 to Q4 2025 among accounts with 3+ voice lines compared to AT&T and Verizon, excluding discounts, credits, and optional charges. See harrisx.com/T-Mobile. Price guarantee on talk, text, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See T-Mobile.com.
Taps Brick Oven and Poorhouse, Greensburg. Ask about the new catering menu.
Shenderovich, and Fishman. Why pay 40% when you can pay 25%? Call 888-98-TWINS.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
I've won a couple of cups with Crosby, Malkin, and Letang. You know, these guys, they don't die. These guys are just warriors. So, you know, we're gonna have our hands full, and we're gonna have some game planning here this week. But those guys don't die, and you know it's gonna be a tough series, and we're gonna have to go after those guys.
We're gonna have to go after those guys. You know how it goes in the postseason. Guys like Tom Wilson and Radko Gudas and Jacob Trouba, they can have as much to do with the series outcome as the star players in the sport because they can take them out and generally not feel all that big of a wrath from the NHL. I know Rick Tocchet has respect for these Penguins, which is atypical, I think, of a Flyers coach. That being said, nobody wants to win more than Rick Tocchet, and nobody could score a goal and then beat your face in the way that Rick Tocchet could back in his day. And so that's the tact his team is going to have. Tocchet's been at this for a while, and this is Dan Muse's first Stanley Cup playoff experience. Who's got the coaching edge at 412-928-9370? I think it's a tough one to call. I'll say this about Tocchet. I think he's a really good hockey guy. He was an excellent special teams coach with these Penguins, helped their power play that had scuffled become one of the best in the NHL. In fact, it was the highest it had ever been in Penguins history in 17, I believe it was, with Tocchet as the guy who was in charge of that. He was also the Phil Kessel whisperer. I think as a head coach, though, he has been mostly just okay. He did win the Jack Adams Award for Best Coach in the NHL in 23-24, excuse me. Dan Muse absolutely could win it this year. I'll say this. Badger Bob's first year with the Penguins, Stanley Cup.
Scotty Bowman's first year with the Penguins, Stanley Cup. Dan Bilesma's first year with the Penguins, Stanley Cup. Mike Sullivan's first year with the Penguins, Stanley Cup. And Dan Bilesma was a first-year coach taking over in the middle of the season. So I think you can either coach or you can't. And Dan Muse has shown me enough this year that I believe in him going into a playoff series, albeit it's different. It's different. There's pressure. There's matchups. There's last change on the road. You get, there's all kind of stuff you got to think about. Offensive zone starts this and that. But I think Dan Muse has the acumen to handle it.
Yeah, I mean, anybody who's in a situation who's in the playoffs is good enough to be, is a good head coach, is a good coach and a good team. Like, if you make it to the playoffs, you give yourself a chance, and you've given yourself a chance during a long season to be able to be in that situation. But if we're going who has the edge here of head coach versus head coach, I would have to go with Tocchet, because he knows what makes the veteran players on the Penguins tick, and he knows what doesn't make them tick.
Sure.
He knows them personally in and out. So listening to TK talk yesterday with us, you don't want to get Evgeny Malkin going. That's whenever he's on his game. You don't want to, provoke Sidney Crosby. That's what gets him on his game. And Tocchet knows that. Tocchet knows those things. So maybe there's a different tactic that he'll take with his team of we're not scared of these guys. Of course not. Why would we be scared of these guys? We're professional hockey players. We could do just as much damage if we want to, too. We're here for a reason. But there's some little things probably in there that he's like, let's not go down that route if we don't have to.
Which I think is fascinating, because there's a fine line between being matchup oriented and being yourself. And guys like Trevor Zegras, they like to run their mouth, and they like to get in your face, and they like to chirp you. And if he does that, that's his game, but that also folds into getting the Penguins all riled up. Garnett Hathaway is a guy who's probably going to play in a few games this series. He's going to stir it up within the first handful of minutes, unless Tocchet says a whoa instead of sick him, right? So I think there's a fine line there.
There is.
But yes, Tocchet knows how these guys tick, and they're all very close. And you're not going to find, by the way, a Pittsburgh media member that dislikes Rick Tocchet.
Right.
Everybody loves Rick Tocchet. I think I'm one of the few guys who's like, he's a decent coach. 11-11 in his career in the Stanley Cup playoffs, but that's 22 more games of experience than Dan Muse has. I threw up a Twitter poll yesterday, who's the better coach? To the surprise of no one, 75% of Penguins fans say it is Dan Muse. I'll say, I think Muse did a better job this year than Tocchet.
Yeah.
Now, Tocchet's team went on a historic run the last month to even find their way into the postseason. He did a great job. That being said, a lot of their points were accrued this year via the shootout, and they have really good shootout players. Trevor Zegras, the best shootout player in the history of the NHL. That has nothing to do with coaching. And the Penguins, been a much better 5-on-5 team, the much better special teams team, all the things that coaching goes into, Dan Muse has gotten out of these guys. So I'd give the slight edge right now to Muse. I'm also a homer. 412-928-9370 is the number. Rob in West Mifflin wants to chime in. Hi, Rob. How you doing this morning?
How y'all doing, man? I'm
great,
good,
Rob.
How y'all doing, man? I'm good. What's up with y'all? Y'all good?
I'm good.
Happier now talking to you, man. Been a long time.
Yeah, man. I've been relaxed mode, man. Off the grid, man. That's all,
I like it.
The topic we were talking about with Kelly, man.
Mm-hmm.
I watched every game, man. And I know you gotta pick up some traits from the coach the manager that you was under. But he got too much Derek Shells in him, man. He got to get that out of him, man. You got to let that boy bat last night. I know he wasn't good against him the first time at bat. I watched it, but he hit a homer already off the lefty. You got to let Brandon Lowe come to bat, man.
You know what, Rob? You're the first person who's mentioned this, and it is true. The first time that Lau faced the reliever they had in, it was a terrible at bat.
It was bad.
It was really bad. And if Kelly had used that in his explanation, that would have made some sense to me. Best to my knowledge, he didn't. We played some of those clips earlier for you in the show. But yeah, I mean, Lau did not look good against him. I still would have put him out there, and thank you for the call. You want your stars to be stars. Mm-hmm. And right now, Brandon Lau's a star. Mm-hmm. And there's no more star situation, a situation that calls for a star, I should say, than bases loaded, down by one out, and you've already hit a home run in the game.
Yeah, I'm still confused about it.
Yeah.
Still confused.
To the phones once more at 412-928-9370. Chris in Coriopolis, hello.
Hello, good morning. How you guys doing?
Good.
Excellent. Yeah, I lost my voice from screaming last night. I was sitting right behind the dugout. I'll tell you, man, I got a couple observations. Number one, terrible decisions by Don Kelly. Number one, you do not pinch hit Yorkie baby for Lau. A terrible decision. I mean, you got the guy who's the number 2 leader in the majors in homers with 7, batting high 280s. You know, I think he motivates the team. He's one of the leaders. Just a terrible decision. Number 2, Joey Bart up to bat, no outs, bottom of the 7th, runner on first and second. You got to bunt him. He's got to bunt. I don't care. He hit a homer earlier in the game. You move the runners up, manufacture a run for O'Neal Cruz up with 1 out. You got to bunt him.
I think that's twofold. For me, if it's Joey Bart, who's not a bunter, in that situation, I don't bunt unless I pinch hit for him someone who can bunt.
Right.
And I might have done the latter. And thank you so much for the call, Chris, at 412-928-9370. Bart's not a good bunter, has never been a good bunter, isn't often asked to bunt, isn't fleet of foot, isn't great handling the bat. For all those reasons, if he's up, you let him swing away. But would I have considered pinch hitting like a Billy Cook to lay down a bunt? Absolutely, I would have. And then you let Henry Davis finish out the game. Mm-hmm. Now, the problem is something happens to Henry Davis. Who the hell's catching for you?
Right.
Donnie Kelly? He would. I'll tell you that right now.
Could I mention something real quick, too?
Of course, Harry.
Yeah, thank you. Can we not take out Nick York for this as well, calling him Yorkie baby? Can we just not do that either?
Yeah, that guy's clearly not a York dork. I've loved what Nick York's brought to the table this year. I think we all have.
It's not Nick York's fault that he grounded into a double play. He hit the ball hard, and it wasn't his fault that he was in that situation, so don't take him out.
No, it's much more on the manager, and it has a lot more to do with Lau than it does for Nick York for me, and I think it does for all of us. I think Nick York has shown he can be trusted in key situations, had a walk-off hit against the Orioles this year, one of the best plate appearances of the season. It didn't work out there. I don't think you sit low on the bench, Lau on the bench. I just don't. But, yeah, Nick York, not a bad baseball player. He's having himself a pretty nice season. You can weigh in on that or the Muse v. Tocchet conversation at 412-928-9370. It's also an anniversary of one of the great tragedies in the history of the world. But we can have fun with it. First, it's a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pittsburgh Penguins, they lost yesterday to the St. Louis Blues 7-5 in their final game of the regular season. But again, no bearing did that game have on any playoff position that the Penguins are in. They're still second in the Metropolitan Division. They're still going to have home ice advantage in this series against the Philadelphia Flyers. Though it's still unclear when that series is going to start. But it should likely take place over the weekend. Either Saturday or Sunday will be game 1 of the series. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
In Indiana Township, crews on the scene of a multi-vehicle accident. This ties up Little Deer Creek Road in the area between Marshall Hill and Crawford Run roads. Expect delays. Meanwhile, the Parkway West, that is jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt tunnels, outbound steady toward Pittsburgh International Airport. Parkway East stacking at Wilkinsburg, but you're putting on the brakes as far back as Greensburg Pike. Route 28 up to speed, and the HOV lanes still delayed in reopening due to a gate issue. That's along the Parkway North into Crosstown. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. A no-risk, all-rewards path to real weight loss. If you're not happy with your Awaken 180 results in the first week, get 100% of your money back. No risk, but every reward with the solution for weight loss. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Hot water fast. Call Mr. Water Heater.
Call Mr. Water Heater. Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Power of Bowser. April is here and everything's in bloom, including savings at Bowser Hyundai Chippewa. The Hyundai Elantra SC is the perfect spring upgrade with 36 combined miles per gallon. And right now at Bowser Hyundai Chippewa, the #1 volume Hyundai dealer in Pittsburgh, you can lease the Elantra SE for only $149 a month. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles powertrain limited warranty. So don't wait. Get to BowserChippewa.com today. Based on 2025 year-end January 2026 sales results, tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $490 applies. 24 months, 7,500 miles per year with $29.99 due at signing. With credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends 5/3/26.
Well, that's the power of Bowser. Yeah.
Get to BowserChippewa.com. Bowser Hyundai Chippewa.
This winter might not have been the worst one on record, but it's up there. Aside from being hard on people, it's even tougher on our homes. Hey, it's Chris Muller for my friends here at MHI Roofing. If the freeze-thaw cycles this winter created even the slightest crack in the shingles or sealant on your roof, you're going to have water in your home this spring when the rains hit. That's why you need to call MHI today and schedule a free 21-point roof inspection before the rainy season. They'll go over every inch of your roof and review their findings with you, and if they do find a problem, it can usually be fixed with an inexpensive repair. But if it is time for a new roof, you couldn't hire a better company than MHI. Over-the-top customer service, highly skilled crews that install a perfect roof every time, and best of all, they offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. So give them a call for your free roof inspection today, 412-998-8864, or online at mhiroof.com.
Mike Rowe here with a random fact. More than half of the homes that have basements in North America will experience water damage. It's true. Whether it's basement moisture, flooding, or bowing walls, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys. They're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Kimberly Allen here with Corrigan Moving Systems. Corrigan Moving has been family owned and operated since 1929. If you're planning a move, give us a call, 724-237-4578, or go to CorriganMoving.com.
Get ready to be wowed. Your new Floor & Decor is here in Bethel Park. We've got the latest looks in tile, wood, and stone in stock and ready to go. Floor & Decor is here. You ready? Don't miss our grand opening going on now in Bethel Park.
At JeepofPittsburgh.com, it's their Declaration of Deals sales event. Bring us your best offer on any Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, or Ram truck, and we will beat it. No games, easy as that. Visit JeepofPittsburgh.com for all the details. We are Pittsburgh Jeep Store.
Dell PCs with Intel inside are built for the moments you plan and the ones you don't. For the time you forgot your charger at the gate.
Passengers, we are now on our initial ascent.
Or when you're bouncing between projects like a ping pong ball. We build PCs with long-lasting battery life, so you're not scrambling for an outlet. And built-in intelligence, so you can stay focused on whatever you're doing. Dell Technologies, built for you. Dell.com/Dell PCs.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Live at Studio B, Bowser Chevrolet, Monroeville. Penguins, Flyers on tap. We don't know when. Friday, not happening. Could be Saturday. Could be Sunday. Could be Monday for game one. God, please don't let it be Monday. Next week's going to be crazy as it is. We don't need a Penguins home game on Monday and Wednesday.
No.
Leading into the NFL draft. Please, 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 no. The question that I've thrown out is, who's better coach, Dan Muse or Rick Tocchet? 75% of Penguins fans, unsurprisingly, say it's Dan Muse. Texter writes in, how could anyone who's a hockey fan claim at the moment that Muse is a better coach? Excuses that you're a homer? Well, I've seen this before. Like, the best coach in hockey in the early 2000s was Mike Babcock. And he took the Mighty Ducks of Anaheim to the Stanley Cup final. He went to the Stanley Cup final in 08-09, obviously. He won the Stanley Cup final 07-08 at the Penguins' expense. He lost to a first-time head coach in Dan Bilesma in the Stanley Cup final. And I know that Malkin was on a different level, and I know that Sid was in the very prime of his career. I think if you play that same series 10 times, the Red Wings are winning it more.
Yeah.
That team was so effing good, man. And they won. They won despite losing Game 6 5-0 and being in the very same spot. Game 5 5-0, being in the very same spot you were the year before, down 3-2, taking on the mighty Red Wings, who were already in your head, who had already beat you. Now they have Marian Hossa, and you won. And Rick Tocchet ain't Mike Babcock. That's all I'm saying. And Dan Muse, I think, should be the coach of the year, the Jack Adams Award winner right now. I'm going slightly with Muse. Slightly, it's all. No disrespect to Talk.
I mean, if we're talking about better coach right now, I'm going with Muse and what he's done this year in his system and developing not just young players, but veteran players into raising their level of play. But if we're going with edge for the coach, I'm going to go with Tocchet. That's two different things. The edge in this series, I think, goes to Tocchet because him knowing the players of the Penguins, some of the players of the Penguins, and the ones that
the most important ones.
The most important ones, yes. So that's the edge that I give to Tocchet. I'm not going to say that he's a better coach than Muse this year. I think Muse has been the best coach, in my opinion, non-biased, in the NHL.
Absolutely, man. And there's coaches out there that deserve consideration, and Tocchet probably deserves a little bit of consideration given the last month of the season. I think Lindy Ruff in Buffalo deserves consideration. I think there's a bunch of great coaches in the league right now, but the Penguins were predicted to be a bottom 5 team, and they got the 2nd seed in a competitive Metropolitan division. And yeah, I'm a little bit biased. Oh well. 412-928-9370. The Titanic wrecked on this date. Sunk on this date. 1,500 people died, you said, and 710 survived. Man.
1912. Like, could you imagine surviving that? Like, I couldn't imagine being one of the 710 survivors just bobbing up and down in that water, watching this big old ship just sink.
You'd be scarred for life.
Yeah, I don't even know if I would want to live.
I don't think I'd get on a vehicle again, let alone a boat.
No. That to me, like, that part is insane. Like, I know, and it's obviously tragic. Like, I mean, but it's a long time ago. But it's.
I think we're good.
Okay. 1,500 people dying is tragic, but like, to me, the 710 people that survived that got to tell the story, is wild. Like, to have that experience and waiting to be rescued, and it freezing out there. And probably sharks are everywhere. Like,
Have you seen the Shark Week documentary on the Titanic?
I think I have.
Now, they don't really know how many people would have been killed by sharks, but they surmise there were a few. Because you're talking about blood, you're talking about stress, you're talking about a lot of movement on the top of the water. Oh, my God.
It gives me...
Here are the outcomes power ranked. 1, survive. B, die of hypothermia. C, what's worse, the drowning or a shark attack? Tied for third. Tied for distant third. Oh,
jeez, oh man. I don't know. That's just...
I'll never get on a cruise, by the way.
Me neither.
Not a cruise guy.
No. I've watched the cruise documentaries. Those are insane. I've seen some of those, eating onion sandwiches and like the sewage getting backed up.
Disease spreads like wildfire. Someone gets a stomach virus. Everyone's getting a stomach virus.
People falling off.
Oh, don't need that. Don't need that.
What's the point?
No. Plus, I get seasick.
Me too. Well, I mean, I don't know if you get seasick on a cruise, though. You get seasick, I think, on a smaller boat.
Good question. 412-928-9370. Texas. Do you get seasick on a cruise? It is big.
Mm-hmm.
Very big.
Yeah, I don't know if you feel like you're moving. Like, You know you're moving, but it's not like you're going up and down in the waves. Like,
oh, God, it makes me nauseous just thinking about that. I went on a deep-sea fishing trip off the coast of Delaware 20 years ago probably now. I just laid down the entire time.
Hurting.
Dreadful.
You didn't take the Dramamine. You had to take the Dramamine.
Yeah, you got to take the Dramamine.
Yeah.
Poor decision by me. My dad was sitting next to me. He felt the same exact way.
Oh, that's the worst. And you know that you're just not even close to land. And once you hit land, like, you're fine.
Right. The second you hit land, it's like, we good. Terrifying. I hate it. Being nauseous is like the worst.
Yep.
Fan Weather is brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. We'll let KDKA take care of that. If you want to give us a ring about Don Kelly's poor managerial decision last night, we'd love to hear from you at 412-928-9370. If you've got a hot Dan Muse take, we'd love to hear from you at 412-928-9370. So we'll keep the phone lines open for you until 8 o'clock. But coming up next, the perfect draft scenario for the Pittsburgh Steelers could transpire, and you could have an all-time Steelers hero to thank for it. We'll get to that when we return. It's a Fan Morning Show.
Morning severe storms will again be possible this afternoon into the evening hours. In addition to strong winds, large hail and even a tornado can't be ruled out with this afternoon's storm chance. Further north you are, the higher the chance for storms. Highs will be near records this afternoon ahead of the storms. I have Pittsburgh hitting 84 for the high. Morning temperatures are in the 60s. There are some isolated showers working their way through our area this morning. I'm First Alert Meteorologist Ron Smiley in the KDK Weather Center.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
84 Lumber is partnered with Anderson Windows and Doors to bring a brand new showroom to Mount Lebanon. From homeowners to industry pros, everyone can see, touch, and interact with various series of Anderson windows and a wide variety of doors to make the most informed decision for their build. 84 Lumber experts are on site to demonstrate product features, answer your questions, and even schedule a visit to the job site for measuring and installation. Your budget matters, and flexible financing options are available. Call today to schedule a personal consultation at 570-507-8015. It's time to spring into action with BetMGM Casino. This season, they're bringing you thrills like you've never seen before. New customers can enjoy a 100% deposit match up to $1,000 plus $25 on the house using bonus code HOMETOWN at sign up. Slots, table games, and live dealer games are always in bloom and always available from the palm of your hand at BetMGM Casino. Download the BetMGM Casino app today and get a piece of the action this spring season. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. Must be 21 and over to wager. Pennsylvania only. New customer offer. All promotions are subject to qualification and eligibility requirements. Rewards issued as non-withdrawable site credits and/or bonus bets unless otherwise provided in the applicable terms. Rewards subject to expiry.
Imagine fulfilling all your office furniture needs under one roof. At Tri-State, we make it simple. From liquidations and office moves to design services, architectural walls, installation, and everything in between. No project is too big and no project is too small. And with our family of companies, Tri-State Office Furniture, Tri-State Office Interiors, and Tri-State Office Express, you get every solution in one place. Why go anywhere else? Call 412-771-0760. Experience the Tri-State difference.
Liberty Mutual customized this song for you. Like your car insurance, it's custom too, yeah. Liberty Mutual's got the coverage that could save you money. Thanks to Doug and Limu, well now you can go and take that cruise. Liberty, liberty, yeah.
My son loves to fly kites, but my active psoriatic arthritis can sometimes hold me back. Now with Skyrizi to treat my skin and joints, I'm ready to go. Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults, helps with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. For those who also have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible with just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi today and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at spitzertoyota.com.
Parkway West inbound delay solid near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Outbound just a little heavy past Green Tree, but mainly steady to Pittsburgh International Airport. Parkway East, you are jammed at Wilkinsburg to the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Route 28 getting heavy around Shaler Waterworks, and then again between Millvale and the 31st Street Bridge heading for the north side. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Case Power and Equipment of Pennsylvania. Experience the new Case difference at Case Power and Equipment of Pennsylvania, your 2025 Dealer of the Year. From expert sales and service to thousands of parts in stock, they keep you running at full efficiency. Case Construction. Together, we won't back down.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Now it's time to showboat.
Back to the Fan Morning Show.
Wow.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
I told him, man, really it's the man above that brought us to it. It's kind of crazy. I came here, had 2 great years with JT, and then to have the draft in Pittsburgh and to be a part of that, and he wanted me to tag along and be a part of that. Man, I wouldn't miss that day in the world. So I'm super excited about his opportunity, and whoever he ends up with is going to get a real one. He's going to make some plays his rookie season. So I'm excited about his opportunity, and just to see where he started when I first came here to who he is today. Man, I couldn't be any prouder of JT right now.
That is Hines Ward, wide receiver coach at Arizona State. That's where Jordan Tyson played his collegiate football, one of the number 1 prospects at the wide receiver position in the upcoming NFL draft. And Hines Ward says he's going to tag along. Could you imagine if Jordan Tyson gets drafted by the Steelers because he falls because of injury concerns and Hines Ward's up there with him, dapping him up?
That'd be crazy.
That's awesome, man.
Yeah, that'd be good stuff.
And the fact that Hines coached him, he's got a little bit of an edge. Mm-hmm. And I love the player. And I know that there's been injury concerns, and maybe that keeps the Steelers away. I'm not sure what Mike McCarthy's philosophy is on that. Omar Khan seems to not have been scared off, but maybe that was a Mike Tomlin thing. I don't know. Like, you get value on an injured player, so you take him and just say, we're going with talent, best player available. I'm not sure. But to me, that has been and continues to be my dream scenario, because I think of this offense, not just this year with Radges, but with a future franchise quarterback. Maybe Jordan Tyson's your number 2 as soon as next season. Mm-hmm. And Michael Pittman becomes your giant slot who's played really well in the slot over the last few years of his career. I just think you get 3 big old hosses out there, and we know that Mike McCarthy likes size of the wide receiver position. I can't draw up a better scenario for my next franchise quarterback.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's almost a must that you have to go receiver in the first round. Well, if and I do believe one of those guys on their board will be there. But if Jordan Tyson's there, I'm starting to come around to it. At first I'm like, the injuries scare me. It was 2 years in a row, maybe even more, that he had dealt with injuries, but they're more of tissue injuries. It's more of a hamstring. It's not like a knee or a hip or anything like that. So, I think that's the position that you have to really target in this draft, because you don't have any depth really. And if you can create depth by having a significant player in the first round and create some more depth by getting a player in the third round, you're setting yourself up really nice in a way that we haven't seen in a long time with the Pittsburgh Steelers. And we all know that has been their the negative part of their offense is not having the depth of wide receivers. Like if DK Metcalf goes down, we always were painting the scenario last year, who's going to step up? And then we saw that scenario and it didn't look good. The year before that, if George Pickens goes down, who's going to step up?
Right.
Who could be that next guy? It's not about the number 2 or number 3 receiver. It's the fact that can one of those guys, if one of the 1A guys goes down, can one of those guys that are the significant depth pieces step into that role and be in not lower the production of the offense?
That's well said. You're only as good as who you can throw out there. And right now, if one of your primary receivers goes down, you're turning to Roman Wilson. And maybe the new coaching staff can find something in Roman Wilson. I don't know. I am not super hopeful about it, but perhaps. I do think you've got a much better offensive coaching staff in here. But you line up against the Ravens in a big-time game, and you're throwing the ball to DK Metcalf or Roman Wilson, you're not any different than last year.
Exactly.
And you need to be. And finally, you're in a position where not only can you have a good wide receiver room, if you've got Jordan Tyson and Pittman and DK Metcalf, I think you can say you're now probably in the top 10 of wide receivers in the NFL. I think you've got a very good tandem right now, and you add maybe the best wide receiver in the draft, maybe depending on who you talk to. It's a great place to be.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
I think this offense with Aaron Rodgers, if you add a receiver and you've got Mike McCarthy, I know people say this is going to be like year 21 of Tomlin. I don't know how you could feel that that's the case. And I know that Rodgers at times last year against good teams wasn't great, but you're also going to play not good teams, and he also didn't have a great offense around him.
Mm-hmm.
Am I allowed to have the opinion that Rodgers could actually be better this year if he's got better pieces?
Absolutely. I think he will be.
Yeah. Like what? I don't think that's a hot take.
Not.
You give a quarterback good players, he's going to be better. And if he's not, that sucks, but it's a one-year thing. He ain't going to be back for year 3. That's not a hot take either. This is it for A-Rod. He's either going to be a Steeler this year or he's playing nowhere, but he ain't going to be anywhere next year, I wouldn't think.
Mm-hmm.
So get him some guys, and it's twofold. It's not just about him. It's about the next quarterback that they hope to draft in 2027. 412-928-9370. Do you want Jordan Tyson? Is that your best case scenario in the NFL draft? That's mine. And Hines Ward, he's molding them. Who doesn't love Hines Ward? My mom loves Hines Ward so much that she has thought 15 different times that he was going to be Mike Tomlin's replacement because people on Facebook tricked her into it. The AI got her so many times. My mom, like routinely, is this real? Is this fake? And half the time it's Hines Ward bought the Steelers.
Yeah.
Like listen, lady. Yeah, Art was like, you know what, Hines, I'm getting tired of this.
Yep.
Here you go. You can text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm. But they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. A Penn State kid came in for a visit yesterday. We'll get to that. You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills, Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. In the meantime, viral post going around, TJ Watt talked. Did you see what he eats for breakfast every morning? It's not that weird. It's not like Bill Mazeroski and his kibasi and 6 eggs.
Okay.
1.5 cups of oatmeal with protein.
Okay.
4 eggs.
Okay.
Sausage. 7,000 to 8,000 calories a day. How many calories were you eating whenever you were playing?
Man, that's a good question. Probably like 6.
Yeah.
Probably around there.
That's nuts, man.
Probably around there, yeah. I mean, I know his brother. You ever see his brother's breakfast whenever he was playing?
No.
We'll look it up in the break. It is insane. It was like 18 pieces of turkey bacon, 17 eggs. It was like 8 avocados. It was wild.
So here we go.
You got it?
I'm happy you're bringing this up. First breakfast for J.J. Watt, 5 to 6 eggs, often over medium. Oatmeal, yogurt, whole wheat toast, apple, banana, orange juice, and milk. That's first breakfast. My man's like Kevin Malone from The Office. Second breakfast, another 4 to 5 eggs, more toast with peanut butter or jelly, and fruit. He averaged 10 to 12 eggs daily to maintain his playing weight. Holy bird milk, man.
Because you know what? Like, whenever you have guys like that eat that much and intake and have that calorie intake, Like, they're not naturally big. Like, J.J. Watt, like, he's huge now. But if you look at pictures of T.J. and J.J. in, like, high school, they're not naturally big people. They were skinny, they were long, but they're not naturally.
They had the frame.
They had the frame, but they weren't like naturally like big, bulky people that they didn't have to, worry about keeping that weight on. So whenever you see that, like those two, they're going to eat a lot because like if they don't, like TJ Watt will be 220 pounds.
You see it all the time with big guys in the NFL that then retire and they become smaller big guys because it's just insane. Like. Casey Hampton looks like a svelte 275
Look
right
at
now.
Pouncey.
Pouncey.
He's probably less than me. I think he weighs less than me.
Absolutely. Look at Alan Faneca. Same thing. Look at Chris Hoke. You can see his abs. He's got like a 14-pack. He's always whipping his shirt off on the Starkey show. Like, man, that's a lot of calories. And now I'm tracking my calories for macros. I'm trying to, put on some muscle. Sometimes it's hard for me to eat like 2,500 calories.
Yep.
And these dudes are putting that down more than that for breakfast.
Yep.
Special people. Perhaps those are the aliens. I don't want to say too much, though. The government could take me out. Fan Morning Show brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Your thoughts on Jordan Tyson as a possible pick for the Steelers 21st overall. Let's go to Rob in the car quickly. Hi, Rob. Rob, hello.
Morning, real quick before I touch on Don Kelly, Doran, I know you'll watch the Poop Cruise on Netflix.
That's what I did watch that.
That was pretty horrible conditions for those people.
Terrible.
Yeah, and if you haven't watched it, watch it. It's only about an hour, but it's pretty hilarious. The thing with the managers in today's game, they rely on too much analytics. You don't have a Leland, a Torrey, a LaRussa. There's no tacticians no more. Everything's analytic driven.
You know what, Rob? And thank you so much for the call. Sorry, we're up against a break here. He didn't even go with the analytics. Like analytics, people tell you, and you never go on small sample size. Brandon Lau, he hasn't hit lefties traditionally well, and he definitely hasn't this year, but over the course of his career, he hits lefties better than Nick York has over the course of his career by 100-point margin in OPS. If he wanted to go analytically, the numbers would have told him, still go with Lau.
Yeah.
He went with a gut decision, and it wound up proving costly. 412-928-9370, the number to call. People always want to blame analytics, and a lot of times you can. I don't think this is one of those circumstances. I think you need to marry that with the gut feel. He went with the gut yesterday. Coming up next, Penn State's number one prospect in this draft came by for a visit. We get into it. We take your calls on Jordan Tyson. Right now, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates lost 5-4 to the Washington Nationals yesterday. They were down in the game early. Mitch Keller ended up giving up 5 runs in his 4 innings pitched yesterday, and he got the losing decision. Pirates and Washington Nationals continue the series. Third game of 4 is today at 6:40. Coverage on the Fan can be heard at 5:45 with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show. For more, go to 937thefan.com, and now here's Doran.
Trust is key in my life, and let me tell you about somebody that I'd absolutely trust to sell my home, and that's my good friend, Gina G&P Tro. You'll have a 5-star experience when you sell your home with Gina, and she always delivers. Kelly and Dennis needed to sell their home in Moon Township and reached out to Gina for help. Because they were selling their home under a constrained timeline while they were trying to purchase a home, they relied on Gina's expertise to make it all happen. In their 5-star review, they said that Gina's pricing strategy, expert marketing, and impressive negotiation skills delivered results quickly, and she was able to coordinate every detail perfectly. Gina will sit down with you. You agree on a price. You agree on a deadline. If the deadline passes and the home isn't sold, should we have a bought and turned into a rental? She also offers a no-obligation guarantee. If she doesn't do her job at any point, you're free to get out of the contract. You know what to do. Pull out your phone, give Gina a call, 724-602-9752, or Google Gina G&P Tro of RE/MAX Select Realty and look up GinaWillSellYourHome.com. That's GinaWillSellYourHome.com.
That was electric. Pandemonium in Charlotte. The Hornets have kept their season alive with a heart-stopping 127-126 overtime thriller over the Miami Heat. LaMelo Ball, electric. dropping a go-ahead layup in the final seconds, but Miles Bridges with the block and a massive game-winning moment to seal it. I'm Drake Toll.
BetMGM is giving you a special new player offer to get in on all the spring sports action. Download the BetMGM app and sign up using bonus code KOSTOS150, KOSTOS150. Then place a $10 bet on sports, and you'll get $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet. It's that easy. Whether you take your shot on the court, on the field, or on the ice, when you join BetMGM, you get access to live betting, same-game parlays, free-to-play games, and more. Download the BetMGM app today and get $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet with bonus code KOSTOS150. Make this spring one to remember. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. Must be 21 years of age or older to wager. Pennsylvania only. New customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards or non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days.
You're ready to ask her to marry you, and you want it to be perfect. So don't let a chain store salesperson rush you into something that may not be right. Hi, this is Joe Urbanowitz, the jeweler, asking, why not make it easy and visit a family-owned independent jeweler? At Urbanowitz Jewelers, our experts will guide you through the ring buying process and take our time to make your engagement ring the perfect memory with either a designer ring or a custom design, all at an affordable price. Visit us today at Peters Township or online at PittsburghDiamonds.com.
Hello, this is Sarah Botkin, president of Botkin Family Wealth Management. I've been lucky in my life, and I'm grateful to the clients who've helped make our family-owned business a success. But like most of us, my beginnings weren't glamorous. I remember Ovi and I driving home from our small wedding ceremony 20 years ago when we spotted a great-looking grill out by the dumpster of our apartment. Should we change first or grab it now? Ovi asked. Now, I said. We don't want to lose it. In the pouring rain, we loaded that dirty grill into the back of our car. Ovi in his tux and me in my white dress, and we enjoyed it for the next 3 years. In those days, Ovi would drive me to work to save on parking and to spend time together since he worked nights as a waiter. Those were lean days, but they were filled with love, and remembering them makes me appreciate our blessings today. At Botkin Family Wealth Management, we're interested in hearing your story because understanding your beginnings is an important part of appreciating what it took to get where you are today. Visit us at botkinfamilywealth.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is the highlight of my morning. Hey, what's up? It's Island.
And I'm Josh.
And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A Bacon, Egg, and Cheese Biscuit is that it's our go-to morning comfort.
You've got that nice golden fluffy egg.
With a soft, flaky biscuit.
Crispy bacon.
Melty cheese.
You want something quick, you want something convenient, but most of all, you want something good.
There's no better way to start your morning.
There we go.
Start off the morning with a Chick-fil-A Bacon, Egg, and Cheese Biscuit with Simply Orange Juice. Order on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
Dell PCs with Intel inside are built for the moments you plan and the ones you don't. For the time you forgot your charger at the gate,
Passengers, we are now on our initial ascent.
or when you're bouncing between projects like a ping pong ball. We build PCs with long-lasting battery life, so you're not scrambling for an outlet. And built-in intelligence, so you can stay focused on whatever you're doing. Dell Technologies, built for you. Dell.com/Dell PCs.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Trouble on the roadways on this Wednesday morning rush. This report brought to you by family-owned Saloni's Italian Bread Pittsburgh. Delays on the outbound Parkway West is due to an accident being cleared near the Green Tree interchange heading down toward Carnegie. Watch for those delays catching you before Parkway Center. Inbound, you're jammed between Carnegie and Green Tree down to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Parkway East, that is stacked at Greensburg Pike to the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Route 28 delays at the Route 8 at the bypass. Parkway North heavy past Venture Street. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
The key to making your tailgate party a hit is the bread, and Saloni's Italian Bread is the key to any great burger or dog. A proud sponsor of the Pirates, Saloni's is family-owned and has served Pittsburgh for over 100 years. Saloni's Italian Bread will be a home run at your next party.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
For me, I took a lot of pride in doing that. I took a lot of pride in protecting my quarterback, Drew Aller, phenomenal player. We got to have him back there for a reason. He's back there. Every game I go in, I'm telling myself, don't let him get hit, don't let him get touched, anything like that. Give him a couple pressures for sure. It's never a perfect game, but the only thing that matters is don't get touched. No sacks or anything like that.
Vegalone, the Penn State guard, as he's been referred to on this program, but we're close enough to the draft, I'm not afraid about screwing up his name. Just being honest with the people here. The number one guard in the draft. And my question to the humans out there, and to you, Doran, and Nicholas Harry Callis, and whoever's interested at 412-928-9370, which wide receivers would you take before him? I got 3. Carnell Tate, who they're not going to get.
Right.
Jordan Tyson, who they're probably not going to get. Mm-hmm. And Mekhi Lemon, who I think there's a shot they get, but I doubt they're going to get him.
Mm-hmm.
I think Vegalone could wind up being gone by 21. And then you're thinking, okay, what the hell do you do? Maybe you draft the safety from Akron, 21st overall. He could be an option. Toledo. Tomato.
Yeah, Ohio.
Mm-hmm. Mac. Yeah. Fan Hotlines presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. I'm just going to scratch Carnell Tate off. If it's Jordan Tyson, Mekhi Lemon, and Vegalone, I'm taking either of the receivers.
I am too.
If it's Lemon or Lone, I'm taking Lemon.
Yes.
If it's Tyson or Lone, I'm taking Tyson.
Yes.
But if it's like Concepcion or Denzel, Boston, Washington, Doran, I'm taking Lone, I think.
Well, so you got Brock Hoffman, who you signed, Spencer Anderson, who is already on the roster and played that swing for you last year, extra tackle too. I don't know if I'm drafting a guard though in the first round.
So I thought you might say that, and I'm teetering. If my favorite receivers are gone and he's there, I'm going to take him almost by default. What do you need from a first round guard? I'll give my answer. I think you need a David DeCastro. If you're going to draft a guard in the first round who's the number one guy at that position, he needs to be a 10-year, borderline, all-pro, Pro Bowl, Hall of Fame adjacent kind of guy.
Miss.
Yeah.
You can miss sometimes, with the Broderick Jones, I understand, he was a project and you drafted on a potential. But I think with a guard, you cannot miss. If you're going to use the 21st pick of the draft for a guard, it has to be an absolute, this guy is a dog. What's the kid that was out of Notre Dame that went to Indy? The guard. It'll come to me. But he was a can't miss guy. The guy's probably going to be a Hall of Famer. I forget his name. Can't believe I'm forgetting his name right now. But it has to be a can't miss, just like you said, like a DeCastro or something like that. You have to be this is our guy. Bang, if he's there, absolutely, he will walk in day one, be the starter, and be the guy for 10 years. Kind of like a Zach Frazier. You can't miss,
right.
Zach Frazier, I know, was a second-round pick, right?
But in a lot of people's minds, the best center in the draft, apart from people like the Duke kid. I know Dulac loved the Duke kid.
Right.
You can't miss. You can't miss. If you take the number one player at any position, you need to get a lot of production out of that guy. But if it's a guard, you certainly need to. 412-928-9370. Quentin Nelson.
Yes.
412-928-9370. Yeah, that's exactly what you need, though. Yes. You need a guy like that. And I don't think the Steelers were going into the David DeCastro draft ever thinking we're going to get David DeCastro, but he fell into their lap. The other option could be Fano, the guy that we talked about from Utah the other day. And he is, in some people's minds, a guard, in some people's minds, a tackle. Didn't play guard for a single game in college, but people get freaked out about short arms, and he's not the biggest guy. He's like 3'10". Mm-hmm. And what, 6'8"? No, 6'6". Yeah, 6'8" is that ain't ever a guard. I mean, 6'6" is still big for a guard. But the short arms, people are scared. At least with that, you got some flexibility. If Broderick doesn't work out, maybe he's your right tackle, maybe Faltano's your left tackle, or maybe he's your left tackle, Faltano's your right tackle. If he sticks at guard, it's because Broderick Jones is good. There's at least flexibility. Like if you took Vega here and he's just an okay guard, I don't know. I think that's an easy position to not have to spend a lot of money on.
I agree.
Like you spend your money in high premium draft picks on tackles, and I'd go center before guard. Those three positions on the line. And if you take this guy, I'm not saying it's a bad pick, but you got to be a 10-year dog.
See, like this is just me, and it's probably not universal in the scouting world. Like if I'm scouting a guard, if I'm scouting 5 guards, you give me the top 5 guards in college football, right?
Chris Paul. Great
football.
Joke.
Yeah,
great joke. Yeah, it's good stuff.
If you give me the top 5 guards, in my opinion, the gap from 1 to 5 is the smallest probably of any position at guard. Now, you give me the top 5 tackles, the gap from 1 to 5 is huge, in my opinion.
And you're going to see it this year that the 6th tackle might go before the first guard.
So what I'm trying to say is that this is just me. If I was drafting, I probably can get a real quality guard that the gap isn't that big from the kid from Penn State, probably in the 2nd or 3rd round. I'm not going to waste the 1st round pick on a guard. That's me.
I
would look at it like that.
If you do, he needs to be better, obviously, than a guy like Mason McCormick. But you can find Mason McCormicks.
Exactly.
Like, if your tackles are good and your center is good and you have 2 serviceable guards, you can still have a good offensive line.
Now, if this was a draft, like this kid's, he's ranked the number 1 guard in this draft. But if you had a Quentin Nelson, you had a David, okay, like we're talking different now. Like that's different. Like he is so far and away, can't miss prospect that I would, if he was there, probably be like, okay, like fine. But to me, like the gap from him, this kid from Penn State, to everybody else, it may be big in other people's eyes, but I feel like I can get close to that with a kid in the 3rd round.
Well, and I feel like you've got Spencer Anderson, you've got Brock, like you said. Could you get better than serviceable play out of those guys at the left guard position? And I'm kind of getting a little tired of this, and maybe this is the wrong approach. We can talk to Whaley about this from 9 o'clock until 10. Ray Fittipaldo at 8 o'clock as well. How long is this line going to take to build?
Yeah.
Like they've been working on this bleep for a long time. And Broderick hasn't worked out, and then when he started to work out, he gets hurt. It could be a catastrophic injury that negatively affects his career. Like, I feel good about Faltano. I feel good about right guard. McCormick's fine. I feel really good about Zach Frazier. 3 out of 5, that's a pretty good place to start, but they've been at this for a while now. And Rome isn't built in a day. Believe me, I understand, but they've also been building at that wide receiver room for a while and have ignored it. So I'm still leaning wide receiver. Give me a Mekhi Lemon over a Vega any day. Now, I like the player. Position-wise, give me the wide receiver. 412-928-9370. What has Mike McCarthy done over the course of his career in round 1? And how can that educate us now? We'll tell you coming up next. But first, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pittsburgh Pirates and Washington Nationals played in the 2nd game of the series yesterday, and the Pirates lost 5-4. Mitch Keller struggled in his start, pitching 4 innings, giving up 5 earned runs. He also walked several batters as well in that game. The Pirates and Nationals are going to play again. 3rd game of 4 in the series is tonight at 6:40 93.7 The Fan will have the live broadcast of the game tonight, and coverage of that begins at 5:45. That coverage is presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And now it's Dorn.
If you're having plumbing and heating issues, stop what you're doing and call my good friend Jake at Southside Plumbing and Heating. I've been working with Jake for over 2 years now, and I can confidently say that Jake and his team have been nothing but exceptional. They've been family-owned and operated for over 70 years here in Pittsburgh, and Jake has come through every single time I have an issue. Call Jake today and make Southside Plumbing and Heating your go-to plumber. 412-431-7455. I promise you won't be disappointed. That's 412-431-7455. Southside Plumbing and Heating.
Hey, it's Chris Muller here, and we're expecting our third child in June. And you guys know what that means. My sleep is about to disappear, the house is about to get louder, and life is definitely going to get more hectic. And weirdly, that's why I'm glad I already know how to do all this with Awaken 180. Because when I first started with Awaken 180, we had just had our second child. I had a torn up knee that was going to require surgery, that was going to keep me immobile for 6 to 8 weeks. And life was just very messy and very chaotic and very hectic. And on paper, it was the perfect time to make excuses. Instead, it turned out to be the perfect time to have a plan. Awaken 180 gave me a roadmap: what to eat, how to stay on track, how to keep it simple when everything else felt chaotic. That's what people get wrong. If life is hectic, that's not a reason to wait. That's a reason to have something that makes one part of it easier. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
A trial is 99% preparation, and nobody prepares better than us. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
When you hire our firm, you become part of the family. Nobody messes with family. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
Okay, here we are. Weather is heating up, so start to think spring, think summer. Get the Schultz Ford. Maybe you want that convertible. Now's the time. Grab it now. That convertible Mustang, and man, are they sharp. You're going to go on vacation. Maybe you're driving. Maybe you're the driving type, right? You want to drive to the beach? How about that Expedition? How about that Explorer? Load in, and the family could take all they want to the beach. Yep. Check it out, SchultzFord.com, right? All those great locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin, Schultz Ford down in Wheeling. The customer service, spectacular. Hey, you need your car serviced? Pickup and delivery. They have that option. Also, mobile service, something small. They'll come right to your driveway, get it done for you, and you don't even need to leave your living room. That's fantastic. So get to all the locations, and if you just want to browse around, check it out online. Always open at SchultzFord.com.
Looking for a summer job that's going to pad your wallet and build your savings? Join the moving team at 2 Men and a Truck. Great pay, incredible tips, and a sign-on bonus. Apply now at careers.2men.com.
2 Men and a Truck. Saturday Night Soccer returns April 18th at 7 p.m. The Pittsburgh Riverhounds take on Detroit City FC at Highmark Stadium. It's college night featuring $1 Icy Light specials. Bring your friends and experience the energy along the Mons. Secure your seats at riverhounds.com.
Mike Rowe here with a random fact. More than half of the homes that have basements in North America will experience water damage. It's true. Whether it's basement moisture, flooding, or bowing walls, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys. They're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Pittsburgh is Edgar Snyder and Associates' home. Their offices have been right here in our region for more than 40 years. They know the streets, the people, the stories. Now random law firms are showing up, billboards up and down our streets, names you've never heard of, but they can't compete, not with Edgar Snyder and Associates, their roots, their people, or their legacy. If you need help after you've been injured in an accident, call the law firm that calls Pittsburgh home, 1-800-94-EDGAR, or visit edgarsnyder.com. Remember, there's never a fee unless they get money for you.
South Hills Kia, let's go. The 2026 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive, just $249 a month. The all-new 2025 Kia K4 LXS, only $199 a month. Top trade values are happening right now. Don't miss it. 24-month leases, $34.99 due at signing. 10,000 miles per year, plus tax and title. First payment due at signing. Not all qualify. No security deposit required. Offers end May 4th, 2026. South Hills Kia. Deals like this don't last. Visit southhillskia.net for more details.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. Wish your life came with a warning app?
That dog does not want to be petted.
Well, life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome, but prediabetes does. Take the 1-minute test today at doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its prediabetes awareness partners.
No hot water? Call Mr. Water Heater.
Call Mr. Water Heater.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com. Live from Studio B at Bowser Chevrolet in Monroeville.
Steelers had Vegalone, Penn State guard in for a pre-draft visit, considered to be the best guard in this year's NFL draft. Didn't commit a penalty the last 2 years. Didn't give up a sack. And it was a bad Penn State team. Just figured I'd throw that in there.
Yep.
He's a hell of a prospect. Would not mind him being a Pittsburgh Steeler. That being said, I'll take any of like 3 wide receivers before him. What say you at 412-928-9370? What can we learn from Mike McCarthy's draft history that might tell us which way the Steelers are leaning? I did some counting, Mr. Dickerson. I'll go through the names real quick. 06, all the first-round picks made by Mike McCarthy's teams. A.J. Hawk, then Justin Harrell, then B.J. Raji, Clay Matthews, Brian Balaga. Pretty good run right there.
Yep.
Derek Sherrod, offensive tackle. Nick Perry, defensive end. Dayton Jones, defensive end. Clinton Dix. In 2014, then Demarius Randall, safety corner at Arizona State. Then Kenny Clark, defensive tackle. Jair Alexander, cornerback. Then with the Cowboys, CeeDee Lamb, Micah Parsons, Tyler Smith, Mazzie Smith, and Tyler Guyton. So 3 linebackers, 7 defensive linemen, 4 offensive linemen, 2 safeties, 1 corner, and only 1 wide receiver. And Rodgers was always annoyed by that with his time in Green Bay. They didn't take skill position guys for Rodgers in round 1. Now, what I would tell Aaron is, you were so good, they wanted to build up the roster elsewhere.
Right.
And they got guys like Devontae Adams in the second round, and they made some hay there. I don't know if there's anything to glean from this because I don't know how involved in the draft process he really is, Dolan.
Exactly.
And I think we're all kind of guessing a little bit at that.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe he has his hands in it a little bit at this point, but I mean, obviously this stuff has been going on for a long time, way before he was even the head coach of the Pittsburgh Steelers. I mean, they're starting to draft plan. Whenever Mike Tomlin was here, like during the season last year, that's whenever the front office starts the draft plan. So, I don't know, maybe a little bit. I'm sure they have his input and what he would like to see, and I think it's a legit crapshoot. I do too. No idea.
And how much of the draft picks do you make? Are you making based on need? And so how applicable is what happened in 2006 with the Packers with what's going on in 2026 with the Pittsburgh Steelers? It probably has nothing to do with it, but I do think it is noteworthy. Just 1 wide receiver in his time, and that was a pretty damn good wide receiver.
Yeah.
Now, the run in Dallas was pretty solid. I mean, you get CeeDee Lamb and Micah Parsons. Can't do much better than that, man. CeeDee Lamb, one of the very best wide receivers in football, and Micah Parsons, no longer a Cowboy, nor is Mike McCarthy, one of the very best defensive players in the sport. I'm excited to see what twist he puts on, if anything, but I will say this. He might not have a lot to say. That's going to make things different. The coach not having a lot to say.
For this year, next year he will.
Yeah. So this year's going to be different because Tomlin's always had a say.
Right.
And maybe the coach this year doesn't have too much of a say. Next year, it's going to be the quarterback year, and his fingerprint's going all over it.
Yep, all over it.
There is not a single guy in the organization that is going to outrank the head coach on quarterback. Not when that head coach is Mike McCarthy. And if I'm Art Rooney II, and we know that he pushed hard for Ben, I think you allow Mike McCarthy to make that quarterback pick next year.
Yeah.
I'm sure Art will have a favorite. There could be 6 guys that they like. You let the QB whisperer do the QB whisperer thing. And not for nothing, Ryan Wilson was on with the PM team yesterday. He's a Carnegie Mellon grad. He is a draft analyst for CBSSports.com. He said he's hearing more smoke about Ty Simpson with the Steelers, but not at 21. That they might consider trading back in round 1 for him. Please don't do that.
No, don't.
Now, I did just say a bunch of nice things about Mike McCarthy and his quarterback acumen. That being said, use that acumen to develop a guy next year.
I think that there's no chance that they draft Tyson.
I'd be really, 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 really surprised.
Yep, me too.
I keep seeing mocks with him, and I don't know if it's a laziness thing. I'm not saying Ryan is. He's not. He's passing along intel that he's been told. But I think in a lot of these mocks that I've now been, I'm so nauseous. I've been looking over so many damn mocks just to get a sense for who's going where and what teams are interested in. I think what's happening to the people who are mocking him to the Steelers at 21 is they go, okay, your quarterback's old, and Tyson and Lemon and Lone, all those guys are off the board, so they go position of need quarterback, best available player at that position.
Or they're as like not petty, but as down to the detail as possible, which a lot of these analysts are, these draft mock guys are, is Aaron Rodgers isn't a Pittsburgh Steeler right now. We don't know if he's going to sign. Let's operate like Aaron Rodgers isn't the quarterback right now. Let's operate like Mason Rudolph is the starting quarterback and Will Howard is the backup quarterback of the Pittsburgh Steelers. They could be going that route too.
And a national guy is going to look at Will Howard differently than we are locally. Yeah. And they're also going to have a different spin on the Rodgers thing than we do locally. Right. Locally, it's like a fait accompli that this guy's could be a Steelers quarterback. Nationally, maybe they're looking at it as 50-50. Which I think is wrong, but you're right, that could be it. 412-928-9370. Have you gleaned anything about Mike McCarthy's first-round draft picks over the years? 3 LBs, 7 defensive linemen, 4 offensive linemen, 2 safeties, a cornerback, a wide receiver, and a partridge in a pear tree. You can weigh in at 412-928-9370. Ray Fittipaldo joins us at the top of the hour to get into some of these recent pre-draft visitors who could still come to say hello to McCarthy, Omar Khan, and Andy Weidel. He'll tell us. But first, it's Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pittsburgh Penguins lost 7-5 in their final game of the regular season yesterday to the St. Louis Blues. However, still has no bearing on their playoff position, no impact on where they'll be going into the playoffs. They're still playing the Philadelphia Flyers in the first round of the NHL playoffs, and they'll still have home ice advantage, though the date of that game, that first game of the series, has not yet been revealed. For more, go to 937thefan.com, and now here's Crowley.
Oh, thank you so much, Harry. Nobody ever wants to buy a new roof, but sometimes you just have to. And when you have to, I urge you to call the Pickle Gherkin Roofing. They do my roof. They do good with my roof. They answer the phone 24/7. There's no high-pressure home sales pitches, no BS, just quality, honest work. And it's at a fair price because they got 3 flexible pricing packages. They're going to fit any budget that's right for you. They're a Diamond-certified contractor with Atlas Shingles. They offer a 50-year non-prorated warranty. Gherkin Roofing and Contracting, your local contractor for your next roofing, siding, or gutter project. Check them out online. Call thepickle.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
In Pine Township, crews on the scene of an accident. This ties up Wexford Road, also known as Route 910 near Salem Heights Road, and an accident still being cleared in Indiana Township on Little Deer Creek Road between Marshall Hill and Crawford Run Roads. Parkway West, your jam between Carnegie and Green Tree, inbound to the Fort Pitt Tunnels, outbound heavy approaching Parkway Center. Parkway East at Wilkinsburg, Route 28 delays at the Route 8 at the bypass, and the Parkway North heavy around the bend at Bellevue Westview to the north side. For the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance.
Liberty, 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 Liberty. Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Why pay full insurance when you can customize and save? Switch to Liberty Mutual and they'll customize your auto and home insurance so you only pay for what you need. Liberty, 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 Liberty.
Hey, hockey fans. Now with BetMGM, you can win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets when your anytime goal scorer nets 3. Enter BetMGM's hat trick jackpot all season long for your chance to win some major bonus bets. It's easy. Just log in and opt into the promotion. Then make an anytime scorer bet on any hockey game of at least $10. If your player of choice scores 3 goals instead of just 1, you'll win your share of the $10K in bonus bets. There's nothing quite like watching a game with a hat trick, especially when it means you could win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets. Ready to shoot your shot? Download the app today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are bonus bets that expire in 7 days.
After an accident, you need an injury attorney who fights for you. Ogg, Murphy, and Perkoski are ready to take on the insurance companies and win you the compensation you deserve. Call 412-391-FIRM. Ogg, Murphy, Perkoski, the firm. We're all in.
This April, spring into serious savings at South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram. Get behind the wheel of a 2026 Ram 1500 Bighorn. Payments starting at $399 for 39 months or 0% APR for 60 months. Visit southhillschryslerjeep.net for more details.
SchleidDeckCompany.com. It is officially deck building season.
Nobody builds decks better than us. It's time to get on our schedule. We're doing a guaranteed spring install.
And I'm getting a brand new fence for my dogs.
You better, man. Protect those loved ones.
And if you got rusty old railings, Schlei does railings.
You know that. Get rid of those rusty old railings and visit our website, shly.company.com. That's schlei.company.com. Don't forget the Bubba Bucks. $500 off if you mention Bubba Bucks.
412-515-6575.
As we emerge from a tough winter, it'll certainly mean a ton of home repairs this spring. But there's good news. Great home equity loan rates at Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union have already blossomed. It's Dan Zangrilli. I've been a member for a few years, and right now you can get a home equity loan for as low as 5.25% APR. Visit AllegiantFCU.org for full terms and conditions and to see if you qualify. It costs just $5 to become a member at Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, an equal housing lender.
Hey, it's Pony for my friends at Comer and Cross. Does your garage floor have cracked and stained concrete? Mine did. Maybe your garage floor had a bad epoxy or paint job. A new Comer & Cross garage floor is going to transform your whole garage, and all it's going to take is one day. I love mine, and you'll love yours. If you call them right now, and you should do it, don't waste another second. They'll take 50% off your installation. So here's that number, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. A Comer & Cross garage floor is the gold standard. It is guaranteed to never chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever. And just like they did for me, they will make it so easy for you. Stuff in your garage, they'll take it out. Cracks and pits, they'll fix them perfectly. Look just like new. And they're going to put their proprietary Comer & Cross finish on it. So I want you to call them now and get that 50% off installation. The number is 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. 800-NEW-FLOOR. Or go to COMERcross.com. It's Comer & Cross Premium Concrete Coating.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Live from Studio B at Bowser Chevrolet in Monroeville.
People say, despite me trying to shorten it, I have still screwed up the Penn State lineman's name. It's a character flaw. I try my best. I'm an imbecile. For that, I apologize. We're going to go with Vega from here on forward. Just call him Vega. Mm-hmm. Or the Penn State offensive lineman.
Right.
Also, our old partner in crime, Chris Mack, tweeted this out. It's a week from now. You run into someone from out of town in for the draft, or maybe an old college buddy or somebody who's never been to Pittsburgh. What's the first thing you tell them they have to do or see when they're in town? I'd probably say the draft.
Yeah.
We're not a great tourist town. Just calling it what it is.
I mean, maybe a Pirate game.
Yes. Go see PNC Park.
Yes, I'd say go to a Park game.
Maybe a Pens Flyers game.
Maybe.
If there's one on Wednesday night next week, where I guess there could be, which would piss me off.
Right.
Maybe that. Strip District.
Yeah. What else? Kennywood Open? Just check your fly. Bless you.
Thank you. That was a preemptive bless you, and I appreciate that. That's good friend stuff right there.
Yeah, I saw it.
Ray Fittipaldo going to be joining us at the top of the 8 o'clock hour to get into which way the Steelers are leaning for the upcoming NFL draft. His thoughts on the Penn State offensive lineman, his thoughts on Jordan Tyson, Mekhi Lemon, all these prospects. But real quick, Brandon Lau was asked about Don Kelly's decision, and he either really agreed with it or he was just being a good soldier. But either way, he said the right thing. He said, I understood. I got it. He made the right call.
That's it?
That's it.
Why did he understand? I mean, like,
it was the right baseball play.
I wonder why.
He said because Nick York sees lefties well, he understood the thought process there.
Okay.
Now, I'm sure he was actually pissed. I hate to put words in anybody's mouth. Like, you're a competitor. The bases are loaded. You hit a home run already. There's one out. Like, you want to win the game for your team. And then you see that Nick York comes up in your spot in the ninth inning. Like, that's just human nature. What I love, though, is that he said what he said. Didn't throw his manager under the bus.
No, never.
Those guys love Don Kelly. And one thing that Lau did say, and I've been paraphrasing all this, is, 3 feet to the left or the right, because the ball was struck really hard and we're having a different conversation.
Right.
We are. We've been talking about how it was the wrong call, but they won anyway.
Or it was the right call.
Nah, wrong call won anyway.
Right call because...
Process.
I just said it was the right call.
I already did that earlier. I thought it was the bad call to have Mattson stay out there and then Soto warm up and then not come in, but Mattson got out of it. So, hey, if you're right, you get to gloat about it. You get to create the narrative. You're right about that. But
didn't Mattson get out of it because of the throw from Bingham, though, is what I was trying to say earlier.
Was that with Mattson on?
I think so.
Yeah.
That's why he got out of it. But think about it, that throw was just a little bit off.
If that throw is a great throw instead of the perfect throw, it's an extra run. You're right.
Extra run.
Can I just mention something about York, too, while we're back on this? Okay.
Yeah, of course.
No, I mean, it's not like he took a bad at bat either. I mean, he took pitches, he didn't look lost, and then he hit the ball hard, which is what he's supposed to do.
For sure.
And you're not even... Lau was not guaranteed to get a hit in that spot either. But I'm still surprised that the decision was made. But, like...
You know what it is?
To attack like York didn't have a good at bat is also, I think, is nonsense.
Totally fair by you. For me, it's more of a principle thing. Like when Michael Vick was here as the Steelers' backup quarterback, the number of calls I fielded on should Vick go in for 2-point conversions, they had to have been in the dozens. And my philosophy on that is, you've got a Hall of Fame quarterback. I'm not taking him off the field. Like Ben Roethlisberger at the height of his powers, I'm keeping him out there.
Yeah.
And in this situation, Nick did have a good at bat. He grounded into a double play, but there were a lot of hard hit balls in this game that didn't find grass for the Pittsburgh Pirates. From a principle standpoint, your best hitters at the plate, I'm leaving them in. Coming up next, Ray Fittipaldo from the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette, which is still alive and well, baby.
Back.
We'll talk to him about that, plus the Steelers draft plans next. But first, fan weather. Brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track today. High 81, 55% chance of rain. It's Fan Morning Show.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
84 Lumber has partnered with Anderson Windows and Doors to bring a brand new showroom to Mount Lebanon. From homeowners to industry pros, everyone can see, touch, and interact with various series of Anderson windows and a wide variety of doors to make the most informed decision for their build. 84 Lumber experts are on site to demonstrate product features, answer your questions, and even schedule a visit to the job site for measuring and installation. Your budget matters, and flexible financing options are available. Call today to schedule a personal consultation at 570-507-8015.
Hey, Crowley here for Sullivan Super Service. When your drain is clogged, you need help. Sullivan Super Service has the training and equipment to solve your problems fast. Over bridges and through tunnels, Sullivan Super Service has been saving homeowners in Pittsburgh from sewer and drain issues for more than 60 years. So when you need a hero, call Sullivan Super Service. And right now, they're offering a $64 drain clearing with a free camera inspection. Let their family take care of yours. Family family owned since 1964, serving all of Allegheny County. Sullivan Super Service.
A no-risk, all-rewards path to real weight loss. If you're not happy with your Awaken 180 results in the first week, get 100% of your money back. No risk, but every reward with the solution for weight loss. Awaken180weightloss.com.
All right, professional landscapers, a quick heads up. Right now is the best time of the year to upgrade your lawn equipment because the Gravely Mow the Distance sales event is happening April 9th through the 19th. You can get up to 20% off Gravely commercial mowers, the machines pros count on for consistent results and season-long reliability. If you're adding to your fleet or upgrading this spring, now's the time. Stop by your local Gravely dealer today.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread being stuck in an elevator with a total stranger,
hey,
who's an oversharer,
bean burrito for lunch.
then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should have NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Remember your first football game? The sound of the crowd, the smell of the grill, the moment you fell in love with the sport. Now it's your turn to pass on that moment at the Pro Football Hall of Fame in Canton. Families walk through the greatest moments in football history and create new memories of their own. From legendary artifacts to stories that span generations, it's an experience every family should share. The hall is located less than 2 hours from Pittsburgh, so make the short drive to greatness. Plan your visit at ProFootballHOF.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Morning Rush with its share of problems. This report brought to you by your local super lawyers at LGKG. Hurt? LGKG. Accident? LGKG. LGKG.com, your home team. We do have an accident still being cleared. This is on Route 910 in Pine Township near Salem Heights Drive. Watch for delays there. Parkway West, you're jammed over the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East exit Wilkinsburg. Route 28 jammed at the Route 8 at the bypass. Stop and go to the north side, while the Parkway North stacking around the bend at Bellevue Westview down toward Perrysville, and then heavy down the East Street Valley to the East Street off-ramp. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Car accident?
LGKG. Work accident?
LGKG. Dog bite?
LGKG. Med-mal?
LGKG.
Born and raised in Western PA.
That's us, LGKG. We try cases, and insurance companies know it.
A 90-year reputation. LGKG.com, where your case becomes our cause.
PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
It's showtime, ladies and gentlemen.
It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
NFL Draft 8 days away. Steelers insider from the Post-Gazette, Ray Fittipaldo, joins us now. He's brought to you by LGKG. LGKG, Western PA super lawyers. They try cases. Let me tell you, insurance companies know it. Luxembourg, Garbett, Kelly, and George. Ray, good morning. Congratulations on the non-death of the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette, man. Seriously, that is awesome news.
Yeah, thank you, guys. Sounds like it's going to be good news, and it looks like everything is going to work out.
Do you hope that Noah Hiles gets fired?
No, I hope everyone keeps their job. That is my hope.
Ray, us too. The Steelers are having the Penn State guard in for a visit, considered to be the number one guard in this draft. There are a lot of mocks out that have him going in the top 15. There are some that have him going to the Pittsburgh Steelers. Obviously, with their need at the position and his tape, he would make a lot of sense for them. Do you think that's a situation where if there's certain wide receivers not on the board, they go with him? Or do you think that they like him maybe even more than some of the top-rated wide receivers?
Yeah, I think it could be a situation where it would be the best player available at receiver, guard, or safety. And if their top player on the board is there, I think they might pull the trigger no matter what position, as long as it's one of those three. Now, it seems like they're very focused on guards here late in the process. Spencer Fano was in earlier in the week. I know he played tackle in college, but there's a lot of people in the NFL who think he's going to be a guard. They brought in Keelan Rutledge a couple of weeks ago, probably a second-round guard. Bo Stevens was in yesterday from Iowa. So it seems like within the first 3 rounds, they have 5 picks. Within the first 3 rounds, it seems like they're going to draft a guard. And I think given the departure of Isaac Seumalo, I think that makes a lot of sense.
Ray, how much input do you think McCarthy has on the draft now? Like, obviously, at first when he was hired, he wanted to hire a staff, and that was probably the last thing he was thinking of. And Omar Khan and Andy Weidel were kind of taking care of the draft things. But now things that have settled for Mike McCarthy, how much input do you think he has on next week?
Yeah, I think he's going to have his input. I think all head coaches do, and especially experienced head coaches. But I do think it's noteworthy to point out the differences between McCarthy and Tomlin. Tomlin was a fixture on the pro day circuit. We have not seen McCarthy out on the pro day circuit as much. The pro day dinners as well. You could sort of, connect the dots there, and you get a lot of clues, or at least we got a lot of clues when Mike Tomlin was the head coach. So that's been a little bit different for me. But hey, maybe McCarthy is just more of a film guy. Maybe he really just dives into these guys when they get to the facility for their top 30 visits. It's a different regime now, so there's going to be different ways of going about things. And I think we're learning about that now as fans and reporters, and I think we'll have a better idea how this is all going to work after this draft takes place.
Ray Fittipaldo, the Post-Gazette, joining us on the Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. So if it is the Penn State guard, I'm guessing the thought is, hey, he could be your starting left guard for the next 10 years, and hopefully you get a David DeCastro career out of him. If it's Spencer Fano from Utah, Ray, is it, hey, he's going to start out as a guard, but if things don't work out with Broderick Jones, maybe he does play tackle?
Yeah, I mean, that's certainly a possibility. And, Troy Fautanu had that same versatility when he was drafted. A lot of people thought he would be a better guard than a tackle. Turns out he's been just fine at tackle. I think they're going to keep him there. But when you have a guy who has like 5 position versatility, I mean, this guy could even play center. That's really attractive to NFL teams, especially offensive line coaches. You're constantly trying to get your 5 best on the field as starters. And, if you could play multiple positions, that's really, really something that's in your favor. So he's a very attractive prospect. It doesn't mean, Ione is not from Penn State, but that little bit of extra versatility, I think, goes a long way for NFL GMs and coaches.
Ray, do you see the Steelers potentially trading out of the first round or trading back into the first round at all during the draft?
I think you have to leave everything on the table just because they have 12 picks. And, this is not a normal year in that respect. And what you hear about this draft is, it's a solid draft. There's good players in the first round, but really the strength of this draft is like in the depth in the second and third round. So, yeah, you could see a scenario where maybe you would trade back a little bit. Yeah, I don't know if they would want to totally get out of the first round, but second and third round picks in this year's draft are very, very good. You want to have those types of picks. So I think the other thing is, that we should probably be thinking about is trading a pick in this year's draft for a pick in next year's draft you have so many this year. Maybe you trade a third this year for a second next year. Try to get some capital so you can go up and get that quarterback next year if need be.
Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection Gross, your hometown home and business security company. Ray, there have been a lot of different players mocked to the Steelers 21st, and I think part of that is the Steelers have done a good job not necessarily tipping their hand, as you've alluded to. Also, I don't think this team has that many needs, which means the board can be open for you. But one thing that keeps happening is you've got guys mocking Ty Simpson to the Steelers, and you had Ryan Wilson yesterday said he's heard some buzz that the Steelers could trade back into round one for Ty Simpson. Are you hearing anything about their interest in the Alabama quarterback?
I have not, guys. So it's funny how maybe sometimes national guys are talking to different people than local guys are, but I have heard none of that. I think there's been a lack of buzz around Ty Simpson. I know they had, I think it was a formal or maybe an informal with him at the Combine. He was not here for a top 30 visit. Now, that's not the be-all, end-all, but if you go back over the years for the Steelers, top 30 visits for the first-round picks are pretty important. Usually the way it's been, with Kevin and the first couple of years with Omar, that top 30 visit is pretty important. So, it doesn't mean that they're wrong, guys. Doesn't mean I'm right, but I would be surprised if Ty Simpson was picked by the Steelers, and especially if he was picked in the first round.
Ray, I had a source tell me that don't sleep on tight end in the first 4 rounds of for the Steelers in the draft. What say you? Do you think that tight end may be on the board in the first 4 rounds?
Yeah, I think more likely late day 2, early day 3, just because, I think Freiermuth is entrenched as your number 1. I think they're going to do everything they can. McCarthy's going to try to do everything he can to make that contract work, for that to be a good deal for the Steelers. Washington is your number 2 for at least one more year, and then you bring in a number 3 who maybe has the capability of moving up to be, a top backup or a starter in the future. There's been a lot of speculation about the kid from Oregon in the first round. I don't think that's going to happen, but certainly one of your 3 third-round picks, one of your 2 fourth-round picks, I think definitely I can see that happening, especially since we've seen the departure of Jonnu Smith and Connor Hayward since the end of the season.
Ray Fittipaldo, the Post-Gazette, joining us here on the Fan Morning Show. You can text us, brought to you by Egger Steiner & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Who's the latest guy you've mocked to the Steelers 21st, Ray?
Well, I got to do my final one today, guys. So I did Jordan Tyson in my first one. I did Dylan Thieneman in my second one. And honestly, it's going to publish in Sunday's paper. I don't know, as we sit here right now, who I'm going to pick.
Wow.
Really intrigued by all the guards coming in. Maybe I'll go back to a guard, but I do think it's going to be a guard, a safety, or a receiver. It's going to be one of those 3 positions, I think.
Any trades you expect on draft day, not involving picks for the Steelers, but any rostered players you think they could move?
I don't think so. I never say never in these situations, but the one thing I have found interesting about their top 30 visits, guys, is they brought in a lot of inside linebackers. And, it kind of makes sense because Patrick Queen and Malik Harrison are entering the final years of their deals. They'll be free agents at this time next year. That doesn't necessarily signal that you're going to deal one of those guys. It just could be that you're maybe going to get their replacement in this draft. And don't be surprised. Second, third round, if they take an inside backer, they've been pretty keyed in on those guys throughout the entire pre-draft process, and especially with these top 30 visits.
Ray, this has been informative. It has been wonderful. And you're like that scene in The Wolf of Wall Street. Not bleeping leaving, Ray. The Post-Gazette hanging around. Thanks, buddy.
Thanks, guys. Talk to you later.
Thanks, what a man. Ray Fittipaldo. You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. A big old nothing burger of a game for the Penguins last night, except Donnie Football's now $775 richer. We'll tell you why when we come back. And there was one thing I didn't exactly love in the game. We can get to that. We'll also react to Ray. But first, it's a Nicholas Aricalis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates 5-4 losers against the Washington Nationals yesterday, and the Pirates never had a lead in that game. They gave up 3 runs in the first inning. Mitch Keller, he only went 4 innings in the game, gave up 5 earned runs on 6 hits, walked 4 batters, and got the losing decision in the game. Pirates and Nationals will play the 3rd game of the 4-game series tonight at 6:40. Coverage on The Fan starts at 5:45 at the North Shore Tavern leadoff show. For more, go to 937thefan.com, and now here is Doran.
If you're involved with a youth sports team around Pittsburgh, baseball, softball, football, cheer, any of it, and you're looking for a simple fundraiser, you should check out what the guys are doing at Keystone Custom Apparel. They've created something called a fan club fundraiser. Each player gets a custom shirt with the names of their supporters printed on the back. Supporters donate $20, go online, type your name, pick the player they want to support, and that's it. No collecting money, no order forms, and Keystone Custom Apparel handles everything. Most teams raise around $2,000 to $5,000. Check it out at KeystoneCustomApparel.com or give them a call, 724-206-0285 to get started today. Adam Crowley.
Oh, thank you so much, Doran Crowley here for Window Nation. Spring has sprung, and it'll be a great time to open your windows. I know I've done it. You get the cool breeze coming in, a little bit of pollen too, but it's fine. If your windows are cracked, well, get them fixed. They need repainting. Getting top quality custom fit windows from Window Nation, folks, is easy. It's affordable. And right now, during the more you buy, the more you save sale, you could save up to 50% off on all your windows, plus 0 interest for 5 years. They're made with top quality seals. They won't leak when it's rainy or windy, when the storms are coming through. And unlike other windows, they're maintenance free. They are rated A+ by the Better Business Bureau. Do not wait to put an end to your window problems. I got new windows. It saved me big on energy bills, and you can save big right now with Window Nation's The More You Buy, The More You Save sale. It's going on now. Sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com for a consultation.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The Rip City Revival could be real. The Portland Trail Blazers have punched their ticket to the playoffs after a stunning 114-110 comeback win over the Phoenix Suns. Portland rode the hot streak and sealed the deal with a clutch go-ahead three-pointer in the final seconds. The Blazers grabbed the 7 seeds in the NBA postseason. I'm Greg Toll.
BetMGM is giving you a special new player offer to get in on all the spring sports action. Download the BetMGM app and sign up using bonus code KOSTOS150, KOSTOS150. Then place a $10 bet on sports, and you'll get $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet. It's that easy. Whether you take your shot on the court, on the field, or on the ice, when you join BetMGM, you get access to live betting, same-game parlays, free-to-play games, and more. Download the BetMGM app today and get $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet with bonus code KOSTOS150. Make this spring one to remember. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. Must be 21 years of age or older to wager. Pennsylvania only. New customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days.
This winter might not have been the worst one on record, but it's up there. Aside from being hard on people, it's even tougher on our homes. Hey, it's Chris Muller for my friends here at MHI Roofing. If the freeze-thaw cycles this winter created even the slightest crack in the shingles or sealant on your roof, you're going to have water in your home this spring when the rains hit. That's why you need to call MHI today and schedule a free 21-point roof inspection before the rainy season. They'll go over every inch of your roof and review their findings with you, and if they do find a problem, it can usually be fixed with an inexpensive repair. But if it is time for a new roof, you couldn't hire a better company than MHI. Over-the-top customer service, highly skilled crews that install a perfect roof every time, and best of all, they offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. So give them a call for your free roof inspection today, 412-998-8864, or online at mhiroof.com.
You finally did it.
You found the perfect girl for you. Before you pop the question, make sure you have one of my rings in your pocket. Hi, I'm Joe Urbanowitz, the jeweler. Urbanowitz Jewelers offers the area's finest unique selection of diamond engagement rings, designer lines, vintage, and all the classics. Don't settle for a mall chain store bargain when you can have the ring she wants at a price you can afford and from a local, family-owned business that has been making couples happy for over 40 years. Urbanowitz Jewelers, Peters Township.
Mike Rowe here with a random fact. More than half of the homes that have basements in North America will experience water damage. It's true. Whether it's basement moisture, flooding, or bowing walls, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys. They're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Cohen Markets is introducing Crave Wraps. Each one comes on a 7-inch tortilla wrapped around one of their famous chicken tenders. Try all 7 varieties or build your own. Get the wrap you crave, now 2 for just $5. Cohen Markets, your fulfilling station.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook of 93.7 The Fan. NBA fans, listen up. You can enter FanDuel's Play-In Palooza for a chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets every day of the play-in tournament. All you have to do is place a live bet using your Play-In Palooza token. Then you'll automatically be entered for a chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. So don't just watch the NBA play-in tournament from the sidelines. Visit FanDuel.com/Andrew to get in on the action. And don't forget to enter FanDuel's Play-In Palooza for a chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. We've got the play-in going on right now. The Philadelphia 76ers on the other side of the state. They are in. Joel Embiid trying to get over an appendectomy. Play your game with FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge, official sportsbook partner of the NBA. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. No purchase necessary. Opt-in required. Limit 1 entry. Profit boost bonus issued on now withdrawable profit boost token. Prizes issued as now withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The day you retire, everything changes. Risk feels different. Income matters more. Mistakes cost more, and recovery time gets shorter. Secure Money Advisors works with families preparing for retirement by focusing on income, taxes, health care, and legacy planning in one comprehensive strategy. Claim your complimentary copy today at righttrackbook.com. That's righttrackbook.com, where your retirement journey begins on the right track.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Power of Bowser. April is here and everything's in bloom, including savings at Bowser Hyundai Chippewa. Looking for a fresh start this spring? The 2026 Hyundai Tucson all-wheel drive brings versatility to your ride. And right now at Bowser Hyundai Chippewa, the #1 volume Hyundai dealer in Pittsburgh, you can get the Tucson SE with 0% APR for 60 months or get rebates up to $3,000. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles powertrain limited warranty. So don't wait. Get to BowserChippewa.com today. Based on 2025 year-end January 2026 sales results, tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $490 applies. 24 months, 7,500 miles per year with $29.99 due at signing with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends 5/3/26. Get to BowserChippewa.com. Bowser Hyundai Chippewa.
Target Freight Management, empowering Pittsburgh area businesses like yours to conquer the complexities of modern supply chain management. A trusted leader in logistics solutions, backed by years of industry experience and revolutionary thinking. Efficiency, flexibility, visibility, and reliability. And all right here in Pittsburgh. Target Freight Management, exceeding customer expectations using first-in-class technology. Move your product regardless of size with Target Freight Management. TargetFMI.com. TargetFMI.com.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis.
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Shady side section of the city. Crews still dealing with some earlier down power lines at the intersection of 5th and South Highland Avenues. Parkway West, you're jammed between Carnegie and Green Tree to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Outbound delays from Banksville to Carnegie, and then again from Roslyn Farms out past Campbell's Run Road. Parkway East jams at Wilkinsburg. Route 28 delays Highland Park Bridge on-ramp all the way to the north side, while the Parkway North, because of the closure of the HOV lanes, you have heavier traffic there. You're jammed around the bend at Bellevue Westview, and then from McKnight down across the Veterans Bridge to the Crosstown. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by 2menandajuncktruck.com. Got junk? Book them now.
Overwhelmed by the big cleanout that has to happen? Trust the professionals at 2 Men and a Junk Truck to get it done at a fair price. We'll haul away the mess and your stress. 2 Men and a Junktruck.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Lead pass, he's got Soderblom, drives the net, drags it, and he scores! Elmer Soderblom with an absolutely beautiful goal. And the big Swede makes it 4-1.
Big Swede, the S, has been replaced by dollar signs as Andrew Filipponi has to pay Donnie Football $775. Now, I thought it was $1,000. I'm not sure if there was some negotiating back and forth. I
thought it was
$750. $750? Either way, it's a big chunk of change. Yeah. And one of the great running bits, I think, in PM team history, because Pony, yes, very popular. I don't know that anybody on the station has a higher Q rating than Donnie Football. Everyone loves Donnie Football. Mm-hmm. If you don't love Donnie Football, there's something wrong with you. Mm-hmm. You're a jackass. Donnie Football gets to take $770 or $750 or $1,000 from Andrew Filipponi because Elmer Soderblom scores a goal, his 5th. That's terrific.
It's awesome. It's awesome. What are the odds of that happening?
Man, the guy did next to nothing in Detroit.
And what did Donnie have to pay Pony if he didn't do it?
I think not a lot.
No.
It was like $50, maybe $25, like 75. It's less than 100.
Yeah.
Man, that's huge.
Yeah, that's big.
And I missed it. I fell asleep, not going to lie.
I didn't see it either.
So went back, watched some of the stuff this morning, and I know that Stuart Skinner got pulled in the game. It was part of the plan, I guess, from Dan Muse. He said if we were going to get an opportunity to do it, we were going to do it, play both goaltenders in the game. And the thing I don't like about that isn't that I think Stu played bad. His defense left him out to dry, and none of the regulars pretty much were playing on the defensive side. So that doesn't really concern me. It's that they felt the need to get Shilovs in there. Was that to...
That's to give him some action because maybe the next time he does play, it's not going to be for weeks.
I hope that that's the case. Like, we're going to need to break glass in case of emergency for Artur Shilovs, because if they are to rotate goaltenders in the postseason, I think that's asinine.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
I hate that.
Yeah.
Now, we've seen it done at times before in the history of the league where it's worked out, and we know that it takes more than one. Usually, it takes 2. A lot of times, it takes 3. Jeff Zatkoff and Matt Murray and Marc-Andre Fleury in 16. You had Murray and Fleury in 17. In 13, en route to the conference final, you had Fleury and you had Tomas Vokoun. It takes guys. But it needs to be Stu unless you have a really good reason for it to be Artur Shilovs. And I'm hoping you're right, and this is just, hey, he's not going to play for a while. Mm-hmm. Give him a little action and give Skinner a chance to go into the playoffs having played, but don't overextend him. If that's the case, fine.
Right.
And I think you're probably right about that.
Yeah, I think that's the process of it.
We got Jesse Marshall joining us next from The Athletic to get into this Penguins-Flyers series. Tyler Kennedy joins us on Tuesdays, not Wednesdays, but his appearances are brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar. Meet me at Mike's. Real quick, before we get to Jesse Marshall, Dane Brugler's 7-round draft mock came out. And I love Dane. I think he's very good. I always try to get him on, and we can't because he's too busy around this time of year. He comes out with the Beast. You familiar with the Beast?
Nope.
He ranks every draft prospect.
Jeez.
And you can print it out. It's like 400 pages.
Jeez.
I used to print it out every year and then only read like the first 2 rounds, and what a waste of paper that was. Sorry, environment. He has Omar Cooper going to the Steelers, 21st overall, wide receiver, Indiana. He made the catch against Penn State. Would not hate that.
Nope.
Like him.
Mm-hmm.
The next 2 are good, too. Keelan Rutledge from Georgia Tech, the guard, who they've had in for a visit.
Right.
And then 76th overall, Kyle Lewis.
Huh.
Linebacker. University of Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
Pitt Panther.
Makes sense. That's
shark.
Yeah. That's probably where he'll go. 3rd round.
You got 3 third-round picks. You obviously know a lot about him. Tested well. I think could be a good hybrid kind of player in the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
Like if he's your dime linebacker,
oh yeah,
you're in a really good spot.
Oh yeah.
And you pair him with Peyton Wilson, you talk about athleticism in the middle of the field. Yeah.
Yeah.
I love that top 3.
Uh-huh.
4th, he's got Garrett Nussmeier. So that would be with the 85th pick in the 3rd round.
Okay. Makes sense to me.
I don't hate it. I haven't looked at the entire thing, just what the Steelers have done. And I would rather have Aller.
Yeah, but I think Aller's probably going to be gone in that scenario.
I think so, too.
Aller's there. I think Aller would be that spot.
I agree. I think Aller, as we've heard Mike McCarthy talk about quarterbacks, has more of those quote-unquote AFC North traits that you're looking for. Bigger arm, bigger hands, bigger body. Nussmeier doesn't strike me as all that much of an AFC North quarterback, though I don't mind taking one later on and throwing him against the wall. Coming up next, Jesse Marshall of The Athletic is going to join us. He's a Filmer Breaker Downer guy. He's going to walk us through this matchup with the Flyers. Who on Philly scares him the most? Where do the Flyers have an advantage? Which Penguin might be an X factor in this series? That and more with J-Mash when we come back. But first, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
The Pittsburgh Pirates lost 5-4 yesterday to the Washington Nationals. Pirates went down pretty early in the game. It was 5-1 at one point. The Pirates, they tried to claw back, but they could not. And so now the series is even 1 game apiece. 3rd game of 4 in the series is tonight at 6:40. Coverage on The Fan can be heard live beginning at 5:45, and that coverage is presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. For more, go to 937thefan.com, and now here's Doran.
If some jag up at the big box building suppliers is holding up your project, making you look bad for your customer, well, that's your fault because there's a better alternative. And now you know of Reed Building Supply. My guy Aaron Reed, who I've known for over half my life, has built Reed Building Supply from the ground up and has earned the trust of some of the biggest corporations and builders in the city. Fact is, Reed Building Supply is trusted to help build Pittsburgh and to keep it thriving. And you should trust them too. Visit reedbuildingsupply.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Another app for inventory, one for CRM. Oh, don't forget accounting. Wait, which login was that?
Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated system that does it all without the hassle. Ditch the app overload. Get everything your business needs on one platform. Try Odoo free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Hey, hockey fans. Now with BetMGM, you can win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets when your anytime goal scorer nets 3. Enter BetMGM's Hat Trick Jackpot all season long for your chance to win some major bonus bets. It's easy. Just log in and opt into the promotion. Then make an anytime scorer bet on any hockey game of at least $10. If your player of choice scores 3 goals instead of just 1, you'll win your share of the $10K in bonus bets. There's nothing quite like watching a game with a hat trick, especially when it means you could win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets. Ready to shoot your shot? Download the app today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are bonus bets that expire in 7 days.
It's deck days at Lowe's, and the savings are stacked. Right now, pros get 15% off all in-stock composite decking from top brands like Trex, TimberTech, and Decorators. Plus, get a free DeWalt 20-volt max 5-amp-hour battery when you buy a select DeWalt tool. The deck's stacked in your favor with brands pros trust. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 4/22 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Growing a brand is hard, but reaching the right customers shouldn't be. Meet Outcomes from Viant. We've built an intelligent platform that handles the complexity of digital advertising for you. Powered by advanced AI, we help your brand show up in the right places at the right time and ensure that every dollar you spend leads to a real business result. It's smarter advertising made simple. Visit Viant.ai.
Need water heater experts? Call Mr. Water Heater.
Call Mr. Water Heater.
Live from Studio B at Bowser Chevrolet in Monroeville.
Pens Flyers for a lot of marbles. They going to play on Saturday? They going to play on Sunday? They going to start the series on Monday? Got a weekend to play in here, NHL. Would like to know. Going to be doing a lot of manual labor on Saturday. Would like to finish the day with a little Pens victory over the Flyers and a bunch of cold ones. I guess I could watch the other games and drink.
Yeah.
Not the same.
No.
But still fun. Jesse Marshall of The Athletic. He's one of our favorite hockey analysts. He knows the X's and O's like nobody else. He joins us right now to get into this matchup. Jesse, happy playoff eve, buddy. We've been waiting a while for the Penguins to get back in and to start with the Flyers. What a joy.
It doesn't get any better, right? I mean, if you want to get the juice in your playoff experience, I can't think of a better team than to start with than this one. And it's nice because it's been boiling up a little bit in the regular season, right? Like Trevor Zegras is this, villain now in Pittsburgh. Despite his poor attempt at getting the Penguins to flinch and the comedic value of that, he's still risen up as like this new, Hartnell-esque character, if you want to word it that way. And he's also got some skill. So, that makes the hate even more fun. And I'll be honest, guys, this rivalry desperately needs this. It desperately needs this. It hasn't happened in a long time. The playoff meetings are what keep the juice of a rivalry flowing, right? And Pens Flyers has just not had it for some time. 2018, you got to go back to find the last one. So this is good for now and the future of hockey, because next year those regular season games are going to have a little bit more oomph to them regardless of this outcome. And you're going to see, I think, a little bit. That Battle of Pennsylvania, I think, is going to become a household name again in terms of great NHL rivalries.
Jesse, who has the coaching edge in this matchup, in this series? Talkett or Muse?
I knew you guys were going to ask me this question. This is maybe perhaps a coward's way out, but I'm washing it. I'm washing it. That might sound crazy, but it's not crazy if you looked at the version of this Penguins team that existed last year. And I know that there are new faces in the roster, right? And I know that changes the chemistry and outcomes of the team. But top to bottom, right, I think we all felt that the Mike Sullivan experience was a little bit outdated, right? And that the roster had aged a bit. They weren't as fast as they used to be, playing that hyper forecheck up-tempo style. It was exposing them, right? And we all said, look, if a coach can come in and find that perfect Goldilocks porridge for this roster and its age, boy, look out. And that's exactly what he did. And I think the boon to Dan Muse is this is a guy who, won a championship in the USHL coaching kids. He won a gold medal, right, internationally coaching kids, right? So like behind the bench of the United States. So when it comes to like development and bringing along a Ben Tyndall, right, or getting a Jake Lavanovich into a game and having him not sink, right? Like you've got one of the best in the business. I mean, this is what Dan Muse hung his hat on in his career. And you can't ignore that because the balance of what the Penguins have done this season has been bolstered by an injection of youth. And it's been, I think, even guys like Igor Chinakhov, who you wouldn't refer to as a kid, right? He's not 18 years old, but he's a young 20-something who hasn't found his way in the NHL yet and hasn't found a coach that can connect with him. But if there's anyone in the world that was going to do that, it was Dan Muse. That's why one of the reasons why he was hired is because the Penguins are going to continue to get younger, and you want a guy like that to bring these young men along and teach them the ropes of this league. So tactically, I've been so impressed by him, and I don't want to diminish what Rick Tocchet's done because nobody expected the Flyers to get there. We know from his time in Pittsburgh that Rick Tocchet has this, ability to level with a Phil Kessel-like player. I'm looking at the Michkov experience in Philly, and how he's gotten to playing at the level he's playing at right now, and that's a big feather in Rick Tocchet's cap. But I don't think there's a distinct advantage here for either one. I mean, we have so little of Dan Muse to go off of. It makes it a hard answer. But I think for me, Dan Muse is firmly a top 3 Jack Adams candidate this season. I think we've found, again, a system and a power play, more importantly, that really work for this group. And it's just a wash to me. I think that going into this series, it would be unbehooving of anyone to underrate Dan Muse and what he's done. And I think that's what's going to happen. But I think it's a really good opportunity for him to put a lot of eyes on himself around the league.
I think it might happen here in town, too, because the media in this town loves Rick Tocchet. I don't dislike Rick Tocchet. I mean, a couple-time Cup champion here as a coach. We know what he did, of course, as a player here in Pittsburgh. Jesse Marshall of The Athletic joining us here on the Fan Morning Show. You used the word tactically. How do the Penguins match up tactically with what the Flyers want to do tactically? Give us a little X's and O's breakdown of how these two styles will go against each other, Jesse.
Sure, yeah, Adam. If you were around in the 90s watching the New Jersey Devils when there was a 2-line pass in place, you're going to be kind of familiar with the Flyers system.
Awesome.
They are a defensive first hockey team. If you look at the data, Adam, it shows in the video, it shows in the data. They're third in the league in goals against. They're second in the league, in terms of their ability to mitigate quality scoring chances. So this is a feature, not a bug. This is what they do. It comes at the sacrifice of goal scoring. They're in the bottom third of the league in their goal scoring. But it's helped Dan Vladar be a really good goalie this season, right? They're insulating him. We have seen systems like this before. And I think tactically, I like the Penguins against this. Teams that usually run into trouble against this kind of system are the ones that have a heavy up-tempo forecheck. They stretch pass a lot, right? They skate their way into this trap, and the Flyers collapse on you, right? They try to get you in a box and collapse on that box. And the Penguins' feature of their system, Adam, is puck support. It's a really deep breakout that gives you a lot of runway through your defensive zone and into the neutral zone where you can generate speed with possession. And if you've got somebody at your hip and a defenseman right behind you as a trailer, when that box collapses, you got options, right? You can make a quick touch pass or a 5-footer to your teammate to potentially work your way out of that pressure. So I like the Flyer system when it's up against a high-tempo, run-and-gun Buffalo Sabres-like attack. I don't know that the Penguins will really be all that affected by it. Their goal is really to just get the puck in the zone in as ugly as a fashion as you can and then set up camp. And the Penguins are all about creating micro battles on the ice where they have more jerseys than you. Loose puck in the corner, we're 2-on-1. Guy in front of the net, we have 2 men there to your 1, right? It's all about puck pressure and puck support, and I think that works great against this system. So as long as the Penguins don't turn this into a track race, I think getting to the first goal and not allowing Philly to sit back is going to be super important. As long as it doesn't turn into a track race where they're turning the puck over and they're putting themselves in disadvantageous situations, I think they're going to be in good shape.
Jesse, give us an X factor for the Pittsburgh Penguins for this series. In order for them to win this series, this player has to be great. Who is that?
It's got to be Stuart Skinner. He has to be great. And he has been in the playoffs, really, for the last 2 years. We've seen a version of him that has covered a lot of Edmonton's defensive warts, to be frank. He's, there's times where he's let up 2, 3, or 4 in a game that, maybe he'd begetted him let up 5, 6, or 7 based on how Edmonton was playing. But it's been a mixed bag down the stretch. I mean, I think he's got to declare himself as the number one. I'm going to cheat, Doran, and give you a 1B, and it's Ben Kindle. The Flyers' third line's pretty good. It doesn't score a lot, but it can hem you in. I think that down the stretch has been a challenge for Ben Kindle, right? Like the junior world of hockey is so different. You're playing on the weekend. Sometimes you have to take a long bus ride, right? Like you can eat at Burger King if you want. Like you don't have a pro nutritionist breathing down your neck. You're not in a severe weightlifting program. So I think he's just wiped, right? And I know he's gotten some breaks this year with the Olympics and the Christmas run, and they've tried to give him some nights off. But I think he's got to try to find that second level now, because I think he's going to have some big boys on his wings, some guys that can set up in the shop and play in the offensive zone for a while. And that's going to be the recipe against this Flyers third line, is you got to beat them at their own game, which is get the puck deep and keep them out of your end.
Jesse, do you think the Penguins have the depth advantage? Because I sure think that they do, particularly at forward. And two-parter here, who's the dirtbag Flyer we're all bitching about all series?
It's Trevor Zegras. Yeah, there's no question about that. He's always been that kind of guy who, again, the annoying part about him is he has skill, is he can score. And when you have a talent like that also can play that Marchand-esque role of being a chirper all night long, right? Like being in your face, getting a stick on you when the ref's not looking, and doing things that'll make you irate, the goal of which to get you in the penalty box and get his team on the power play. I don't think it's going to take long. My prediction's probably first 5 minutes of period 1 of the series he's going to do something that's going to have the whole Pittsburgh standing up in that arena and yelling at him. So that's probably going to be my easy vote. And then, here's the thing, too. When you go down the bottom of that lineup, let me give an honorable mention to Porter Martone. This will be Pittsburgh's first introduction to him. And he's another one that's like a Hornquist-like element, right? Like he's always in front of the net. He's always in your goalie's face. He's constantly spraying your goalie. He's constantly getting a stick on you after the whistle. He's been finding himself now, and now he's got the first couple games out of the way. Has been a huge addition for the Flyers down the stretch. So it's going to be those two young guys. And I think Porter Martone is going to be a permanent fixture of this rivalry for the duration of his time in Philadelphia. And he's an easy person to dislike, but one you'd love to have on your roster.
Pens and 6?
No disagreement for me. Yeah. The only thing that really makes me concerned about this series, Adam, is Dan Vladar. And it sounded crazy to say that because he has no playoff history, right? So we don't know, it's not like he's gone on long runs and has done it before. This is going to be it for him, in terms of his debut of being a number 1A behind a team trying to make a Stanley Cup run. So that being said, hot month for Dan Vladar. Like, you look at the results, you look at what he's doing in the crease, he's been really good. I traditionally hate that against the Penguins because you go back all the way to the Yaroslav Halak days of 2010, right? They've been stopped by some heaters before. I don't know that I would categorize this as like Halak level, but they've got to get to him early. I think that's the important thing. The Penguins at one point this season, Adam, were the best first period team in hockey. That's trailed a little bit. They're still very good. Not number 1 anymore. But if you can get in there early, create that seed of doubt, and really shellac this group of young players, this is a playoff debut for a lot of this Philadelphia team. We remember back what it looked like when Crosby and Malkin made their debut against Ottawa and that baptism by fire, right? This could be the same thing if you can get there. So first period, game 1, I think if they can come out with that crowd behind them and get a couple in on Vladar, that could change the trajectory of the series very early on.
Jesse, you're the man. Hope that happens from your lips to the hockey god's ears. And let's do this again here soon. All right, buddy? Appreciate it.
Anytime, gentlemen. Thank you both very much.
You're the man.
Thanks, Jesse.
Jesse Marshall, The Athletic. I think he's excellent.
Yep.
Really good breakdown of the series. We'll react to some of that coming up next. I got my number one Penguin Flyers moment of all time I want to run by you guys.
Oh, nice.
Let's keep that vibe going.
Nice.
And Buccos are doing something interesting tonight. We'll tell you what that is next. But first, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Penguins lost 7-5 yesterday to the St. Louis Blues in their final regular season game of the year, but has no bearing on their playoff position. They still will have home ice advantage in the series against the Philadelphia Flyers, which is anticipated to begin this weekend, though no official start time for any of the games has been revealed as of this morning. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Parkway West inbound delays between Carnegie and Green Tree to the Ford Pit tunnels. Outbound stacking from I-79 past Campbell's Run Road. Parkway East jams at Wilkinsburg to the Squirrel Hill tunnels. And Route 28, that is stacking before the Route 8 at the bypass down toward the north side. Parkway North delays around the bend at Bellevue Westview. Then again approaching McKnight Road. Stop and go down to and across the southbound Veterans Bridge to the Crosstown. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance.
Liberty, 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 Liberty. Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Why pay full insurance when you can customize and save? Switch to Liberty Mutual and they'll customize your auto and home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 Liberty. Hey, it's Pony. Imagine a world where you can leave the house and take your home Wi-Fi speeds with you. Thanks to Xfinity Mobile, it's not just a fantasy. Just picture it. You're at your kid's soccer practice, streaming the other game in 4K, just like that. In the airport, download a cozy family comedy in a snap with Wi-Fi Power Boost. What if the places you had to be felt more like everywhere you wanted to be? That's the magic of Xfinity Mobile. Reliable Wi-Fi and 5G when you need it. Xfinity, imagine that. To get started, call or visit Xfinity.com or drop into an Xfinity store today. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Visit XfinityMobile.com to learn more. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus regular rates for 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience. More, Verizon Unlimited Plus and AT&T Starter. As of 2/10/26. Taxes, fees extra. After promotion, regular rates apply.
Pros, get ready. Your new Floor & Decor is here in Bethel Park. With job lot quantities of tile, wood, and stone in stock, and the brand names you trust. Floor & Decor is here. You ready? Now open in Bethel Park.
What's up, black and gold fans? At Schley Deck Company, we are intercepting all the high prices. Get a no-maintenance composite deck for only 10% more than a wood deck, with an additional 5% off for our military vets. Visit our website, shlydeckcompany.com.
Did you know a drain that smells bad is making strange gurgling noises or is slow to drain could mean you have a blockage in your main sewer line? Don't wait for a complete backup, causing costly property damage and more extensive repairs. Call the trusted team of experts at McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric and get your home flowing smoothly again. And if you know you need your sewer line repaired, McVeigh offers free second opinions on any sewer line repair or installation. Call McVeigh or visit callmcveigh.com to schedule an appointment.
At Giant Eagle, we're focused on quality, freshness, and all your favorites. Because meals bring us together. Because recipes keep traditions alive. Because the right ingredients make it or break it. Because being part of the neighborhood matters. Because what we pick up at the store is what we bring into our lives. At Giant Eagle, we're always going for better to bring you the best. Because it matters.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Malkin racing in. Malkin ahead of the field. Good recovery by Jones. And a big hit. Look, Richards buries Malkin. Down he goes, and he's just now getting back to his skates. Sergei Gonchar ahead. Malkin basket hanging. In solo. Winds and scores! Evgeny Malkin says, take that.
One of the all-time FU goals in Penguins history. Mike Richards dumps Evgeny Malkin in the 08 Eastern Conference Final. Penguins dispatched the Flyers that series rather easily, but Richards knocks him down. It takes him a while to get up. Then he just hangs around the Flyers' blue line until Gonchar finds him, and he slaps it from like 15 away between the circles. That's an all-time moment. Honorable mention for me would be Crosby getting his teeth knocked out by Darian Hatcher and then scoring on a breakaway in overtime, his first goal, his first game in Philadelphia. And that's where the hatred comes from. So, Philly, you say you hate Sid. You should really hate Darian Hatcher because he gave Sid a reason to hate the Flyers.
No doubt.
And Mike Richards was a punk. Almost swore again.
Yep.
Couple of things I want to get to here now, Dorm. Mason Montgomery going to open today. Carmen Majinski then going to piggyback off of him. I think that's a good idea. We know those lefties have given the Pirates trouble in the Washington batting order. They hit a home run off of Skeens in the first inning, and then they scored 3 runs in the first inning yesterday. Montgomery's been nasty. 16 of his 22 outs have come via the strikeout. Hey, he's nasty.
Yeah. Yep.
So I like that. And Majinski, as we've talked about over the last year or so, he struggles a third time through the lineup. So you get him out there for 2 times through. Let Montgomery maybe go the first time through. And then there's this. Here's the big news. So we're going to talk to our guy, Doug Whaley, about this at the beginning of the next hour. He joins us from 9 o'clock until 10 every Wednesday. Guess who's visiting your Pittsburgh Steelers today?
Who?
Drew Aller.
Nice.
Oh, yeah, baby.
Yep.
In the Dane Brugler mock that we referenced earlier on in the hour, Nussmeier went before Aller.
Okay.
I think if Nussmeier and Aller are both there and the Steelers want to take a quarterback, I think it's almost 100% that they're going to take Drew Aller.
Yeah.
We'll get more into this coming up next. This is an interesting development.
Very interesting.
You get 30 of these. Now, is Penn State local?
No.
You only get 30 of these.
Mm-hmm.
This is a big deal.
Because I believe it could only be if you're from Western PA. So that's how it, or it's like Pitt or Kane or whatever. But like you could bring in Joey Porter Jr. and it wouldn't count if from Penn State because he's a local kid.
Whitfield kid.
Yeah.
Oh, man. You think the masses might react to this one a little bit?
Uh-huh.
Drew Aller taking a visit, 412-928-9370. How's it make you feel? I like it. I would absolutely take a flyer on Aller in the 3rd round, as would you, yes?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. You got 3 third-round picks. This kid's a moose. This kid's an AFC North quarterback. Yes, he struggled in big games at Penn State. You know who also did? His head coach, James Franklin.
And his coordinator.
And his coordinator was a smoke and mirrors guy.
Yep.
A rinky-dink kind of guy. We'll get into the Drew Aller news coming up next and a lot more with Doug Whaley. His penultimate appearance with us before the NFL draft kicks off next Thursday night. First, fan weather is brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track today. High 81, lowest 64. 55% chance of rain. Fan Morning Show.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Between 3 locations in Truck Month, all you have to do is pick yours at Riverview Chevy GMC in North Huntington. Drive this 2026 Colorado with up to $5,800 off with our exclusive Big Ones discount. Or get this 2026 Silverado with up to $8,642 off with our exclusive Big Ones discount. Explore our 3 Chevy locations, including the big one, Riverview Chevrolet GMC. Visit riverviewchevygmc.com. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Take new retail delivery by 4/30/26. See dealer for details.
Hey, it's Crowley here. Beat the spring cleaning rush with big savings and priority booking by calling our heroes at Zero Res. It's spring, which in our house means it's time for softball, means the dogs running around outside. That also means mud. It means grass stains. Well, let Zero Res help. Step into a fresher, cleaner home this spring with Zero Res. Zero Res removes winter's buildup as well and lingering odors, giving your home a fresh, spring-ready feel, preparing your home home for the brighter days ahead. Check out the over 10,000 raving customer reviews online with a 4.9 Google rating and see what all the hype is about. And this month, what a special. Get Zero Resified from Pittsburgh's #1 carpet cleaner and buy one room of carpet cleaned and get one cleaned free. Unlimited rooms. Also, get a whole system duct cleaning for just $599. Call Zero Res right now, 412-701-1188, or go online at ZeroResPGH.com. Say you want the fan special. Spell it backward or forward. It spells the same. Zero Res.
If you're carrying a lot of credit card or personal loan debt, every month can start to feel the same. All those bills, all those due dates, all that stress. There's a solution that's designed to make it easier for you. National Debt Relief could put you on the fast track to paying off your credit card debt, personal loans, and even medical debt for less than you owe, with just one low monthly payment you can afford. And no, it's not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. It's a real, affordable debt relief program that could save you lots of money. National Debt Relief has already helped over 1 million people with their debt and has thousands of 5-star reviews and an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. So if you owe $10,000 or more, don't wait. Call 800-300-4411 now to see if you qualify. That's 800-300-4411. One call could help reduce what you owe and simplify your monthly payments. Call 800-300-4411 now to find out how much you could save.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer.
Getting around town's better in a new vehicle from Spitzer. Our triple play sales event makes it easy. Hurry into Spitzer Toyota today and lease a new 2026 Toyota Tacoma SR Double Cab from $419 per month with zero due at signing. Plus, get our lifetime warranty, complimentary maintenance, and Spitzer VIP points.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
At Spitzer, our world revolves around you.
Select models TSRP 35599 VIN TT 044098 RWD model 7186 36 months approved credit through TMS plus title tax license registration 490 fee $0 security deposit 10K miles per year ends 4/30/2026.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Parkway West remains jammed inbound between Carnegie and Green Tree down to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Outbound delays from 79 to Campbell's Run Road. Parkway East jams at Wilkinsburg. Route 28 delays at the Route 8 at the bypass down to the north side and the Parkway North. Heavy and slow from Bellevue Westview all the way down the East Street Valley across the Veterans Bridge and onto the crosstown past Center Avenue. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Window Nation. Right now, get 50% off windows. Sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com now.
During Window Nation's The More You Buy, The More You Save sale, you could save up to 50% off on new windows for your home. Plus, you could get them with 0% interest financing for 5 years. Sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com now to book a consultation.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. It's Wednesday with Doug Whaley, the Fan's football executive insider. Doug Whaley is brought to you by 2 Men and a Junk Truck. Cohen Market, the official crispy chicken of the Fan. Morgan & Morgan Law Firm, Tri-State Office Furniture, and Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
That's right. It is a Wednesday with Doug Whaley. It is the Wednesday, the week before the NFL Draft. Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. And that's where we find our GM executive insider right now. Doug, good morning to you. Let's go.
What's good, fellas? Besides draft week coming up, it's exciting time for everybody. And I hate to say it, think about this, fellas. Because of the Pirates and the Penguins, this is really our first time that we've got deep into the draft talk.
Yeah, last week it was the whole Connor Griffin deal that we were talking to you about.
No doubt, and that's a good thing for sports fans in Pittsburgh. But let's focus on the draft today.
Yeah, baby, let's get into it. And guess who's coming for a visit today, Doug? One Drew Aller. Is he going to be there in the third round? If he is, the Steelers have 3 third-round picks. Do you like Drew Aller with one of 3 third-round picks?
If you're just really I'll say this. I love his physical skills. I love his size. I love that. Do I love his ability to play the position at a high level, at a consistent level, and a level that will help transcend when the chips are on the table? Not at all. He has not proven that he can step his game up in the highest moments. And when you think about it, with 3 third-round picks, if they have conviction, and with this coaching staff, a la Mike McCarthy, and his ability to maximize every quarterback that he's worked with, I would throw a dart. I wouldn't be ashamed. I wouldn't be mad if they threw a dart on one of their third-round picks. Would I be jumping on the table saying this guy's going to be the next franchise guy? No. Again, he's got that Kirk Cousins disease. When you need him the most, when the lights are brightest, he doesn't come through. So, and in the end, if you want to get your team to where it's got to go, it's going to be those bright light moments to get you to into the playoffs, winning playoff games, and then going to a championship. And he just hasn't proven. And after a while, as Mike Tomlin used to say, when someone shows you who they are, you got to believe it.
Doesn't that create great competition, though, if they did draft Drew Aller with him and Will Howard as the backup quarterback for this year's team?
Oh, absolutely. Like I said, I have no problem with them bringing it in, throwing a third-round pick on him, competition, and, hey, maybe he improves. Maybe Mike McCarthy finds that button that he can push on him to not really wilt when the pressure's most on him and when a team needs him the most. And that would be great. And like you said, Doran, competition raises everybody's level of play up and makes a deep group. And then in the end, worst case scenario, you showcase them in some limited time in the preseason, and you might have a trade aspect between him or Will Howard. So there's always some positives and benefits for drafting a quarterback, especially with someone with those physical skills.
Doug Whaley with us here on the Fan Morning Show. As a former general manager and someone who spent decades scouting players, how much does that big game failure stuff matter compared? I mean, it sounds like it matters a lot for you, but compared to the offense you played in, the competition you were playing against, your physical skill set, the meetings that you're going to have about what a guy knows and how to break down defenses and things of that nature.
I think it all ties into that, because in the end, a true franchise quarterback is going to be able to overcome a lot of things, especially when it's him on the spotlight making plays in big moments. He can overcome lack of talent. He can overcome some coaching, because he'll say, hey, coach, you called this play, but this play wasn't there. I decided to do this because I know this is going to get us in a position to be successful. And it's one of those times where you see, like Patrick Mahomes, when you were scouting him, you'd be like, don't do that, don't do that. Okay, you can do that. That's the type. But in the end, I always say, and I've said this for as many years as I've been on this radio station, when it comes to quarterback play, until you sit down and talk to that quarterback and review his film with him and understand his thought process of when he's making these plays and why he's making these throws and why he's throwing where he's throwing, you can't really understand why. Because sometimes the coach is saying, I don't want you to audible, I want you to throw to this guy. There's other times where the receiver may have been on the wrong route, and they've been miscommunication. So there's a lot of factors that we from the outside don't know. So yes, that can play into it. But in the end, I always look at it, when you need a transcending moment of play, can this quarterback step up and raise not only his level of play, but the people around him's level of play?
Doug, if you're the Steelers, would you draft the top guard in the first round at the 21st pick over one of the top 3 receivers or the third receiver left on the board? Like, how would you manage that situation, knowing that you probably need a guard, you definitely need a receiver, but maybe you like the guard a little bit more? Would you draft the guard in the first round, or would you still stick with the receiver in the first round?
Well, I'm glad you brought that up. And we haven't been dabbling too deep into this draft thing, and I'll have to say this. I must be the only one out there that has offensive tackle as my number 1 priority, and guard 2 and receiver 3, and here's why.
Wow.
Let me ask you this. Historically, Is it easier to find a receiver or a starting offensive tackle in round 2 or 3 that can outperform their draft stock?
An offensive tackle, it'd be wide receiver. Right. Yeah, absolutely.
Correct. All right. Now, when you look at it now, the 2 wide receivers on the Steelers roster have been pros for a while and have produced at a high level, correct?
Yep.
What about your offensive tackles? You got Broderick Jones, which has an up-and-down career coming off a neck injury. Then you say, oh, well, we got Dylan Cook. He played admirably, but when he came up against a defense that's in the playoffs, didn't go too well. Now, you look at the last 2 Super Bowl champion teams, Seattle Seahawks and Philadelphia Eagles. They both got after the quarterback rushing 4 and maximized the number of people in coverage. That's 7. So, all right, now let's talk about quarterback. You have a 43-year-old quarterback. What helps the quarterback more, a third wide receiver or a tackle? A 43-year-old that can't move. And then I say what about for your next year? All right, next year you're going to have a young quarterback. What's a better benefit for a young quarterback? A tackle that can protect him or a third receiver? So for me, I understand the sexiness of having a third receiver, but that third receiver, the Steelers aren't in a position right now where they can be so focused on a third receiver. That's the type of team, if you're that focused, that's the type of team saying, we need this third receiver to get us to the Super Bowl. They are not that close. And I just feel that tackle position is a glaring hole that no one's talking about. And for me, that's my biggest need. And then guard would be after that, and then receiver, because you can get one of those third round picks, you can get a receiver in the 3rd round that's going to fill that hole as a third wide receiver. You can probably get a guard in the 2nd or even 3rd that will be able to play at a start win with ability. I just don't see, it's harder to find tackles in the 2nd, 3rd round that you can start and win with. So I would, if everything's equal and there is a tackle there that they think is a 1st round, I think it's insanity not to take that tackle, but I'm obviously in the minority. I want to hear why you guys think differently.
I'm with you. I've been kind of get on that train all week. Like, I think that, with the situation, we talked about it, yesterday? With the situation, like you said, with Broderick Jones and Dylan Cook, like, I wouldn't ignore tackle in the 1st round, because that can solidify your offensive line. And as a quarterback, I'd love to pull some of the top quarterbacks in the NFL. What would you rather have in the 1st round, a 1st round receiver, a 1st round tackle? Be interested to see those numbers. But yeah, I'm kind of getting on board with tackle.
It's interesting you say that, because like Joe Burrow, that was the whole thing. Do you take Jamar Chase or do you take the offensive tackle? And they took Chase, and then they wind up going to the Super Bowl. But you ask him now, I'm sure he loves Chase, but he also breaks in half every year. So maybe he's not the right guy to ask, or maybe he's exactly the right guy to ask. Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. It sounds like the guy that would be right up your alley then, Doug, is Spencer Fano, the offensive tackle from Utah, who the Steelers recently had in for a visit. He played 37 games in college, played 35 as a starter, split some at right tackle and left tackle, but based on his arm length, some are saying that he might be better served to be a guard in the NFL, but that's not the consensus opinion. I mean, that way you could plug him in at left guard this year, and if Broderick doesn't work out, he's your left tackle.
Absolutely, and that gives you flexibility, and it also gives you depth, because obviously with Broderick, you don't know what that neck is, so you could have Dylan and this guy battle it out at tackle, and whoever leads, switch them tackle and guard every week, see which combination works best for him. And I just think when that move sets you up more for your next move than a third wide receiver. I just see that, especially when you're trying to solidify that quarterback position, there's nothing better than that to start in the trenches. And that's something Andy Weidel has been known for from his days back in Philly. He was an offensive lineman at Lebo and Villanova, so he knows that trench play. I just see that as, I think it's not only what I feel they should do, I think it's one of those smoke screens that if there's a tackle, and this is a caveat, and it's always the caveat when you come to the draft, if there's a tackle in the draft they have in the first round, I feel they're going to go tackle/guard, or a guy that has that flexibility over a receiver, over a safety. That's what I would do.
This is tremendous, Doug, and there's so many more things to get into. There are some rumors out there. Maybe the Steelers would trade back into the first round for a guy like Ty Simpson. What do you need out of a first-round guard if you do draft a guard with pick number 21? There's so many things to get into, and we'll do it all with Doug Whaley over the course of the next 45 minutes or so. You can text us, brought to you by Egger Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm. They always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And you can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates 5-4 losers to the Washington Nationals yesterday. Mitch Keller struggled in his start. He only pitched 4 innings. He gave up 5 earned runs on 6 hits, walked 4 batters, and got the losing decision. So the Pirates and Nationals now even at 1 in this series. It's a 4-game series. Game 3 is tonight at 6:40. You can listen right here on 93.7 The Fan to the game live, with coverage beginning at 5:45 of the North Shore Tavern leadoff show. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And now here's Doran.
It's time to call P.J. Fitzpatrick for a perfect new roof. I trust P.J. Fitzpatrick, and the reason comes down to one word: quality. Quality product, quality craftsmanship, and a quality customer experience. I saw it for myself, and they completed wonderful work in my home. A knowledgeable home improvement professional from P.J. Fitzpatrick will expertly assess your home's needs and happily answer all of your questions. Their communication is excellent. You'll never be left wondering where your job stands, and dealing with P.J. Fitzpatrick equals peace of mind. All their installers are industry-leading professionals, and they back everything with a lifetime guarantee of materials and labor. Visit trustpj.com and check out thousands of 5-star reviews. In addition to roofing, P.J. Fitzpatrick installs windows, doors, gutters, showers, and more. Visit trustpj.com today. Tell them Doran sent you. That's trustpj.com.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The NFL media landscape has been rocked. Senior insider Diana Rossini is officially stepping away from The Athletic, effective immediately after photos surfaced of her locking fingers and sitting in a hot tub and hugging NFL head coach Mike Vrabel, which you probably shouldn't do in public in general, but she did. Now she's stepping away. I'm Greg Toll.
When I wake up
The best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Did you hear? Allstate car insurance now costs even less. So when you bundle with home, you can save even more. Check Allstate first to bundle and save with a new lower auto rate. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings may vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
When I wake up
The best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
The best bathrooms don't just look good, they change how you start your day. West Shore Homes' modern composite walls give you that designer look without the upkeep. No grout, no scrubbing. It's affordable luxury installed by our teams of employee installers, stress-free. It's why over 70,000 homeowners have given us 5-star reviews. And right now, when you buy a full bath remodel, you'll get a shower in a second bathroom free. Plus, get started with no money down when you visit westshorebath.com. See the website for details.
Imagine fulfilling all your office furniture needs under one roof. At Tri-State, we make it simple. From liquidations and office moves to design services, architectural walls, installation, and everything in between. No project is too big and no project is too small. And with our family of companies, Tri-State Office Furniture, Tri-State Office Interiors, and Tri-State Office Express, you get every solution in one place. Why go anywhere else? Call 412-771-0760. Experience the Tri-State difference.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi to announce Pittsburgh's #1 draft pick, Mike's Beer Bar. With 80 taps dedicated to local beers, you're sure to find a winner from their draft beer options. Mike's has over 500 beers and the best craft beer selection around, with food that over-delivers. Their steakhouse quality burgers, famous Yinzer wrap, and signature steak on a stone are just a few of their tasty food options. So, make Mike's your #1 draft pick. Get a great meal and watch all your favorite sports action this spring. Tell your friends to meet me at Mike's.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis?
which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Crews on the scene of an accident on the Parkway West. It's heading outbound just past I-79. Inbound, the disabled vehicle crews on the scene. This is halfway between Carnegie and Greentree. It's jammed from there down to the Fort Pitt tunnels. And an accident on the northbound side of I-79. This is between the Parkway North and Wexford, and also one up in the Pittsburgh Mills area just off of the interchange for Route 28. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Gravely Zero Turn Commercial Mowers. Your reputation matters. That's why so many landscape professionals choose Gravely. You can save up to 20% on Gravely Commercial Mowers during the Gravely Mow the Distance sales event going on now through the 19th. Visit your local Gravely dealer today.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Fan Morning Show. It's a Wednesday with Doug Whaley. The week before the NFL draft, Drew Aller in for a visit today. What is the Aaron Rodgers effect on this draft? Doug, if Rodgers, and this isn't going to happen, but let's say Rodgers told them today, you know what, I'm enjoying my time. I'm not going to come back. I'm calling it quits. Do you think that forces their hand into drafting a quarterback, or do you think it's, hey, we've got our plan, our quarterback will come next year, and we'll let Will Howard and Mason Rudolph take the reins?
I think it forces them their hand to at least add another quarterback. You have to just straight out from numbers. Where that will be in the draft, that all depends on how they feel about this quarterback class. I do believe that they will add a quarterback in this draft or after the draft, be it an undrafted free agent, just for numbers, even if Aaron Rodgers does come back. But if he doesn't, it does push that to, in my opinion, one of those 3 third-round picks, or you package a third-round pick with something else and maybe go up into the second if the quarterbacks start to peel off the board. What happens is, if you are in that position where you feel you need a quarterback, but you don't feel you need to take one in the first round, or there's not one deserving in the first round, in that second round, if they start coming off the board, you're going to get a little antsy at that position specifically, and because guys are always drafted at least a round earlier than they should be because of the premium people put on that position. So if you start seeing some guys starting to peel off, you're going to get antsy, package those picks, and then go up and get a la Drew Aller or some equivalent type quarterback that they have rated.
So if Aaron Rodgers say he doesn't come back, and that is the scenario, they add another quarterback, say it is Drew Aller. So the room is Mason Rudolph, Will Howard, Drew Aller. Is Mason Rudolph the starting quarterback to start the season, or would you open it up for competition?
Oh, everybody's got a clean slate. This is a whole new coaching staff. Obviously there's a few holdovers, but Mike McCarthy, I believe, is going to come in and say they'll have a pecking order just probably out of seniority just to start, to say, hey, Mason will take the first team reps right now, but I would see it alternating maybe every week, every practice, and just throw the ball out there and see who wins the job. And that's the key. No one's going to be given a job. With this situation where Aaron Rodgers doesn't come out, one of those three quarterbacks has to win the job. And it will be evident not only to us, but more importantly to the coaching staff, but most importantly to the locker room. The locker room will know who should be starting.
I kind of prefer that than Rodgers, and I like Rodgers. Like, I'm not one of these I hate the idea of Rodgers coming back people, but boy, that's mighty intriguing. It would sure make preseason football actually watchable for the first time in forever. Doug, you ranked your needs as tackle, guard, wide receiver, and you said, hey, look, you can get good wide receivers in round 2 and 3. We see it all the time. We've seen it with the Steelers. You can get good guards in rounds 2 or 3. If you did take a guard in round 1, and let's say it's the Penn State kid, what do you need out of a first-round guard? I mean, that guy's got to be a 10-year kind of guy, no?
A bona fide stalwart of that offensive line for multiple years. He should be, at minimum, a 2-contract guy. At minimum, a start-win-with player from day one. This guy's got to be plug-and-play, especially at that position, because you can get starting quality guards like receivers in second and even third round that can play at a high level. But if you're taking one in the first, this guy's got to be a bona fide stalwart of that offensive line for almost double-digit years.
Doug, just a general question for you. Who's the best player in the draft, in your opinion?
Caleb Downs. I mean, with what that guy can do, I've never seen a safety. He can play just about every position on the field except defensive tackle. I mean, you can blitz him. He could rush. He can cover. He can play stack linebacker. He can play safety. He can play nickel. He probably get you by a corner. I mean, the last person, I didn't even scout this guy, but he reminds me of a Ronnie Lott. Ronnie Lott played corner and then moved to safety in the pros. I just see this guy as, you talk about a 5-tool guy. This guy's like a 10-tool guy because he can play special teams. He's a defensive coordinator's dream. He could do so many things and confuse the offense, or even make sure the offense doesn't know what they're doing because they don't have to maybe go into the sub to dime to nickel to heavy package, because you can use him in so many different ways. It puts the onus on the offense now to account for him instead of the defense accounting for some guys on the offense.
Doug Whaley with us for the full hour here up until 10 o'clock. While you're talking about a defensive player, you listed your 3 needs, none of them on defense. We know they've got a ton on the defensive side of this roster. When defense and what for the defense for you in this draft?
For me, I look at a defense, again, things fall, but second, third round, depends on what you're doing. I could see a safety. I could see another corner. You know me, I always are all about those corners. Let's put it this way. The only position I would kind of pique my interest and say, why would they do that, would probably be like a nose tackle, D tackle. Obviously, we have some aging guys, but I just think that right now with this new defense, I think that they can get by for at least another year. And more importantly, let's see what they got in those young guys and see if they need to, if they want to re-sign Benton, all those other guys, these young guys that have shown flashes. Let's put them in this situation with this new defense, see what they can do, and see if they are the long-term plan in that defensive room in that position. So I'd definitely look at safety, corner, or middle backer in that one of those 3 third-round picks.
Doug, say you were the GM that drafted Roman Wilson, which Omar Khan is, and say that you got a new coaching staff in here. What would you be saying to the coaching staff? Because obviously you want to keep your draft picks as long as possible, especially a third-round pick. Like, how would you champion Roman Wilson to this new coaching staff to be like, look, we need to give this guy a chance? And do you think that a guy like Roman Wilson could win a spot and win that third receiver spot on this football team this year?
Well, Thorne, you got to be very careful about championing a guy that hasn't produced in the past. What you say is, hopefully, coaches, this is a clean slate for everybody on this roster. Then you go to Roman and saying, Roman, you've had your struggles in the past. It didn't work out, but this is a new day. You walk into that Steelers facility, 3400 South Water Street, on the first day of off season, you are just like everybody else. No one has background on you. No one has an idea of what you are on or off the field except on the tape, but you get a clean slate to prove them wrong if they have a theory about you that isn't right, and you can step up and claim your spot on this team, but more importantly, claim this spot in the NFL as living up to your third round pedigree. So you put it all on him, and then you just say, coaches, let's see what this guy got. He didn't show it before, but maybe he has matured and he's ready to step up, but you put him on notice like, hey, if it's not this year and if it's not here, you're going to have to go find a job somewhere else. Because the one thing you have to learn, and the most successful head coaches, GMs, and people in the world admit their mistakes early. They don't try to make their mistakes correct. And that is Whaley words of wisdom. To be successful, be the first to admit your mistake and move on instead of try to make your mistake right.
Doug, the Steelers have a logjam at outside linebacker, and they're going to need to make a decision on Nick Herbig. Of course, we know they're going to wind up paying Joey Porter Jr. probably around $30 million a year. I want to get to the logjam at OLB coming up next. The draft is generally a time to make a trade if you're so inclined, so we'll do that. Plus, we'll get a scouting report on Kyle Lewis, the Pitt great, who people are talking about in this upcoming NFL draft. I'm also going to tell people how they could get the night before tickets with Jason Aldean. First, it's a Nicholas Harry-Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pittsburgh Pirates lost 5-4 yesterday to the Washington Nationals, which evens the 4-game series right now at 1 game apiece. Mitch Keller in yesterday's game struggled early. He went 4 innings, gave up 5 earned runs on 6 hits, walked 4 batters, and got the losing decision. Third game of the 4-game series is tonight at 6:40. Coverage on the Fan you can listen to live, and it begins at 5:45. And that coverage is presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And now it's Adam.
Oh, thank you, Harry. It's time to play. Make your downtime fun time on the BetParx online casino and sportsbook app, where there's always another way to win. You can bet on Buccos to bounce back tonight, taking on Washington in Game 3 of the series. Bet more than the score, player performances, and more. Also in pro basketball, pro hockey, golf, soccer, MMA, and much more. And right now, new casino users get 250 bonus spins on a hot online slot game. The sweetest collect them, plus up to a $1,000 bonus back in their first 24 hours. Play all your favorite classic casino games. Bet on all your favorite sports right on your phone. The BetParx online casino and sportsbook app, where there's always another way to win. You must be 21 in PA, New Jersey, Michigan, or Maryland. New users only. T's and C's apply. See site for details. Casino bonus must be wagered. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Cordell Woodland here to help you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. Playoff basketball season is here, and on Wednesday, the Magic and Sixers will play for the right to face the Boston Celtics in the first round. It may not be much of a prize, but the Sixers won the season series versus Orlando this season 2-1, and they know how to win without Joel Embiid. I'm running with Philly, and I will lay the 2 points. I am Cordell Woodland. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
My name is Christine, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, was a healthy 34-year-old, and 3 months later, he was gone. Thankfully, he had life insurance. Ethos made it so easy. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. 100% online, no medical exam. Life insurance didn't take away the loss, but it did give us the space to just grieve.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. Ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
High winds probably did more than just blow off a few shingles. If they weren't installed right the first time, your whole house is on the injured list. It's Sean Whalen from family-owned Whalen Exteriors. Saturated wood and attic rot are the kind of rookie mistakes that lead to mold. Make your first-round draft pick the pros with the 5-star reviews. Whalen Exteriors. We do full attic inspections to catch the damage before it spreads. Financing packages for every budget. Visit WhalenExteriors.com. Whalen Exteriors. You're on the clock, Pittsburgh.
Hey, it's Chris Muller here, and we're expecting our 3rd child in June. And you guys know what that means. My sleep is about to disappear, the house is about to get louder, and life is definitely going to get more hectic. And weirdly, that's why I'm glad I already know how to do all this with Awaken 180. Because when I first started with Awaken 180, we had just had our second child. I had a torn up knee that was going to require surgery, that was going to keep me immobile for 6 to 8 weeks. And life was just very messy and very chaotic and very hectic. And on paper, it was the perfect time to make excuses. Instead, it turned out to be the perfect time to have a plan. Awaken 180 gave me a roadmap, what to eat, how to stay on track, how to keep it simple when everything else felt chaotic. That's what people get wrong. If life is hectic, that's not a reason to wait. That's a reason to have something that makes one part of it easier. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Aetna was there for me as I was going through a rough medical patch this year. I had peace of mind, which helped with my healing.
Those words from a real Aetna Medicare Advantage member speak to why U.S. News & World Report named us a best Medicare Advantage company. Because we show up on calls with members and doctors' offices when requested. We show up with the latest in online tools for easier access to healthcare. We show up for you. Because that's how healthier happens together. Member feedback has been edited for length and clarity.
A great lawn doesn't happen by accident. It takes the right expertise and the right team. That's why more homeowners trust True Green, America's #1 lawn care company. As the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, True Green knows what it takes to make grass look like a fairway. Their local specialists analyze your lawn, build a plan, and handle the hard work with routine visits throughout the season. And it's all backed by the True Green Satisfaction Guarantee. Visit truegreen.com today to get a golf course quality lawn. Restrictions apply. See site for details.
Kimberly Allen here with Corrigan Moving Systems. Corrigan Moving has been family owned and operated since 1929, specializing in local and long distance moves. We also offer packing, storage, and much more. Corrigan is ready to provide you a stress-free and simple relocation. For a free quote, go to CorriganMoving.com or give us a call at 724-237-4578.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. Spring is a time for a fresh start or a reset, so give your home's windows a reset with Universal Windows Direct. Right now, it's buy 2 windows, you get 2 free, and there's no limit. Plus, 24 months with no payments and no interest, and this month, a $500 bonus off your home improvement project. Universal's exclusive Super Spacer technology keeps the hot summer air out and the valuable cold air in. Give them a call, 412-545-6003, or visit universalwindowsdirect.com.
For over 50 years, the Jim Shorkey Auto Group has been built on trust and family values. And at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills, that tradition continues with great service and great deals. We have your perfect Mitsubishi, like Green Car Journal's 4-time Family Green Car of the Year, the Mitsubishi Outlander. And with a 10-year warranty, 2 years of prepaid maintenance, and 5 years of unlimited roadside coverage, you'll drive with Mitsubishi confidence. Your deal.
Your way.
What a great day.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills.
Call 412-453-8035 for warranty, maintenance, and roadside assistance details.
Hi, my name is Lloyd Lockridge, and I'm the host of a new podcast from Odyssey called Family Lore. In this podcast, I'm going to have people on to tell unusual and sometimes far-fetched stories about their families.
I've heard my whole life that she invented the margarita.
And then we're going to investigate those stories and find out how much of it is true.
He gets a patent 1 month before the Wright brothers. Oh my God.
Please follow and listen to Family Lore, an Odyssey podcast, available now on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your shows.
Live from Studio B at Bowser Chevrolet in Monroeville.
You want tickets to the night before featuring Jason Aldean with John Morgan and Shane Profit at Rivers Casino on April 22nd? Some ticket drops the next 2 days. Noon until 1 at Junk Luggers of Pittsburgh. That's today. AAA South Hills, 4 until 5 p.m. today. 164 Couch Road. April 16th, that's tomorrow. Federal Firearms on Toms Run Road in Oakdale. Or tomorrow from 5 until 6 p.m. at Cohen Markets on Liberty Road in Bethel Park. Doug Whaley with us here until the end of the hour. Doug, the Steelers do have a logjam at outside linebacker, and this is typically the time when you get an extension whenever a player's going into a lame duck year. Well, Nick Herbig's going into a lame duck year, but you already have a ton of money tied up in Alex Highsmith and TJ Watt. How would you handle this situation, and would there be consideration of trading one of the three of those guys prior to the NFL draft?
I'd let it play out. I would not trade one of those guys before the draft because obviously if you look at it, TJ Watt's been up and down with his production, down last year. Highsmith has been injured all the time, and Herbig is a nice insurance policy. Let's see it how it plays out because you have insurance if something goes wrong with your top two. Also, if you play it all the way out and Herbig leaves, then you factor him into the compensatory pick. So you can actually end up getting something for him and exhausting his eligibility with yourself. But also it might be a point where after the year, you might say, you might have Highsmith play the whole year and then he has better trade value. I think TJ Watt, the trade value for him has diminished greatly where it's not even worth it. It's better to keep him as a one helmet guy now. I've told you guys this, and I was on the 2-3 years ago to trade him then. That's when you should have done it. So for me, you let this thing play out. It gives you options, but more importantly, it gives you protection because Highsmith hasn't played 16 games in a season 17, for a while. And TJ's getting older. Let's get him in a pitch count and a rotation where he can be the most effective TJ Watt as possible.
Doug, what do you think the plan is going to be for Jalen Ramsey on field this year? Like, how do you see him being used? And, they have a plethora of safeties now, signing Brisker and what's the one kid, the Savage, as well as back at the depth pieces for the Steelers. How do you see Ramsey being used this year?
I see him being used on specific duties, as in, hey, if you're going to be playing, let's say they're playing Atlanta Falcons and they got Kyle Pitts. You line up straight on Kyle Pitts and you take him out. If you're playing another team that's heavy run focus, all right, we're going to put you as an extra box safety that if they do split out and be able to cover tight ends or slot receivers in a pinch. So I think he's going to be a nice chess piece that Todd Graham can look at and say, okay, what's the best way we can exploit this offense with this chess piece, be it in coverage, be it in blitzing, be it in extra run support, or all the above. So I think Todd Graham's going to really like having him on his squad and being able to use him in a plethora of different ways.
Doug, albeit for me to correct anybody because I make more mistakes than anybody, but you have referred to the Steelers defensive coordinator now twice as Todd Graham. They're going to be playing some high-octane defense, aren't they, Doug?
Yeah, Patrick Graham. Sorry, I'm reverting back to my pit days. Patrick Graham. Sorry about that. Thanks, buddy. I appreciate that.
Yeah, you got it. He was one of the biggest jackasses ever, right? Yeah. You know what? We only got one Dana Holgerson matchup with him, and they hated each other. We should have had more. Yes, Doug, sorry.
No, I was going to say, when he went out to Arizona State, he did not change his stripes, but his wife even had a business card saying the wife of the head coach of the Arizona State football team.
Get out.
Jeez.
Oh, my God.
Kid you not.
My wife hands out the same ones. Wife of morning show host Adam Crowley. Mm-hmm. Do people still do business cards?
Yeah.
See, because one of the first things we had to do at J School at WVU when we started going to the upper levels was go to like all the businesses in town and get your cards. Mm-hmm. And now I ain't taken a business card in years.
Oh, yeah. A lot of people, especially in like the construction industry, I have thousands of business cards.
Thousands.
Yeah.
Have you heard the modern way they're doing things now with those too? You can have a QR code on your phone. You can have people scan, and it will automatically import your contact information into their contact book in their phone.
Wow. How about that? Mm-hmm. 2026.
Technology is a beautiful thing.
Sure is. Todd Graham, maybe he would have won some more games. Maybe he would have stuck around if he'd had Kyle Lewis at the linebacker position for him. We've seen him mocked in the third round. We've seen him mocked late in the second round. What would he add specifically to the Steelers, Doug? What do you think of him as a prospect? They do have 3 third-round picks, and I think he's a really good, modern, middle-of-the-field player.
Yeah, and I think he would be, to me, similar to a guy that has so many versatile things that can bring to the table that a defensive coordinator is going to have a vision for him. And I mean, as in, he's not your traditional off-ball linebacker, but he's a tweener. It doesn't have the size to be an every down off-ball linebacker. It doesn't have the experience or maybe the elite athleticism to be a safety. And but he can do a little bit of everything. So he's like a Swiss Army knife. And I think if a defensive coordinator has a vision for how he can play, when to play him, and where to play him, and then also he's going to bring stuff on the special teams, he is something that if you have 2 or 3 third-round picks, why not throw something at him and Drew Aller? And these are guys, especially if the coordinator, and I keep saying this, has a vision for him, he can be really impactful on a defense because they can line him up in a lot of places. And at the end of the day, he is a football player that has production, not only tackling, but taking the ball away. And that is a highly coveted skill set in any defensive player.
Doug, let's stick on the Pitt players. I mean, Desmond Reed's the next guy. I don't know if he's going to get drafted, but if he does, do you see him? Where do you see him fitting in the NFL? He's an explosive player. Obviously, he was hurt last year for the Pitt Panthers throughout the year, but do you think that there's a spot for him in the NFL?
Spot for him in the NFL, but it's got to be in the right system because he's going to be, I don't want to use the word gadget guy, but again, like Kyle Lewis, you got to have a plan for him because his lack of size, and he really was injured a lot at Pitt. So you got to be able to put him in positions, not that he's going to get every down 30 touches a game. I think with the return ability, you give him a return ability, you get him some packages on third down, some special packages on the offense, but he's going to be a guy that you have to pick your spots with just because his lack of size and his lack of top-end speed is going to limit his ability to produce day in and day out if you're trying to make him a every down player. So if he accepts that role and a team has a vision, I think he can be very productive in limited touches in the NFL.
Doug, there are rumors still swirling that the Cowboys are interested in Patrick Queen. Now, the Steelers already paid out a $5 million signing bonus, so it would have made more sense to me if you would have traded him before that. Maybe that means they won't trade him. Would you consider it?
I would consider it, but I would have to say, okay, what's my plan to replace him? And if I'm replacing him, am I spinning my wheels or am I getting better? You're going to be spinning your wheels maybe just because of the lack of depth in the numbers, but if you look at that room, they have a lot of numbers. I would make sure that piece that you're trading them for, you have the ability to get somebody that is on par with his skill set or better. So you just don't want to trade him just to say to trade him. It's not fantasy football.
Guess what we just got invited to, Doran?
What's that?
A cookout at the Giant Duck.
Oh, great.
You want to go?
I don't know.
Burgers, dogs.
I mean, I'll go eat, yeah.
Yeah, man.
I'll go eat.
Yeah, man.
I'm not going for the duck.
You love the duck.
I don't.
You won't admit it, but you love the duck.
I don't. You don't either.
I could leave the duck or take the duck.
Right.
Doug, do you remember when the Giant Duck was here? It's coming back.
I do not remember the Giant Duck. What's the Giant Duck?
It's the world's biggest inflatable duck. They had it at Point State Park, and now it's back a decade later.
See, I was in Buffalo at that time, so I wasn't around.
Yeah, you're not missing anything, Doug.
No, y'all are just disrespectful to the world's biggest duck.
It's oh my goodness.
One final
Are they going to have
go.
barbecued duck?
See, I love duck. Do you like duck?
Yes.
Love duck.
I love to eat it.
Have you ever had a turducken?
Yes.
Have you ever fed ducks at a local pond?
Yes.
Me too.
But they're real.
And they're not big and inflatable is what you're saying?
Right.
Yeah. All right, one more segment with Doug Whaley on the way. First, the Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pittsburgh Penguins, they lost yesterday to the St. Louis Blues 7-5, but it was a meaningless game. No shift in playoff position for the Penguins after that loss. And so now we move into the playoff series. No defined time as of this morning when the Penguins are going to play, but it's anticipated they'll play either Saturday or Sunday to begin the series. 7-game series, they'll have home ice advantage in with the Philadelphia Flyers. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Still lots of problems out there. And this report brought to you by your local super lawyers at LGKG. Hurt? LGKG. Accident? LGKG. LGKG.com, your home team. We do have delays around an accident in Fraser Township near the Pittsburgh Mills interchange on Route 28. Watch for delays around that. Parkway West inbound, an earlier accident off to the side approaching Greentree. Delays from there down to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Outbound jam from Roslyn Farms past another accident reported, and also one on I-79 northbound between the Parkway North and the Wexford interchange. That's causing delays back to the Parkway North split. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Want a big law firm with no continuity?
That's not LGKG. Don't care about having access to a named partner?
That's not LGKG. Prefer working with those who have no clue of what makes Western PA people tick?
That's not LGKG.
Don't care about courtroom reputation?
Then don't call LGKG. We're not for you.
Cold shower? Call Mr. Water Heater.
Call Mr. Water Heater.
Create a luxury spa with a customized glass shower door. Visit boulevardglassandmetal.com.
Hey, hockey fans. Now with BetMGM, you can win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets when your anytime goal scorer nets 3. Enter BetMGM's hat trick jackpot all season long for your chance to win some major bonus bets. It's easy. Just log in and opt into the promotion. Then make an anytime scorer bet on any hockey game of at least $10. If your player of choice scores 3 goals instead of just 1, you'll win your share of the $10K in bonus bets. There's nothing quite like watching a game with a hat trick, especially when it means you could win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets. Ready to shoot your shot? Download the app today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are bonus bets that expire in 7 days.
What's up, black and gold fans? At Schley Deck Company, we are intercepting all the high prices. Get a no-maintenance composite deck for only 10% more than a wood deck, with an additional 5% off for our military vets. Visit our website, shlydeckcompany.com.
Must finance HMF low APR tier 1 through 2. Atlanta 24 monthly, 7,500 miles per year. $39.99 due at signing. MSRP 24,110. All offers plus tax, acquisition fee, title, plates, and dealer dock fee. Not all buyers are qualifying in stock units only. Offers at 4/30/26.
Get to Mike Hamlin Hyundai for huge spring savings. Drive the new 2026 Hyundai Tucson SE with 0% financing for 60 months. Or lease the new 2026 Hyundai Elantra SE with payments as low as just $69 a month. MikeHamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Hamlin Hyundais are backed by Owner Insurance. America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles. And the Mike Hamlin Advantage oil changes for life.
What does it mean to be bold? In electrical construction, it's being the power behind the power. Visit powerinpittsburgh.com to see the opportunities in electrical construction waiting for you. Join us to be bold.
Some things are great do-it-yourself projects. Your home security system, not one of them. With Guardian Protection, you'll get free professional installation when you purchase a system, so everything's set up properly, tested, and ready to go from day one. No second guessing, no rewiring it 3 times, no why isn't it working moments, just reliable protection including intrusion, fire, cameras, and smart home features. Do it right the first time. Call 1-800-PROTECT or visit guardianprotection.com/FAN today. Terms and conditions apply.
At Liberty Mutual, we love helping people with things like customizing car insurance, just like how we customize a song for you. Catered country tune. Liberty Mutual, saving you bucks by protecting your truck. Cause 30 told me to only pay for what I need. Thank you, Limu. Always trust in Limu with Liberty, 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 Liberty.
When you hire our firm, you become part of the family. Nobody messes with family. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
You know that Chick-fil-A sells more than chicken, right?
Hello, my name is Jaleesa, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit is how it's all of my favorite breakfast items in one good bite. That fluffy egg, that melty cheese with that perfectly grilled sausage. It just gives you that warmth, that comfort food that you love. It is the best possible option for a classic breakfast.
Comfort is calling. Order a Chick-fil-A sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit with Simply Orange Juice on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonial.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track today. High 81, low of 64, 55% chance of rain. Mel Kiper just came out with his, is it his final mock draft or his penultimate mock draft? He'd probably do one more next week.
Yeah, probably one more.
What was this, 15.0?
Yep.
21st overall, he has the Steelers taking Vega, the guard from Penn State. And then 53rd overall, he has him taking Zachariah Branch, a guy that kind of does the stuff you like. 5'9", a little undersized, but quick off the ball compared to like Zay Flowers. 177 pounds at 5'9".
You probably fly.
I'm working to get up to 177, big guy.
What do you know?
Like 148.
Yeah, you got a long way to go.
Long way to go.
That's 30 pounds.
Don't laugh, Doug.
I didn't expect 148. I was hoping like 158 or 68, but man, 48. Whew.
Yeah, I mean, at least break 150.
I'm working on it. I'm
148.
throwing steel around.
I can't even remember the last time I was 148 pounds. It was probably in like 6th grade.
Like coming out the womb.
Yeah.
Jeez,
148.
You're a jockey size.
Coxon. Also, Mel Kiper looks like the only vampire who ages. Like, isn't that the thing with vampires?
I mean,
they
he's
don't
been
age?
on the scene for like 30 plus years, though. I mean, think about that.
I think they're going to sedate him for this year's draft. I don't think they want him quite at mock Kiper levels like he was last year. Although he got the last laugh, Shedeur Sanders, Pro Bowl quarterback, Doran. Doug, there was a rumor yesterday from Ryan Wilson of CBS Sports saying that he has heard the Steelers might have interest in trading back into round one for Ty Simpson. Is that a big no for you?
Me personally, yes. I would rather save that draft capital and try to trade into next year's draft. I believe Ty Simpson is not worth spending extra draft capital on. If you got him in the second, I still wouldn't be happy, but I would understand. But to add extra capital to go get him, I think that would be flawed compared to what possibly could happen next year.
People are texting me I need to eat more and that I definitely need more food. I'm working on it. Progress is slow. I'm in it for the long haul.
Yeah, you need that TJ Watt plan. You need to start eating more in the morning.
Yeah, I think so. I eat nothing in the morning. Yeah. And then I catch up on all my calories later. Protein shakes, things of that nature.
You drink protein shakes?
I do.
How many?
Probably one per day.
One a day?
Yeah.
Okay.
Telling you, get that creatine, man.
I think
it got me up.
Doug.
I'm up. Dude, I'm telling you, I did it for 6 weeks. I went from like 178 to 185. So I'm back to my high school playing well. Wait.
There you go.
Oh, yeah.
Man, I got to get back to my high school coxoning weight, which is like 112 pounds.
Say that 5 times quickly.
Not gonna. I wind up, I was going to make a Diana Rossini joke. Thank you, Doug. Have a nice day.
All right. We'll see you next week, fellas. I'll be in the studio.
That's the
or
great
wherever we
Doug
are.
Whaley. We might not be. We'll tell you where we're going to wind up if we're elsewhere. All right. Thanks to Bowser. Studio B here. Chevrolet Monroeville. Great spot. Could eat off the floor. Wonderful spot. That sounded very Trumpian from me. Tomorrow, 5:40, we're back in the saddle, breaking down Pens, Flyers, whatever happens in the Pirates game tonight, and more NFL draft talk. Starkey's next. Goodbye.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Target Freight Management, empowering Pittsburgh area businesses like yours to conquer the complexities of modern supply chain management. A trusted leader in logistics solutions, backed by years of industry experience and revolutionary thinking. Efficiency, flexibility, visibility, and reliability. And all right here in Pittsburgh. Target Freight Management, exceeding customer expectations using first-in-class technology. Move your product regardless of size with Target Freight Management. TargetFMI.com. TargetFMI.com.
And you thought today would just be another day on the job. But then you heard these words. Your new Floor and Decor is here in Bethel Park. Pros have never had a partner like this. We're ready now with job lot quantities of tile, wood, and stone in stock, and a dedicated pro team to get you in, out, and back on the job. Your new Floor and Decor is here. You ready? Don't miss our grand opening going on now in Bethel Park.
I suffered with plantar fasciitis for almost 20 years. I would try drugstore insoles and supports.
If you suffer with plantar fasciitis, we know the search for pain relief can feel like a hopeless ordeal.
I thought foot pain was going to be with me for the rest of my life. I've been through surgeries, foot injections.
At the Good Feet store, we hear stories every day of all kinds of cheap inserts, expensive shoes, and other failed remedies people have tried that just didn't work.
I was trying all different things. Not a single one worked. And then I was driving past the Good Feet store, and I thought, why not? Give it a try. They wanted to make sure that they gave me the right arch support for my feet. Then it was like, okay, this is different. These make a difference.
Don't lose hope. Give the Good Feet store a try.
I'm so glad I met Good Feet. It changed my life.
Now open in the waterfront across from Yankee Candle next to Panera, or visit us in Robinson Town Center in Cranberry Township, or in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Pittsburgh is Edgar Snyder and Associates' home. Their offices have been right here in our region for more than 40 years. They know the streets, the people, the stories. Now random law firms are showing up, billboards up and down our streets, names you've never heard of, but they can't compete, not with Edgar Snyder and Associates, their roots, their people, or their legacy. If you need help after you've been injured in an accident, call the law firm that calls Pittsburgh home, 1-800-94-EDGAR, or visit edgarsnyder.com. Remember, there's never a fee unless they get money for you.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer.
This report brought to you by Window Nation. Right now, get 50% off windows. Sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com now.
Getting around town's better in a new vehicle from Spitzer. Our triple play sales event makes it easy. Hurry into Spitzer Toyota today and lease a new 2026 Toyota Tacoma SR Double Cab from $419 per month with zero due-it signing. Plus, get our lifetime warranty, complimentary maintenance, and Spitzer VIP points.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
At Spitzer, our world revolves around you.
Select models TSRP 35599 VIN TT 044098 RWD model 7186 36 months approved credit through TMS plus title tax license registration $490 fee $0 security deposit 10K miles per year ends 4/30/2026.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Still a lot of accidents to contend with. One of them on I-79 northbound between the Parkway North and Wexford. Delays as a result all the way back before that split from the Parkway North. Avoid that area if you can. We also have one on northbound Route 28 near the Pittsburgh Mills interchange. That's causing some delays. And one on the north side, crews on the scene at the intersection of Foreland and Middle Streets. And one in West Mifflin on Buttermilk Hollow Road near Pittsburgh McKeesport Boulevard. Watch for delays. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Gherkin Roofing, call the pickle. Gherkin Roofing, call the pickle. Gherkin Roofing, call the pickle. Gherkin Roofing and Contracting, a family-owned and local-based company, is your number one choice for roofing in Pittsburgh. They do roofing, siding, and gutters with exceptional customer service for all your needs. Gherkin Roofing and Contracting, call the pickle today.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
For over 50 years, the Jim Shorkey Auto Group has been built on trust and family values. At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in North Huntington, that tradition continues with great service and great deals. We have your perfect Mitsubishi, and with a 10-year limited warranty, 2 years of free paid maintenance, and 5 years of unlimited roadside assistance, you'll drive with Mitsubishi confidence.
Your deal.
Your way.
What a great day.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi, North Huntington. Call 724-995-3658 for warranty details.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates dropped a frustrating game yesterday to the Washington Nationals that started off with Mitch Keller giving up 3 first-inning runs. So the Buccos were playing from behind the entirety of the game. Ultimately, lost 5-4 as Mitch Keller took the loss. 4 innings, 5 runs allowed, 6 hits, and 4 walks with 3 strikeouts. Pirates had opportunities that they squandered, including the bases loaded in the 7th inning and just 1 out, and were not able to score. They did score 2 in the 4th and 1 in the 5th after getting 1 back in the 1st inning on a Brandon Lau solo home run, but he wouldn't bat later on in the game. Pirates and Nationals will do it again. Game 3 of the 4-game series against the Nationals. Mason Montgomery serving as the opener today for Carmen Majinski's a 6:40 first pitch. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. It's a Wednesday. I'll reunite it again on Pump and Joe.
So are you ready for your show? When it comes to Pittsburgh sports, nobody's got you covered like Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey.
Oh, that's right.
It's the Pump and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
It's the Pump and Joe Show. Austin City limits, he's behind the glass, he's on the board. What a man he is. And they're ready to go. Talking Steelers, Penguins, Pirates, Pitt, Penn State, and so much more. It's the Pump and Joe Show. The Pump's not here. Where'd he go? Nobody knows. They're ready to roll. Taking callers 10 to 2. Talking all things 4-1-2. Talking 4-1-2.
What a show we have today, Bob. Bob Pompiani sitting across from me, Austin City Limits to my left. I don't feel like we need pleasantries exchange today unless somebody's doing poorly. Is anybody doing poorly?
No, nobody's doing poorly. Everybody's doing great. It's a wonderful time to... What? You're looking at me weirdly.
No, I love the draft swag again, Bob. I didn't notice it till now. The lights just came on here.
Well, I was kind of late getting going, and that was the first thing on top of all of my quarter zips, so I threw it on again.
Very
I
sharp.
love that song, by the way.
It's a great song.
It's unbelievable. Jeffrey Lewis,
Jeffrey
right?
Lewis.
Jeffrey
Did an
Lewis.
incredible job.
Awesome. We really do
He's
appreciate
the best
what you
Lewis
did.
since Jerry Lewis, Bob. Maybe Tim Lewis, the Steelers' defensive coordinator. Who's the greatest Lewis in sports history?
What about Huey Lewis in the news?
Huey Lewis.
Huey Lewis. Carl Lewis.
Carl Lewis. There
Carl
you go.
Lewis, for sure. I can't think of any others.
Ray Lewis. But I'm not counting him.
No, let's go, Carl.
He gets a
You okay, Limits?
Well, after last night's game, I wasn't feeling very good, but I'm feeling a lot better.
Let's start with that, because you and I were texting each other real time when it happened.
And with Bob.
What the hell is Don Kelly doing? Let's give a 6-pack. Crack one in Ron Cook's
There we
honor.
go. Maybe a double.
What are we doing here? Come on. Don Kelly's done a good job this year. He's got a guy who's literally, in one measurement anyway, the hottest Pirates hitter since Hannes Wagner 125 years ago. Ron Cook interviewed him after the game that night. This dude has 11 RBIs in the last 3 games, Brandon Lau. He's the second leading home run hitter in all of baseball, ahead of Aaron Judge, ahead of Kyle Schwarber. Did I mention he has 11 RBIs in the last 3 games? He's so hot, and I know he struggles against lefties, but he is so hot that he hit a homer off a lefty in the first inning last night. He's an all-star second baseman. But what happens in the 7th inning of what became a gut punch loss to the Washington Nationals? Just an absolute gut punch. This is what happened. You had bases loaded, 1 out. You had a lefty on the mound and a lefty warming up in the bullpen. So, okay, Lau was going to have to bat against the lefty. Did I mention, Bob, that he had already hit a home run off a lefty in the game? And did I mention
that's the key part of this story, but go on.
Yeah, well, the lefty on the mound wasn't very good. And the one coming into the game, Perez, had an 8.22 ERA and had an 8.31 ERA last season. So you have bases loaded. You have one out. The Pirates down by a run in the 7th inning. And Kelly lifted Honus Wagner for Nick York? What? What are we doing, Bob? You know, he winds up grounding into a double play. There's a lot to talk about that we're going to talk about. He hit the ball hard, I get it. But here's the problem that got compounded. First of all, you don't do it. I don't care if you hit a grand slam. Secondly, even at the time, and Limits and I were talking about it, real time, that spot's going to come up again maybe.
And boy, did it ever. In another
boy, did it ever.
situation, the bottom of the ninth. The thing about it, too, is the situation was this. The bases were loaded, one out. You're down one run. Brandon Lau, as you just described, is the hottest hitter in all of baseball. He had just hit a home run against a lefty. He also got on base after that as well. And then, because of this situation, playing the percentages, which I hate at certain times, and this was one of them, instead of looking at the 143 he averaged against left-hand hitters, or left-hand batters, how about the unbelievable power numbers he's generated, regardless who's been on the mound? So,
right.
All you need is a sac fly. Who's better at maybe doing that? It would be Brandon Lau. That ties the game. You risk double play, fine. Guess what happened? He hit one anyway. I want to see my best hitter, who's red hot, scalding hot, get the opportunity to continue to be hot. And you don't think that pitching staff would have known? This is Brandon Lau. You got to be careful. He may have engineered a walk.
Right.
Who knows?
You're right about all of that.
And then
Bob.
he comes up in the bottom of the ninth, and when you take him out in the 7th, this is where, in a one-run game, if you trust your offense,
he's done for the night.
You do not make that change.
Right.
You figure you're going to get another opportunity in the 8th or 9th. As it turned out, they did in the 9th. 2 on, 1 out, Oneona Cruz strikes out, and then here comes Nick York again, and he pops up.
So
those are
weakly to
two
the
at-bats you took away from the hottest hitter in baseball.
It was just, and the way they defended it after the game, even Lau defended it, telling reporters that it was the right decision, he said.
No.
And he said we'd be having a different discussion if York's ball had found a hole out there. Okay. First of all, I think he's just being a good teammate or trying to be one there.
When I saw that interview, he didn't sound committed to that answer, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. Well, secondly, if we take him at his word, then I guess he thinks it's always the right move to pull him against a lefty. So don't even play against lefties then. Forget it. If you can't go in there, I don't even know the guy's name. What's his first name? Perez. What's his first name? Limits.
I don't know.
Where's Limits?
The starting pitcher from yesterday's game? Or
the guy who came in and faced Lau.
CNL Perez.
Didn't face Lau. CNL Perez with his touchdown and 2-point conversion ERA. He stinks. So the conversation might have a little more merit, although I would still vehemently disagree, if they had some left-handed pitching, crushing stud on the bench, a guy who absolutely ruins lefties. Well, guess what? Lau is hitting 143 against lefties with 6 strikeouts. Guess what York's hitting against lefties, Bob?
It can't be that good if you're going to bring it up.
143.
Wow.
With 4 strikeouts.
And he had been 0 for 5 the previous day.
0 for 6, but who's counting? And he was in an 0 for 9 spell, and he's Nick York, and nothing against him. He's off to a nice little start this season.
Yeah, but
what the hell are you doing, Don Kelly?
0 for 10. Was
0
actually
for 10.
an 0 for 10
0 for
streak
10.
dating back to the previous game. 2 of his last 14 against left-handers. But yeah, let's pull him for the hottest hitter in baseball. Sure.
So, again, Lau says, it was the right decision. Okay. So you don't want to hit against lefties late in games ever? You think you should be taken out of the game? Come on. And then we had Kelly's explanation for this. Limits, do you have that?
Yes, I was on the phone with a caller. I need to find it real quick.
Limits is non-communicative this morning.
Here
Bob.
it is.
Every time I ask.
Just felt like York right there as far as contactability and if that ball goes 5 feet one way or the other, he'd hit it 102 right up the middle, right at the second baseman.
Is that because of how Lau's fared against lefties? I mean, he's been one of your hot bats.
He has been, and that's a tough decision. I always like to make it about the guy. We've talked about as a team, it's going to take 26 guys. I know, Lau had the home run earlier in the game against lefties, just like that matchup with Yorkie there as far as putting the ball in play, making contact, and he did. He smoked it, just unfortunately right at the second baseman.
Right. What's left unsaid is that the spot came up in the order again. What's also left unsaid again is that York is 2 for 14 against lefties with 4 strikeouts. So I don't know. What are we talking about?
This is a guy who was an all-star last year. He had 31 home runs.
Wow,
he's going
right.
to get paid.
You don't pull a guy like that. I don't care what he's doing.
If he had been in an 0 for 30 slump and everything's falling apart, okay, get it. But not in this game, not at that situation. He is one of your best players, and I just think you leave things go and tell him, go ahead, do what you're doing, keep on doing it. He's a professional hitter. He knows how to hit. I think he would have at least made contact there to the point where he could have gotten a run home. Yeah. But I'd rather have him hit another one deep, and you took that chance away. He could have had 5 home runs and 15 runs batted in 3 games.
All of what you say is true. All of what I said is true. All of what Limit said is true. This was Don Kelly's doing a good job this year. This was a horrible decision. And it ain't about Nick York hitting the ball hard and it could have been a hit. It's about depriving an all-star second baseman on a historic hot streak of 2 at-bats in a gut-wrenching loss. It's terrible. Don't overthink it, please. Let a guy in a streak like that hit. Next. All right, Bob, a very interesting visitor coming to the South Side today for the Steelers.
Oh, this is Austin Bechtel's favorite name in all of sports right now.
First down throw for Aller. Steps up in the pocket. Fires on the run. Keandre Lambert-Smith is gone. Welcome to the Drew Aller era. It's a Penn State touchdown.
Oh, player that in Acrisure this season, baby. Here we go.
Drew Aller's coming in for a visit, Bob. What do we make of this?
Well, the interesting thing is they've already met with him at the Combine, and so they're bringing him in again. They brought in a bunch of quarterbacks here, which is interesting for me. I know they got to keep all their options open. One of the options might be if Aaron Rodgers decides he's not going to come back. We don't hear anything on that topic right now. Adam Schefter did an interesting take yesterday that at the beginning of this process, it was supposed to be 30 days out. Well, that came and went. That was February. Then it was going to be before free agency. That came and went. Now here we are before a draft, which is in the city of Pittsburgh. Unless they plan some, surprise and Aaron swoops down in and makes an announcement right there, which is not his style. I know I still have to have that question.
Wait, what's not his style?
Swooping in and going on the stage, Aaron Rodgers. You don't think that? He wouldn't do that, would he?
Wait, he goes on the McAfee show all the time to get to make announcements and such.
He was paid the first time he was on there. He hasn't been on since that last time. My point is that he claims he likes to get away from everything. I just don't see that. If it happens, okay, fine. Build up. But it shouldn't come down to this, I don't think. They should know by now. And a lot of people believe they already know. I don't know if they already know.
Okay, let's say for discussion purposes that they don't know yet. They're still a little bit in the dark. I don't believe that for a second. I think they know. But it is interesting that Drew Aller's coming in. Both these guys, McCarthy and Omar Khan, have talked about an AFC North quarterback. That's what you need, an AFC North quarterback, whatever that means. To them, I guess it means big, strong, big hands, big arm, all of that stuff. Never mind that Baker Mayfield was a pretty good AFC North quarterback, right?
Maybe the best in that role.
So is Aller a realistic proposition here? Is he, do they obviously like him? You don't bring a guy in as a smokescreen. They're bringing in Drew Aller. This is actually happening. Are they going to pick him?
Well, they had Carson Beck too. Are they going to pick him? Did they meet with Nussmeier? I don't know. They may have done it someplace else. I don't know. All I know is you got to keep your options open. To me, it sounds like they're still undecided about what happens with Aaron Rodgers.
Should they pick Aller?
I said the other day that I wouldn't pick any quarterback if my plan was to load up my team with as much help as I can get for the next quarterback next year.
I mean, they do have 12 picks.
I understand that, but you can also move up and use some of those to get some really quality people that you need to help other.
So you don't like Drew Aller?
It's not that I don't like Drew Aller.
If you did like Drew Aller, you'd want them to pick him.
My point is, I think if you're looking for your next franchise quarterback, he's not going to fall in the 3rd or 4th round or wherever, unless one of these guys has shown to be a first-round caliber pick.
Do you think Drew Aller is going to be a franchise quarterback in the NFL?
My gut would tell me no.
Mine too.
I think he can be a guy who's going to be around for a long time, like some of these guys are as backups and create nice resumes for themselves, like a Mason Rudolph has done.
If you could start a franchise right now, who would you pick at quarterback, all things being equal? Will Howard or Drew Aller?
I wish I had seen more of Will Howard last year. So the answer is probably Will Howard to me. And I'm going to base that on everything I said before. What he did at Kansas State, he won. He got to Ohio State, he won. He did things in big games that I liked. So if I had that choice, I'd probably go Will Howard.
Wonder Twin?
I disagree with every syllable, half syllable, quarter syllable, and any syllable that any of you guys just uttered. Come on now.
What do you mean? I haven't even registered an opinion
I'm
yet.
just talking about Bob. I disagree with every single thing Bob said.
You said you guys.
Because you said that you don't think Aller's going to be a franchise quarterback either. So you were complicit in this too.
You think he's going to be a franchise quarterback?
I think in the right situation he can be a franchise quarterback.
Then take him in the first round. Take him with the 21st pick.
I'd be fine with that.
What?
Now, I would take a wide receiver. I think that is more of a position because Aaron Rodgers is going to come back that they would need.
Hold your horses, Limits. Hold your horses here. You just said in the very same breath, really two of them, but close enough, that you think Drew Aller is the 21st pick, or you think Drew Aller is a franchise quarterback.
Correct.
But you wouldn't take him with your first-round pick.
Because
that makes no sense.
Because I feel like the league as a whole, because of the injury and because of performance at Penn State, knocks him down to the second round where you can still pick him at that position.
No guarantee. If you think he's a franchise quarterback, go get him. Trade up in the
Ryan Wilson was talking about trading back into the first round for a guy like Ty Simpson with all the picks that they have, 3/3 and
if you think
a couple of
Aller's
fourths,
the guy,
why not do that?
If you think Aller's the guy, you don't take chances like that. You go get him.
Yes, and then what I would do is I said he was the 20. I misspoke on the 21st pick. I would still draft him in the first round to trade up to like 30, 31, 32. If he was still there in that position, also to be able to have that extra fifth-year option if you want it.
Bob, this guy's gone nuts.
I mean, if you feel that strongly about him, they should just take him at 21.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Well, I'd also want to get him a wide receiver and get this offense a wide receiver to pair with. And you're not going to have a wide receiver available at that point.
He may be gone then.
My point is, there has been no projections that have, and from any mock draft out there at all, that has put Aller in the first round.
That doesn't matter.
Yes.
If you think he's a franchise quarterback, go get him. Why listen to anybody else?
Who would you rather have, Ty Simpson or Drew Aller?
Drew Aller. I don't think Ty Simpson's very good.
My answer is neither, for now.
But your answer was Will Howard over Drew Aller.
Well, you asked me a question to make a choice. My point is, I'm convinced that this is all predicated on Aaron Rodgers returning. Because if he returns, nobody's going to play unless he gets injured or whatever, right?
Right.
So you're going to stack all these quarterbacks doing nothing. At some point, you have to make a decision about who and when do you get your next franchise quarterback. I think the best chances of that are next year in the draft, if you're looking that way.
412-928-9370. 928-9370.
Bring it on, people, because I know the hate's coming for that take. These are the quarterbacks that have visited the facility. Carson Beck, Cole Payton, Taylon Green, and Drew Aller. Aller being the last quarterback to visit. Today's the last day of visitors reporting to the South.
And I would say the most interesting and most realistic that he could wind up on the Steelers to me is Drew Aller. That doesn't mean I agree with it, of course, but if you look at the things they're saying, Drew Aller is the most realistic guy to get picked as a AFC North quarterback. And there was one man who once predicted that Drew Aller would be the Steelers franchise quarterback. Wasn't there, oh limitless wonder?
Oh, yes, and we will never, and I mean never, let this be lived down if it actually happens.
I think the next quarterback, and Limits, this will make you very happy, of the Pittsburgh Steelers, the next franchise quarterback is going to be Drew Aller.
Yep, see?
You just changed your mind on that one.
No, Look at him go. That was last year.
But you said he is not, just now, you said he's not going to be a franchise quarterback.
I don't think he is. I was saying there, I think the Steelers like him and that they'll make him their franchise quarterback.
Okay. Then I misheard that. I thought you said that's who you would want as your franchise quarterback.
Not at all. That's not what I said.
No, that was just a prediction. He's never believed.
I've never been an Aller believer. What about this Limits guy? I actually like your conviction, although you didn't show much conviction.
I love the text lines just going nuts right now. Limits is an idiot. What is Limits putting in his coffee? I don't drink coffee. The hate is deserved.
It's not hate, it's sports.
You're out of your mind. I promised to be nice to you today, but you are making it very difficult.
Well, tell me, Limits. Let me honestly give you the floor for a second. What leads you to believe that Drew Aller is a franchise quarterback? And if you believe that, I'm still baffled why you wouldn't take him in the first round.
I think he's better than Will Howard, too. Let's just put that one out there as well.
Well, that ain't exactly an argument for why he's a franchise quarterback. But go ahead.
Well, I just wanted to make that as another sub.
How about if it's not what you think and he drops all the way down to the 6th round?
I would be absolutely stunned if that happens.
I think a lot of people were a little bit surprised that Howard went in the 6th. I heard some people at the time wanted him in the 4th or whatever. So I don't think he's going to be a first-round pick. If they pick a quarterback...
No, he's not going to be. Absolutely not.
Yeah, but that's not what Austin said. He believes he can be, and if they had to trade up...
No, he doesn't think he'll be a first-round pick either.
But the reason... He would trade up in the first round to get a second pick in the first round.
He would, but he doesn't think that Aller's going to be a first-round pick.
Well, no mock drafts have projected that. And also the injury, missing the significant amount of time during the season and also during the draft process, that's just going to naturally move him down boards.
Tell me why you think he's a franchise quarterback. Your elevator pitch here.
Well, I think the tools are all there, and I'm not trying to make this an intangibles argument like we've made with other quarterbacks, like when Pickett was drafted, and sometimes other quarterbacks that have come out because it's the smarts, how they think the game, stuff like that. Aller has all the natural measurables, tools, traits. I am concerned, just like others, about the interceptions in big games and big moments. That is not something that I am brushing aside and saying, forget about it. That's not something you have to worry about in the pros. No, that is an issue. But I think also he was a victim of the failures of that program, of Franklin being fired, the coordinator wanting to run this trick play, social media type of offense that gets all kind of pops on. Look at this awesome play that we just ran, double reverses and putting Aller into a box that he's just not.
This is becoming more than an elevator pitch. Wrap it up.
You asked for an opinion.
I asked for an elevator pitch.
They never catered to his traits and his skill set. And he has a big arm that can move, and they never had any wide receivers for him. So I think he was a victim of his failures of a program.
Victim of his circumstances and has all the... He really has all the tangibles.
And you would on the other side of that say, Will Howard had everything he needed, right? He had all the receivers and all the help he had.
Yeah, he had Jeremiah Smith. He had Carnell Tate, two great backs.
Someone has to get the ball to him, too, and he did that, especially in big-time situations in that playoff run.
I'm not trying to denigrate Will Howard's college career. It was very good that final year at Ohio State in the college football playoff. I had some concerns about what happened during the regular season, where he kind of looked like a pumpkin in certain games, especially the Michigan one and the mistake that he had against Oregon that he rectified in the college football playoff. His playoff was fantastic, but it didn't ultimately make me think that it will turn into an NFL career when you're a 6th-round draft pick and you're passed up on by 5+ rounds.
What makes you think that Drew Aller, who did not have the kind of success, plus he got injured, what makes you think he does have that?
Well, I think the other thing about
we're all
he just explained that, Bob.
In a long pontification that Joe cut me off on.
I did, because I wanted a short pontification.
All right, well, whatever.
National champions, that doesn't mean anything to me, honestly. Here's your national champions from the 21st century. Are you ready for the list? Are you ready for the list?
Exercise. You've
Josh
done this
Heupel,
before.
Ken Dorsey,
My point is, I
Craig
look
Krenzel,
at what he's been
Matt
able
Mock,
to do in those high-leverage situations.
Chris Leak, Matt Flynn, Tim Tebow, Greg McElroy, A.J. McCarron, Stetson Bennett twice, Jake Coker. I don't even remember who he was, and Cardell Jones, who the Bills brilliantly took.
So that automatically means that he won't be successful.
Doesn't automatically. There's also been Joe Burrow and other guys who have done it.
Other guys have done it.
But they were spectacular talents who were obvious top picks.
He was very good in the run up. He's the most important position at quarterback. Ohio State wins. He makes plays in those games leading up to the national championship. I just don't understand why it's so, what's the word I'm looking for? Out of the realm of possibility that this guy could be a good quarterback in the NFL.
All of football history when you're taken in the 6th round. That's why it's almost out of the realm of not out of the realm, but almost.
Then why even bother taking a 5th, 6th, or 7th round pick?
I mean, because you have to, because the draft says you do, and some guys do make it. So it's in the realm of possibility. It's just a lottery shot.
Again, I don't think all of this is ever going to come to pass. If everyone believes that Rodgers is coming back, they're not going to waste their time. I don't think in the higher round, 2nd or 3rd, bringing in a quarterback. If they do, they'll find somebody later who could come in and be the 4th quarterback.
This is incredible limits. This is one of the greatest show opening 6-packs of all time.
And we're only two into this now.
I know.
Texter, maybe we're in the Sears Tower elevator given this elevator pitch. Yeah,
it's taken a
while. We're in the U.S.
No, you're over
UPMC
in Abu
building,
Dhabi
Steel
going
Tower.
up to 190 levels.
Yeah.
Give me a crack one, would you please? Thank you, Limits.
I've absolutely lit up the text line so much that the text line has now glitched. I've never seen it like this before. There's so many texts that are coming in, it is glitched.
That's why we pay you the big bucks. That's why we lift all them weights. Bob, give me a round for Drew Aller, no matter what team he goes to. What round will he be drafted in?
I say third.
Limits?
Late second, early third is the range for me.
Fifth. I think people looked at his college resume and looked at the big games and said, no thanks. I'm going to say fifth round. All right, Bob. Although I think the Steelers, if he's there in the fourth round, may do it. But I'll say fifth.
How about if they decide, or how about if they know coming into this next week that Rodgers is not coming back?
Then I think you might see Drew Aller in a Steeler uniform.
See, that changes the entire dynamic of this whole
And
conversation.
you'd have can you imagine a competition between Will Howard and Drew Aller with little Mason Rudolph watching from the side?
I mean, it would be interesting to see. And it's one step toward getting to the next part of this, which is to identifying someone who can be your guy. And if you're not satisfied with those two, if this is how it plays out, next year you could draft somebody else.
Let's heat this thing up, Limits. Crack one. A 16-ouncer. Preferably fire brewed Strohs.
Mm-hmm.
Hines Ward is coming here because his guy, Jordan Tyson, is going to get drafted pretty high. I say while Hines is here, he should be the guy to announce the Steelers' first pick. You like that call, Bob? I love Hines Ward.
If it's that person, yes. If it's Jordan Tyson.
Well, why not just let him call anybody who's there? He's Hines Ward. And he's not going to make the Hall of Fame. You got to give him something.
To my knowledge, he's going to be in and out, and he's pretty swamped while he's here. I'm not sure exactly his schedule.
Can we get him on the show? You sound like you have inside info.
No, I've tried.
He won't come on this show? I've written 18 columns why Hines Ward should be in the Hall of Fame. Why won't he come on our show?
Well, I think whatever reason, he has a packed schedule. I'm not sure what that is. I've tried, I used to do a show with Hines. In fact, I just did a thing in television a few weeks ago when he was in town. So I think he's going to be in and out. I don't think he's staying very long.
Okay, but we only need him for 10 minutes.
I know. Don't listen. Do you want to try?
You know what? I'm going to start writing that he shouldn't be in the Hall of Fame.
Oh,
come on. You used to do a show with him?
Come on.
And he's not going to join us for 10 minutes? And also, forget about him going out and announcing the pick. Forget him. Limits is arguing with people on the phone now.
That's
me and
Robin West Mifflin are talking about some things.
All right, Limits, give us another one because this one's good and I need your full attention here because you're involved in this. Andrew Filipponi. I won't say he went after Bob early in the show yesterday, but when it came to Penguins Flyers and this pending playoff series, Bob, well, let's just take a listen.
What did he say? What did he say? I didn't hear this.
I don't know.
Bob. Pony came after you, and it wasn't necessarily great.
How about
Flyers
Pop?
in a series?
I think Pop, there's a better chance that he would melt and turn into a puddle like the Wicked Witch of the West than predict down the air the Flyers are going to win the series.
Wouldn't that be perfect
There is
symmetry?
a better
I don't
chance
believe
that he
they're
would
gonna win.
spontaneously combine.
Wait, what?
That was it?
No, there's more, but I heard Bob say he doesn't think they're going to win.
No, I said I would never predict the Flyers to win.
Oh, here's more.
Bust.
I don't think there's a better chance.
I just exploded into
There's
flames.
a better
We'll
chance
talk about
he
that.
would host 5 days in a row on this station.
No, come on now. Let's not get ahead of ourselves.
Then pick the Flyers. I mean, there is
Wouldn't
no
the symmetry
shot.
be perfect? He was one of the only people who picked the Penguins to make the playoffs. Then he.
What is going on here, Bob?
He did say though last night on the sports call that what you just said he does not see playing out. He doesn't see a short series. Which
there you go.
Wait, hold on. There was another shot that was taken here.
You'd think if you think it's going to go long, you pretty much give the other team a chance. But
sure.
I would.
The longer it goes, obviously the better chance the underdog has. They've planted seeds of doubt. They've just extended the series, etc.
If I could hedge my Elmer bet with Donnie on one proposition or bet, it would be this: Pop is picking the Penguins in 6.
I did that. But
There
he
you
knew
go.
that. I picked the
He's
Penguins
saying
in
that
6.
there's zero chance you would ever pick the Flyers.
In this series, I wouldn't. And I outlined that the other day on social media, my points of why I think the Penguins are a better team. Now, does that mean that Dan Vladar can't stand on his head and do what he's done pretty much all season as their team MVP? Sure, he could. But if I'm looking at this and I'm looking at what I think the Penguins' strengths are and what I think the Flyers' weaknesses are, I think the Flyers' defense after Travis Sanheim doesn't have all that much. They could be attacked. The Penguins are a good forechecking team. 5-on-5 is what they do very well. Their power play is really good. Now, if Rick Tocchet wants to muck it up and get nasty and Malkin loses his mind and starts, swinging his stick like he's trying to take out a big bush in his front yard, then he can get in the penalty box and things can change. I like the Penguins. I like them all along. I was the only one who said the Penguins would make the playoffs.
That's
Everyone
right.
laughed at that.
That's right.
I had my reasons why, but they didn't matter because everyone laughs at that. Go ahead and laugh. I really don't care.
You were right, Bob. And you should be taking a victory lap, not taking heat from Pony.
I mean, I don't understand why that's such a ridiculous bet to make that I like the Penguins. I would have liked them. The team that I didn't want to see down the road is Carolina. And when they play Carolina, if they do, I will pick Carolina because I think Carolina is a better team.
There we go. Bob would pick Carolina.
I do. That doesn't mean I want them to win.
I'm with him on this whole thing. Although he does generally pick. He's a half glass
You're
full.
a positive
You're
pump.
A half glass
I'm always going to be a positive person. I am. But if you've looked at my predictions for the Steelers the last 3 years, I didn't have them winning the division any of those years. I thought they'd be a playoff team, but I didn't think they'd win the division.
You've defended yourself successfully,
I mean,
Bob.
It's whatever.
You're spot on, Bob.
Give us
Hey,
another one.
do you have any Drambuie in there? Let's kick this up a little bit. No beer, but let's go to
We
the
need some
after
wine
dinner.
for Bob.
Here we go, Bob. The Pirates today are using a starter, and it's a guy who pitched in relief last night, Montgomery. Majinski in his last outing went toe-to-toe with who in Chicago? Imanaga?
With Imanaga.
Yeah, and he
What
was
are we
really
doing
good.
here?
He's actually been one of their better pitchers so far.
They're just screwing
I
with
don't
their
understand
rotation, man.
What is the logic behind opener, especially 16 games into the season? I just, don't get it necessarily. If this is the case, just give Hunter Barco a start. Bring him up or get somebody else's. I don't understand. Mason Montgomery, if you're going to use him tonight, I would wait until later in the game when a guy like C.J. Abrams is up in a tough situation if that ever develops. You have
I
lefty
agree.
and lefty.
I agree. And it seems like there's a lot of thinking, maybe overthinking going on over there.
This is like one of those things that have come into play, and then all the managers kind of gravitate to it. We got to have an opener once in a while.
Off the Top, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. The Fan Text Line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. In the Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. Bob, I got one more treat for you in the six-pack. You ready?
Yeah.
This is maybe our greatest six-pack ever. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I'm getting a little tipsy over here.
This is tremendous stuff.
Some people would say that I'm drunk based off my opinions here today, Bob.
Yeah, we'll take calls on Limit's opinion on Drew Allen.
Yeah,
for sure.
and there's been some. He's going to go further on in the draft. So wasn't it John Stallworth in the 70s? Who was it that went in the fourth round that Chuck Noll really wanted to draft in the first, but Bill Nunn convinced him to pick him later? Do you know what I'm talking about, Bob?
I'm trying to remember who you're talking about.
Why are you asking Bob, but not me?
Do you remember, Joe?
No.
Bob was here back at that time. You weren't. You got here in '89. That's why I asked
Yeah,
Bob.
but you're going way back now, and I don't remember.
But the point of that, what I'm saying is, I don't think anybody would be picking Aller right around 21. That's why I still think he'd be available and you'd be able to get him further on later on in the draft.
If that's going to be the face of your franchise, you don't take any chances on not getting him.
Jalen Hurts is the face of the Eagles franchise. Why didn't they trade up into the first round to draft him? They drafted him in the second round.
I don't know that they were viewing him as that. Then they had Carson Wentz, who was still fresh off an MVP style campaign.
They still must have viewed him pretty highly to have him be the starter. What, a year later?
I guess. Yeah. I mean, it worked out in a weird kind of way. If I desperately needed a quarterback, if I had multiple seasons sabotaged by not having one and still didn't have one, and I looked at a guy and said, that's my guy, I would get him.
If the Giants thought that so highly of Jackson Dart, why didn't they take him with the second pick and instead took him with a 26th pick?
Because they knew he'd be available.
Aller, and that's why I'm saying I think Aller would be available in the second round.
You think? You don't know.
Yeah. Well, did they know that Dart would be there at 26? No, you're taking risks.
I think they had a pretty good idea.
But still, it says if they would have taken him with the second pick, that's basically your point.
I actually do agree with that. If they viewed Jackson Dart as the guy, they should have taken him with the second pick.
But that's basically my point.
Because who knows if the Steelers might have taken him.
Right. Because you don't know. That's a risk that you're willing.
Then they would have lost him and they wouldn't have their franchise guy.
Correct.
So you're willing to lose Drew Aller over this? I wouldn't be.
The Giants were willing to do it with Jackson Dart based on just pick value and scouting and evaluation of how the draft board was going to fall. So I would do the same.
Okay. They took a risk and they almost lost.
But they won.
But they won, I guess, yeah. If I identify a guy as my guy, Bob, I'm getting him. And the Giants probably should have done that.
What was your last one? You said it was a big finish here? Did we do it, or do you still have it?
It's Michael McHenry on Seth Hernandez. Bob, This guy is unbelievable. Their first pick from last year, the 6th pick overall. All he does is strike people out, but it's the stuff. I mean, it could be anybody there. And I wanted to get around to just theoretically, could this guy get out big league pitching right now? Because, I mean, there have been teenage pitchers who have done it. I take somebody like Dwight Gooden, granted, but let's listen to McHenry on this. Limits.
If it wasn't for him being a high school kid, his stuff plays right now in the big leagues. I'm not going to sugarcoat that. It's real. I mean, I've seen him since he was 16 years old. He's 19 now. He's been the best high school pitcher that I've ever seen, period. So he could pitch now in the big leagues and get outs because he's got feel, he's got understanding, and he throws 100 with 4 above average pitches. Not good, above average, which is remarkable. And he has a changeup that's 15 miles an hour slower than his fastball that he locates well. So
that's when I watch the video, and that's all I've seen from him, is that change of pace. For someone that young to command those pitches, it's pretty impressive.
And then I came back and said to Michael, look, I get it. You know, he said he's not going to be in the big leagues this year probably. I said, I know, but if it's a limited number of innings, it's in the back of my mind for a game 5, a game 7. You have that dude coming into a game for an inning, and he said, I don't hate it. Would you hate it, Bob?
No,
if they rocketed him through the system like Connor Griffin?
If he's capable, and if you see it at those levels, and then all of a sudden, somehow, some way he gets into it, but you got to, he'd have to be on your postseason roster. There's a lot of stuff that goes into that. But, yeah, I mean, the good thing about this pick is that he's going to be, it looks like, a really solid starter. And they have a lot of those young guys on their roster right now. So, and Jared Jones is about to come back at some point. Pretty good.
I'll say. Ben Cherington has taken a turn here. Anyway, Bob, that was a great 6-pack, wasn't it?
It really was.
What was your favorite part?
Probably the Penguin stuff.
I don't even... Oh, yeah, with Pony?
Yeah.
All right.
I don't know what I'm supposed to
Hold on. Let me put my wooden teeth in so you can understand me better.
I was just asking you for a quick review, Bob. That's all. What your favorite part was.
Yeah, and I also like the fact that we were talking a lot about the decision Donnie Kelly made. That's a decision that managers have to confront every single time there's in one of those. They all look at the metrics, they all look at the numbers, but the numbers for York weren't not very good coming into this game.
That's the thing.
And so they trusted a young guy who really hasn't had much run at all versus a guy who had 31 home runs, is the hottest hitter in baseball right now.
And hit a homer off a lefty early in the game. So again, to review that one, Lau is hitting 143 against lefties, and York is hitting 143 against lefties.
They found a way to grab a pickaxe, a shovel, and dig even a deeper hole to a rung of hell that is far past Satan himself.
I feel like some fans felt that way last night, Joe.
Oh, all right. Coming up, what's our contest question, Oh Limitless Wonder?
Oh, man, there are so many out there, but let's do this.
Should the Steelers draft Drew Aller?
Should the Steelers draft Drew Aller? Yes or no? Best call will win 2 tickets to the night before with Jason Aldean.
So those
1 week away.
Callers have to come on and express their choice.
Should the Steelers draft Drew Aller? Yes or no?
Elaborate on why or why not.
Yes
Very
or no.
succinctly. An elevator pitch, you might say.
Yeah, and the elevator is not going 100 floors up like my pitch was. It's more like 20 floors.
Bob, you have a message for the Populace.
I do, and in and among all the stuff that's going on, you might be thinking about upgrading your home. And I'm going to tell you the best bathrooms don't just look good. They change how you start your day, right? It's the first room you're going to get into. And at West Shore Home, they've built their reputation on making that possible for homeowners across the country. West Shore Home is America's most trusted home remodeler, and they make home remodeling fast, they make it efficient, they make it convenient, all things that you would want. Their modern composite walls give you that custom designer aesthetic without any of the upkeep. There is no grout here. You don't have to worry about scrubbing. Just affordable luxury, engineered to last. And getting there is easier than you think. They have a team of highly trained employee installers. They handle everything. So they don't have subcontractors, no strangers in your home, no stress involved. And that's why it's what they say also, because if you look at 70,000 homeowners, go into there and check out their 5-star reviews after trusting their project with West Shore Home. It's all good stuff, and it could be yours as well. Now, it's your turn. Go out and buy a full bath remodel and get a shower in a second bathroom absolutely free. Yes, you heard me right. The second bathroom shower absolutely free. You can get started now with no money down. You could lock in financing options that make it very possible you'd have a great opportunity with westshorebath.com. Again, it's westshorebath.com. See the website for details and make it West Shore Bath.
Thank you, Bob, for your undying well of compassion. My feet hurt. At least they used to. And then I discovered the Good Feet store. Specifically, the Good Feet foot arch supports, designed to provide relief, balance, and comfort. Man, they sure did for me. You don't have to go out and get new shoes, anything like that. Special shoes, nothing like that. They fit into your shoes and they fit comfortably, extra firm to soft to promote maximum performance and versatility for every foot, every lifestyle. It could be basketball shoes, golf shoes, work shoes, tennis shoes, even Bob's tap dancing shoes, and whatever you got going on. And a lot can go on with your feet. Plantar fasciitis, needles in your heel, burning in the balls of your feet, whatever. This could work for you. It worked for me. Go visit a store. I went to the one at Robinson Town Center across from IKEA. There's one in Cranberry Township, Route 19 North, next to Walgreens. There's one down in Crowley Town, otherwise known as Morgantown, at the Suncrest Town Center. And there's one now open in the waterfront across from Yankee Candle next to Panera. You'll find a Good Feet store. Check it all out at goodfeet.com. Come on in. Try the Good Feet feeling today. Less discomfort, more energy, better performance at the Good Feet store.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, Penguins yesterday, final regular season game of the year, high-scoring one, 7-5. The St. Louis Blues beat the Pens. Penguins scored the first 3 goals of the game. Rucker McGroarty, Avery Hayes, Anthony Mantha all on the board. Hayes ended up scoring 2 on the night. Mantha, his 33rd, but the most thrilling goal of them all, Elmer Soderblom scoring for the Penguins. And as hard to believe as it might be, scores 5 goals in 20 games for the Penguins for Donnie Football to earn $750 from Andrew Filipponi. So it's Penguins, Flyers. We don't know what day it will be yet. Expected to be this weekend. First round NHL playoffs begins at PPG Paints Arena. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This year, the NFL Draft is in our backyard.
It's the draft in Pittsburgh.
And nobody's got you covered like us. Odyssey Sports Draft coverage is presented by National Bet 365. Winning is everything. Download the Bet 365 app and lock in your picks before the game begins. Must be 21 or over. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLE. Available in select states only. The NFL Draft plays here.
We're excited that the draft is here in our backyard now.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Goodrich & Geist.
Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Kenny Avdia of the Portland Trailblazers announced himself to the world last night as a big-time player with 41 points, including the game-winning and one, as the Blazers upset the Suns in Phoenix to advance to a first-round playoff series against the San Antonio Spurs. Avdia has been a tremendous player all season long with the way he can get to the free-throw line and bowl his way into the paint, and last night the nation saw it on full display from Avdia. I'm Nick Costos.
There's a new kind of energy at Starbucks. When your day needs a reset, try the all-new energy refreshers. Strawberry acai, mango dragon fruit, or the all-new mango strawberry. The refreshers you love, now with extra caffeine. New energy refreshers only at Starbucks.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
There's a new kind of energy at Starbucks. When your day needs a reset, try the all-new energy refreshers. Strawberry acai, mango dragon fruit, or the all-new mango strawberry. The refreshers you love, now with extra caffeine. New energy refreshers only at Starbucks.
Have you noticed that every service company these days is owned by some giant corporation with zero personality and no personal touch? Yeah, no thanks. Gherkin Roofing is still family-owned, truly local, and when you call, a human answers. One with a pulse and probably a Pittsburgh accent. They do roofing, siding, gutters, and win awards year after year for their customer service. So if you want a contractor that picks up the phone, shows up, and treats you like a neighbor, because they are one, call The Pickle. Gherkin Roofing, always local and friendly, 17 724-515-5551.
Spring into April savings at South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram. Drive home in a brand new 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokee Laredo. Payments starting at $239 for 36 months or 0% APR for 60 months. Visit SouthHillsChryslerJeep.net for more details.
Beat the spring cleaning rush and Zero Res. This week, 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at just $129 and whole system duct cleaning for just $599. Visit ZeroResPGH.com.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich and Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other law firms. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and they have a 99.7% success rate. So that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor trailer crashes, 25%. Dog bites, 25%. Any accident, 25%. Shenderovich and Fishman, 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Just 20 minutes from downtown Pittsburgh and 10 minutes from the airport, Moon Golf Course offers a beautiful 18-hole course that's perfect for players of all skill levels. Whether you're squeezing in a quick round, planning a weekend outing with friends, or hosting a golf event, Moon Golf Course delivers scenic fairways, great conditions, and a relaxing day on the links. Book your tee time today and experience one of the area's hidden gems. Visit moongolfclub.com.
Draft Spotlights are brought to you by Liberty Mutual. Only pay for what you need. I think Jeremiah Love might be the most talented player in this entire 2026 draft. When I watch him at Notre Dame, in any game over the last 2 years, he's the best player in the field, averaging almost 7 yards a carry, and he's a great receiver, catching almost 60 passes in the last 2 years. I could see Jeremiah Love going as early as to that team in Arizona at 3, to that team in Nashville at 4, or maybe that team in New York at 5.
And Doug.
There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means playing in a football game.
Boom! 42! You're going down, Doug!
Oh, yeah? Your price on car insurance when you customize and save is going down.
Hey!
Limu? What are you doing on their team? Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Hey, it's Pony for my friends at Comer and Cross. Does your garage floor have cracked and stained concrete? Mine did. Maybe your garage floor had a bad epoxy or paint job. A new Comer and Cross garage floor is going to transform your whole garage, and all it's going to take is one day. I love mine, and you'll love yours. If you call them right now, and you should do it, don't waste another second. They'll take 50% off your installation. So here's that number, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. A Comer and Cross garage floor is the gold standard. It is guaranteed to never chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever. And just like they did for me, they will make it so easy for you. Stuff in your garage, they'll take it out. Cracks and pits, they'll fix them perfectly. Look just like new. And they're going to put their proprietary Comer and Cross finish on it. So I want you to call them now and get that 50% off installation. The number is 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. 800-NEW-FLOOR. Or go to COMERcross.com. It's Comer and Cross Premium Concrete Coating. Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Power of Bowser. April is here and everything's in bloom, including savings at Bowser Hyundai Chippewa. The Hyundai Elantra SC is the perfect spring upgrade with 36 combined miles per gallon. And right now at Bowser Hyundai Chippewa, the #1 volume Hyundai dealer in Pittsburgh, you can lease the Elantra SE for only $149 a month. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles powertrain limited warranty. So don't wait. Get to BowserChippewa.com today. Based on 2025 year-end January 2026 sales results, tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $490 applies. 24 months, 7,500 miles per year with $29.99 due at signing. With credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends 5/3/26.
Oh, that's the power of
Get to BowserChippewa.com. Bowser Hyundai Chippewa.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
a lot.
And that's important, trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Oak Cliff Speed Test Intelligence Data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I opened a restaurant and needed everything. Menus, signage, catering brochures.
Everything and then some.
I went to Staples. They printed it all and even suggested takeout menus.
One money pit with a side of fries.
But now at Staples, you get up to $125 off custom print orders.
$125 off. Now you're cooking. Brand your business in a big way at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in store, online, or in the app by 4/18 to unlock. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer. Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by AQuickDrain.com.
Going to do this quick. Call now, or people already are on the line, really, for their chance to win 2 tickets to the night before, featuring Jason Aldean at Rivers Casino, April 22nd, with John Morgan and Shane Profit, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Winners must be 21 plus. The question: should the Steelers draft Drew Aller, who was in for a visit today? We'll give 3 people, maybe 4, a quick shot at this. We're going to give your name. There's no time for pleasantries. Give your take. Bob and I in limits will judge your take, and we'll move on from there. And the winner will get their chance for the tickets. Go.
All right, let's go. Riley, you're in Cannonsburg.
I'd rather be waterboarded than watch Drew Aller play for the Steelers. That's terrible. First round is blasphemous, Austin. It's blasphemy.
Unbelievable, Bob, I'd say. That's going to be a tough one to beat.
That's a tough one to top there, Riley.
Yeah, I think so.
All right, here's Jimmy in North Urbane.
I'd take Drew Aller because Franklin messed him up, first of all. And for the media, you guys would have a field day, a Ohio State kid versus a Penn State kid as a backup and maybe a starter.
That was pretty good, too.
That was good, Jimmy.
That was real good.
Like in pitting the Big Ten against one another. That's a good one.
That was a good point from Jimmy.
Who's the leader in the clubhouse now, Bob?
I'm going to go Jimmy.
I'm going to go Jimmy.
I'm going to go Jimmy, too.
Next.
Dave's in Trafford.
So McCarthy's Heimlich maneuver certification is expired, so this choke artist is not going to survive. At best, if they draft Drew Aller, he's going to be grade A backup material, just like Kenny and folks, Mason, etc.
Not bad, Bob. He went with the Heimlich maneuver.
Yeah.
Man.
He just
speaking
he ran out of
which,
gas at the end, though.
Guess who played a round of golf before me? The name reminded me of this. Guess who played a round of golf right before me at Totteridge yesterday, and who I almost went out with because he was on the course. I was going to go catch up to him, even though I don't know him.
I have no idea.
Mason Heinchel.
Heinchel?
Oh, nice.
Yeah. What do you think of that, Bob?
Is he a good golfer? You could tell what he was doing.
I don't know.
Ahead
He was way ahead of me.
Okay.
4 holes ahead.
These callers have brought it so far. I love it.
Big time.
Let's keep hearing what we got.
Go.
Ted's in Pittsburgh.
Absolutely not. They need to stop experimenting. They need to beef up the roster and keep going. Get your guy next year. Rodgers is going to do the most interesting thing probably, which means he probably won't play. Whatever. Let it play out. Let's get the real guy next year.
Not bad. Sounded like a cynical and somewhat bitter man, Bob.
Distinct.
Did you like him?
It was okay. He wasn't at the top of my leader list.
Jimmy is.
Jimmy's still is.
Jimmy's still there.
One more shot. Here we go.
Benson's in Sewickley.
Hi, Benson.
Hey, what's up, guys? So I'm going to say some names here. Alex Smith, Aaron Rodgers, Patrick Mahomes, Drew Bledsoe, Tom Brady. They all have in common the fact that they were together and the guy learned off the other guy. Patrick Mahomes was behind Alex Smith. Aaron Rodgers was behind Brett Favre. Tom Brady was behind Drew Bledsoe. And honestly, everyone's been talking Will Howard up. I liked what I saw in the national championship game, and I think he deserves a shot. Now, next year's class is supposed to be better anyway. Why you got to reach on a guy that obviously isn't that good?
I like the lilt in the voice at the end.
Yeah,
Bob.
that was a little dagger.
It was a nice
That was a
lilt.
little dagger.
Great ending, but I'm still going Jimmy.
I like Jimmy too. Can we go one more?
One more.
We
Let's
have
go one
we have
more.
a
We're going
classic
overtime.
caller.
Yeah.
We have a classic caller on the line.
All right.
Robin West Mifflin has called in for the first time in weeks.
Go, Rob.
What's up, fellas? I ain't really called about the tickets, man. I heard City Limits talking crazy about Drew Aller, and I just had to call in, man. There's no way in the world they should take this guy, man. He hasn't shown me anything, not one thing, to be a first, second, or a third-round pick. I watched every game that he played. He was up 10-0 against Ohio State at home and stunk the bed up after that. They better not take Drew Aller. If it was up to City Limits, that'd be the Pittsburgh and Indy Lions, man. Don't do it.
Wow. What a line.
That's a great line,
He
Rob.
would win, but he doesn't want the ticket, so let's go with Jimmy,
All
right?
right, Jimmy was our winner.
Jimmy, stay on, and I'll get your
we have
info.
lovely
Stay on,
party
Jimmy.
gifts for you, however.
Cloudy and a high of John Stallworth, 82. A low of Dermonti Dawson, 63. Fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. Do we have the general on the line, Limits?
We do. He's on the video.
Listen to the Pomp and Joe Show every Wednesday to hear about Starkey's Card of the Week from the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry. Contests run every Wednesday through Friday at noon at the 937thefan.com contesting page. Let's guess at the Card of the Week, Bob. What do you got?
Brandon Lau.
I think that's a good guess. I'm gonna co-opt that one. Maybe a little Nick York in case a lefty comes in. You have a righty card. Limits, who do you have?
I'm going to pinch hit for the Brandon Lau card and have Nick York be the answer.
Hello, General. What do you got?
Gentlemen, good morning. I appreciate you having me. We had to go with Brandon Lau. 10 RBIs in the last 72 hours. However, you can't have April 15th and not have second base included, which would be number 42, Jackie Robinson.
Ooh, I love
Jackie
that
Robinson
call.
Day. We can't miss it. American icon, part of Americana, what makes baseball great. In this photo, you'll notice he's signing autographs. This is a 2019. It's a rare card. It's called a photo swap. They actually take a current player, take his picture off, and include a player from baseball history.
So how is that
This
rare
is a
when they're
Jackie
photoshopping
Robinson.
it?
Well, they just don't make a lot of them. It's there's a thing now I call, Bob, manufactured memorabilia, where they make things. Memorabilia in its original intent was something that was old that you kept and woke up one day and it was 75 years old. Now they manufacture things to be collectible, which would be, it could be brand new, but they only make 10 of them. So that makes it speeds time up, if in essence.
I saw a story recently where a rare baseball card fetched $2 million at an auction in Northeast Ohio, and now I forget who it was. Who was it that was on the card? Did you see that story, General?
I did not catch that. Typically, if it's a baseball card, it would be Honus Wagner or Mickey Mantle. Ruth has some cards in that genre, but I did not catch that story.
I think it was an Ohtani Judge card where patches of the card were from game-worn jerseys. That's what it was.
And you know what? Back to that manufactured memorabilia. Those are the things they'll make of. We talked about the skiing card after week. There will be a Connor Griffin patch card that'll come out in November. Those are manufactured memorabilia, things that are one of one. They actually took the MLB patch off the back of Ohtani's jersey and off the back of Judge's jersey, emblazoned it upon a card, and then had them both autographed. That's the one that went for $2 million. Someone, I think in Cleveland, pulled that out of a regular $10 pack.
Holy ostrich milk. Well, tell me this one before we let you go. There's an investor. This story just came out a couple days ago. I think an investor paid $16.5 million for a Pokemon card. Why would anybody do that, General?
I have no idea. I'm going to recuse myself from that conversation because I'm a sports guy. I'm sure that that's a legitimate thing, but it's not anything that I feel like I think about. I know very, very little. Part of knowing what you don't know, Joe. That's something I'm not very familiar with. I'm sure it's very similar overlay. The thing that's intriguing, I'll never put anything else that I will do is build sports up. The thing I love about sports is there's no author that tells you what's going to be popular. The field tells you what's going to be popular. If Drew Aller throws 67 touchdown passes next year, people will want his cards.
He might.
That's the
Limits will pay you $1 million for that one.
Yeah, that's the beauty of sports is no one forms your thought process.
Thank you, General.
All right.
You guys are welcome. You have a good
You too.
Thanks, Jeff.
Thank you.
We got to get a better connection the next time.
Limits, I think he was in that back room. That might not work in the future.
Yeah.
We're going to have to correct that. But he's great as always. Thank you to the General. Your chance to win Starkey's Card of the Week goes or happens on our website every Wednesday through Friday at noon at 937thefan.com. That's where you get your chance to win that. The Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry. All right, Bob. Coming up, the big boy. And that would be Mark Cabali. And I want to ask him about this Drew Aller business. What is happening here?
He's been lurking back here in the producer's booth for the last 10 minutes.
I think he's going to side with Limits.
And what's going to happen here? But first, Bob, you have a message for the Populace.
Yes. If you were like me and you thought the Penguins were going to get to the playoffs, you could have made a whole bunch of money at DraftKings Casino. So they may be hot right now. You may want to ride them into the postseason. You can do it because 3, 2, 1, we have liftoff on Daily Rewards Rocket Turbo on DraftKings Casino. You play $50 on your favorite casino games this week and upgrade next week's rewards. You'll get 4 chances at 10,000 in credits every day. You can land those rewards and then use them to keep the fun going. All you got to do is head to the DraftKings Casino app and start playing to turbocharge your daily rewards. In partnership with DraftKings Casino, the crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. You got to be 21 or older, physically present in Pennsylvania only. Eligibility restrictions apply. 3 launches per day for rewards. Launches expire each day at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. Earn additional launch for following week for completing play requirements, and those vary. Non-withdrawable rewards and amounts vary per launch and are subject to game and expiration limits. Terms at casino.draftkings.com/promos. It's sponsored by DK Crown Holdings, Incorporated.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Well, Bob, Drew Aller is visiting the Steelers today. He's coming in for an official visit. Today is the final day that prospects can visit teams before the draft, which is just a week away, officially, a week and 1 day, with Pittsburgh hosting the draft and being center stage for the NFL on the 23rd of April, next Thursday. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
For over 60 years, Neophis Insurance Group has proudly partnered with Nationwide Insurance to help protect what matters most. From the car you drive every day, to the home where your family lives, to the business you've worked so hard to build. Neophis Insurance Group offers reliable coverage backed by the strength and stability of Nationwide. With local service and trusted protection, they're here when you need them most. Contact Neophis Insurance Group today and see how their experience can help protect your future. 412-364-3388 or neophisinsurance.com.
Best club fitters are at Lynch Golf Sales at Pine Creek. You will see ball flight not just 5 feet and drop like other golf stores. Lynch Golf Sales at Pine Creek is the only place to get your new golf club. Plus, April is demo month. Set up your time today.
It's time to spring into action with BetMGM Casino. This season, they're bringing you thrills like you've never seen before. New customers can enjoy a 100% deposit match up to $1,000 plus $25 on the house using bonus code HOMETOWN at sign-up. Slots, table games, and live dealer games are always in bloom and always available from the palm of your hand at BetMGM Casino. Download the BetMGM Casino app today and get a piece of the action this spring season. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. Must be 21 and over to wager. Pennsylvania only. New customer offer. All promotions are subject to qualification and eligibility requirements. Rewards issued as non-withdrawable site credits and/or bonus bets unless otherwise provided in the applicable terms. Rewards subject to expiry.
Hello, this is Lester Botkin, Chief Investment Officer of Botkin Family Wealth Management. I've been lucky in my life, and I'm grateful to the clients who've helped make our family-owned business a success. But like most of us, my beginnings were far from glamorous. Julie and I got married after I'd spent 3 years in college and 5 years in the Marine Corps. She worked full-time to support us both while I was finishing my degree. One day, we got caught in a major hailstorm. Hail the size of golf balls nearly destroyed our car. When the insurance check arrived, we used it to pay down Julie's student loans and drove that badly dented car around for 4 years. We didn't have much back then, but we had each other, and remembering those years makes me appreciate the blessings we have today. At Botkin Family Wealth Management, we're interested in hearing your story, because understanding your beginnings is an important part of appreciating what it took to get where you are today. Visit us at botkinfamilywealth.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC.
Mike Rowe here with another random fact. Those cracks on your walls aren't just cosmetic. They could mean your home is sinking. Whether it's drywall cracks, exterior cracks, or sticking doors or windows, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys, and they're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to stabilize your foundation. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi to announce Pittsburgh's #1 draft pick, Mike's Beer Bar. With 80 taps dedicated to local beers, you're sure to find a winner from their draft beer options. Mike's has over 500 beers and the best craft beer selection around with food that over-delivers. Their steakhouse quality burgers, famous Yinzer wrap, and signature steak on a stone are just a few of their tasty food options. So, make Mike's your #1 draft pick. Get a great meal and watch all your favorite sports action this spring. Tell your friends to meet me at Mike's.
Today is the day you heard these words. Your new Floor & Decor is here in Bethel Park. We're ready now to help make your dream space a reality. With a huge selection of tile, wood, and stone, we've got the latest looks that reflect not just where you live, but how you live. In stock, ready to go, and we won't be beat on price. Your new Floor & Decor is here. You ready? Don't miss our grand opening going on now in Bethel Park.
84 Lumber has partnered with Anderson Windows and Doors to bring a brand new showroom to Mount Lebanon. From homeowners to industry pros, everyone can see, touch, and interact with various series of Anderson windows and a wide variety of doors to make the most informed decision for their build. 84 Lumber experts are on site to demonstrate product features, answer your questions, and even schedule a visit to the job site for measuring and installation. Your budget matters and flexible financing options are available. Call today to schedule a personal consultation at 570-507-8015.
Man, I love this place. I've been surfing here since I was a kid. Now, seeing my grandson out on the water, it means everything to me. Watching him and taking in the blue waves, the sea breeze, the blurry horizon.
If you have geographic atrophy, or GA, subtle changes in vision could mean it's progressing toward irreversible vision loss. Izervay is proven to slow GA progression and could help preserve your vision for longer, so you may keep seeing the world around you. Izervay, or avacincaptad pegol, is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may cause blood in the white of the eye, blurred vision, or a temporary increase in eye pressure. Do not drive or use machinery until vision has recovered after an eye injection or exam. Ask your retina specialist how you can slow your GA with Izervay. To learn more, call 1-855-IZERVAY or go to izervay.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma. Pharma.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
This report brought to you by Window Nation. Right now, get 50% off windows. Sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com now.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Bucco baseball tonight at PNC Park following yesterday's disappointing Pirates loss, where they were down early, 3-0 after the first inning. Mitch Keller took the loss. He's now 1-1, 4 innings, 5 earned runs, 4 walks, and 3 strikeouts, as the Pirates were able to scrap together 4 total runs, but not being able to come back against the Nats, and they lose 5-4. They're 10-7 on the year. Mason Montgomery, he will serve as the opener today. It's a 6:40 first pitch. Carmen Majinski will follow. Hear the game right here on 93.7 The Fan. Jake Irvin will start for Washington. Our pregame coverage will begin at 5:45, and it's presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Mark Cabali joins next.
Get a load of this. I'm turning it up. Talking Pittsburgh sports on the Pomp and Joe Show.
Oh, it's all for real.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
It was a joke.
Put down Booker Aller, steps up in the pocket, fires on the run. Keandre Lambert-Smith is gone. Welcome to the Drew Aller era. It's a Penn State touchdown.
That's twice now we've heard that.
For good reason. The big boy is in here to weigh in, Bob. And we're not even going to say hello to him. We're going to go right to Drew Aller. We've already said hello. We've already shared pizza. He's indulging in the Slice on Broadway's new, what would you call that? A sandwich roll?
A pepperoni roll.
Pepperoni roll.
It's not a roll, it's a log.
Oh my gosh, they're so good, Bob.
It's a what, Bob?
Log.
It's a log. It's a pepperoni log. It's absolutely incredible.
You did not help yourself to one?
No, because I was helping myself to 8 pieces of pizza.
Okay.
So anyway, we had a big controversy earlier. Drew Aller's in. That's usually tells you something. I mean, you don't just invite anybody in for a visit.
Plus, they talked to him at the Combine. So
Plus, they talked to him at the Combine. Limits wants to draft him. He thinks he's a franchise quarterback. He might even move back into the end of the first round to get him. Bob and I and all the texters and callers and all the citizens of Western Pennsylvania think that he's crazy. Where do you stand?
Yeah, I think he's crazy if you're talking about first round here.
Is he a franchise quarterback?
No, I don't think you can say that now. Maybe he could develop into one, out of a whim or out of a surprise or something.
Would you draft him?
I would draft him, yes, but it would be probably more towards day 3. But the problem is I don't think that he would even last to day 3.
If you were starting a franchise, would you take him or Will Howard?
Wow.
Do you like my questions to the big boy,
that's
Bob?
That's a tough one.
It's almost like free association, which is not free today.
I would probably take Will Howard at this moment right now. But I was a big Drew Aller guy, and I mentioned this last year. I thought he was might be the second or third quarterback off the board, and he will be probably the third quarterback off the board right now. He just has so much raw talent, and people get caught up in the intangibles of not a big game player, which is true, right?
Is that an intangible? It seems very tangible to me.
Is it? Or do we look at the mentality of coaches saying, if you can throw the ball, if you know where to throw the ball, if you have the arm talent, the leg talent, and everything else, we can fix this other stuff. We can't teach you how to throw the ball 40 yards down the field on the line. I think that's a lot of mentality coaches have. So they look at that and say, okay, who cares? Who cares if he threw an interception, maybe the worst interception in the history of the college football playoffs?
I won't dispute that.
It was pretty bad. But
Carson Beck's is up there, too, in the national championship game.
It's a tough one. So I don't think that plays into it. I don't think you evaluate a quarterback and say, wow, he's just not good in a couple big games. You know who else wasn't good in big games? The entire Penn State team for the past 10 years.
Bob, would you like to pepper the big boy with some questions?
About this or about
anything you want? I think this is the thread here.
You've all along said that Aaron Rodgers is going to be back. And while I understand that, okay, absolutely. But why is it not happened yet? Why does this have to be
He's trying to make
out?
you mad there, Bob.
No, I'm just asking realistically because everyone talks about this. It got Adam Schefter to put out a post about it. I just want to know why it's taking so long. Is that a simple question to answer? It should be.
it's the way I look at it is, does it matter if we know? I think they know. They were pretty much not 100% sure that
Then
he's
why
coming
are they
back.
bringing in quarterbacks?
Well, because your quarterback's 43 years old.
I thought they love Will Howard.
Well,
You can't develop two prospects at once.
You know what? Maybe, I mean, I don't know their theory. That's the issue with a whole new coaching staff. We don't know their tendencies right now. Maybe he's coming in to get a baseline on what he might want to do next year when McCarthy's really jumping into the quarterback potential of drafting one. There should be better ones in the first round. Next year, maybe that's the case. Maybe they just want to be sure that none of these guys are the guy. And I don't think any of them are the guy. The only issue I have with drafting a guy this year is, especially early, I'm talking about Ty Simpson early, 15, 21, 25, whatever first round you're doing. You have to commit to this guy for 3 to 4 years. And I don't think you're in a position as an organization to commit to Ty Simpson or Drew Aller for 3 or 4 years if you draft them in the first round.
Are we sure about that, though? Because they didn't commit to Kenny Pickett for 3 or 4 years.
Two solid ones.
Are you then 100% it's going to be Aaron Rodgers?
Yeah.
Okay.
100%.
I'm a 99.9er. I mean, if not, honestly, Bob, if he does not come, this organization will have a lot not only to answer, but it would be a bad look for them that they don't know what's going on right now. They have to be knowing what's going on, or they would not have approached this offseason currently like it has.
Well,
if they didn't know Aaron Rodgers was coming, they would have went and got Kirk Cousins.
Again, it just
Why does it have to be Kirk Cousins?
Because there's that name, they were interested, so that's why I threw that out there.
I know, but I'm asking why the interest in him from
a veteran guy.
I know. But
That's
if you're
all it
really interested, as Joe says, you hear all these lavish praises about Will Howard. At some point, you have to move beyond this yearly cycle of who's going to be the quarterback. It makes life a lot easier if you get hit. And I know it's not easy to hit.
And when did Bradshaw retire? When did they?
I know. I'm
when
saying.
Did they get Ben? So sometimes it takes 5, 10,
maybe so,
13 years.
But Joe last year had it on Jackson Dart, and he said he was available for them if they. I'm only saying it because there are guys who come along that you could draft if you want to end that cycle.
You sold on Jackson Dart and his 2-11 record?
I'm just saying that he was available.
Peyton Manning didn't have a good first year. Troy Aikman didn't have a good first year. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Bob.
They were the number 1 overall picks, though.
Yeah, and they didn't have good years. So shouldn't he have more of an excuse? Listen, Jackson Dart, first of all, he lost his running back. He lost his star receiver. He had nobody playing around him, and his whole team stunk.
It sounds like you're talking about Aaron Rodgers right now. The whole team around him stunk.
Did it?
Well, the skill players, they weren't very deep at him, right?
Yeah, that's true. Is he going to throw the ball down the field at all this year? Like a quarter of his passes last year, literally, I'm talking, were behind the line of scrimmage.
Yeah. I might have had a lot to do with who he had thrown the ball to.
Yeah.
What options did you have? If you had Calvin Austin, who was injured for a while.
To keep George Pickens, and they didn't.
Oh, geez.
Here we go again with Bob.
Okay. Given the statistical year he had, why do you think that it was never possible for him to do that here?
Oh, he could have did that there, but I think he burned so many bridges within that organization that they just had to wash their hands of it. I don't even know if it 100% had to do with the front office more than some of the players were just done with him. And when you get to that point, Bob, you just have to,
You could have waited one more year and then cut bait. At that point, you just say, oh, we're going to let him play because he has a lot to play for. And at the end of this, we have no intention.
I don't think anybody discredits his talent. It's just everything else around him. I don't know, honestly, Bob, and I've heard this before, that even when they were trying to trade him, there weren't many people interested at all. At all. And no way for a third-round pick, so they got lucky. They looked at it, they got lucky to get a third-round pick because nobody wanted him.
Okay, maybe they got lucky, but they also turned their back on a 1,300-yard receiver with a lot of touchdowns, second in the league. I'm just saying,
if you perceive to have a cancer within your newsroom, sort of like Rich Walsh. you want to eliminate that, right?
Rich is a good partner up there. We do a lot of good stuff. Bottom line is, whatever. I think every locker room has somebody like that.
Yeah, I think they just got less right now than they did maybe 2 or 3 years ago. That's for sure.
Limits, would you like to ask the big boy a question? Well, why don't you two talk to each other? He's the one out there who put his neck on the line for Drew Aller, and you're ripping it.
Mark,
You two should be
Mark,
talking
I'm very
to each
surprised
other.
by this because I thought you were a Drew
I'm
Aller
a Drew
backer.
Aller guy. I'm fine with him.
So then why do you say you wouldn't take him unless it's like the 4th round?
Well,
how much do you truly believe in him if you think his value is just, 4th round? That's where you pick your value guys.
Okay.
Your guys that you don't think are going to be able to make much of an impact. You kind of hope they do.
Perspective of what people can understand. Everybody does fantasy football, right? You really want this guy, but you know what? I could probably get him in the 3rd round and get more value for him. That's what you just apply that to the NFL draft too. Why would I draft a guy in the 1st round if I can get him in the 3rd or the 4th? Plus, a quarterback that's so up in the air if they're going to be good or not. You remember a couple of years ago, we all loved Matt Corral. Now he plays for like the Birmingham Stallions or something like that of the World Football League. Remember Matt Corral?
Ole Miss's quarterback, Matt Corral.
He got injured in that.
I'm just saying. There's no sure thing.
There's only one great Ole Miss quarterback, and his name is Jackson Dart.
I thought you'd say Eli Manning.
No, he's not even close to Dart.
The best quarterback for the Giants all time is Jackson Dart already after one season. Eli Manning, shove aside. Sorry, Phil Sims. Jackson Dart.
Let's not distract from the issue, and let's get some phone calls brewing here on Drew Aller.
Drew Aller. I just want
928-9370. Limits wants the Steelers to take this guy. He's here
because he interviewed him. That's why he asked him a question. Didn't
they interviewed him at the Combine too.
So that's how excited. No, I'm talking about you. Didn't you interview him for something?
I've interviewed him before.
Oh, that's
I interviewed him at Pro Day. Oh, so that's why. Just because I had one conversation
your journalistic
with the guy.
integrity is compromised.
So does that mean that I think that they should draft every single person that I've ever interviewed before? Let's say I interviewed, the random kicker for North Dakota State. Oh, Austin interviewed him. They should definitely draft him in the 6th round.
It's all optics right now. If it was the Penn State kicker, then maybe it would be different.
This is like Rossini and Vrabel right now.
Oh, I don't think it's anything like that. How is that supposed to correlate? This is like Rossini and Vrabel.
I don't know. They haven't embraced or locked hands or anything like that.
Are Cavalli and I going off to distant islands and hanging out with each other?
No, you and Drew Aller are interlocking fingers.
Yeah, that's what I meant. That you have just affection for Drew Aller, and I think it's very nice.
Well, it seems like it might have been on both sides for Vrabel and Diana Rossini. I don't know if Drew Aller would know my name.
May have been. I was
possibly,
only kidding.
But I don't know.
I was only kidding. But you do want the Steelers to take him, and you do think that he's going to be a franchise quarterback. Do you people out there think that? Because this is not just theoretical stuff anymore. They met with him at the Combine, and he's now in Pittsburgh visiting with them. Are there any other big Drew Aller fans out there? I don't know that we've ever had one on the air. Everybody who calls in rips him. Everybody who texts in rips him. Yeah. You're not necessarily ripping him, but you don't think he's a franchise
I just don't
quarterback.
think.
You don't think he's a franchise quarterback, Bob, and I don't think he's a franchise
I think
quarterback.
where his argument falls
I think
flat.
he could develop into one down the road, potentially, if he gets the right coaching. And you've seen guys do that, but right now, no.
I think where Limits' argument falls flat is, hey, I would take him with the 21st overall pick. If Limits would say, hey, he's a good 3rd rounder or 4th rounder, I think people would jump
into the 1st round, though.
That's not. That's the part I don't understand. If you think a guy's going to be your face of the franchise and you love him, why wouldn't you go get him at the 21st?
Because he does have some warts, right?
No, I'm saying if you believe that, why wouldn't you go get him at the 21st pick?
It's just like,
if he's going to be so good and he's going to be your guy at the most important position in sports, Limits, go get him.
It's just like why the Giants picked Abdul Carter too and not Jackson Dart, because he's not going to be picked that high. So you're not going to overreach for a player, even if you think that they can be a very solid, consistent player for you and a franchise guy.
Consistent player. You're saying he's going to be a franchise quarterback.
Maybe they should have.
Maybe they should have.
You can still get that guy.
Here's what the Giants should have done. They should have traded out of that spot, moved back, and taken Dart a little higher to guarantee they get him.
I disagree. They still were able to get him at that pick.
Luckily,
they moved up. Luckily. So the same thing could happen in this situation.
So you're just willing to take a swing and see if you get Drew Aller?
Yes, because I don't think other teams in the league are going to pick him that high.
You don't know.
No, but you didn't know on Dart either.
Right. They got lucky. You're willing to just take that swing, see if you hit a homer for a franchise
I don't think it's
quarterback
luck.
that you could get.
I don't think it's luck.
It's a calculated risk.
It is a calculated risk. Isn't the whole entire draft a calculated risk?
Not if you think that your guy is there. Go get him. Where do you think that they should get Drew Aller? Where do you think the Steelers should take him?
I think late first, early to mid-second round would be the range.
Okay. Fair enough.
I think he would be there with their second round pick when they take him.
So trade back in or trade back in the first round or trade back into the first round and go get him.
You'd be trading back into the first round to try to get that fifth year, just like the Giants did with Dart, when instead of picking him with, the 34th, 35th pick, that's why they traded up. Into this.
What do you think of this, Cavalli?
Well,
now he's going after you.
I am going after Cavalli.
If he was the GM of the Raiders, he would move back a couple picks, hoping Mendoza falls to 3 or 4. Is that what you're telling us?
No, because Mendoza is the undisputed number 1 pick right now. Like, everyone knows that. Like, that has already been established, right? How does that correlate there, Mark? I don't understand your point there.
The blue and white glasses back there.
How about Mark? He is this self-proclaiming Drew Aller fan.
I'm a fan, but
and now
not
here
first
he
round.
is trashing on his own opinion.
Bob, what do you make of all this? Things have become ugly here.
First round.
I think anytime you're talking about a quarterback, it raises the level of conversation, and it's an important, and until they solve it, you're going to have this kind of debate all the time. And so I understand the passion involved, but I think they have to figure out what path they're going to take. And if that includes a quarterback higher than we think, they better be absolutely right on it, because it's the most important position there is.
Why don't we just say forget it all and just give Mason Rudolph the reins? Give him a 5-year extension.
412-928-9370. Well, let's circle back to this question. If you're 100% sure that Aaron Rodgers is still the guy, then what's the delay? I don't understand.
He's Aaron Rodgers. Maybe I can't answer that other than he marches to the beat of his own drum.
Yeah, but I
don't know. Obviously,
if you don't hear anything before this draft, and we're in the first round,
I don't think it matters.
You don't think it matters?
Oh, well, you're at the point right now. What are you going to do?
Well,
you're just going to say no.
You think they know? I'm just throwing out the possibility they may not know, and maybe they're just waiting, and they haven't given exactly a line in the sand deadline.
That's a derelict of duty. Then, if they don't know, 90%, 95% that he's coming back, then you allow this to happen with the hopes that Will Howard turns into, Peyton Manning, then you're not running your franchise correctly. So that's why I believe that they do know.
And you're probably right with that. I'm just saying it's frustrating that it has to continue to be a conversation piece, which is maybe what Aaron likes to get, conversation pieces.
Maybe he's in South Africa on a safari or something and doesn't get cell phone reception.
No, I don't know.
I don't know.
And ayahuasca.
Some of the thoughts of him showing up here next week, of making the announcement on stage, is just ridiculous.
That went on the Pat McAfee show. You better be careful. That's your employer.
Yeah, I don't know. That's a ridiculous thought.
I agree with that. I don't think he'll do that.
At first, I don't think he's a guy that would, at least what I saw from him last year, would like to, people are going to hammer me on this one, bring that attention on to himself.
No, he hates attention. Would never want to do that.
I don't think he would with the organization. And second of all, the Steelers would not allow that to happen if they had a choice in that. Was he just going to jump up on stage and say, hey, by the way, I'm coming back?
And then announce their first pick?
There's no way. Hines is here, Ben's here. Bring him down.
Tim Benz?
Joe Green.
You say Tim Benz?
Ben.
Oh. I would like to see Benzie make the first pick.
Joe Green, get him up here.
Yeah, that would be good.
That'd be great.
The franchise cornerstone, which started it all.
Let's hit the phone lines, Limitless.
Here at Wonder. Steve and Pennsbury. You're up.
Where's Pennsbury, Steve?
It's out by Kraft and Robinson area.
Yeah, up by Chartiers Country Club.
Oh.
Yeah, behind.
Yeah.
Speaking of that, Josh Roundtree, if you're out there, it's time to play golf, Josh Roundtree, at Chartiers Country Club. Let's do this. Go ahead, sir.
So I'm thinking you got 3 third-rounders. It wouldn't be a waste to throw one at a Drew Aller with the tools he has and hoping that the mental side could come around with a coach like McCarthy.
So then if Rodgers is here and you have Howard and you have Aller and you have Mason Rudolph, you're not going to get much play for any of those younger guys. We didn't see that with Howard at all. And, I think And I understand you could sit around as a quarterback and learn, and I think that maybe was helpful for Will Howard the first year, but I also know at some point you have to put it into play, and you have to have the opportunity to put it into play.
Right, and I'm thinking, no offense to anybody in particular, but Mason Rudolph can go by.
Whoa.
And you have the two younger guys battle out for that backup position in the preseasons because you know Rodgers isn't playing in the preseason.
See, the issue I have there is, then you're relying on the backup to the 43-year-old being two rookies who's never taken a snap. I have issues with that.
Yeah,
if you're saying bye-bye to Mason.
Let's say Rodgers does come here, and along the way, and I hope this doesn't happen, but he gets injured. What is the next step after that? Who would it be? Mason still?
I think the offseason here will dictate that. If Howard is so overwhelmed and they just don't think he's ready yet, then you go with Mason. If he comes out and lives up to only partially what they think he might live up to, then that's a different conversation right there. I'm not a big guy of let's throw him in there and let him work through things. No, you got a bunch of spent a lot of money this offseason on a very expensive defense with the thought of winning. I'm not just going to say, let's see if we can do it with a rookie. I'm not into that.
Well, let's continue the conversation next, shall we? Mark Cabali for the whole 11 o'clock hour. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. Text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And Mark Cabali himself is brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel, the region's premier spirit wear and sports uniform provider. Plus, I want to ask Mark about other draft matters, including how we get in and get out. We were talking about that at the beginning of the show yesterday. It's going to be a madhouse down there.
But I think they have a pretty good plan, though. If you looked at some of the stuff
Who does?
The city and Visit Pittsburgh. You just got to pay attention to it and follow what they tell you.
But not everybody has prime parking at KDKA to walk over the bridge.
I pay for that prime parking every month.
Do you?
Yes.
They make Bob pay for a parking spot?
That's wild, Bob. I didn't know that.
I did not know that.
Do they know who you are?
I mean, that's just been the protocol forever now.
How much, Bob?
A lot more than I want.
So they don't comp the parking for you?
No.
Sure about that?
It's never it's never been that way.
But nevertheless, you do have a spot.
My point is, well, I hope so. I think that's true. I mean, I don't know.
Guess what happened, Bob? And limits. There's a former fan employee who offered me his driveway because he lives right near the stadium.
What?
He said I can park in his driveway.
Is it Horace?
I'll give you each two guesses. You can jump on board here, Cabali.
Former fan employee.
Former fan employee texted yesterday while we were talking about how we're going to get in and out on this thing next Thursday and said, I live a 10-minute walk from the stadium. You can park in my driveway. Who is it?
Was there a price involved or was it free?
Free.
Was it on-air talent?
I can't tell you.
Wow.
Well, yeah, it was someone. It was an on-air person. Otherwise, nobody would know.
Seibel.
No.
That would be a walk from Ohio.
The key is a former.
Yeah, former. Limits? Any guesses?
I don't think Colony lives by the stadium.
It's not Colony. It's not Horse, who was Joe Kopp. There's been a lot of horses treading through here.
Does Folsey live down there?
It's Folsey.
Is that where he lives? I thought he was out.
How about that?
Someplace in Westmoreland County.
I'm going to park in Folsey's driveway.
Wow.
The problem with there is people might sneak in there, so you better grab a couple of those cones.
Hoist those cones in Folsey's driveway.
It's a driveway, not a street.
You don't think people are just going to say, forget I'm pulling in here.
No, I don't.
Got to have a couple of those cones. There are no cones around. They're just
I'll take a cone. The traffic cones have become popular.
Yeah, but I don't see traffic cones. I see those little.
Yeah, they're making their own. They're making their own cones.
No, do you see what they put up now? Is those like panel things?
No, I haven't.
Raise the panel doesn't really.
Have you seen those limits?
Yeah, I don't see many cones.
They're cones. Yeah, there's a ton of cones.
No, he said that there's a new thing out there.
Raise the panel? Yeah, I kind of brushed
What is it?
that.
It's when. Trust me, I live in the South Hills.
Well, describe it.
It's constant construction.
Yeah,
it's like a rectangular panel every 4 feet that makes you not go into that lane.
Mark, we live like 15 minutes from each other. I've never heard of
cone.
that.
It's orange and white, and it's just it's a standing like a panel.
Yeah, that's what I'm
piece of
saying.
panel.
Raise the panel doesn't really make any sense.
Just a panel? Like a panel?
I don't know
you'd
how to describe it. You'd have to see it to know it. But
There's this thing called Google that you might want to look into to see what it looks like.
Because you can't explain it properly. Yes, I will do
Bob
that.
can't either, and he's
it's
a legend.
But it's a thin
board.
A board. Okay, a standing board.
I look at it as more like a piece of panel, like you would find.
Not a barrel. You know what? Raise the barrel. You remember the old big barrels? Maybe we can do raise the barrel.
Well, when I went to 1137 Greenfield Avenue,
there's a lot of barrels
to go
up there.
do that story. There
A lot
was
of barrels.
classic folding chairs in the streets during the snowstorm to save a spot.
Hey, you got to do what you got to do.
Just classic.
Yes, Greenfield. I would have loved. You should have brought a videographer with you.
I took a couple photos.
I would love to see you knock on the door. I'm Joe Starkey. Did you know that Mike McCarthy lived here?
I did that to a couple.
Another
places.
texter is offering for you to park in their driveway.
Really?
Yep.
Well, I noticed they don't offer you.
No, apparently not.
Maybe they should. These are the updated ticket drops for the night before, featuring Jason Aldean with John Morgan and Shane Profit at Rivers Casino, April 22nd. Today, noon to 1 p.m., Junk Luggers of Pittsburgh, 3255 Babcock Boulevard, Suite B, 15237. 4 to 5 p.m. today, AAA South Hills, 160 Ford Couch Road, Pittsburgh, 15241. April 16th, 2 to 3 p.m., Federal Firearms, 5035 Toms Run Road, Oakdale, 15071. And April 16th, 5 to 6 p.m., Cohen Markets, 5281 Library Road, Bethel Park, PA, 15102. Let's talk more draft, what it's going to look like down there next week, and who the Steelers might take, not just in the first round, but thereafter. They have a bunch of picks. Not a great winner for roofing and siding, I can tell you that, and that's where JP and his mustache come in. Joe Potocznik, he's been doing this for over 40 years. You need the roofing siding checked. You want new roofing and siding. This is the place to go. $500 off your first roofing or siding installation at JP Roofing and Siding. It's an Owens Corning Platinum Preferred company, I should say. 1% of them get that designation. Joe's got it. They do great work. He's a great guy. Give him a call. 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Drew Aller visiting the Steelers today on the Southside facility. He is the fourth quarterback to visit the Steelers in person, including Carson Beck. He was the first from Miami on March 17th at the beginning of the process. Cole Payton from North Dakota State. Taylon Green from Arkansas visited earlier this week as well. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's the season to break out the clubs. Practice your swing, then look for the 19th hole. Golf season is here, and Going Low is back. Join Chris Muller every Saturday morning at 7 a.m. for Going Low. Powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Chris will talk national golf news, meet with local golf pros, and visit courses throughout the summer. The Going Low Show is brought to you by True Green, Western Pennsylvania Golf Association, Hickory Heights Golf Club, Avalon Golf and Country Club, and the Grand Resort. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric. Call McVeigh today.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute. Kenny Avdia of the Portland Trailblazers announced himself to the world last night as a big-time player with 41 points, including the game-winning and one, as the Blazers upset the Suns in Phoenix to advance to a first-round playoff series against the San Antonio Spurs. Avdia has been a tremendous player all season long with the way he can get to the free throw line and bowl his way into the paint, and last night the nation saw it on full display from Avdia. I'm Nick Costos.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Now that Wendy's has these new biggie deals, everyone in the family can get what they're craving, from nugs to JBCs. The parental units can get an $8 biggie bundle, the eldest who think they're so grown can get a $6 biggie bag, and the little one who can do no wrong can get a $4 biggie bites. You know, assuming they have a credit card. No, I'm kidding. We take cash too. 4, 6, and $8 biggie deals for the whole family. Only at Wendy's.
Price and participation may vary. Single items at regular price. Prices may be higher in Alaska, California, and Hawaii.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Power of Bowser. April is here and everything's in bloom, including savings at Bowser Hyundai Chippewa. Looking for a fresh start this spring? The 2026 Hyundai Tucson all-wheel drive brings versatility to your ride. And right now at Bowser Hyundai Chippewa, the #1 volume Hyundai dealer in Pittsburgh, you can get the Tucson SE with 0% APR for 60 months or get rebates up to $3,000. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles powertrain limited warranty. So don't wait. Get to BowserChippewa.com today. Based on 2025 year-end January 2026 sales results, tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $490 applies 24 months, 7,500 miles per year with $29.99 due at signing with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends 5/3/26. Get to BowserChippewa.com. Bowser Hyundai Chippewa.
Hey, hockey fans. Now with BetMGM, you can win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets when your anytime goal scorer nets 3. Enter BetMGM's hat trick jackpot all season long for your chance to win some major bonus bets. It's easy. Just log in and opt into the promotion. Then make an anytime scorer bet on any hockey game of at least $10. If your player of choice scores 3 goals instead of just 1, you'll win your share of the $10K in bonus bets. There's nothing quite like watching a game with a hat trick, especially when it means you could win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets. Ready to shoot your shot? Download the app today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are bonus bets that expire in 7 days.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Hot water fast. Call Mr. Water Heater.
Call Mr. Water Heater.
Must finance HMF low APR tier 1 through 2. Atlanta 24 monthly, 7,500 miles per year. $39.99 due at signing. MSRP 24,110. All offers plus tax, acquisition fee, title plates, and dealer dock fee. Not all buyers are qualifying in stock units only. Offers end 4/30/26.
Get to Mike Hamlin Hyundai for huge spring savings. Drive the new 2026 Hyundai Tucson SE with 0% financing for 60 months. Or lease the new 2026 Hyundai Elantra SE with payments as low as just $69 a month. MikeHamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Hamlin Hyundais are backed by owner insurance. America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles. And the Mike Hamlin Advantage oil changes for life.
This winter might not have been the worst one on record, but it's up there. Aside from being hard on people, it's even tougher on our homes. Hey, it's Chris Muller for my friends here at MHI Roofing. If the freeze-thaw cycles this winter created even the slightest crack in the shingles or sealant on your roof, you're going to have water in your home this spring when the rains hit. That's why you need to call MHI today and schedule a free 21-point roof inspection before the rainy season. They'll go over every inch of your roof and review their findings with you, and if they do find a problem, it can usually be fixed with an inexpensive repair. But if it is time for a new roof, you couldn't hire a better company than MHI. Over-the-top customer service, highly skilled crews that install a perfect roof every time, and best of all, they offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. So give them a call for your free roof inspection today, 412-998-8864, or online at mhiroof.com.
Taxes don't retire when you do. Without the right strategy, they can take more from your savings over time than the market ever will. Secure Money Advisors helps retirees and pre-retirees build tax-aware retirement strategies designed for today's changing rules and regulations. Claim your complimentary copy today at righttrackbook.com. That's righttrackbook.com, where your retirement journey begins on the right track.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, if you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each. $30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Oak Cliff Speed Test Intelligence Data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
And Doug.
There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means playing in a football game.
Boom! 42! You're going down, Doug.
Oh, yeah? Your price on car insurance when you customize and save is going down.
Hey!
Limu? What are you doing on their team? Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Everything you knew about reaching customers online is being rewritten. Time to rethink your approach. Outcomes from Viant finds real customers, not impressions, not clicks, customers. Our AI maximizes every dollar of your budget against the outcomes that matter most and proves it happened. It's smarter advertising made simple. Visit Viant.ai.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your Nature-Made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature-Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy 2, get 2 free offer. Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Cloudy with a thunderstorm this afternoon, the high 82.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by AQuickDrain.com.
Back with the big boy, Mark Cabali. Listen to the Pomp and Joe Show on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts. Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. The Fan and the Pirates want to visit your team in action for our youth baseball, softball showcase. Parents, coaches, email us at youthsports@937thefan.com to register your 12 and under team, and the Fan might make a stop to your field. Brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel. Details at 937thefan.com. Dulac hinted last week, he didn't really hint at a trade, but he said if Herbig stayed, the trade would involve somebody else, something to that effect. Made a lot of noise. But he seems to feel that the most likely outcome here is that Herbig might go out and test the free agent market himself after next season. To me, that's the worst outcome and the one I would want the least if I was the Steelers. He's the youngest of those guys, and he should be the guy, in my opinion, that they're prioritizing. Yeah. What do you think?
I mean, if you're going to bet on yourself, that's what you do. I mean, once you get the free agency, you might as well go and see what's out there, see what your market value is.
Why let him get there? If you're the Steelers, why let him get there?
Maybe he chooses to do it, unless he thinks he's a $100 million guy. I mean, are the Steelers in position to give him $100 million right now? They've got options next year.
How much did Highsmith get on his deal?
I think 19, 18, something like that.
Yeah, it was in
68 million?
No, I thought it was in 50.
So why couldn't they give Herbig that deal and trade one of the other guys?
Maybe he doesn't want that. There's always two sides to this, right? Plus, it's not like the Steelers have options. I mean, they're not great options next year. It's the franchise or transition tag him, but then you're looking at $25 million at transition.
And no draft pick if another team.
Plus, I mean, if you're transitioning him, that's just buying you time to be able to sign him long term next year.
You sound like you're just giving up on the idea of Herbig. You have two other guys. You have a young star pass rusher who should be prioritized. Bob, do you agree?
No.
I would let everything just play out.
Yes, I would.
Then he's gone.
He doesn't have to be gone. You can then substitute a salary that you may lose in one of those other guys and give the money to him.
The closer you get to unrestricted free agency, the more chance you lose him.
But how much money right now can you put into that? If
you have to trade one of the other two guys.
But if there's not a good trade to be made?
Well,
it depends on what you want and what you
My
get.
question is, are you sold on Nick Herbig?
Yes.
Absolutely, 100%.
100%
4 years,
that he's a young star.
$104 million sold on him.
What was Highsmith's deal? It wasn't for $100 million.
I'm just saying. I mean,
you don't need to spend that kind of money.
Austin,
what the salary cap
can you
at
check
now?
to see when
Where's the salary cap?
Highsmith's deal ends and what it is?
I think
it's 2 more years.
It's 2 years left on it.
And Watt has 3 more years.
What is the deal, though? I want to know the money.
There's a difference between
4 years, $68 million is what Highsmith signed for after a 14 and a half
What's his
sack
dead money
season.
last? It doesn't really matter. They can move on from him. They could trade him. I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it. I would do it next year.
The dead cap is 11.
Next year's when Herbig's going to walk away.
Yes, then you tag him. Then you know that
you think the transition tag is going to work?
You tag the guy, then that tells you you're working on a long-term extension for him. How about if Herbig doesn't pan out this year, just for argument's sake? What if TJ Watt all of a sudden really hits the wall and you got to move on? Or something with Highsmith. At least you're buying yourself time to make a smart decision. That's the way I look at it.
I'm sorry, Bob. I'm dominating the conversation. Can you jump in?
No, I'm listening.
Well, then you're selling low on those guys, by the way. Although you'd sell low on Watt.
You're just making
now.
sure. You're just making sure that Watt's going to be worth his 3 more years, and you're hoping that Herbig is a guy that continues that upward trend. I'm not sold on either one of those.
You just let it all play out.
I would let it all play out.
Yes,
that's what
I think. I don't think they have much.
Let it all play out.
I don't think they have a choice right now.
They have a choice.
Just let the whole thing play out.
What choice do they have?
They can offer him a contract
can
and
trade
see if he
somebody.
at least accepts it or not.
Yeah, do that at least.
Or try to trade Alex Highsmith because Watt's $41 million is going to be very difficult to trade.
What are you talking about?
What do you mean?
What are you talking about?
Alex Highsmith was the defensive MVP last year.
Right.
And now you just want to ship him down the road.
Second. He was the defensive MVP. It took him a while to get going, and then he was great late in the year. You know what?
Very good.
Yeah, good. Good for him. It was the first time he was
And
good.
you want to ship him down the road, not you, but him.
No, I do. I want to sell high on him because guess what? It was the first time he was great since he signed that deal.
He had 14 and a half sacks one year.
That's when they signed him. And then over the next 2 years, he had 13 combined, and he still hasn't reached double digits
and
since
he's been
then.
injured the last 2 years.
And he's injured all
his
the time.
Herbig.
And he's injured all the time.
Herbig's had 6 different hamstring injuries,
You're
so
talking
don't go
about
down there.
Alex Highsmith like he's Lawrence Taylor.
I think Alex Highsmith is you're sending your best defensive player, and you want to get rid of him at 28 years old. That's crazy.
The only thing that makes sense if you do it is that he has right now high value in return because of what the season he is coming
and
up.
only 2 years left on his deal.
So I can understand that if it happened, but I just think.
And by the way, he turns 29 soon.
Okay.
So,
what do you mean? So he's getting.
Another
Herbig's
thing
24.
you could buy yourself some time on too here, and I just really thought of this. And I probably should have thought of this before. Is if you buy yourself time with all 3 of these guys, maybe you get a better feel of what type of player Jack Sawyer is going to be. Then you're like, you know what? Fine, let's just get rid of these guys. We got Sawyer and Herbig, or you know what? Sawyer's just above average. You're buying yourself a window to see where these guys are going to pan out to be, in my opinion.
Yeah, I'm just going to wait and see. I'm not going to do anything right now. I
don't think they can.
You're not even offering Herbig any kind of deal? You're just going to...
Why would he take it?
I think he's going to wait until the end, and we'll see what his value is at that point. And quite frankly, at that point, you can make other decisions regarding some of these guys. If Highsmith has 1 year left on a deal, he has a good year too, then move him then. But I want to say...
Too late then, because then Herbig walks.
Can you set up a contract where you basically pay him some extra money this year and make it almost a dummy year 2 or 3 years down the road where you can get out of it so he can sign another extension? I don't know if he'd be willing to do something like that.
I doubt it. In my opinion, you have a young, burgeoning star that you discovered, you developed. Why would you just let him walk, as Dulac is suggesting might happen here? And you guys seem to be...
I don't think they can let him walk.
Endorsing that idea.
I'm not going to make that move now. I think they have a very good situation there at that position. It's one of their least positions of need. They have insurance in case things go badly. So I think that's how they're viewing it.
Could you get a first-round pick for T.J. Watt?
Probably not with that salary. Probably not with that
salary. The salary is going to prevent that from happening. I think they could have a couple of years ago. They could have got probably a lot more.
Was he 32 here in, October?
I disagree with every syllable you just uttered, Bob.
And half syllable,
you think they can get a number one pick?
The Buffalo Bills or the L.A. Rams, who have 2 first-round picks next year, you know how much McVay loves T.J. Watt, and they are one player away, and it might be him. You don't think he'd give away one of his 2 first-round picks next year?
Don't they have 2 this year?
And they have 2 this year as well. Didn't they trade? They might have traded one. I don't remember, but they have 2 next year.
Well, if they think that, then they must think he has a lot of good football left in him.
I think he does too.
And if he does, then you ride it here. That's what I'm saying. I'm going to let this thing.
Do you think T.J. Watt is washed?
No,
absolutely.
No, but he's definitely had his best years.
I agree with that too.
And he's on the downside of his career, and he's on a bloated.
I'm not saying sign him to a 8-year extension. I'm like, you got 2 more good ones left in him, then we'll.
He's already on a bloated contract at $41 million. He's coming off a bad year.
Is it? I mean, the salary cap's like $400 million next year or whatever it's going to be.
When you look back, if you could redo it, would you sign him to the same deal?
Absolutely.
Bob?
I wouldn't have done that same deal. I would have been interested to sign him, but I would have had better terms, at least try
Zero
to
What do you have, 4 years? Is that what it was? That seemed a little lot.
4 or 5 at 41 million a pop for 7 sacks?
They might have added a year.
No way. Not at $41 million. Mark, how can you say that? And he's going to be getting paid $41 million this year and
$6 million
after.
a sack.
You're looking at this year. I'm talking about when they signed him. If they wouldn't have signed him, what was it, a week before the season last year, you would have been sitting here whining like a baby, Limits.
Wow. Like you whining that Mason Rudolph doesn't get enough opportunities.
Bob, this is leftover Drew Aller bitterness, I think, happening here.
It all started with Drew Aller.
Well, we agree on Drew Aller.
If it was the Pittsburgh Mark Caballes, Mason Rudolph would be the starter for a decade.
He should be this. You know what? You wait till he trots out there next week as the QB1, and we'll see.
Yeah, because Aaron Rodgers wasn't signed yet.
Well, it's still going to be QB1.
Who, Will Howard?
Oh, Mason
Rudolph, the hero that the Steelers need.
I don't know if we're allowed to show up to these practices, so we won't know.
All right, we'll talk about how to get to the draft next week. Thank you, big boy.
The draft's over. Oh, no, the draft isn't over. I just wish it was over.
It's going to be next Wednesday.
Can I say one quick thing on the draft? Why are so many people trying to, throw rain on this draft that's coming to Pittsburgh? I've seen so many people negative about it on Twitter saying, this is just going to be so much of a nuisance.
Somebody on Twitter being negative. Get out.
What are they saying about it?
A lot of people are saying that the draft is just going to be a nuisance to the city, and they'd rather it not be here.
It's once in a lifetime, really, for our lifetime. You're going to get a chance to see something that a lot of people want to come into and see. It's an event. It's
I'm glad for hotels, restaurants, and all that. And I'm going to get the hell out of there after my show and not be part of it at all.
Well, that's your prerogative.
A
lot of people have a different opinion and want to be part of it.
And
they want to see
I applaud that.
And that's what I mean. So they're doing it, and it's going to be.
Do you agree with Limits that too many people are being negative?
I don't know about too many. I've seen people.
Maybe it's just the people he hangs around with.
The
people he hangs around with want to go there.
Yeah.
He's going to be
Here's the thing.
We're all going to go.
If it bothers you so much, I got a plan for you. Don't go.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. You can just stay at home, go to another place, or whatever you want to do.
It's unquestionably a great thing for the city.
Great thing. They're going to bring $200 million
of it, and you're going to have concerts going, and it's just a good party atmosphere. That's what they've created. That's what people like.
Is Limits going to get arrested again for an incident at Tequila Cowboy?
Stop. Seriously.
He spent 4 nights in jail.
Oh, I thought that was just one of those ayahuasca things that he and Rogers together for 4 nights.
Joe, this is not something that you should try to be joking about, saying that I was arrested. Would you like it if I said, yeah, Joe Starkey was arrested for being a nuisance walking around the ballpark?
I was, actually, at Cortland State, arrested for peeing on a tree.
Were you
so
actually?
I have been arrested.
Well, I haven't, and I'd like to keep it that way, Joe.
Well, then watch yourself at Tequila Cowboy, because a lot of rumors went around the last time you were there.
Rumors are untrue.
Right. Did you hear about that?
Photos of a drunken Bechtold was floating around the Twitter.
No, it was not. You were just making stuff up.
This is one of the things I hate about cameras anymore in your phone. It's everyone just takes too many pictures and are all too willing to throw them out there for whatever the reason. And a lot
Did you know that we got Callis in the air at Donnie's wedding? We lifted Callis into the air.
I saw how many men did it take?
At least 3. And I'll give Pony credit. It was his idea. And I'm thinking, yeah, but he ain't going to get under Callis and help with the pushing up. And he did. He put his beer down, and with 2 hands, he helped get him up there.
I saw the video, yeah.
Did one of the who had the unenviable task of slipping off of a cheek?
You'd have to check the video on that one. I wasn't going to get injured for it. I lent one of those like
fake ones
pushes from the outside.
Like when my car got stuck at training camp, they took videos of that, and I pretended like I was pushing.
Exactly.
I'm like, pushing.
That was an all hands on deck.
Yeah, you were taking. Hey, what about that, Joe? He's complaining about pictures, and he's the one videotaping.
You're the one who put that on social media,
I
Bob.
asked him if he would mind. I asked first. I didn't just bomb him with a photo, and then all of a sudden it comes out. I asked him. I said, Mark, do you mind if I take a picture of this?
Thank you, big boy. Now you're cutting into Matt Clement's time.
Thank you, big boy.
Which is selfish of you. We'll see you.
Bye, Mark.
Bye.
Cloudy and a high of John Stallworth today, 82, a low of Dermani Dawson, 63. Fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track, I should say. Speaking of getting things on track, if you're buying or selling a home, Gina Giampetro is who you want to get in contact with. You can't lose. You sit down with Gina, you agree on a price and a deadline. Deadline passes, home isn't sold. Gina will have it bought and turned into a rental. Now, selling a home can be stressful. We know that, so it's important that you choose the right real estate agent that can make the process simple and stress-free. Anna wanted to sell her home in the South Hills, reached out to Gina, and it's another 5-star review for Gina and her team because Anna said Gina walked her through the entire selling process, took away the stress. Gina and her team were quick to answer any questions in an honest and professional manner. And with their years of experience and knowledge of the market, they sold Anna's home for over $800,000. If you're in the Pittsburgh area, you're ready to sell or buy, call my friend Gina of RE/MAX Select Realty. Call Gina 724-602-9752. Google Giampetro of RE/MAX Select Realty and look up GinaWillSellYourHome.com. That's GinaWillSellYourHome.com.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, Pirates today will play against the Washington Nationals. 6:41 pitch at PNC Park. Mason Montgomery is on the mound for the Bucks. He will be the opener for Carmen Majinski, who's set to follow. Jake Irvin will pitch for the Nats. It's a 5:45 North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Dan Zangrilli. Listen on your Odyssey app. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
I'm back to doing what I love and more. Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Don't let bad feet stop you from being active and getting healthy. Trade in your bad feet for good feet at the Good Feet store.
What does it mean to be bold? In electrical construction, it's being the power behind the power. Visit powerinpittsburgh.com to see the opportunities in electrical construction waiting for you. Join us to be bold.
Getting around town's better in a new vehicle from Spitzer. Our triple play sales event makes it easy. Hurry into Spitzer Toyota today and lease a new 2026 Toyota Tacoma SR Double Cab from $419 per month with zero due at signing. Plus, get our lifetime warranty, complimentary maintenance, and Spitzer VIP points.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
At Spitzer, our world revolves around you.
Select models TSRP 35599, VIN TT044098, RWD model 7186, 36 months approved credit through TMS plus title tax license registration 490.fee, $0 security deposit, 10K miles per year, ends 4/30/2026.
Aetna has been my lifesaver. Easy to understand, and if not, customer service is always there to help.
Those words from a real Aetna Medicare Advantage member speak to why U.S. News & World Report named us a best Medicare Advantage company. Because we show up with care management that ensures doctors work together on complicated conditions. We show up with the latest in online tools to make healthcare easier to use anytime. We show up for you because that's how healthier happens together. Member feedback has been edited for length and clarity.
High winds probably did more than just blow off a few shingles. If they weren't installed right the first time, your whole house is on the injured list. It's Sean Whalen from family-owned Whalen Exteriors. Saturated wood and attic rot are the kind of rookie mistakes that lead to mold. Make your first-round draft pick the pros with the 5-star reviews. Whalen Exteriors. We do full attic inspections to catch the damage before it spreads. Financing packages for every budget. Visit WhalenExteriors.com. Whalen Exteriors. You're on the clock, Pittsburgh.
Mike Rowe here with another random fact. Those cracks on your walls aren't just cosmetic. They could mean your home is sinking. Whether it's drywall cracks, exterior cracks, or sticking doors or windows, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys, and they're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to stabilize your foundation. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for detail.
At twomeninjuncktruck.com, you can book same day or next day. Then we arrive, we quote, you like the price? Yes! We haul it away. Yeah, it's that easy. We'll even whistle while we work. 2 men in a junk truck.
Kimberly Allen here with Corrigan Moving Systems. Planning to move your office or business? Trust Corrigan Moving Systems, formerly Parks Moving and Storage, Pittsburgh's leader in workplace solutions. From office relocations to decommissioning, warehousing, and inventory management. Corrigan makes moving seamless so your office can be back up and running without skipping a beat. For a free quote, go to CorriganMoving.com or give us a call at 724-237-4578.
Hey, it's Crowley here for Window Nation. Spring is a great time to open your windows and wait, your windows won't open? They leak? Are cracked? They need repainting? Again? Getting top quality custom fit windows from Window Nation is easy and affordable. During the More You Buy, the More You Save sale, you could save up to 50% off. Plus, you could get them with 0 interest for 5 years. During uncertain times, one of the best investments you can make is in your home. So visit windownation.com now to book your consultation today.
Hey, it's Chris Muller here, and we're expecting our 3rd child in June. And you guys know what that means. My sleep is about to disappear. The house is about to get louder, and life is definitely going to get more hectic. And weirdly, that's why I'm glad I already know how to do all this with Awaken 180. Because when I first started with Awaken 180, we had just had our 2nd child. I had a torn up knee that was going to require surgery, that was going to keep me immobile for 6 to 8 weeks, and life was just very messy and very chaotic and very hectic. And on paper, it was the perfect time to make excuses. Instead, it turned out to be the perfect time to have a plan. Awaken 180 gave me a roadmap, what to eat, how to stay on track, how to keep it simple when everything else felt chaotic. That's what people get wrong. If life is hectic, that's not a reason to wait. That's a reason to have something that makes one part of it easier. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I own a coffee shop, and I wanted to label everything with our logo.
That's ambitious.
Cups, boxes, bags.
Ooh, that'll add up.
Not at all. Because right now, Staples prints custom labels for 30% off.
30% off? That's shockingly affordable branding.
Yep. Now our logo and URL are seen all over town.
Brand your business for less at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in-store, online, or in the app by 4/18 to unlock. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
At Giant Eagle, we're here because being part of the neighborhood matters. Because what we pick up at the store is what we bring into our lives. At Giant Eagle, we're always going for better to bring you the best. Because it matters.
Wait is over. Time for lunch. Tired of waiting for building supplies that never show? You need a reliable partner. Great projects start with great partners. Get top quality building materials delivered on time from your local expert, Reed Building Supply. They have it all. Visit reedbuildingsupply.com today.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Hey, what's up, flies? This is David Spade.
Dana Carvey.
Look, I know we never actually left, but I'll just say it. We are back with another season of Fly on the Wall.
Every episode, including ones with guests, will now be on video. Every Thursday, you'll hear us and see us chatting with big-name celebrities.
And every Monday, you're stuck with just me and Dana. We react to news, what's trending, viral clips.
Follow and listen to Fly on the Wall everywhere you get your podcasts.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, Penguins regular season is over, in the books through 82 games, getting ready for the playoffs against the Philadelphia Flyers that will come to town at some point this weekend. Still don't know what day it'll officially be. Regular season wrapped up yesterday. Blues beating the Penguins 7-5, the final score. Archer Shilovs and Stuart Skinner spent time in net as Skinner played the first two periods and Shilovs went in and well, Skinner allowed 4 goals. Shilovs allowed 2 goals. Shilovs the one that ultimately took the loss. Penguins blew a 3-0 lead against the St. Louis Blues. So it's Pens, Flyers. Pens finished second in the Metro. Flyers finished third, both at 98 points. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Matt Clement joins the show next.
Where's what we came for? Bob Papiani and Joe Starkey are talking Pittsburgh sports and beyond.
Let's go, let's go!
It's the Bob and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
We go from one nice man to another. Mark Cavalli moves out. Matt Clement moves in. Time to talk a little more baseball. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. Fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And speaking of baseball and the Fan, 93.7 The Fan trading cards are brought to you by the Baseball Card Castle, your go-to destination for sports cards, collectibles, and memorabilia. These cards have pics and stats of the Fan hosts. You can pick them up at the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry or anytime we're out in the community. Matt, we opened the show with the big decision from last night. 7th inning. Brandon Lau on literally one of the hottest streaks we've seen in 125 years. 2 games back-to-back, 5 RBIs. Struggles against lefties, sure, but he hit a homer against a lefty early in the game. And guess who else is struggling against lefties this year? That would be Nick York. And yet, Brandon Lau is pulled out of the game with the bases loaded, and York comes in as a pinch hitter, hits the ball hard, grounds into a double play. Then that spot in the order comes up again with 2 outs in the 9th, and you don't have Hannes Wagner at the plate. That's how hot this guy is. 125 years ago was the last time we saw this, and this time York just pops out, in foul territory around first base. What did you make of the decision?
Well, I think the decision is getting extra criticized because he came up in the 9th inning. Like that's a point in this that the decision was the decision. We'll talk about that, and I'll talk about that in a second. But the fact that it came up in the 9th inning, made the decision easier to criticize and go after.
But you knew it could happen that way.
Absolutely, and that's part of it. I think if I'm going to look at this from why the decision was made, not necessarily Matt agreeing with the decision, but why. The bat before against that left-hander, Lau would tell you he looked atrocious. It was probably his worst at bat of the year. Now, you'd like to think the guy that you're trusting that's hot right now is going to figure that out. There was no right-hander up in the pen. the guy who was up in the pen was another lefty who Lau struck out 3 of 7 times against in his career. So I think that all factored into the decision. Now, this is the part where, Donnie Kelly, this is a team decision in my opinion. Like, you have the analytical department that's putting this stuff in front of you. And where Donnie Kelly's trying to make, we don't want like a statue there. We want the old school guy just going by his gut all the time. And you analytically, it's winning. The Dodgers are analytical. The Astros are analytical. These teams are. So you're trying to combine the two. And I think sometimes you're going to go with gut, and sometimes you're going to go with the analytics. And he went with the analytics last night. Now I know what you're going to fire back at me. York is batting whatever bad against lefties this year, but Lau is historically bad against lefties. That's why, to me, the decision was made. An easy way to sit there, again, why the first thing I brought up was it came up again later. The easy thing for them to say was, York hit a ball 104 miles an hour off the bat that an inch to the left or the right, and we're all sitting there going, wow, what a great analytical decision they made last night. So, again, it's hard to say. Now, you listen to, I'm sure you did at some point today, as good as Limits is, you had the Brandon Lau interview on at some point where he said the right thing.
He said the right thing, but
did he believe it or not?
Language didn't sound like he believed the right thing.
True, and I'll say this: like, let's give Lau credit for a second here.
Yes,
like, you want those people in your clubhouse.
Yep.
And he said, if you take me out of the equation, if you personally take me out of the equation, he wants to bat. He could be 0 for 90 against that guy. And he's like, I'm a professional. He's an MLB player. I'm going to hit this guy. I think it's a lot harder decision. It's a lot harder to take. If it's Spencer Horwitz that you're pinch hitting for there, it makes more sense to me. If you have a righty specialist against a lefty, it's a lot easier for everybody to take. Like, somebody that just rakes, left-handed pitching as a right-hander. But it's if you want to be good and you want to be a great manager, you're going to make some of these decisions. And it's better than a statue being in there making decisions. But I understand both sides of the equation makes sense to me.
Would you have done it if you were the manager?
No, I'm old school, right? And that's probably a fault of mine. Like, I do it in high school basketball. Like, I'm going with my proven guy, no matter how bad he looks, or no matter what's going on. It's a hard decision to make. So I there's part of me that gives Donnie a little credit for like having the guts to do this in the middle of this. Because if we're gonna push forward and we're gonna be a playoff team, some of these decisions are going to be tough decisions to make. And again, 103 off the bat, hit hard. To me, that's pretty close to being right, but close doesn't help you out.
Let me just, Joe, follow up on, because it was the 7th inning, and their offense had scored a lot of runs. It's been on a heater for them. You knew you had 2 more innings. So why? To me, it's like, okay, you have your best hitter up. Why do you have to do this now? You still have 2 innings. If you wanted to do it in the 9th inning, I could actually probably better understand it if he didn't have success in the 7th inning. But you know what I'm saying? There were still 2 innings to get 1 run. They've shown the ability to do that. And quite frankly, if not for that nice play by Lyle out in left field on Ozuna, they would have had another run. So they had guys coming up who could have still done it. So why? It seemed like, I don't know, a little too desperate for me. Like, okay, you're taking your best hitter out of the game in the 7th inning. He's going to bat again. You know that.
Yeah, I can't disagree with you. Like, I can't disagree with your point or Joe's about like how hot Lau is, and that's why ultimately that's the part that's why we're having the conversation today. But yeah, the fact that it came up late and it's almost like those things tend to fester and come to fruition when you do something early, and it backfired last night. It's easy to say it backfired because of how hot Lau is right now.
Yeah,
like I think in a 7th inning. You maybe nothing against Horwitz. It's an easier take if it's there, and also, it's Nick York you're batting, who's had a great start to the season, but he's still batting 278 right now. I think it's what his average is at this point. He was real red hot in Wrigley last weekend, but like it's not, it's not even like I know everybody's not thrilled, but even like Ozuna coming to pinch hit in that situation, to me, the righty that's hit lefties really well, that has the track record, it makes a little bit more sense in that situation. But I think this is all part of the process, and you're going to see the kind of manager and the kind of team management that goes down from the Pirates based on some of these decisions.
There's a lot there that we could get into. I mean, one thing with coaching that I try to adhere to, whether it's football, hockey, basketball, or baseball, is just because something works doesn't mean it was the right decision in coaching, I believe anyway, and just because something doesn't work doesn't mean it was the wrong one, I think. And I think it's a bad decision to have an all-star player in one of the hottest streaks in franchise history who had just hit a home run off a lefty in that game and not let him hit. There's really no rationale that works for me there, even if York comes up and hits a grand slam. That doesn't mean it was the right decision to me. I think it's bad rationale, but what I really want to get to is because all of that, even if he does hit a grand slam, and maybe more so, okay, what about next time? And if I take Brandon Lau at his word, and I think he was just being a good teammate, if he says that was the right decision, then does he ever think he should be hitting against lefties, especially late in games? Or is he just going to say, take me out? I don't think I should be in. And what does Kelly do the next time? Because surely there will be next times, and there's left-handers that are a lot better than the guys the Nationals had. What do you do now with Brandon Lau late in games?
Well, let's take Brandon Lau. He's a different situation than most hitters in the major leagues. He's played for who? Tampa. Tampa's historic for platooning, for first time through the order. We're facing a righty, and we're going to sit our 3 and 4 hole hitters are going down because a lefty came in, and we're going to that switch. So he's, of all people, he might understand it a little bit more than anybody else in baseball because that's how he's been brought up. That's how he's played. Going forward, I think what happened last night will factor into the decision next time. I really do. I think it'll factor into maybe we don't make this move. And I really think the final decision, again, right or wrong, came down to how bad he looked in that at-bat before against the same pitcher, and that there wasn't a right-hander up in the pen. Like that's where if he grounded out the time before or had some good swings, but it was probably one of Lau's worst at-bats of the year against the same dude. And that's what gave, again, right or wrong, it gave them the push to make the call on that decision, in my opinion.
Yes, but I also give Donnie Kelly credit because he hasn't shied away from O'Neill Cruz in a situation. He's batted a lot against left-handers, and he's been given the opportunity to do it. They haven't overreacted to it because his history says he doesn't hit left-handers. Go back to last year, he's had 11 hits all year on them. He's almost surpassed that now because they didn't get. So if you have an established hitter like Lau, I would have deferred to him being an established hitter. That's all. Forget all that other stuff. I understand how that's creeped into the game. But to me, it has to be a gut decision based on your belief. You brought him in. You traded for him. You gave up stuff to get him. He's your man. He's hot.
Do you want him hitting against lefties?
And he's hot. Like that's the biggest.
That's why.
That's why we're really having this conversation.
Yeah.
He's hot. If he was off to an okay start, then the conversation would be a little easier.
Probably.
But he is red hot. He's been red hot. That's why this conversation's being had. Do you want him? He's going to bat against left-handers. And I really think the question you asked me, like this decision will be a tougher decision next time because of how it played out. Mm. And in their mind, they I'm sure, like it's the toughest part of being a manager today. I played for Dusty Baker. I played for Tito Francona. I played for Bochy. Probably I played for 3 Hall of Fame managers.
Yeah.
And they're gut people. Like there's nobody more gut than Dusty Baker. And I think today's manager, and I think Donnie Kelly's a gut manager, but he also understands at the same time the analytical side and how are we going to mesh the two together. And, sometimes you're going to come out looking really bad in it, which in the grand scheme of not knowing deep down all the decision making, it looks bad. But at the same time, it's the process. I have one of my best friends from Plains, Mark Pryor. He's the pitching coach with the Dodgers. The people that I've talked to said he's so good because he has his spin specialist and he has his grip specialist and he has his analytical specialist, but he understands what it takes to get people out. So he's able to take some of what they're given, but also go with his gut and also talk to them with a mind to make it work. And I think that's what, as Donnie, let's not forget, he's a young manager. He's trying to figure that out right now. And sometimes you're going to walk away and be like, wow. But at the same time, there's part of me, it's like, it takes a lot of guts to do what he did last night.
It certainly did.
It really does.
And if it worked, he would have been looked at as, wow, that's a great managerial move. That's how it works these days.
Not by Starkey. He was still said a grand slam doesn't matter.
My preference was to bat loud, but I'm just saying.
Mine too. I agree. I don't disagree.
Worked, then you would have said, wow, that's gutsy, and it worked. You know.
I mean, he let's play it out. He hits a grand slam. So is Lau ever going to bat against a lefty late in a game again, or are you going to keep bringing in Nick York? I'm not even sure if Nick York is good, by the way. I don't know.
No,
he's a very young player.
A little bit of a slump.
He was in an 0 for 10 slump. I just don't get it.
I think that personally, and I'm not there day in, day out, so I always used to get mad at people at basketball that want to tell me who to play when they're not at practice every day, right? But I think there should be more Gonzalez than Nick York, in my opinion. And I think the reason Gonzalez has struggled a little bit lately is because he's not getting everyday at bats, and York's got a lot of them, and he was successful in Chicago. And
yeah, he was.
He was successful in Chicago, and you ride a hot hand that way. But again, I really feel if you want to know the absolute reason that decision was finalized, okay, this is on our plate, we see it here. Why do we go through with it? It's how he looked in the at-bat before.
Yeah,
there's no doubt in my mind. No righty in the pen. It's how he looked on the bat before. But to me, I'm trusting my dude. He's red hot.
Just don't hit it. I mean, even striking out isn't the worst thing there. Hitting into a double play was, but it was bad luck. I'll give him that. But again, what was hanging over the whole situation, if he hits a 2-run single there, you have two teams that are putting up a lot of runs in this series. There's a good chance that spot's going to come up again.
And it seems like Lau's the consummate, he's a professional hitter. And I was I used to watch, one of my most amazing things when I got to Boston was watching Manny Ramirez. And I'd watch him go up. And it took me a while to see it and pick it up. He'd buckle the first time somebody threw him a curveball on purpose. He'd buckle late and not look good to get that next one to hit out. And maybe Lau, that's the part that's unknown, that maybe he's that guy. Maybe this is I haven't watched enough Lau in my career. I know he's a great player for Tampa. I think it was a great trade. I think he was what the Pirates needed. But maybe he's able, if I'm on your side of this right now too, that ultimate side, maybe he's able to hey, this is what he did to me last time. This is what he's going to do to me this time. I'm sitting on this, and I'm going to take care of it because this is how he got me out last time. This is a younger guy facing me.
How do you, if you're the manager then moving forward, and a guy who's this hot, you're taking out in that big of a situation, how do you justify playing him ever against lefties? Why not just make him a platoon player then and don't play him against lefties? If you distrust him that much against a lefty, and not a great one, either one is not that great in that situation, why not just platoon him?
Well, it's a good point you make. I don't think that's the case. I don't think that's ever going to be the case with him. I feel like it's a situation where I would bet money the first thing that happened in that clubhouse last night is Donnie went up to Lau and explained the situation to him. And Lau is more than a professional, probably, because he's a professional hitter and understands how this went. And also, I think a point, if anybody's going to understand it and not let this fester or go with him, it's Lau, because he's been dealing with this his whole life.
And I wonder how that's affected him, because we're also talking about Cruz. And at what point do you make a guy a platoon player? And at what point do you say, if you're ever going to hit lefties, you got to go out there and hit them all the time? I wonder at what point in Lau's career somebody decided, you know what? We're giving up on this experiment. You're going to play less against lefties. You're always going to be susceptible to things like last night, getting pulled from a game against a lefty. That's got to, A, affect a guy's confidence against lefties, and B, affect performance. How do you get better?
Well, I think that first off, you don't do that with Cruz, because Cruz is your Bob and I have both been saying this. If you're going anywhere, it's Cruz.
It has to be him.
He's starting to hit him. He's starting to hit him.
It has to be him. So he's either going to figure it out or not figure it out. And I just feel like it's not. I don't think it's so extreme as he's never going to hit against lefties. He's going to platoon. He's going to have his role against them. They're going to, to me, you're going to see him sit out against Chris Sale.
Cruz or Lau?
Lau. You're going to see him sit out against Chris Sale. You're going to let Cruz go. Occasionally give him a day off, and you pick the right day off with him. but like, especially with how good he's been. But like, Lyle's going to have his days off, but he's going to bat against lefties. It's not going to be a take him out of every game when a good lefty comes in, and it hasn't been really for the whole year. It really hasn't felt that way to me. Maybe I have that wrong.
I never have considered what you said. I don't know about you, Joe, when he said his previous at bat. Okay, it was a strikeout, right?
But not a pretty one.
Not a pretty one. I get that, but I never thought that would influence a decision. If it did, if it played a part in. Did you when you saw the last?
I wasn't thinking that.
I wasn't thinking that at all. I was just thinking he's a hot guy.
So you think they definitely keep that guy on the mound to face Lau again instead of bringing in Perez?
Well, I know it was 3 strikeouts and 7 at bats. I don't know what the numbers were, but dude in the bullpen had got him pretty good too. And maybe Nationals analytics were saying, hey, he got him out once. Let's go the other guy and get him out again because he's hot. Maybe that was what the Nationals were thinking in that situation. Who knows? Because everybody's out of their mind with analytics.
Right.
But no, like I wouldn't say it's so much that he struck him out.
It's how
he looked striking out. I think that, and I really think if you really got down to the points of all the stuff that were a part of it, that had a big part of the decision making.
Matt, did you have a problem with York swinging 3-1 when the pitcher was decently wild, missing arm side with pretty bad misses with York swinging at the 3-1 pitch?
I've come to change my whole philosophy, and it goes the whole way down to high school baseball. I think that the pitchers are so nasty, they're so good, that when you have a pitcher that's struggling and he's trying to throw you what would be a cookie in the big leagues, like one down the middle, and that's your best pitch to hit, I'm going to side with them on it, even though my inner self of growing up doesn't in that situation. Like a 3-0, you see high school kids 3 in the last inning before, like when I was in high school, it was like you're taken until you get a strike or 2 strikes.
Yeah,
it's just the way baseball's changed.
Matt Clement joining us. This is good stuff. Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. And what else do we have here? The Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. All right, let's get into some other stuff coming up next. We can talk about Connor Griffin. I want to ask you about Seth Hernandez for sure.
And openers, which I don't
And
understand.
openers, yes, which they're going with tonight. So we got a lot of ground to cover coming up with Matt Clement. Bob, you have a message for the populace?
I do, Joe. I want to talk about bathrooms because I often have to run to them a little bit more than I want to these days. But the best bathrooms don't just look good. They can change really how you start your day. And at West Shore Home, they've built a reputation on making that possible for homeowners across this country. They are America's most trusted home remodel, and they make home remodeling fast, efficient, very convenient. Their modern composite walls give you this custom designer aesthetic without ever having the upkeep. No grout, no scrubbing, just affordable luxury, engineered to last. And getting there is easier than you think it is because their own team of highly trained employee installers handle everything. They don't have subcontractors. They don't believe in that. No strangers in your home and no stress. That's just not what they say. It's why over 70,000 homeowners have given a 5-star review. Check them out. And they trust West Shore Home with their project. Now it's your turn to do that. Buy a full bathroom model and get a shower for a second bathroom absolutely free. So you get one, you get the second one for free. You can't pass that up. And all you have to do is get started with no money down, lock-in finance options when you visit westshorebath.com. Do it today. It's westshorebath.com. You can see the website for details, but make it West Shore Home.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Drew Aller, the Penn State quarterback, visiting the Steelers today. He is the 4th quarterback that has visited the Steelers facility since the draft process began, including Carson Beck, Cole Payton, and Taylon Green. Green from Arkansas, Payton from North Dakota State, and Beck, formerly of Georgia, played last season at Miami. NFL draft just over 1 week away. Next Thursday in Pittsburgh, with the first round taking place. The first round taking place Thursday, but all 7 rounds taking place on the North Shore right outside of Acrisure Stadium Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. And we'll be live down during the draft. Stop by and say hello to us Thursday and Friday. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Y108 presents Odyssey the Night Before, powered by Bowser Chevrolet, starring Jason Aldean.
Oh my goodness, let's go!
Don't let me down, don't sell me out, don't blow my cover. Don't fall apart, get to my heart, don't tell me now.
can't buy a ticket to this show. You can only win your way in. Full details at y108.com. Presented by Miller Lite and brought to you by Giant Eagle, Pool City, True Green, and Broken Bow Records.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
LaMelo Ball absolutely should have been ejected from Charlotte's play-in win last night over Miami. Now, LaMelo scored 30 points in the game, had the game-winning layup, but in the second quarter, he takes Bam's legs out from under him. Bam falls to the ground. He can't return. He's Miami's best player. The game goes into overtime. Miami absolutely would have won the game with a healthy Bam Adebayo. LaMelo Ball should have been ejected for tripping Bam. I'm Nick Customs.
I need a little range.
Introducing the new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club Sandwich. With that juicy Chick-fil-A chicken on a buttermilk ranch bun, jalapeno ranch sauce, and pickled jalapenos, it's a little ranch with a lot of kick. The new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club with original spicy or grilled filet. Available for a limited time only. Order ahead on the Chick-fil-A app.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Your reputation matters. That's why so many landscape professionals choose Gravely. You can save up to 20% on Gravely commercial mowers during the Gravely Mow the Distance sales event going on now through the 19th. Visit your local Gravely dealer today.
Flying out of Pittsburgh? Don't get stuck in overpriced, overcrowded airport parking, dragging your bags across the lot. At Globe Airport Parking, hand them the keys and step right onto their fast shuttle, just minutes from Pittsburgh International. While your car just sits in airport parking, at Globe, they put that time to work for you. Professional wash and detailing, plus oil changes, brakes, and other maintenance, all while you travel at reasonable prices. Why pay more to get less at airport parking? Reserve your valet spot now at GlobeAirportParking.com. Globe Airport Parking. Skip the airport lot and treat your car right.
This winter might not have been the worst one on record, but it's up there. Aside from being hard on people, it's even tougher on our homes. Hey, it's Chris Muller for my friends here at MHI Roofing. If the freeze-thaw cycles this winter created even the slightest crack in the shingles or sealant on your roof, you're going to have water in your home this spring when the rains hit. That's why you need to call MHI today and schedule a free 21-point roof inspection before the rainy season. They'll go over every inch of your roof and review their findings with you and usually be fixed with an inexpensive repair. But if it is time for a new roof, you couldn't hire a better company than MHI. Over-the-top customer service, highly skilled crews that install a perfect roof every time, and best of all, they offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. So give them a call for your free roof inspection today, 412-998-8864, or online at mhiroof.com.
Saturday Night Soccer returns April 18th at 7 p.m. The Pittsburgh Riverhounds take on Detroit City FC at Highmark Stadium. It's college night featuring $1 Icy Light specials. Bring your friends and experience the energy along the Mons. Secure your seats at riverhounds.com.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses, or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code CLEAR to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code CLEAR to borrow up to $10,000. Use code CLEAR to borrow up to $10,000.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook of 93.7 The Fan. NBA fans, listen up. You can enter FanDuel's Play-In Palooza for a chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets every day of the play-in tournament. All you have to do is place a live bet using your Play-in Palooza token. Then you'll automatically be entered for a chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. So don't just watch the NBA play-in tournament from the sidelines. Visit FanDuel.com/Andrew to get in on the action. And don't forget to enter FanDuel's Play-in Palooza for a chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. We've got the play-in going on right now. The Philadelphia 76ers on the other side of the state. They are in. Joel Embiid trying to get over an appendectomy. Play your game with FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge, official sportsbook partner of the NBA. 21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. No purchase necessary. Opt-in required. Limit one entry. Profit boost bonus issued on now withdrawable profit boost token. Prizes issued as now withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Doran, I watched a 10-minute video on how to install something at home. Took me 4 hours.
And at least 2 trips to the hardware store, right?
Minimum.
That's why Guardian Protection is offering free professional installation with the new security system.
So no guessing, no rewatching the same video 5 times, just experts who set it up right.
And it's protecting your home from day one intrusion, fire, cameras, all of it.
Call 1-800-PROTECT or visit guardianprotection.com/FAN today.
Terms and conditions apply.
For over 50 years, the Jim Shorkey Auto Group has been built on trust and family values. And at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills, that tradition continues with great service and great deals. We have your perfect Mitsubishi, like Green Car Journal's 4-time Family Green Car of the Year, the Mitsubishi Outlander. And with a 10-year warranty, 2 years of prepaid maintenance, and 5 years of unlimited roadside coverage, you'll drive with Mitsubishi confidence. Your deal.
Your way.
What a great day.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills.
Call 412-453-8035 for warranty, maintenance, and roadside assistance details.
Want a health plan that travels with you? With UPMC Health Plan, you can access care wherever you are. That's access to UPMC doctors and hospitals, local providers, plus urgent and emergency care nationwide through the Cigna Healthcare PPO network. What's more, you get 24/7 access to virtual care. All this with award-winning customer service from their healthcare concierge team. When your employer gives you a choice of health insurance plans, choose UPMC Health Plan.
You like saving money, right? We all do. That's why Allstate just lowered the price of car insurance. But wait, there's a catch. Lower. Actually lower. So if you're shopping around or just want to see how much you could save, check Allstate first for a new lower auto rate that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state, only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Spring's the season to plant, grow, and glow up. Save on gardening staples from Lowe's during Mulch Week with Stay Green Premium 2 cubic foot mulch. 5 bags for $10. And select 1 pint annuals for $1. Plus, rewards members get 5 times the points on an eligible mulch purchase. Because you know how we roll. Members get more at Lowe's. Valid for 4/15 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. Excludes Alaska and Hawaii. Point boosters subject to exclusions and more terms apply. Activation required.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Do you owe back taxes or have unfiled tax returns? The IRS won't quit until they get your money. Here's great news, fresh from those in the know. Major changes have happened at the IRS. If you owe more than $10,000, you may be eligible for a 99% reduction of what you owe. Haven't filed a return for a while? Their happy clients are talking.
The IRS was going to levy my bank account, but Guardian was able to prevent that and fix all my IRS issues. Thanks again, Guardian Tax.
Need relief from crushing tax debt? The IRS now has special programs. Guardian Tax knows all about them. Personal or business, this is the fresh new brick you've been hoping for.
We aren't the company you call when you need a hug because you're scared of the IRS. Guardian Tax is the company.
Guardian Tax Service is really great to work with. They really help me out. I'd recommend them highly.
Call now for a free confidential consultation. 800-499-1424. 800-499-1424. 800-499-1424.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy 2 get 2 free offer. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by AQuickDrain.com.
It is
is this guy talking about? The Warriors dynasty, why it fell apart so quickly. They just beat Houston in a Game 7 last year and would have beaten the Timberwolves if Curry didn't get hurt. 2 years earlier, they upset the Kings when they were really good in Game 7 in Sacramento and would have beaten the Lakers. What do you mean fell apart quickly? Their guys are 40 years old now practically.
It got the
What is this guy talking about, Bob?
They got you raged. That's what this is
about. They just won a title in 22.
And this year
fell apart quickly.
They can still be, with what they have, a decent team. And Curry got, how many games did Curry miss?
What went wrong for the Warriors dynasty? Their guys got old after they won 5 titles. Nothing went wrong.
Right.
Matt, what is going on here?
Well, and I'll tell you what, this same show will be on tomorrow if they end up playing the 1 seed, saying how can the Warriors beat beat the Thunder because they have the pedigree.
Right. This drives me insane, these shows. Are we the same, Bob? We don't just bring up contrived topics like that to get a rise out of people?
You just try to bring up stuff that people are talking about, conversation pieces. Like,
what went wrong for the dynasty?
Opener, the guy who's going to... First of all, I never did understand openers unless it's a fatigue situation, unless there's a load management kind of thing going on. Did you ever have that in your day? When did it happen, and do you like it?
You're talking about that, Bob, because Majinski will not start tonight. Montgomery will. Montgomery's going to get the start for the Pirates, and he pitched last night. Matt?
It wasn't in my era. It's happened. I would say it feels like it's happened like over the last 5 to 7 years. Like it's become a thing. Again, another Tampa thing. Like Tampa's known for it. Lyles should be ready for it. He's done it. And Montgomery also, right?
Yeah, he's turned to Tampa.
But okay, so why? Why would you do this? If you're going to do it to anybody in the rotation, it's going to be Majinski because he has the most experience coming out of the pen. So that makes some sense if you're doing it that way. And let's go back to the first game of the series. Skeens did what? He threw over 35% changeups. Which, like, I joked on Monday with Crowley and Doran that, like, that's like Joker coming out in the first round of the playoffs and shooting 15 threes in the first quarter, right? Like, Skeens is so good he can just go out and let's throw all change-ups and beat you. Yeah. But he threw them because there's so many left-handers in the Washington lineup. Mm-hmm. They saw something in the series before where they went into Milwaukee and won 3 games. So, and the reason this is considered a good decision is you got Wood, Garcia, and Abrams. So now throwing this opener out there, and it's been curious because I watched who the probables were, and there was no probable for today or tomorrow the whole week. They had the first 2 in with Skeens Keller, and I was like, where's my guy Majinski? You know, that's the guy I've been touting all year. Is he hurt or what's going on? And I feel like, so now you're making the Nationals do this. Okay, we're going to adjust to that. You're throwing the opener. We're going to move them down the lineup. What might that do? That might mean they don't get to bat 1 extra time in that game. Or we're going to make sure that Montgomery, our best lefty, has to face those 3 guys the first time through the order, which isn't a bad idea. And you have the reason I don't like it 100% is I don't like the starter not being in his routine bothers me. Like to me, that would have just drove me bonkers.
Yeah.
You know, I would have been saying holy ostrich milk. Right?
You might have.
But like
it happens around here.
But honestly, like no, that's why I don't like it because I'm a starting pitcher by trade. That's my thing. But why it is considered the right move and is the right move, and I can see the Pirates making this move this time is who your starter is. I wouldn't do it to Ashcraft. I definitely wouldn't do it to Chandler. You aren't going to do it to the other 2 guys. This is the one guy you could do it to. And Abrams is so hot right now. Let's make them make a decision on where they're going to put them in the order, and maybe that gives them an advantage. This is one of those things, just like the last decision we spent the last time talking on, though, that could considerably backfire on you and make you look really bad, especially that Montgomery pitched last night.
And if you need him to pitch tonight, later in the game when you have an Abrams up, you still could go to him and try to, utilize his velocity to come in and I don't know. I just, you said you're old school. I'm even older school. I don't want to see openers. I understand what you just said, and I understand, I guess, the logic of it, but I just want to see Majinski pitch. I think he's been so good that I don't want to get him out of his routine at all.
That's another worry, right? You're going to get a guy that's turning the corner. Like what I loved most about that Cubs weekend was they let him go out for the 6th. Thank you. Like rip the Band-Aid. Let's let this guy. What if he it's such a small sample size of his last time through the rotation, through the order. Like maybe it's just let's let him start some games, and he might be the guy going deepest in the games for all we know at some point. So I love that they did that for him. I don't like that they're taking him out of his rhythm. And I agree with you. Like because this bullpen right now, maybe they're thinking, did Soto throw last night?
No.
So maybe they're thinking
he warmed up.
Yeah, but maybe they're thinking if I'm always trying to get in their heads. Why would you do this? Maybe their thought to counter the Montgomery to use him in a leverage spot. We're going to be using Soto in that leverage spot regardless tonight because he hasn't pitched.
Well, I'll give you another example. We talked earlier about just because the result happens either good or bad, does that automatically mean that the coach or the manager made a good or bad decision? Mattson pitched a second inning last night after Soto warmed up, and Greg Brown was like, basically, where is Soto? And I was feeling the same way. Mattson struck guys out. He struck out lefties. Was it the right decision? I guess in the end, would I do it again? No, I would have had Soto out there.
Well, that's the thing about decision-making as a manager. You're going to find these things all the time. You're going to win some, you're going to lose some. His gut was to tell.
What did you think when he came out for a second inning?
I was surprised, only because Soto was up.
He was
I
up
looked at who's
and
available,
ready.
and I said, "You guys are going to have him go against lefties."
I wouldn't be surprised if he wasn't up, because Mattson, when I talked to some of the people in the Pirates, he's a changeup guy. He's a guy that you can use against lefties, so he's not considered like somebody that struggles so much with lefties. So, but the fact that Soto's up, you don't want to burn him. You burn that spot. What worries me about the Montgomery, to me, is Montgomery is volatile with what? Throwing strikes. So you could find yourself in a 7-8 batters. If it goes right, he blows his 100 by everybody and he strikes them out.
Right.
But if it goes wrong,
like Keller last night, first two guys walked, and if you walk guys right off the bat,
if it goes wrong, it could really go wrong. And I think that's the point where I'll side with you, Bob, because that's the point. Like, it's who is doing the starting to me, not so much if the starter's a right or wrong decision.
Right.
Well, Matt, we have Matt Clement in studio until right around 1:30. Let's talk about Ben Cherington coming up here at the top of the hour. I know you want to talk about a certain thing that happened out in Detroit, and Seth Hernandez. We want to talk about that, sort of all interrelated. Bob, do you have to go now, or when are you leaving?
Yeah, when we're done with this segment. I have to do some TV stuff for our draft
I thought you said 1:10.
Yeah, but by the time you're done with this segment, and
what if I end early? Can you come back at the top till 1:10?
Sure.
That's the way I.
Bob seems angry at you, Joe.
What? I knew Bob said 1:10, so I figured we'll get out of this segment early. He can come back at the top of the hour. We'll get the top of the hour rating.
Leak into the one.
Very often, every segment.
This is
every day.
A monumental occasion. You're actually paying attention to the clock.
Because I like you getting us ratings at the top of the hour. You're the star of the show.
That's not true.
Yes,
Matt
you
Clement
are.
is the star. He's staying.
Matt, you and I and Limits all know who the star is. It's that guy over there.
100%.
I was trying to figure out what he's doing going on. I'm looking, you're going to a break already. This is unusual.
And now you're filibustering.
You're the star.
Part-time pump, baby. You know me.
Fan
you
hop.
dog, you.
Cloudy and I have John Stallworth, 82, a low of Dermonti Dawson, 63. Fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. Man, Ben Cherington. What a turnaround in a year, it seems. Let's talk about that next with Matt Clement.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Okay, yesterday the Penguins played their final game of the regular season. They ended up dropping to the St. Louis Blues in a 7-5 final score. Both goalies played and combined to allow 6 goals. One was an empty netter. So the Penguins ended up finishing the season on a 3-game losing streak. The Stars only played in 2 of those final 3 games. Philadelphia clinched the 3rd and final spot in the Metro. The Carolina Hurricanes, Penguins, and Flyers are the only 3 teams out of the Metro to make the playoffs. Boston and Ottawa make it out of the Atlantic as wild card teams. Penguins, Flyers, still don't know the date yet this weekend. Game 1 and Game 2 at PPG Paints Arena. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Today is 8 days until the NFL Draft.
Get pumped for the draft.
Our NFL Draft Watch is brought to you by Lewis Anthony Jewelers. Have we met yet? Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Gherkin Roofing and Contracting, a family-owned and local-based company, is your number one choice for roofing in Pittsburgh. They do roofing, siding, and gutters with exceptional customer service for all your needs. Gherkin Roofing and Contracting. Call the pickle today.
Flying out of Pittsburgh? Stop punishing yourself with airport parking, crammed rows, circling for spots, and hauling your bags around. Globe Airport Parking gives you the treatment the airport lot never will. With Globe Parking, you pull up, toss them the keys, and go. While your car would just roast in a forgotten corner of the airport lot, get taken care of with a car wash, detailing, oil changes, and other maintenance, all while you're gone at reasonable prices. Reserve your valet spot now at globeairportparking.com. Globe Airport Parking. Stop suffering with airport parking and start expecting better.
At Giant Eagle, we're here because being part of the neighborhood matters. Because what we pick up at the store is what we bring into our lives. At Giant Eagle, we're always going for better to bring you the best. Because it matters.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
High winds probably did more than just blow off a few shingles. If they weren't installed right the first time, your whole house is on the injured list. It's Sean Whalen from family-owned Whalen Exteriors. Saturated wood and attic rot are the kind of rookie mistakes that lead to mold. Make your first-round draft pick the pros with the 5-star reviews. Whalen Exteriors. We do full attic inspections to catch the damage before it spreads. Financing packages for every budget. Visit WhalenExteriors.com. Whalen Exteriors. You're on the clock, Pittsburgh.
No hot water? Call Mr. Water Heater.
Call Mr. Water Heater. Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich and Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other law firms. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and they have a 99.7% success rate. So that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor trailer crashes, 25%. Dog bites, 25%. Any accident, 25%. Shenderovich and Fishman, 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
When disaster strikes your home or business, Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration of Pittsburgh is ready to help. Our certified team handles everything from emergency cleanup to full reconstruction, working directly with your insurance to make the process simple. Available 24/7, we respond fast and restore your property with care, honesty, and experience you can trust. Visit panhandlecr.com. Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration, restoring Pittsburgh's peace of mind.
Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration, and we're gonna save you.
Pirates baseball is back, and there's only one way to celebrate. With a Surfside iced tea and vodka or a Surfside lemonade and vodka. Smooth, refreshing, and made for game day, Surfside is the perfect match for a day at the ballpark or catching the game at home. Surfside is only 100 calories with 0 bubbles, so it goes down easy. It's not a seltzer, it's Surfside, proud partner of the Pittsburgh Pirates. Must be 21 plus. Please drink responsibly.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi. April is here and everything's in bloom, including savings at Bowser Hyundai Chippewa. The Hyundai Elantra SC is the perfect spring upgrade with 36 combined miles per gallon. And right now at Bowser Hyundai Chippewa, the #1 volume Hyundai dealer in Pittsburgh, you can lease the Elantra SC for only $149 a month. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles powertrain limited warranty. So don't wait. Get to BowserChippewa.com today. Based on 2025 year-end January 2026 sales results, tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $490 applies. 24 months, 7,500 miles per year with $29.99 due at signing. With credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends 5/3/26.
Well, that's the power of Bowser.
Get to BowserChippewa.com. Bowser Hyundai Chippewa.
Hey, hockey fans. Now with BetMGM, you can win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets when your anytime goal scorer nets 3. Enter BetMGM's hat trick jackpot all season long for your chance to win some major bonus bets. It's easy. Just log in and opt into the promotion. Then make an anytime scorer bet on any hockey game of at least $10. If your player of choice scores 3 goals instead of just 1, you'll win your share of the $10K in bonus bets. There's nothing quite like watching a game with a hat trick, especially when it means you could win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets. Ready to shoot your shot? Download the app today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are bonus bets that expire in 7 days.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-265-7681. 800-265-7681. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-265-7681.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Imagine fulfilling all your office furniture needs under one roof. At Tri-State, we make it simple. From liquidations and office moves to design services, architectural walls, installation, and everything in between. No project is too big and no project is too small. And with our family of companies, Tri-State Office Furniture, Tri-State Office Interiors, and Tri-State Office Express, you get every solution in one place. Why go anywhere else? Call 412-771-0760. Experience the Tri-State difference.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, tonight, as Pony is arguing with everyone in the studio right before the headline, tonight it is Pirates and Washington Nationals, Game 3 of this 4-game series from PNC Park. Carmen Majinski will eventually get into the game. It's Mason Montgomery getting the start as the opener for the Pirates. First time that the Pirates have deployed an opener so far this season. Might end up seeing more of that later on down the road. Washington will send a pitcher with a 7.07 ERA to the mound, Jake Irvin, to make the start for DC, who is 5-9 on the year. Washington is. Pirates at 10-7. 6:40 first pitch, 5:45 pregame coverage begins. It's all presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet, and the Fan Hotline is presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Back to the guys.
Empowering, innovative, and provocative. I like that word. It's Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey. The Pop and Joe Show is on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Unbelievable. Pony comes in here and takes his words to Bob yesterday and tries to twist them into something else.
He put them completely into the blender and said that I am the one who twists people's words up when he's the one that shoves words down your throat.
He's the king of out of context. He's quoted me so many times on his show, wrongly quoted me, or completely taken things out of context. And now he, yesterday, goes after Bob, good-naturedly, I might add, saying he'll melt into a puddle if Bob picks the Flyers.
I think Bob, there's a better chance that he would melt and turn into a puddle like the
See,
Wicked
now that's
Witch of
not
the
nice.
West.
What does
then
that have to
predict
do with
down the
me?
year The Flyers are going to
Wouldn't
win
that
the
be-
series.
wouldn't that be perfect
There is
symmetry?
a better chance that he would spontaneously combust on the air.
I
There's
just
a better chance.
I just exploded into
There's a
flames.
better
We'll talk
chance
about
he
that.
would host 5 days in a row on this station.
No, come on now. Let's not. get
That's
ahead
a
of
shot,
ourselves.
Bob.
That is a
That's a
1,000%
shot at you
shot.
that has nothing to do with me or
Right.
anybody else. So we always
but-
good-naturedly talk,
but-
and you do too, saying part-time pump.
Right, I have no problem with that. But the melting like the Wicked Witch of the... Come on now. Melting?
That was-
I
yeah,
picked the
come on.
Penguins from the beginning
this
of the
guy
season.
comes busting
and this
in here.
matchup is in their advantage. So I picked them in 6.
Right.
As I told you, if they advance and it's Carolina, I will pick the Hurricanes because they're a better team.
Yes.
That's all.
Yeah.
Why is that such a...
I don't know.
outlandish take?
Ask him.
I only have 3 minutes
Don't
left.
ask
Why are
me.
we wasting time? This is Matt Clement's time. I don't want
All
to
right,
waste it.
Matt Clement is with us. I'm sorry you have to put up with the interstation upset here. Let's go with this. The kid in Detroit, Kevin McGonigal, signs a bigger deal than Connor Griffin signed. Your take on all this and how it relates to Ben Cherington, Matt, and then Bob can weigh in with probably a positive review of it all.
Or else I'll melt like the Wicked Witch.
Another feather in the cap of Charrington right here, right? McGonigal, 8 years, $150 million. So let's take it to the terms of Griffin's contract. 9 years. That next year is going to be 40 to 45 million based on, if you think, I haven't seen Griffin's breakdown, but I know that Anthony's breakdown, his 8th year was 29 million. So the only logical when you're buying out free agency years, shortstop, could say, oh, he's off to a better start, a year older or a year or two older, whatever the case may be. I don't know that. He's batting .311 leading off for the Detroit, but probably where Griffin's going to be when he's the same age. So let's, this deal of Griffin's now Griffin has to be Griffin. As long as Griffin becomes, I'll say, because the expectations are through the roof, as long as he becomes 75% of what these expectations are, then this deal will turn out to be a steal, actually.
In Connor Griffin's contract, according to John Heyman, he has a limited trade clause in there. So it's all backloaded. The first several years are very easy to deal with. What does that suggest to you? That they may have an opportunity to move off of him once the salary gets higher? But then again, there should be more money to spend. And we don't know how this work stoppage situation may. But when you see a contract like that, it's not just him. It's like you just described. McGonigal, all these young guys get backloaded contracts with a limited no trade. What does it mean to you if you're looking at it from a Pirates fan?
Well, here's what it means. It gives you the out of the Cabrian Hayes out. His was backloaded.
Same way.
They got rid of it. And it looks genius right now because he's off to a horrible start this year. At least he was through the weekend. And so it's just the way those deals are put together.
But it's all guaranteed, so he doesn't have to.
It's all guaranteed, and that's when you talk about the work stoppage and the other sports and stuff. That's the thing that baseball has always had. Like NFL, not guaranteed. Baseball, all guaranteed.
All guaranteed.
So yeah, it gives you a way, and it. I would guess it doesn't turn into like a desperation. Let's get rid of them and get somebody to take the contract. It's a point where, let's hope it doesn't get that way because it's exciting right now in Pittsburgh with baseball.
Well,
but like it turns into another rebuild. And it's like, you know what? Let's pass this contract off to somebody else, and we're starting from scratch again.
Yeah, it might get more exciting when a guy named Seth Hernandez comes in. His stuff has been unbelievable. I'll ask you more about that when Bob leaves, but I want Bob in on this part of the conversation. Let's listen to Michael McHenry yesterday talking about Seth Hernandez, their first-round pick from last year, who is just destroying hitters in low A with stuff that looks like, it's ridiculous to watch the videos. Here's McHenry.
If it wasn't for him being a high school kid, his stuff plays right now in the big leagues. I'm not going to sugarcoat that. It's real. I've seen him since he was 16 years old. He's 19 now. He's been the best high school pitcher that I've ever seen, period. So he could pitch now in the big leagues and get outs because he's got feel, he's got understanding, and he throws 100 with 4 above-average pitches. Not good, above average, which is remarkable. And he has a changeup that's 15 miles an hour slower than his fastball that he locates well.
So that was Michael McHenry. So I want to ask you, Matt, as a former major league pitcher, what's the concern, the roadblock for a pitcher like this compared to just rocketing Connor Griffin through the system right up to the majors? How is it different with a pitcher?
Well, I mean, this is a high school pitcher. And I think there's probably a lot of people with the stuff that plays in the big leagues, in the minor leagues. And there's a process. Like, could you rocket him through? Yeah, he's going to have to hit these different levels. It's a lot of stress. On the arm. He's coming from high school where he wasn't throwing that amount of pitches to really know. You can get Connor Griffin the ABs, but to get Seth Hernandez the innings to see it, it's going to take a lot more wear and tear on that arm, which makes no sense to make this a rushed thing. It's like McHenry's right. Like, he's ready. Like, the stuff is ready. But my question is the pulse ready? Like, and there's just a lot of steps to go through that. And if I'm going to play the opposite side of this a little bit, because he's pitching so well, and he's like a video game. Like, he's like playing your Nintendo and watching him. You're making these pitches do stuff that shouldn't do. It's crazy how good he is. It's crazy. And to take 15 off a fastball. But the worry with somebody like that is you bring him into a situation where, I've heard it, like, bring him in the 8th inning in a playoff game or throw him in that situation. That could go the wrong way too. Like you're doing that to a 19-year-old. Now, to have the stuff he has and to be the prospect he is, probably wouldn't. But what if that turns the wrong way and sets his career backwards? And I think that's probably what's going to be the Pirates' take with this, along with the workload to see if he's really ready.
But his stuff is ready. That's the one thing you see. For a 19-year-old to command what he commands is pretty amazing. Is it unusual to see that young of a pitcher with 4 different pitches already and using them?
It's unusual, but I think that, like, the time we're living in right now, the way people are training, it's going to become, I don't want to say common, because he's very uncommon. This looks more like...
He mixes that 101 with, 15 miles an hour less on an off-speed pitch.
Well, and the curveball, the breaking ball he's throwing is like, it's like the hitters don't even want to look at it. It's like they can't even see it coming.
It's crazy, it is.
So he's mixing 101 with a curveball that's hitting the top of the zone that he's going to be able to attack the top of the zone. I just think that, like, honestly, like, it's a great situation. Another feather in the cap of Charrington, who's gotten beat up for a lot of years, like, made the high school pitcher pick. He can nail the top of the zone, right? He can nail the top of the zone and play that curveball off it. Yep. And I think it's going to be really exciting.
We all have to say goodbye to Bob. Does anybody want to say anything to Bob on the way out? Bob, I hope you have a wonderful day, would be my last words to you.
I got something to say to him.
Andrew Filipponi back.
I apologize for the unprofessionalism of your cohorts here. Trying to make me sound like I was out to get you.
Well,
like I had an axe to grind with you.
You did say melting into the Wicked Witch of the West.
Well, I was only following up on what he said.
Oh my God, this guy can't even. Mr. Hot Take can't own his own hot take. He blames it on me.
What was the hot take?
That Bob is so kind to Pittsburgh sports teams that you would melt into a puddle if he picked the Flyers to beat the Penguins. You can't even own that? You got to put that on me?
That was piggybacking off of the very astute thing that you said.
Piggybacking on me. Can't even take ownership of his own hot take.
You didn't say it to him when he was here.
I've said it to him multiple times that you have a glass half full guy. Have we not had that conversation?
Yeah. But you said on the air that he didn't actually believe that the Penguins were good enough to make the playoffs.
I don't know that I said that or not. What does that have to do with what you said?
That's hurtful, Joe.
See?
What does that have to do with what you said?
Because you came on the air today and said, oh, here comes Pony trying to sew up discord and go after Bob and try to take down basically the king of Pittsburgh sports.
Even in this,
he's still taking it out of context.
This guy is unbelievable.
Okay,
Pony, let's play your clip. Let's play your clip.
Even in this.
Hold on. You guys tell me.
I came on and said he's trying to take down the king of Pittsburgh sports. That's what I said.
You guys tell me, what was the point of playing the clip then? What was the point? To try to make me sound like I was going after Bob, right?
Yeah, in fun, in jest, in good. But you spend half your show bringing up stuff that I say and that Austin says and that other people say. So why wouldn't other people bring up stuff that you say? What are you talking about?
And when people think, like you, that I misrepresent what you say, you immediately text Donnie or text Chris and
say... But I don't barge into your show.
Well, he gave me the invite. Blame him.
Did he?
Yes.
And blame everybody but Pony. Blame him for the fact he's in here.
Pony begged
blame
for an
me
invitation
for the
to
fact
come
that
on.
he good-naturedly went after Bob.
I just wanted to come in here and apologize to Bob. That's all.
And anytime I get brought up on the show,
you're not apologizing to
Yes,
Bob.
that's the first thing that came out of my mind.
You said,
I apologize for the unprofessionalism of Joe and Austin.
right.
Wow, we
That
can't go a
wasn't you.
day without Joe and I being brought up on the PM team, but yet we bring up Pony one time, and here we
in
go.
a good-natured way, and here we go. Because he's afraid of Bob. Let's listen to it again.
Afraid?
How about
Flyers
Pop?
are
I think Pop, there's a better
This is my
chance
cue to
that he
leave.
would melt and turn into a puddle. Like the Wicked Witch of the West. Yes. Then predict down the air the Flyers are going to win.
Just like Joe said, right?
It is just like you said.
Just like Joe said.
Just not what you
Because
said.
Pony is always a guy who takes other people's stuff and just goes with it instead of being on his own.
Direct
at the beginning
quotes,
of the
yes.
show.
No paraphrasing and summarizing.
I'm glad I could inspire your show.
And I give you
I
credit
guess.
when you
Thank
do that.
you.
I do that.
When do you do that?
I say all the time, Joe does a great show. He has things that are
I'm leading
interesting
off
that we
today's-
react to.
Today's PM show with Joe's take? I don't think so.
You don't think I've ever done that? I give you credit all the time for things. You think I go on the air and rip you? I don't really do that.
Yeah,
I might
I'll
rip
really
Austin.
do that. He doesn't really
rips
do
me
that.
for- I
Goodbye,
mean-
Bob.
Well, your Aller take's terrible, but
Well,
besides
thank you.
that, yeah.
Bob,
Not like
have a
you
good
haven't had
day.
a bad take.
Sorry, Bob. Again,
Sorry this had to happen.
No need for this.
Bye, Bob.
You say what you said. That's okay, Bob said. Matt, I'm sorry you have to see all this.
Entertaining.
This is unfortunate. Limits, what's your take on this?
Well, I know that a lot of your words and my words are misrepresented on the PM team every single day, and I text Tony about it all the time, and either he doesn't get back to me or
It could have been anybody, but the fact that it's Bob.
yeah, he went right after Bob. There's no denying that. That was a shot towards Bob.
Right, and he doesn't want to be perceived as going after Bob.
No, because that's just something you don't do. You don't take big shots at Bob.
I thought that the ultimate hot take artist would go after anybody and not pin it on anybody else. Nobody's not fair game for Pony, except apparently for Bob.
Well,
I didn't insult Bob.
Pony, you did.
Anyway, Matt, again, I'm sorry that you got
Matt, would you like to move into the Bob chair?
To the family business. Would you like to move to the Bob chair? Or are you comfortable
I'm not
there?
worthy.
Yeah, he's fine.
Please move to the Bob chair for the video feed purposes.
Okay.
You want him to move to the
Yeah,
Bob
he's
chair?
gotta move to the Bob chair.
All
We
right.
don't have a two-shot
Move
on
to the Bob
that-
chair if
that
you
camera
would.
there.
Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. Fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And the fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. All right, Matt. Back to Seth Hernandez, which is where we were when all hell broke loose.
You want to play Michael McHenry again?
No.
All right.
But I want to say that I went back to McHenry and said, I hear what you're saying, and I hear what you're saying about he's 19 years old. But in the back of my mind, there's just that thought of, yes, Game 5, Game 7, you've got that coming out of your bullpen. But I do hear what you're saying, that it could backfire and that the kid is basically a high school kid still.
It's tempting. Like what you're saying makes sense. It's tempting, but in the long, again, this is a kid that's a high schooler that so that's going to push you into him pitching into October, right? And so less
Right,
of an
that
off
too,
season,
yeah.
and this is remember, all these guys are young and exciting. And that's why some of these pitching decisions are being questioned with the pitch counts and how you're using Chandler and all these different things. And a lot of that's being factored in because you have 21-year-olds up in the rotation and guys that have had WBC workloads and everything else. And that's just, it's just an unneeded risk, but a very enticing one at the same time.
Very, very enticing. All right, so how soon can you see this guy in the big leagues? Could he be knocking on the door next year in AAA, at least at the beginning of the year?
I think that's a possibility. I think it's early, right? I mean, it's still early. He's facing single A hitters right now. He's going to make his way to Double A. We're going to see how that goes. I think the biggest thing is if he's successful in Double A and maybe sees Triple A this year, that's going to fast track it a little bit more. But again, you're also in they don't have to make this move. They're going to be when you have an elite talent like this, they are going to be in extreme caution with the amount of innings this guy throws and the amount of pitches this guy throws.
Limits, would you like to ask Matt Clement a question?
Yeah, we talked about how obviously it's a different story, pitcher-wise, hitter-wise, Hernandez versus Connor Griffin. What do you think, Matt, is like a good benchmark, a key point to be able to know when a pitcher is ready for a promotion? What is it that they show that it's, okay, he's done enough against high A pitching or single A pitching to know that somebody is ready for a promotion?
Well, he's done enough already. If you want my opinion for the high A to get to double A, I think that it's just like it's a different world right now too with the money. High school and college, you're going to see it totally differently. College, they're going to fast track people a lot quicker. High school, they're going to take their time to build the routine and the amount of pitches they throw. So it might look like to what Paul Skeens needed to do to get out of a spot is going to look different to what Hernandez has to do. Hernandez might even do it better than Skeens did. It's hard to imagine. But he'll stay in that spot longer because he's a high school kid. And I think that it's the overall workload. When I played, it was like they didn't move. And I was once upon a time, I don't think of myself as very good, but like once upon a time, I was a high prospect with the Padres, and I had to dominate each level to get out of those levels. Where I think that a college prospect you bring in can just be okay at those levels to get to the next level because they've seen enough. Maybe the results are unlucky.
So there's quicker advancement now than there was in years before,
especially with college players. You know, I think with college players, there's quicker advancement, and you have 2 less minor league teams now to advance through.
Yeah.
You know, so like Hernandez would have a low A, a middle A, and a high A team to go through rather than just one A team that he's going through right now. So you could hit all those spots for him this year, maybe finish him in double A, start him in double A next year. He continues to dominate, he goes. But I think somebody like Hernandez is an absolute case of his advancement, as long as the stuff stays like it is, and he's as dominant and successful as he is, this is going to come down to when they want him to go more so than how he's dominating to go.
Limits, do you know which starting pitcher in baseball has the most strikeouts per 9 innings?
So far this season?
Yes. Wrong.
Is it Gregory Soto?
No.
Starting pitcher.
Oh, starting pitcher?
Matt, you want to take a gander at this one? It's a tough one, I know.
Logan Webb?
No. Wrong.
He had a bad first start. Matt?
Glasnow.
Good guess. He's in the top 10. But
Shane Baz?
Mizorowski. 13.7.
Easy guess. That wasn't a tough
13.7.
Yeah, because he started off with 10 and 10, I think, to start the year.
Wow.
And they're limiting his innings.
Do you think this limiting innings thing is actually something that's going to pay off for teams? We still see a frequent amount of arm injuries. Is it worth it to hold back these pitchers the way that they're doing it?
I don't know, honestly. I think the reason it happens is dollars and cents. Like their investments, their property. You want them to have the best chance of staying healthy. To me, the tricky part with it is, okay, so we're limiting. Now we're going to let you go. Would we be better off as we're limiting, building you up? You know, it's almost like, okay, now we're going to let you go. It's the end of the season.
Yeah.
We only wanted you to pitch 175 innings. We have 125 in right now. Now we're going to go full bore to win the whole thing, make the playoffs. That might be just as detrimental as just letting them go from the get-go.
Yeah.
And building into, and maybe he builds into like, you know, I was trying to throw 200 innings was like something that was big when I was playing. Now it's almost like a surprise when guys are going 200 innings, especially the good young pitchers.
Even Skeens. If he's able to throw 200 innings this year, it might be like, oh, that's a great benchmark for Paul Skeens.
I think Skeens does it. You could see in the last game, let's talk about good decisions Donnie Kelly's made, because a lot of them have been, you know, on question. Like, great decision Donnie Kelly made was pulling him out of that game. Skeens fought to stay in that game. He was going to go up to 100 pitches probably in that game, the Nationals game. And then all of a sudden, they score all those runs, pull the plug, he's done. This is a good time to save his pitches. And that, what a great decision. But you're going to see, to me, I'm going to predict Skeens' pitch count and amount of pitches is about to rise. Like he's had his little WBC reset right now. Now we're gonna really go after it. And he's kind of like quietly, like completely dominant and just pitching like 6 innings and throwing 80 to 90 pitches.
Yeah, and I heard Kelly allude to that sort of thing anyway in his pregame talk with Joe Block yesterday, where it was something to the effect of, watching things now, but as the weather heats up, summer gets going, let these guys ride a little bit, and Skeens would be, I'm sure, topping that list.
I'm curious. I know I have a feeling this is going to happen with Skeens. It's happening, because he wants it. Like, he was fighting to stay in that game. He's going to fight to stay in games, and he might not always win. I'm curious to see how the development of Keller, Majinski, Ashcraft, Chandler's pitch count develops and how much chance they have, because you saw it a little bit at Wrigley, and you've seen the effects of it these first couple games, especially when you don't have that off day in there. It's going to wear the bullpen at one end while you're holding those guys back on the other end. And I feel like that's the interesting, curious part. Another day, another conversation for us, I feel like they're handling all 5 of those guys completely differently if you really look at it.
Matt, this was good stuff again today. We appreciate you staying as long as you did. We'll talk next week.
Absolutely.
Thanks,
Thank you.
man. Sorry again
Thanks,
that
Matt.
you had to put up with the family squabbling. Internal issues.
Do we
we're
need
having
some therapy for the family?
We might need family therapy.
Who do we go to for family therapy?
I don't know.
Because I thought Bob would be a good mediator.
Not now, since he's the center of the controversy.
The therapist has become a part of the issue.
I honestly don't know. Fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates Personal Injury Law Firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Coming up next, Jason Mackey. We'll ask him about some lineup situations with the Pirates. This very interesting opener they have going today with Montgomery getting the mound first. What is happening here? And might this be something that they're going to go back to, or might they get a real left-handed starter in that rotation? Might that happen with Ben Cherington at some point? In the meantime, man, the joints of my big toes really kept me from doing things I wanted to do for a long time. And then I found the Good Feet store. And then I found the Good Feet foot arch supports, and life became easier. They're designed to provide relief, balance, and comfort. Available in a wide range of flexibilities, extra firm to soft, to promote maximum performance and versatility for every foot and every lifestyle. So these things, there's no new shoes involved here. They fit into your shoes. That's the whole point. Tennis shoes, golf shoes, basketball shoes, baseball spikes, probably. Bob's tap dancing shoes.
Pickleball shoes.
Pickleball even, yes. And they're so comfortable, and they helped me. They could help you. Worked for me, could work for you, whatever the situation you might be having, plantar fasciitis, needles in your heel, burning in the balls of your feet. Check it all out at goodfeet.com or visit a location. I went to the one in Robinson Town Center across from IKEA. There's one in Cranberry Township, Route 19 North next to Walgreens. There's one down in Morgantown at the Suncrest Town Center. And there's a Good Feet store now open in the waterfront across from Yankee Candle next to Panera. So come on in, try the Good Feet feeling today. Less discomfort, more energy, better performance at the Good Feet store.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
The NHL playoffs are officially set as we now await on what the overall playoff game schedule is going to look like. At least it's set right now in the Eastern Conference, as it'll be Buffalo against Boston, Tampa Bay against Montreal, Carolina against Ottawa, the Penguins against the Flyers in Eastern Conference first round. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
All sorts on his face. Oh, the
Donnie,
scowl.
make a scowl face for us. Let me hear what. Let me
Scowl
see
at
your,
me.
let me see that scowl.
Donnie,
in there.
here, just imagine you thought you'd be the starting quarterback. The other guy played when you felt you were healthy. He won the game, and now the reporters have just looked at you in the locker room. That looks more like a constipated frown.
What, you have a good scowl? That's your regular face, Halsey.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
When did, the fans of this city are just really passionate about sports become an excuse to harass players on the field? Red Sox Jarren Duran is currently under fire for flipping off a fan who told him to kill himself during a game Tuesday night. Duran, who has been very vocal about his mental health, isn't in the wrong here. You wouldn't tell a coworker or your family members to do that, so why say it to a player? Fans need to be better. I'm Addie Bates.
My name is Christine, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, was a healthy 34-year-old, and 3 months later, he was gone. Thankfully, he had life insurance. Ethos made it so easy. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. 100% online, no medical exam. Life insurance didn't take away the loss, but it did give us the space to just grieve.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. Ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
You know the rush when you reach that goal, when something you've worked for pays off. That's success. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why we offer a skills-based education that helps move your career forward. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science. Build your leadership and critical thinking skills. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start May 13th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
Hi, this is Jeej from Lewis Anthony Jewelers. The countdown is on, and there's never been a better time to upgrade your watch game. Lewis Anthony Jewelers offers the best selection of fine timepieces from the top Swiss watch brands.
Have we met?
Hey guys, it's Amanda from the Wide Awake Morning Show, and when plumbing problems strike, I know exactly who to call. Mr. Rooter Plumbing. They're a family-owned business that truly cares about the community, and it shows in everything they do. They aim to be the American standard of plumbing, delivering reliable service, honest work, and solutions you can count on. Whether it's leaky pipes, clogged drains, sewer repairs, or more, their experienced team is always ready to get things back to normal quickly and professionally. What really stands out to me is their white glove service. You get 100% of their attention every time. Call Mr. Rooter Plumbing at 877-ROOTER-2.
High winds probably did more than just blow off a few shingles. If they weren't installed right the first time, your whole house is on the injured list. It's Sean Whalen from family-owned Whalen Exteriors. Saturated wood and attic rot are the kind of rookie mistakes that lead to mold. Make your first-round draft pick the pros with the 5-star reviews. Whalen Exteriors. We do full attic inspections to catch the damage before it spreads. Financing packages for every budget. Visit WhalenExteriors.com. Whalen Exteriors. You're on the clock, Pittsburgh.
Do you have experience working on Class 8 heavy-duty trucks? Consider a career with PGT Trucking Maintenance. PGT is now hiring experienced diesel mechanics in Midland and Blairsville, PA. Support the fleet by helping to maintain PGT's late-model equipment, including International and Peterbilt tractors. Technicians should be able to complete a preventative maintenance inspection. Experience in the trucking industry is preferred. Call 1-800-TEAM-PGT or apply online at pgttrucking.com/work.
Want to know how much more your home is currently worth in the Pittsburgh area? My friend Gina Giampetro of Remax Select Realty has a free and easy way for you to get your answer. To get started, just go to her website, GinaWillSellYourHome.com. That's GinaWillSellYourHome.com.
Draft Spotlights are brought to you by Liberty Mutual. Only pay for what you need. Cornell Tate from Ohio State is the best receiver in this draft, and he's going to be the first wide receiver taken. First of all, he's big. He's been well coached, as all the receivers that come out of Ohio State are. But he's a difference maker because of his ability to adjust to the ball in the air, his route running, and he's a game changer. He could go as early as 5 to the team in New York. He could go to Cleveland at 6 or the team in Washington at 7.
And Doug. There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means playing in a football game. Boom! 42! You're going down, Doug! Oh, yeah? Your price on car insurance when you customize and save is going down. Hey! Limu? What are you doing on their team? Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Spring is here. How about a fresh start? Baseball is back, the excitement of the draft, and sunlight finally filling your home again. Pella Windows and Doors welcomes the season with energy-efficient windows that brighten your space, elevate curb appeal, and keep your home comfortable all year long. And right now, get 55% off installation or 0% APR for 48 months. Call 855-77-PELLA or visit PellaPittsburgh.com. Pella, Pittsburgh's trusted window company.
Pony, imagine all that could happen in 5 years. Jobs may change, kids will grow, new memes will come out. But also, what if you had reliable, intelligent Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years? Thanks to Xfinity 5-year price guarantee, you actually don't have to worry about that part of your future. You're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to your devices that need them the most. That finds and fixes any issues before you even notice them. It's like a super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from threats online. All with our best equipment with no annual contracts, no fees, and no strings. So even though kids will grow up and you still won't understand 6-7, your internet will stay sharp, reliable, and most importantly, the price will stay put. 5 years, same internet price. Lock in reliable fiber-powered gig Wi-Fi for effortless streaming, plus get the Disney Plus Hulu bundle and Peacock Premium included on us. Xfinity, imagine that. To get started, visit Xfinity.com or drop into an Xfinity store today. Restrictions apply. Peacock Premium included for 3 years. Programming subject to change and availability. Actual speeds vary. Xfinity Internet is powered by fiber and connected to the premises by coaxial cable.
South Hills Kia, let's go. The 2026 Kia Sportage S Hybrid, just $279 a month. Or the 2026 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive, only $249 a month. Hybrid or gas, your call. 24-month leases, $39.99 due at signing. 10,000 miles per year. Plus tax and title. First payment due at signing. Not all qualify. No security deposit required. Offers end May 4th, 2026. South Hills Kia, let's ride. Visit southhillskia.net for more details.
Hey, it's your pal Adam Crowley. Pittsburgh summers can be hot. Is your AC ready? Right now, my friends at Sullivan Super Service are offering $59 AC checkups to keep your system running fast, cool, and efficient. Their team is experienced, friendly, and professional. They've been serving Pittsburgh homes for over 60 years. Don't wait for your system to break. Stay cool and stay ahead this summer. Call Sullivan Super Service today or visit sullivanservice.com. They'll be your hometown heroes.
84 Lumber is partnered with Anderson Windows and Doors to bring a brand new showroom to Mount Lebanon. From homeowners to industry pros, everyone can see, touch, and interact with various series of Anderson windows and a wide variety of doors to make the most informed decision for their build. 84 Lumber experts are on site to demonstrate product features, answer your questions, and even schedule a visit to the job site for measuring and installation. Your budget matters and flexible financing options are available. Call today to schedule a personal consultation at 570-507-8015.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread being stuck in an elevator with a total stranger,
hey,
who's an oversharer,
bean burrito for lunch,
then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should have NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
I need a little range, step to the range.
There's a new flavor in town, the Jalapeno Ranch Club at Chick-fil-A. With that juicy Chick-fil-A original spicy or grilled chicken, a buttermilk ranch bun, candied bacon, pepper jack cheese, and jalapeno ranch sauce. It's got big ranch vibes with a little heat. Chick-fil-A's new Jalapeno Ranch Club. Available for a limited time only. Order ahead on the Chick-fil-A app.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show. Presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios. North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by AQuickDrain.com.
I agree with intern Dom that Pink absolutely should have been in this year's Hall of Fame class. It's an outrage that she isn't, and you can't really have a Hall of Fame without Pink in it. You agree, Lemon?
I didn't know that Pink wasn't in the Hall of Fame, to be honest.
She should have been in years ago.
Is this the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like Heinz Ward.
I didn't know
This is an
that.
outrage.
Now, how many years, I wonder, has Pink been nominated for the Hall of Fame?
I don't know how many.
Like, is this a first ballot
I don't know.
instance for Pink?
If it was, she should be a first ballot Hall of Famer.
So Pink is
what are we doing
the
here?
Aaron Rodgers of artists. Pink is Tom Brady. Pink is what other first ballot? Larry Fitzgerald.
She's a first ballot Hall of Famer. Let's put it that way. Let's just put it that way. And you should see the people that are in, some of the people that got in and not her. Definitely over, Iron Maiden was good, right? Or is good.
Not familiar with their game, Joe. I'm not going to Halsey you up there.
You know what? Mackie might be into this.
I don't know.
He's a Grateful Dead fan. Are you there, Mackie?
I'm here. What's up, Joe? How are you?
I've never been better. Pink in the Hall of Fame over Iron Maiden. Agree or disagree?
I mean, I'm going with both, Joe. I know that's not an answer, but Pink has to be in your Hall of Fame. That's crazy.
You're going with both, or are you Bob Pompiani? Oh, wait, I can't insult Bob
I know.
Pompiani anymore because now Andrew Filipponi says that he'll just piggyback off my my ripping of Bob.
I didn't insult Bob.
Joe, if I've got to pick one, I'm going Pink.
Yeah. Okay. How about Luther Vandross or Pink?
Ooh, I think I still might go Pink.
Phil Collins. Phil Collins and Billy Idol, they lead this class pretty much. They deserve it, yes?
I agree. Agreed. I would not put Pink over those two, but I think Luther Vandross. And who was your other one?
I can't remember now. Joy Division and New Order and Oasis. Come on. Pink is better than
those
them.
people?
I don't know who they are. What do you think of John Mayer and the job that he's done or that he did for a long time, sort of becoming Jerry Garcia for the Grateful Dead? Those weren't easy shoes to fill, and I think he did a hell of a job. You agree?
Joe, I warmed to it, man. I warmed to it. I didn't like it at first. I don't know how into Dead and Company you were early on. I did not like it. And toward the end, I think he started to get it. And when Bobby passed and when, at the end of their run, man, I was really, really digging it. He's become a great ambassador for the community.
He really has.
I love listening to Mayer, man. Did you see his ripple when
Yes,
Bob
I
Weir's
did.
eulogy?
Yes, I did.
Incredible.
I mean, that's not an easy gig, and it's one of the strangest but greatest stories in rock and roll history that John Mayer just decided to up and go be in the Grateful Dead for like the rest of his career. What a story. Anyway,
Joe,
yeah.
I want to musically talk something with you because I've been feeding Rob King this information. Billy Strings, where are you on him?
Never heard of him.
Really?
Billy Strings?
Okay.
Have you,
Billy
Limits?
Strings.
No, I have not.
Okay.
I heard of Billy Joel.
Billy Strings is it's bluegrass, jam bandy stuff. Dude can play the heck out of the guitar. We got to get Joe on some Billy Strings. I'm telling you, Joe, you're too musically intelligent not to listen to it.
Send me a clip if you would.
I will.
All right. Let's get into Don Kelly's decision from last night that's pretty much taken over the show today. Where do you fall on this? I
don't like it. I want to see Brandon Lau in that situation 100 times out of 100. I think Brandon Lau, I don't care what he does against lefties. He's a veteran. Look at what he's done this season. You bring him in. I'm going to trust him in that spot more than I'm going to trust Nick York. I didn't like it one bit. I loved Brandon Lau, the way he handled it. I thought he did a fantastic job, basically not allowing chaos to persist. Like if he would have, in the Pirates past, like somebody would have gone out there and made a scene. Like, can you imagine Tommy Pham or Gerard Dyson or any one of these guys? Like, even if you wanted to hit, like Brandon Lau came out there and said exactly what he should have said. And now we can talk about Don Kelly and whatever. I thought he overmanaged. We hear a lot of like Don Kelly and Jim Leland, and that wasn't a Leland. That was a Shelty. I just thought he was trying too hard there.
I agree. I totally agree. And you pointed out in your piece today, or maybe it was on Twitter, one or the other. No, it was your where you were breaking it down. That Nick York is a 236 career hitter. He hasn't had a long career yet. He's a 236 career hitter against lefties. Okay, Lau was 194 last year. We're not talking about this gigantic difference or bringing in a guy who absolutely crushes lefties. So you take out a guy who is literally the Pirates' hottest hitter since Honus Wagner 125 years ago. And then the other thing is that this year, Lau is batting 143 against lefties. And so is York. So I didn't get it, but I guess that Lau was being a good teammate after the game. But here's the question now. What happens the next time Lau's up late against a lefty? Is he an automatic removal? He seems to agree with it if you take him at his word.
I hope not. I mean, a guy who's second in Major League Baseball right now in home runs is not an automatic removal. And Joe, his defense has been better. It's not even like there was a scenario where they have to replace him at second base because they needed the glove. Like, I kind of would have understood that. That's not this, obviously. I'm just a big proponent of your best bats. Keep them in there. I want to see them in the most important situations. If Brandon Lau doesn't get a hit there, I can live with it. I'm not going to say, oh, you should have taken that guy out because, it does, 10 points worse or better than the other guy. No, He's one of your best hitters. It's a key situation. I want to see that guy taking the at-bat. It's no more complicated than that.
How would you assess the job that Donnie Kelly has done so far? I feel like maybe he's gotten a little bit too many pats on the back for this start to the year.
I think it's actually been a pretty good job, Austin. I mean, but tactically, like I'll disagree with that one. I've disagreed with some things here and there, making moves. I can't imagine there's a manager on the planet that we're going to agree with 100 things out of 100. I can tell you from being around that clubhouse every day, it is a completely different place and a much healthier place to go to work than I've ever seen with the Pirates, where people are around talking. What's carried over from spring is real. And Don Kelly has helped created that. There's no giant ego. There's no, it's not about him. Like, I don't know. Guys really respect him. They play hard for him. I think he's setting the right tone, the right culture. He's a good bridge between analytics-driven decisions and on-field stuff. I just think he made the wrong decision last night.
So today is very interesting, going with an opener who pitched last night. Do you think that, and that's Montgomery, who I guess will be followed by Majinski. Is this just something they're experimenting with, something they feel like is the timing is right now, or something that they may be employing all season?
They could employ it all season, Joe, but the reason they're doing it right now is because of the number of left-handed bats in the lineup. Like, they want to limit the number of times Carmen Majinski has to face left-handed bats. So if he goes through the lineup twice following an opener, that's kind of the strategy.
Do you? Sorry. Go ahead.
No. Go ahead.
Do you agree with the idea that it might be time for Ben Cherington to go out and get a lefty for his rotation?
Yes, I would like to see that. I want another arm, Joe. They need pitching depth. Like right now, Jose Urquidy is in the bullpen. I don't know how much longer that should or can continue. Like, if you're a playoff team, your major league bullpen does not have that arm in it. They need Hunter Barco to get stretched out and start. And ideally, Hunter Barco is going to come up here and contribute. They just need more starting depth. I would like to see Ben Cherington do that yesterday. And I still think it's possible. And if it's a lefty, great. I would probably prefer that, but I would just like to see them build out starting depth because I think they're going to need it. And I mean, the rotation's been really good, man, but I'm not banking on 5 guys making every single one of their starts.
Griffin had a couple of good at-bats last night, especially in the 9th, hitting the ball the other way off the wall. Are you starting to see the swing decisions in the at-bats play better than they were over his first couple of games?
I did last night, Austin. I mean, I thought he loosened up a little bit. He's getting beaten. At least, I'm not going to try to play John Wayner or I don't know, McHenry or some baseball experts. But I mean, he's been getting beaten by fastballs that he'd normally get to. He's been chasing some breaking stuff, getting a little closed off. I mean, to me, that stuff is a fix with time, with reps, with getting to breathe a little bit. I can speak from the personal side of Griffin, being around, getting to know him. Like, he's such a good kid and like cares so much and tries so hard. Like, it's almost a little bit too much right now. And last night, I saw a little bit more relaxed. I mean, it's sort of the same thing we saw from Ozuna, right? Like, he's just chilling out and not trying to raise his average 200 points with one swing. So we'll see what it looks like tonight. But I thought his final 2 at-bats and really everything he did in the game last night, I really, really liked it. I want to see if it continues.
Jason, we appreciate the time. We'll be talking soon. Send me a clip of that music if you would.
You got it, my man. All right, guys. Have a good one. Thanks for having me.
Jason Mackey. Limits is saying goodbye.
I did.
How did that go? What a weird show this has been today, hasn't it been? The pony break-in was unbelievable.
It has been an odd show. Well, Pony texted me and he said, you should have me back on the show to defend myself. And I was like, you should have called Bob to have Bob defend himself.
What is there?
And then
I don't even want to get
I just told him, okay, then Pony, Bob's about to leave. Come on in.
It was good. The opening 6-pack today was historic.
It was.
Don't you agree?
One, yeah.
And that
I came from the top rope with the Drew Allard take, and everyone agreed on the Don Kelly decision with Nick York and Lau, and we had fiery opinions.
It was incredible. Social media's biggest loser brought to you by Awaken 180. Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. Who you got, Limits?
I'm taking whoever you were yelling at the TV about the Warriors earlier today. I don't remember his name.
I don't know who that was. Maybe it was Cowherd, but maybe it was his guest.
I think it was his guest.
It's still on there. What went wrong for Warriors Dynasty? Oh, I don't know. They won 5 titles. They upset Sacramento. They upset Houston, and they're all 40 years old. That's what went wrong.
Man, they won in what? They won that year.
Did they win 4 or 5?
I thought it was 4. They won their one by themselves. They won 2 with KD, and then they won in 2022. They beat Boston
with Curry.
I think it was 4.
Yeah, and then they were still winning playoff series.
Still, that's a dynasty.
So, I think it just naturally flamed out.
Yeah, people got old.
Now,
it happens.
What went wrong with the? No, forget it. Nobody cares.
What went wrong with the Nuggets or the Bucks?
What went wrong with they had a plan for the next wave of the Warriors.
And
I forget what they called it. It was part 2, but they didn't draft well.
Wiseman was their second pick.
Yeah, it was horrifying. They could have had way better players in the draft, and they screwed it up. What's Cooking brought to you by your local Geico rep, Tim Hester.
Thank you, Mr. Hester.
Cloudy and a high of John Stallworth, 82, a low of Dermani Dawson, 63. Fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. Limits, what a man you've become.
Thank you, Joe.
Did we do everything we're supposed to do? Did I do everything I'm supposed to do?
You have a message for the people.
Yes, I do. And I won't be here tomorrow to be you and Bob. Maybe Pony will bust in again.
Maybe Pony will do half the show.
JP Roofing and Siding. What a man he is. Let's talk about that. It was a rough winter. And you might look at Andre Agassi up there, Limits. You remember him?
Oh, wow.
He's balder than Mulsey. Look at that guy.
Yeah, he is.
He's been bald.
It looks good, though. It's a great smile,
for a while. He does. I mean, certain skulls lend themselves to baldness. Mine would not. Bob's would definitely not. And yours would not.
No. Mulsey's does. Mulsey's works well for him.
Works well.
Craig, it works well for him.
Very well. So if you did have a rough winter and you may not even know with the roofing or siding, this is the place. Joe Potocznik, JP Roofing and Siding. This is the place to go. They've been to my house a number of times, do a great job. It's an Owens Corning Platinum Preferred Company. 1% of them get it. Joe's got it. $500 off any roofing or siding installation. Give them a call. 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
See you Friday, Joe.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Tonight, the Pirates and Nationals play Game 3 of their 4-game series at PNC Park. The opener today will be Mason Montgomery for the Pirates. Carmen Majinski will follow. It's a 6:40 first pitch. And our coverage begins at 5:45, presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. And listen to the Pump and Joe Show on demand. Apple Podcast, Spotify, wherever you get your podcast. The PM Team. Next.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan Video Stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm Pat Boyle here to help you make the most of one sport. Sixers host the Magic in the play-in tourney, and I think despite a bit of a lackluster season, Paolo Banchero will go off tonight for Orlando. Banchero was down nearly 4 points per game this season versus last, part of that due to the addition of Desmond Bane, but his rebounds were up, and the 76ers have given up top 5 most points and rebounds to forwards this year. And I don't think anybody on Philly is good enough to guard Paolo, so I'm going over on Banchero's points plus rebounds tonight. I'm Pat Boyle, Bet Smarter and Beat the Books. Download the BetMGM app today.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Pirates baseball is back, and there's only one way to celebrate, with a Surfside iced tea and vodka or a Surfside lemonade and vodka. Smooth, refreshing, and made for game day. Surfside is the perfect match for a day at the ballpark or catching the game at home. Surfside's only 100 calories with 0 bubbles, so it goes down easy. It's not a seltzer. It's Surfside, proud partner of the Pittsburgh Pirates. Must be 21 and over. Please drink responsibly.
Hey, hockey fans. Now with BetMGM, you can win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets when your anytime goal scorer nets 3. Enter BetMGM's hat trick jackpot all season long for your chance to win some major bonus bets. It's easy. Just log in and opt into the promotion. Then make an anytime scorer bet on any hockey game of at least $10. If your player of choice scores 3 goals instead of just 1, you'll win your share of the $10K in bonus bets. There's nothing quite like watching a game with a hat trick, especially when it means you could win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets. Ready to shoot your shot? Download the app today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are bonus bets that expire in 7 days.
What does it mean to be bold? In electrical construction, it's being the power behind the power. Visit powerinpittsburgh.com to see the opportunities in electrical construction waiting for you. Join us to be bold.
Get ready to be wowed. Your new Floor and Decor is here in Bethel Park. We've got the latest looks in tile, wood, and stone in stock and ready to go. Floor and Decor is here. You ready? Don't miss our grand opening going on now in Bethel Park.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You need a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. Switch today. Get started with a great offer as low as $60 a month. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Offer ends 6/1/26. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet and security edge. 1-year agreement, eco-bill, and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Sticking to the fundamentals and not wavering from a game plan is a great philosophy for football and banking. For nearly 160 years, that's been the winning strategy behind PNC's approach to helping their customers live their best financial lives and their communities be their most brilliant. Locally, dedicated PNC teams are in formation to help fans receive sound and reliable personalized financial advice to get them across the goal line. Because as they see it, a win for them is a win for the Pittsburgh community. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association member, FDIC.
When you hear an ad for an injury attorney on the radio, as you know, there's plenty of those. It's not often that you hear the same voice on the radio that you will on the phone with you directly handling your injury case every step of the way. Hi, it's Dan Zangrilli. With the injury firm at LGKG, you get the named partner, the big cats, Larry Kelly or Joe George.
We've always built this practice on service. We like talking to our clients. I think it's important if someone takes the time to call me, they get a chance to talk to me. Or if they want to call Larry, they get a chance to talk to Larry or one of our other associates.
Larry, it's rare that the same group will take things from the onboarding phone call all the way to the final resolution, whether it's the settlement or it's trial.
That's continuity. At LGKG, we're a small firm that handles cases on an individual basis each and every time.
What a concept that is. That's service. That's the Western PA way, where you don't get lost in the fold or you become just another number. That's a huge home field advantage, and that's LGKG. Accidents, MedMal, workers' comp, history, trust, service, and results. LGKG.com.
A great lawn doesn't happen by accident. It takes the right expertise and the right team. That's why more homeowners trust True Green, America's #1 lawn care company. As the official lawn care treatment provider of the PG PGA Tour, True Green knows what it takes to make grass look like a fairway. Their local specialists analyze your lawn, build a plan, and handle the hard work with routine visits throughout the season. And it's all backed by the True Green Satisfaction Guarantee. Visit truegreen.com today to get a golf course quality lawn. Restrictions apply. See site for details.
Hey, it's Chris Muller here, and we're expecting our third child in June. And you guys know what that means. My sleep is about to disappear, the house is about to get louder, and life is definitely going to get more hectic. And weirdly, that's why I'm glad I already know how to do all this with Awaken 180. Because when I first started with Awaken 180, we had just had our second child. I had a torn up knee that was going to require surgery, that was going to keep me immobile for 6 to 8 weeks. And life was just very messy and very chaotic and very hectic. And on paper, it was the perfect time to make excuses. Instead, it turned out to be the perfect time to have a plan. Awaken 180 gave me a roadmap: what to eat, how to stay on track, how to keep it simple when everything else felt chaotic. That's what people get wrong. If life is hectic, that's not a reason to wait. That's a reason to have something that makes one part of it easier. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
It's Doran Dickerson. Did you feel that drafty breeze from your windows this winter? Oh, it was scary cold, but just as scary is that now you know that your windows will let in that hot, humid air all summer long. Let PJ Fitzpatrick reduce your utility bills with custom-made, double-insulated replacement windows. PJ provides peace of mind with a lifetime guarantee of materials and labor. Plus, PJ Fitzpatrick has a variety of financing packages that work with any budget. You can have it all. Visit trustpj.com today for your new windows. That's trustpj.com.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each. $30 per month each line with auto pay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy 2 get 2 free offer.
HD1 Pittsburgh.
An Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios. North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
After a brutal loss last night, the Pirates look to take back command of their series against the Nationals. 6:40 first pitch. The Buccos going with an opener. 5:45 leadoff show with Dan Zangrilli. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's a hump day edition of the PM Team.
Now back to the PM Team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Feed for Kindle. Lead pass. He's got Soderblom. Drives the net. Drags it. And he scores! Elmer Soderblom with an absolutely beautiful goal. And the big Swede makes it 4-1.
Well, that was something else. That's using your body. That's using your frame. We see him do it a lot, Elmer Soderblom, but this time it was getting to the middle of the ice. I mean, that's like a Clydesdale horse compared to a little pony.
Okay. Let's go around the room here. Was Colby Armstrong taking a shot at me? Donnie's in
100%.
studio.
100% insult to injury.
Austin, nice enough to hang around here and produce for a few extra minutes, so Donnie and I can work out the Elmer bet. But let's address that elephant in the room first. Was that call by Colby Armstrong, did he know that I lost a bet with that goal? Or is it just they're in St. Louis, Budweiser's there, there's Clydesdales, and it was a complete coincidence that on the goal that cost me a lot of money in our show bet, the analysis of the goal includes my name? What do you guys think?
I think he and Josh Getzoff were extremely aware of the bet. Much like I think every other media person who covers the Penguins, Yoey was giving live tweet updates because he thought there was a chance we weren't watching. Are you kidding me? That was like the World Series, Game 7, the Super Bowl, everything else wrapped into one. I think he knew. I think he knew that if Elmer scored, he wanted to get a dig in somehow that maybe the Penguins people wouldn't notice because they wouldn't want too much attention paid to our show.
Why? They literally have paid as much attention as possible to our show.
Maybe the broadcast, they wanted it to remain sacrosanct, and instead, Colby just went and absolutely dunked on you
Why would
yet
they
again.
care about that? Making the playoffs, they used me in their hype video for their Against the World, Against All Odds, we're in when everyone said we were out video. And then their Instagram post to sell tickets just had my...
Had your tweet
in there.
Front and center, actually, yeah.
So it would be an odd time to stop caring about me when they can get one more dig in.
Then maybe they told him to do it, and I thought it was a brilliant dig, Donnie, didn't you? A big Clydesdale among the little ponies.
Were you watching live?
Yeah, I was. Yeah. Actually, pretty funny how, like, the entire thing took place in our household because we were getting ready for bed, and I noticed, like, from one of the hoodies that I wear when I work out, I have like a little like rash, like in like the elbow crease of my arm.
Oh, this is taking a weird turn already.
No, don't worry, we're getting there. So you're looking at that, you're checking it out.
So I'm like putting stuff on that while the game is going on.
A lotion, if you will.
Sure, yeah. And I hear Getzoff go with a goal call.
Now, does Sarah know what's going on?
Oh, she's aware.
Do Mr. and Mrs. Football know? Like, does everybody in the Donnie orbit know that this was a big game for you last night in Elmer, for the most part?
I mean, my parents listen almost every day, so I would think.
And your mom gets in the YouTube chat,
some
so
sort
that
of idea
would answer my question, I guess.
So we hear Getzoff yell goal, and we both like look at each other because we don't have it's not in the same room as where the TV is. We can just hear the audio, and I hear the name Elmer come out of his mouth, and I ran back to the bedroom like a schoolboy, and I already had at least a dozen people, tweets, texts, whatever, that my guy got it done.
Frame, we see him do it a lot, Elmer Soderblom, but this time it was getting to the middle of the ice. I mean, that's like a Clydesdale horse compared to a little pony.
Yeah, I think that is a shot at me. I really do.
I think
a good-natured shot.
I think those two were definitely aware.
Yeah, I think a good-natured twisting of the knife by Army.
It's a very good-natured shot.
And at that point, the Penguins are winning. The game doesn't count, so he can afford to turn the color commentary into a gag about us.
I'm not gonna overstate the importance here, but I also don't think what I'm about to say is wrong. I think for a not insignificant number of people, not like formally, the team wants to play well. Muse wants them to play a good game and everything else. I think for the majority of people watching that, even if it was only 51%, whether Elmer scored or not was the biggest story.
Shut up.
Nothing. What can happen other than a guy gets hurt?
More than 50% of Penguins fans tuned in because they wanted me to lose money in a bet.
Yes. It's you.
I mean, I'll say this.
Why are you nodding yes? And I didn't even ask for your opinion on this. Why are you so...
Am I not allowed to partake?
Why are you so gleeful about this?
I was watching the game for the same purpose. I tweeted at Donnie.
Yeah, Austin was one of the people that sent a tweet to me. I couldn't believe the amount of people that were
more people happy that you won or more people excited that I lost?
Yes. The answer is yes. I think people were genuinely happy he won.
I think there was a mix of that. I think they were also very happy that I stuck to my guns after 2 or 3 attempts by you to
buy you
get
out.
me to cash out.
Yeah.
I think I also like this.
Including
our boss.
Content Craig.
Oh, he came back and thanked you
who
today.
turned into old school better mode yesterday, the sports better.
Degenerate.
Sent me a text yesterday and said, I would have cashed that out and then just bet on him to score. And I said, well, what fun would that be if it actually happens now? Because this would be an all-time show victory.
Somebody had the best take.
Well,
and
for
it
you,
was,
not for me.
And it was, Donnie, imagine if you had actually taken $200 or even $300 and then watched as Elmer put home a highlight reel goal. The NHL picked it up and tweeted it and basically said, like, oh, my God, what a play. That was the best part. It wasn't like he banged home a rebound and had it squirt through the goalie's pads. That was like watching baby Mario Lemieux.
The guy played on the fourth line most games, got fourth line minutes, and played like a 20-goal scorer for Donnie to get this done.
I know.
He really did.
He had 2 goals. He wasn't even halfway home with 6 games left for the Penguins, and he got 3 and 6.
He was inspired,
Never
apparently.
wavered. Never doubted the king.
That's like a Clydesdale horse compared to a little pony.
Great work from the YouTube crowd. Pony's taking more shots than the Crosby family dryer right now.
That's a good line.
Pony made a very rash decision to make this bet.
No, it was not.
He was commenting on Donnie's arm rash. That was our buddy Jory Ranstain.
No, that's a good line.
A guy just
I'm
said,
just getting defensive.
The goal was beautiful. I was 100% watching this game for the bet. I love it.
So I was trying all day to come up with creative ways to try to finagle my way out of this. I really was. I even thought to myself, it's tax day. Maybe I should take the taxes out of it like the IRS on Donnie.
No, I'll take cash or check.
But you'd really take a check?
No, don't just say cash. Cash is king.
Cash is king.
Cash is
they would
king.
tell you that next door.
Because if he writes a check, he can write that off a lot easier for gambling losses.
Okay, thank you for telling everybody how the sausage gets made here and trying to make it difficult for me to actually try to recoup some money here. Appreciate that.
If you're smart,
this is a cup of coffee.
If you're
for you.
smart, you bet $150 at plus 575 on Elmer,
which you probably did.
I did not,
and canceled it.
I did not. I let it ride.
Wow.
I was true to the bet integrity. I could show you my betting accounts if you want. Yeah.
Oh God, I don't know, Donnie. That's like an NSFW warning on those things.
I was true to the bet.
Okay.
I was anti-Elmer last night, trying to get my $20.
I woke up at midnight, said one guy, just to check the box score and see if Donnie won.
So here's what I have here, because I don't believe in an ATM. You know that. I don't have a debit card.
That is actually true.
So I had to go to my bank today. I'll show you guys. I'm holding it up. I have the envelope that they give you.
This is beautiful. This is like the World Series of Poker.
My license is still somewhere in this envelope because they make you show proof of ID.
Farabuzz Man Bun. Amanda canceled several Amazon deliveries when Elmer scored.
So here it is.
Wow.
I've got $750. We can count it out. Here's what I want for this. I only want one thing. I do not want credit.
Okay.
Because I don't think people should deserve credit for paying out a bet. You lose a bet, don't welch on it. Pay the person and pay them promptly so they don't have to bug you and irritate you and all of those things. That's the worst part of when you make a gentleman's bet with somebody, when you have to bother them to pay up. Okay?
I actually agree with that.
You guys think Adrian's watching today?
But, yeah, that's a great point.
Adrian, if you're listening in the truck somewhere, pay your damn bet to the barber.
But here is what I will say about this. I want it to be a message to all the other hosts on this station who make bets and then don't follow through with them, including a morning show host who made a bet for charity, for a good cause. And then the great part about that bet was to make him look the worst he possibly could look. At the Pitt, West Virginia Backyard Brawl game, there's 75,000 people there. My seat is randomly one row over from his. So I saw him in the flesh. I still have the picture on my phone of him just sitting there in toe-to-toe West Virginia garb, not a single Pitt article of clothing on him. So he lost that bet. He was supposed to walk across the Clementi Bridge in a thong. He didn't pay that bet.
We're all kind of winners about that.
There was
one,
another morning show host who lost bet after bet to Mulsey regarding craft beer and never paid up. So all I'm saying here to the people on this station who talk big and then don't back it up, when you make a bet, pay.
You know what? I never thought I'd do this. I'm going to make like Jack Buck here. Donnie,
Right?
excuse me while I stand and applaud.
And Austin's probably in there thinking, well, I made a bet with Pony, hasn't paid me yet.
He's thinking
That's
about
true.
he's thinking about Drew Aller. That's all he's thinking about.
But Austin made a very specific request. He wants a Sam Darnold, because he's a Sam Darnold guy. He wants a Sam Darnold throwback Seahawks jersey.
Well, you have to order. They're sold out of it.
You're going to have to order that through Fanatics, and it means you're never going to get it.
Now,
Austin.
what I think got
Fanatics
lost,
sucks.
I think what got lost in translation here is there was another thing that Pony asked me to assist on. He was going to add that into the initial winnings. I thought.
did. That's why it went from.
We still have a steak dinner to go to.
No, it went from dinner to I'll buy you this jersey. So here's what I almost did. Tell me if you think you would have been able to discern the difference.
Okay.
They had women's jerseys. And I almost
like
thought
not
about
like a pink jersey, just a women's size
Yes.
jersey. Okay.
Yeah, like women's fit.
Women's cut.
Women's cut.
Yeah, they're cut narrower.
I was going to buy him a large
women's
Sam
jersey.
Darnold woman's jersey.
Pony, I used to work in retail, and one of my good friends works at a store. I know what they look like.
You worked at Abercrombie and Fitch. You can tell the difference now between.
I can tell the difference between men's and women's sports
I think
jerseys.
the only issue
Why?
with that,
Because there's more room for breasts and hips in them? Is that what it comes
there's
down
a different
to?
cut to them.
Pony, I think the only problem with your plan is that you were oversizing. I think he could wear a women's medium.
If you were Starkey, you could say he'd wear a toddler's large.
All right, so Donnie, I want you to walk
Austin,
over here.
here's the thing, though. My wife will still, because she's like a smaller woman, she will
congratulations
buy.
on all her success.
She's just petite. She's 5'2". She's not tall, specifically.
What a humble brag by Mulsey. We're still
And-
having kids and having sex, and she looks great.
And she will buy youth larges because they
right.
cost less.
Yeah,
That's
so
just
here
like
we
a
go.
good life hack.
I've heard a lot of people do that.
If you're like a smallish guy out there, buy a youth XL. It's cheaper.
Just like they do at the betting window. I'm going to turn the camera here a little
Oh,
bit
I
so
love
people
this.
can see Donnie.
I love
on
this.
YouTube.
And I love that he's shaming the people who do need to be shamed into paying their damn bets.
All right, ready? I'm going to count out like they do at the betting window or at the bank. 100, 200, 300, 400, 500. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Is your bank
600.
going out of business? They didn't have $700 bills?
4, 5, 700, 710, 720, 730, 740, 750, $755.
Hell yeah!
$50. There you go.
Hell yeah! Woohoo! Yes! We love it for the big guy.
Now get back on the microphone over there before we go to break.
This is terrific. This
peop-
is one of the best bits that has turned into real life in this history of the show.
Because people want to know, does any of the $750 go towards an Elmer Soderblom t-shirt jersey, actual jersey, like maybe a photo of him frame that you can put in your house somewhere?
I think a jersey.
I do feel like I owe something to that.
Well, can I?
Because there clearly was, whether he knew or not.
Oh,
he
no.
probably
I'm glad
didn't.
you brought that up. I think he did. I think he did. They
Chris.
cut to him. Listen, they cut to him after
I don't
the goal.
think he did.
They cut to him after the goal, celebrating, and there was just this odd little smirk that came over his face. Like he knew that he got you paid.
Whether he knew or not.
Do you agree with that, Austin?
There was a
That
tiny
Soderblom
smirk.
knew that
a
he got-
Soder smirk.
Yes, I think so. Considering how much the Penguins put out your tweet, they're currently and definitely aware of what happens on this show. And this was something that was talked about from different media members that cover the team,
Thank you.
social media. Yeah, I think someone tipped them off.
They might not have been like, hey, it's Andrew Filipponi. He loses bets all the time.
Right.
It might be like, there's a radio guy who has to pay up because you
After
scored.
going 3 for 3 yesterday, actually entering this game, they were 5 for 5 against the Panthers this season. They got a goal. It's Elmer Soderblom, a steal and score. 1-0, 9 minutes in.
I'm going to tell you, I have re-updated my rankings for random sports moments that either have to do in the last 10 years with Pittsburgh sports or don't, where I just got up off the couch and couldn't believe what I was seeing. Rajay Davis ties the World Series in Game 7 against Chapman. Braylon Mullins beats Duke and keeps Mulsey's bracket hopes alive with a 40-footer at the buzzer. And Elmer Soderblom just freight trains the entire pony-like defense of the St. Louis Blues and slams home big number 5
And he was getting to the middle of the ice. I mean, that's like a Clydesdale horse compared to a little pony.
I think we got to find a way to arrange like a picture with him.
I would
where
love that.
Donnie meets his hero.
I know.
Shakes his hand and says thank you. And I think the contrast.
The man scored what? 3 goals in his final 8 games.
3 and 6, Donnie. He played the last 6 games at a 41 goal pace for you.
It honestly,
You know what?
It wouldn't have. Only me. Could be on the losing end of a bet like this.
For anybody that wonders about the genesis, because I was thinking back, because I don't have a perfect show-to-show memory, it was the day he got traded for on the trade deadline day.
Yes. Yeah.
We were just so underwhelmed and not mad because Dubas had done so much good work to that point. We were just looking for something to talk about. We thought it was funny that his name was Elmer. We made 10 million cheap glue guy jokes, a bunch of dad jokes, and then came up with this bet, which quickly spiraled out of control from $100 to 1 to 1,000 to 10.
Yeah.
With a small renegotiation in the middle that was mutually agreed upon to what we got now.
Yeah, do you regret
it's awesome.
that?
No.
You could have $1,000 right now.
That was a fair shake. He wasn't losing as much. He wasn't gaining as much of an advantage as you potentially were.
Yeah, I was fine with that because, the guy, the whole reason why we made the bet is because he had 3 points all season, 1 or 2 goals.
It gets red
And
hot.
I'm thinking, all right, I am going to need luck to really be on my side to pull this off. So that, because
Pony.
they were playing the Red Wings and it would have been 2 counting as 1 or 1 goal counting as 2. I had to go with that.
The single funniest part of all of this is that, in a very real sense, a guy who the Red Wings saw fit to just completely get rid of for absolutely nothing has played at a 30-point season.
Yeah, he's a useful player for the Penguins.
He's a useful player. If he was on the Penguins for an 82-game season, he would be pacing around 40 points on the season.
Now, are you going to tell Sarah about this money, or are you going to
She knows.
pocket it and do whatever you want with it? What's the...
No, she knows about it. She was just excited as I was.
You know what I'm going to get you both? I'm going to get you one thing to if you get a Soderblom
you don't have to get him
jersey.
anything.
No,
Let him buy it with his own money now.
I felt hold on. I felt like I was his spiritual advisor here, telling him not to give in.
the next thing you're going to ask for is a cut of this.
No. I'm going to buy you something extra so you remember the whole thing. It doesn't happen without a phenomenal pass from Kindle. I'm getting you a Kindle jersey. So you'll have a Kindle and you'll have a Soderblom to remember the day.
Are you going to say that was a wedding gift for Donnie and Sarah?
No, that would be actually too nice. That would be, based on that standard. I'm thrilled that it happened, and I'm thrilled that Big Elmer got it done, our guy.
I couldn't believe it.
Honestly, I think we should ask the Penguins. They usually give us somebody before the playoffs to hype up that the playoffs are happening. Listen, if they offer us Sidney Crosby, which they won't, okay, fine, we'll take it.
How's his English?
I heard him between periods with Haley Hunter. It's fine. You'd understand him perfectly fine. It's just that he seems very focused to the point of hey Elmer, you just won Donnie $750. That's nice.
He's going to Jake the Snake Roberts the interview? Is that what you're telling us?
A big no-sell.
Maybe he would be a little bit more loosey-goosey, not in the middle of a game.
I don't know, man. It's going to be the day before they start a playoff series against the Flyers. He might be stiff as a board in that interview.
But you never know. I had Matt Murray on with Starkey once, and he was unbelievable before the start of their playoff
He's
run.
one of the great zen big game goalies of all time. We're talking about Elmer here, but then again, he did step up to win Donnie money, so what do I know? Maybe he is actually built for it. All right.
I'm thrilled. Sometimes, Donnie, you just think there's no way a plan will come together.
I've got now people texting me saying that was uncalled for Crowley to catch strays there.
No.
They're not strays.
No, I think you did the right thing.
They're both guys on that show, and mine is a craft beer bet. It's pretty low stakes compared to Crowley's, but yeah, there are bets that have not been paid off.
And one's for charity. That's the worst part.
That's way worse. Yeah, giving me
That's a
extra
bad
beer,
guy
I don't
move
need that.
right there.
On this show, I've paid you guys a turkey sandwich bet just out of the blue because I have bet integrity. And if I made a big bet and lost it to you, I would pay you both.
Yeah, and when you lost the show bets, you drove to Indy for the Connor Griffin game. And when you lost the time before that, you did TikTok videos for an entire month.
Yeah, now that's maybe not as shameful as walking across the Clemente Bridge in a thong.
Pony had to wear a sandwich board listing all of Jim Boeheim's career lowlights.
He got his nipples pierced.
The only time we haven't paid off one of these bets is when Pony decided the heat would be too much on me if I paid it off. You recall that one?
Yeah, that was when you were going to wear the Wendy Bell shirt around town.
On a bar crawl. Might have been too much heat.
Yeah. Because you guys had a showdown like Andre the Giant
and not the
Hogan
good
at a
heat, brother.
show party at a station party.
Who won that showdown? Who slammed who there, I think, metaphorically?
I think the people.
Was it a double count out?
The fans won that night. The bystanders. All right. Text us on the Edgar Snyder Associates fan text line, Personage Law Firm, where there is never a fee unless we get money for you. There's actually a serious topic off of Penguins Blues last night. We'll get to that next. Quick timeout. We'll let Austin do the headline. He's good at those. And then we'll come right back. It's the PM team.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates and Nationals tonight. Mason Montgomery will be on the mound. Pirates going with an opener to start the game. Carmen Majinski will follow. 6:40 first pitch. North Shore Tavern leadoff show. Dan Zangarelli will begin at 5:45. You can also listen on your Odyssey app. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Right now, here's Pony.
Thank you so much, Austin. Let's talk right now about Mike's Beer Bar. That is your number one pick in April, Mike's. They got all kinds of drafts. Your number one draft pick, that is, because drafts are what they do. Not just the draft coming here, but the draft beers. You get it? 80 rotating taps, local craft beers. They're all there at Mike's. If you're coming in for the draft, that's where you should get your beer. You're going to the baseball game tonight. It's right across the street. Go there pregame and postgame. Hang out with your friends. Have a pop. Eat steak on a stone. Eat some wings. Eat a wrap. Enjoy it all. Mike's Beer Bar. Meet me at Mike's.
Y108 presents Odyssey the Night Before, powered by Bowser Chevrolet, starring Jason Aldean.
Hell yeah, that's the way we get down. In a hick town underneath this Amarillo. Yeah, let's go!
You can't buy a ticket to this show. You can only win your way in. Full details at y108.com. Presented by Miller Lite and brought to you by your local AAA travel office. Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration, Ross Park Mall, and Broken Bow Records.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric. Call McVeigh today.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The Charlotte Hornets beat the Miami Heat 127-126 in a classic during the NBA play-in round last night. This is the best outcome for the play-in round. The Hornets are a young and fun team, and the game went to overtime with both teams making big shots down the stretch. Tonight, the Magic travel to Philly to play the 76ers in the 7-8 matchup. The loser will play the Hornets on Friday night. I'm Chris Black.
O'Reilly. Check engine, ABS, or maintenance light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. The service is free and provides a report with solutions verified by ASE certified master technicians. And if you need help, we could recommend a shop for you. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Introducing Home Care Plus, a new subscription service from Lowe's that helps make life easier by giving members a hand with home maintenance. Let Lowe's tackle the tasks you keep meaning to do, like electric dryer vent cleaning, replacing hard-to-reach light bulbs, and more. Subscribe to Home Care Plus for just $99 a year and consider your to-do list done. Members get more at Lowe's. Available in select zip codes only. Cancel anytime. Non-refundable fee. Product purchase required. Terms and service restrictions apply. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
On your job site, downtime isn't just an inconvenience, it's a deal breaker. You need equipment that works as hard as you do and a partner who has your back. Experience the new Case difference at Case Power and Equipment of Pennsylvania. Proudly named the 2025 Case Dealer of the Year. Whether you are looking for the latest iron or need expert service to keep your fleet in the dirt, their pros are ready. With thousands of parts in stock, they're here to ensure you're always running at peak efficiency. Case Power and Equipment of Pennsylvania. Because with Case Construction, together, we won't back down.
Pittsburgh is Edgar Snyder and Associates' home. Their offices have been right here in our region for more than 40 years. They know the streets, the people, the stories. Now random law firms are showing up, billboards up and down our streets, names you've never heard of, but they can't compete, not with Edgar Snyder and Associates, their roots, their people, or their legacy. If you need help after you've been injured in an accident, call the law firm that calls Pittsburgh home, 1-800-94-EDGAR, or visit edgarsnyder.com. Remember, there's never a fee unless they get money for you.
Getting around town's better in a new vehicle from Spitzer. Our triple play sales event makes it easy. Hurry into Spitzer Toyota today and lease a new 2026 Toyota Tacoma SR Double Cab from $419 per month with zero due at signing. Plus, get our lifetime warranty, complimentary maintenance, and Spitzer VIP points.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
At Spitzer, our world revolves around you.
select models. TSRP 35599. VIN TT044098. RWD model 7186. 36 months approved credit through TMS plus title tax license registration 490.v $0 security deposit. 10K miles per year. Ends 4/30/2026.
Need water heater experts? Call Mr. Water Heater.
Call Mr. Water Heater.
And Doug.
There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means sitting front row at a comedy show.
Hey everyone, check out this guy and his bird. What is this, your first date?
Oh, no. We help people customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual together. We're married. Me to a human, him to a bird.
Yeah, the bird looks out of your league anyways.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
3, 2, 1. We have liftoff on Daily Rewards Rocket Turbo on DraftKings Casino, the exclusive iGaming provider of Foxwoods. Play $50 on your favorite casino games this week to upgrade next week's rewards. You'll get 4 chances at 10,000 in credits every day. Land rewards and use them to keep the fun going. Head to DraftKings Casino app and start playing to turbocharge your daily rewards. In partnership with DraftKings Casino, the crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 21 or older, physically present in Pennsylvania only. Eligibility restrictions apply. 3 launches per day for rewards. Launches expire each day at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. Earn additional launch for following week for completing play requirements. Play requirements vary. Non-withdrawable rewards and amounts vary per launch and are subject to game and expiration limits. Terms at casino.draftkings.com/promo. Sponsored by DK Crown Holdings Incorporated.
Spring is here. How about a fresh start? Baseball is back, the excitement of the draft, and sunlight finally filling your home again. Pella Windows and Doors welcomes the season with energy-efficient windows that brighten your space, elevate curb appeal, and keep your home comfortable all year long. And right now, get 55% off installation or 0% APR for 48 months. Call 855-77-PELLA or visit PellaPittsburgh.com. Pella, Pittsburgh's trusted window company.
Coach Wooten's Basketball Camp, the world's #1 teaching basketball camp since 1961. Your child will learn the game, play the game, have fun, and get an experience of a lifetime at Coach Wooten's Camp. Let your kid be a kid. Down the screen and go do what we do. Let's go shoot some hoops. Early registration discounts available. CoachWooten.com.
Draft Spotlights are brought to you by Liberty Mutual. Only pay for what you need. I think Jeremiah Love might be the most talented player in this entire 2026 draft. When I watch him at Notre Dame and any game over the last 2 years, he's the best player in the field, averaging almost 7 yards a carry, and he's a great receiver, catching almost 60 passes in the last 2 years. I could see Jeremiah Love going as early as to that team in Arizona at 3, to that team in Nashville at 4, or maybe that team in New York at 5.
And Doug.
There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means playing in a football game.
Boom! 42! You're going down, Doug.
Oh, yeah? Your price on car insurance when you customize and save is going down.
Hey!
Limu? What are you doing on their team? Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Holloway, Snuggerud and stride. Across the line, Thomas back for Snuggerud. Double teamed. And St. Ivan in perfect position. Snuggerud centers Holloway. Tees one. Score! The Blues have come from 3 goals down twice, and now they've got the lead. It's the top line that does it again. A tally for Holloway.
Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. It's time for some hockey talk. Tyler Kennedy usually joins us on Wednesdays. He had a scheduling snafu. We're going to try to get him back either later this week or early next week to talk Pens Flyers. And his appearances are sponsored by Mike's Beer Bar, meet me at Mike's, and by SaveYourSettlement.com, helping injured people and their families plan for the rest of their lives. All right, so the Penguins lost last night, even with all the Elmer hoopla. They could not ride that momentum to a win, even though that goal put them up 3. They lose to St. Louis 7-5. Now, what I'm about to say is obviously taken with a grain of salt. The game didn't matter. They rested a lot of guys. There was no Sid last night, no Gino, no Rust, no Carlson, no Letang. I will say this, though, and We discussed the way they handled the Capitals weekend. I would be lying to you if I didn't have a little bit of concern about the way they took the foot off the gas at the end of the season. This is their longest regulation losing streak since December. Mm-hmm. Maybe this will turn out to be nothing. They'll play Philly this weekend. They'll squash them, and they'll win that series, and none of this will matter. If they look flat as a pancake against Philly, and that team steals game one, let's say, because they've been playing playoff hockey all the way through with the exception of last night, then I don't even know if I'm going to second guess Dan Muse's decisions as much as I'm going to say they were a victim of circumstances having clinched as early as they did.
Like an NFL team that decides how much to rest their players, then loses in the divisional round.
Yeah,
so to speak.
or when Jim Leland's Tigers swept in the ALCS and had to wait around for a while. Same thing with Hurdle's Rockies. And they're waiting to play the World Series, and a whole week goes by, and they're like scrimmaging themselves, and they get out there, and they look like crap, and they lose.
Yep.
Like, I'm not wishing that on them. I'm not hoping for that. I'm not predicting any of that. But I think it just messes with you, man.
Well, I thought watching last night without the big names in to this point, not that I don't like to be the guy who tries to get out ahead of it and say, you better watch out, even though it always enters my brain. They were even saying on the broadcast, and I think like Josh and Colby did a very good job and tried to just say, hey, this is also not a game that matters, really. It's just get out of it healthy with all the guys you had to suit up playing and not getting injured. But even like Jake Caulfield in between periods, sloppy in their own zone, like sloppy exiting the zone, sloppy just playing with the puck and managing it. Those are things that go beyond. That's just regular. You want to see it no matter what the situation is hockey. And I wonder how much last night, like those guys knowing there are no stakes there other than get out alive and don't get hurt. I wonder how much that can be flipped like a switch on and off, don't you? So if Ben Kindle goes into a playoff game, he's like, well, now it's different.
So you're watching. I had to do the sports call. I was mid-sentence when my phone started buzzing because of the Soderblom goal.
Yes.
So I wasn't able to watch that game as intensely as I would have wanted to because you also had the way the Pirates game went, which we'll get to in a little bit, which was obviously a catnip red meat situation for Pirates fans and for us to talk about. Yeah. I was listening, though, to the game on the way home from doing the sports call, and I can tell you I was a little bit surprised that Phil Bourque and his analysis of what he was watching was so critical because he could have done what you just said. All right, this is game 82. Flush it. Nobody cares. Just get out of this in one piece. Skate around a little bit. Don't battle in the corners. Don't put yourself in harm's way. Don't try to block any shots and, break a nose or anything like that. Just win this game, or not even win this game. Just get out of this game in one piece. Mm-hmm. And he did not take that tact. So I'm going to be curious as to how much of this kind of...
Is there a hangover, basically?
Let's only play guys to respect Ovechkin? Like, if they didn't play the Capitals this past weekend, and it was two random teams, would they have sat those games too? Would they have gone? And by the way, we still have no clue when this series is going to start.
Right.
It could continue to get delayed back.
Yeah, because the NHL can't figure out a way to end its season on time for everybody on the same day.
Yes. But Donnie, did you also not think that's strange? MLB, last day, game 162. Every game starts at the same time. NFL, week 18. There's no Monday night or Thursday night game. They all play on Sunday. NBA, last Sunday, either a 6 o'clock tip-off for Eastern Conference teams or a 9 o'clock tip-off for Western Conference teams. Everybody got done the last day, and then the play-in tournament started. Penguins are done. There's still Eastern Conference teams that play tonight. There's still Western Conference teams that play on Thursday. What the hell are they doing?
I know it's easy to nitpick and have fun jumping on the NHL and all of the things they do wrong, but that is the layup of all layups. Have everybody end their season on the same day. Like, it doesn't get much easier than that.
It's just literally when you make the schedule, You say, this is the last day of the season for everyone.
Have it be nice and neat in uniform. End it all on the same day.
They haven't Chat GPT make the schedule? How is this happening?
And you want it, I think, for competitive purposes, too. So games start at the same time, so...
Teams can't rest guys. I think there's an added element of drama. It has the potential to make your final day must-see TV.
Do you guys remember what made baseball change their scheduling on this?
Was it the Rays thing where Longoria, or was it before that?
No.
What am I
The thing that got baseball to change their timing of having all the games start at 3 o'clock on the last day of the season was when the Pirates played the Reds and started Garrett Cole on Sunday. And the Cardinals didn't play that day until later because they were in Arizona. And so the Pirates played to win. They lost. And then St. Louis sat all their guys and rested all their guys because they already had the division clinched up. And they looked at that and they said, well, wait a minute, that's not fair. You start the games at the same time. Both teams have to make a decision. Do we go for it today or do we think about the playoffs? And the Pirates play made the decision for St. Louis and turned that meaningful game into a meaningless game.
The YouTube chat has
2014.
We've had somebody defend the NHL and say, come on, guys, there's other stuff going on in these cities, concerts and what have you.
Well, how do the other teams do it?
Well, no.
How does the NBA do it?
My answer to that would be very simple. You're the NHL. You're a multi-billion-dollar professional sports league. Flex a little bit.
Well, are you guys aware of what might screw things up in Philly next weekend? And it's not just the Sixers playing games.
Is it a concert?
Yes.
Oh, wait.
There's a Florence and the Machine concert on Saturday that they can't get out of. It's sold out. She's going up there with the Machine, and they're performing.
I was just going to say, is it Florence or the Machine who doesn't
Dog Days not over, as it turns out. They are going to be up there playing and doing their thing, which might throw a monkey wrench into the scheduling for this series.
Well, to go back to the original point here, you know what one of the things is that I'm relying on not having like a hangover effect for these last couple games for them? Malkin, Crosby, Carlson, Rust. Guys like that.
How about goaltending, though?
I mean, that struck me as why they played both guys last night.
And neither one was good.
Not just because Skinner got bombed, because I think the play in front of him was pretty bad, all in all. I would, by the way, make Miroshov the backup still, but that's neither here nor there, maybe.
They're not going to do that, but I agree with you.
I know. Putting the goaltending aside, because there's nothing you or I can do or any veteran. That's up to those guys. That's kind of the thing. And play good hockey in front of them. You've got a bunch of guys who've won a bunch of cups. You've got a guy in Carlson who would love to get one. Isn't that what veteran leadership's supposed to do, is go out and set the tone once these games matter now, starting next game? Like, hey, you expect your big guns, even though they're in their late 30s, to play like it and to set an example.
Follow us on Twitter and watch us on Twitter. Brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. Donnie's biggest football topic is next in the Donnie Football Debrief. Moved up because at 4:30, Steve Jones, the voice of the Nittany Lions, is going to join us to talk about Vega, Ioane, and
just
Drew
say it
Aller.
like it's one word. Vega Ioane.
Drew Aller in town with the Steelers. Austin Bechtold, 12 to midnight, or is it 6 to midnight? What is it? What is the expression?
6.
It'll be 6 to midnight if they draft Aller, that's for sure.
All right. Donnie is the headline. We're right back.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Nationals beat the Pirates 5-4 last night at PNC Park. Mitch Keller went just 4. He allowed all 5 runs, only 3 strikeouts and 4 walks. Marcell Ozuna, Connor Griffin, 2 hits apiece. Brandon Lau, who was pinch hit for late in the game, hit his 7th home run. Joey Bart with his first. Pirates and Nats again tonight, 6:40 at PNC Park. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Dan Zangrilli at 5:45. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevy. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mosey.
Thanks, Don. Very happy, very excited to now of late be working again with my guy Mike Engel down at Crown Mitsubishi in Washington. And when you hear me say the bow tie means a better buy, I'm talking about Mike. He wears the bow tie. He and his team make sure you get the best deal on a brand new Mitsubishi. That's why the spring savings at Crown Mitsubishi can't be beat, won't be beat. New 2026 Outlanders, you can take $5,000 off, or you can finance. Brand new 2026 is here at 2.99% for 60 months. Outlander sports are available right now up to $4,000 off. Eclipse crosses are up to $3,000 off. And you can also right now get up to 125% of Kelley Blue Book value for your trade. I love my Outlander, 7-passenger capable, drives like a car. They're all all-wheel drive. They'll handle the weather that this area tends to throw at you from time to time. And bottom line here is Crown has your answer right now to something newer, better, and more affordable. So you got to shop their spring savings right now. CrownMitsubishiPA.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Today is 8 days until the NFL Draft.
Get pumped for the draft.
Our NFL Draft Watch is brought to you by Lewis Anthony Jewelers. Have we met yet? Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Thor Dickerson here. Looking for an easy way to raise money for your youth sports team or organization this season? Keystone Custom Apparel has a brand new fan club fundraiser designed specifically for sports teams. Each player receives a custom shirt featuring the names of their supporters on the back. Supporters simply donate $20 per name, enter their name online, select their favorite player, and check out. No collecting money from parents, no complicated order forms, no headaches. Most teams raise $2,000 to $5,000 with this program. Visit KeystoneCustomApparel.com or give them a call, 724-206-0285 to get started today.
Mike Rowe here with a random fact. More than half of the homes that have basements in North America will experience water damage. It's true. Whether it's basement moisture, flooding, or bowing walls, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys. They're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Hey, hockey fans. Now with BetMGM, you can win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets when your anytime goal scorer nets 3. Enter BetMGM's Hat Trick Jackpot all season long for your chance to win some major bonus bets. It's easy. Just log in and opt into the promotion. Then make an anytime scorer bet on any hockey game of at least $10. If your player of choice scores 3 goals instead of just 1, you'll win your share of the $10K in bonus bets. There's nothing quite like watching a game with a hat trick, especially when it means you could win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets. Ready to shoot your shot? Download the app today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are bonus bets that expire in 7 days.
Remember your first football game? The sound of the crowd, the smell of the grill, the moment you fell in love with the sport. Now it's your turn to pass on that moment at the Pro Football Hall of Fame in Canton. Families walk through the greatest moments in football history and create new memories of their own. From legendary artifacts to stories that span generations, it's an experience every family should share. The hall is located less than 2 hours from Pittsburgh, so make the short drive to greatness. Plan your visit at ProFootballHof.com.
Gherkin Roofing and Contracting, a family-owned and local-based company, is your #1 choice for roofing in Pittsburgh. They do roofing, siding, and gutters with exceptional customer service for all your needs. Gherkin Roofing and Contracting. Call the pickle today.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
That music means it's time for Donnie Football Debrief. A couple hours early, his biggest football topic of the day. And this segment is sponsored by Mike's Beer Bar. The fan beer of the month is Cinderland's Raise It IPA. Say all proceeds benefit partners for quality. Donnie is going to give you his biggest football topic. I would love for you to bring on the air what was in the group chat today with the Michelin Man from Cleveland. Because I think your observations on how a lot of Pittsburgh sports fans are treating and reacting to this draft is spot on. And I want to know if people agree with me thinking that your opinion is an accurate one. As we're only 8 days away from the draft happening and all the festivities and hoopla that come with it.
We can do it. The debrief, April 15, 2026. So, yes, our pal Ken Carman in Cleveland, a city that has hosted the draft in recent years, sent us a text this morning, sent us a post this morning with a text following that saying, I have read nothing but complaints by Pittsburgh people about the draft. Extremely disappointing.
And the tweet was a lady saying she knows people who are going to buy groceries this week because they don't want to be out next week.
Yes, treating it like a snowstorm. I said, my first response was people hate traffic more than anything, so all they have done this entire time is bitch and moan. And it has become one of those things that I have noticed people taking a weird sense of pride in announcing, I won't be anywhere near the city when the NFL draft is in town.
Why do you think that is? There's the sense of pride part.
I'm asking that to both because I think it's weird.
Yeah, I think it's strange.
But there absolutely is that feeling to me from people. Like, I've had so many friends text me, ask me what I'll be doing. They'll say, like, that's cool. I want nothing to do with it. Okay, thanks. Like, am I supposed to be proud of you for, like, not going to the general area? Like, guys, listen, I'm not going to, we rag on Austin plenty.
Yeah.
And he's very excited to be down there, like, in the pit with the people as the draft is going on.
Well, my first inclination on that is I feel like, as someone who is a sports fan here and lives here, that this event is not for me. This event is for people who are NFL fans and NFL diehards to come into our city and watch the draft. That's what I think. It's not a Steeler event. It's not a Pirate event. It's not a Penguin event. It's an NFL event that happens to be taking place in our city.
That is true, but it is a very unique event that this is probably the only time in our lives that we're going to get to have it in our backyard.
It's for cities that aren't big enough or don't have the means to host a Super Bowl, this is what they get instead. Green Bay doesn't get the Super Bowl, they get the draft. Cleveland doesn't get the Super Bowl, they get the draft. Kansas City doesn't get the Super Bowl, they get the draft. If you are deemed a great football town, but you don't have the infrastructure to do the Super Bowl, you get the draft now. Here's my other point on this, and tell me if you agree with this, Chris. We are an event town, and this is an event, but I also feel like we're a thrifty town.
Oh, yeah.
And I just
Is it a frugal town?
Maybe. I chose thrifty. You can go frugal if you want. I just feel like people know what transportation costs generally. They know what hotel rooms cost generally. They know what parking costs generally. They know what traffic generally is for events in those places. And they know that all of those things are going to be escalated or upgraded to a level that they're not comfortable with. And you know what? If this is bad timing in this regard too, if the idea that they had in their heads, the Steelers, this is a great quarterback draft in 2026, and we've got a high pick in the draft to go get the quarterback. If it had played out that way, I think it would be way different, because I think people would want to be there to experience that moment when the Steelers draft their next franchise quarterback. And instead, we're debating a guard
or a wide receiver,
and like the fourth best wide receiver in the draft, and it's just not the same thing.
Yeah, there's definitely not as much juice as there would be if a quarterback was obviously going to be their move.
But there is still a chance the quarterback is their move. That's the thing.
Yeah, but they don't want it now.
It's the move people are not excited for, to the point Pony thinks the guy might get booed if they trade back.
I don't think he will. I don't think he'll get booed.
So the point is made, okay, it's not the big-time quarterback class. Oh, the Steelers still actually do have a lot of connections to drafting a QB, and maybe on that first night.
Yeah.
And people don't want it. I mean, I'm one of those people. I don't want it, but that doesn't really apply to me.
I also told you guys this from the second it was announced that the draft was coming here. In my opinion, as a sports fan and lover of football, on attending the draft itself, it is so much better on TV than it is in person.
Oh, I think it would suck in person.
You're just standing around to hear names get read off. And yeah, there's going to be cover bands that play Smoke on the Water. And we built the city on rock and roll in between picks.
Well, I would think that second
else.
song would be a huge appeal for you.
But you don't get the commentary. And the commentary and the analysis of picks.
It's a TV product.
Yeah.
It's a TV product. I mean, I love watching golf, but like anybody that's gone to a golf tournament, like a big one will tell you.
The U.S. Open is...
It is way easier to see all that you want to see on TV in the media center.
Yeah,
like
so
if you want to watch every shot and you want to see what the leaders are doing, you plop your ass down in front of a screen.
That's actually a comparable event for me. I'm not a diehard golf person. I watched the Masters last week, and I think to myself, I have no desire to ever go to one of these events.
No, I mean, I think there are people who will tell you about the Masters very specifically that because you're not allowed cell phones, like it's actually a nice experience there. And
I'm a patron, not a fan.
Well, no. But the viewing lines of the course itself, like being able to see a lot of different things happening at once is better than at a lot of courses, which it is.
Well, that's just my general stance on like any of those.
But like going to Oakmont,
events.
like it's wild when you're at Oakmont as a spectator, right? And you're just watching it. You got to pick a group and kind of go. Or you could stand near a green and near a tee box, but that's all the action you're going to see unless you choose to move. And so, yeah, I think the draft and like a golf tournament are very similar in that I think it's cool to have them. I think it's way easier to do what we do for a living watching it on TV. The one about people like bragging that they're not coming into the city, that one I don't understand. That feels like it's somebody else's.
Do you get that sense from
Yes,
anybody?
because of what I just said. They want to raise their hand and say, "Look at me. I'm not a sucker. I'm not going to get ripped off. I'm not going to pay $25 for a beer. I'm not going to pay $200 for parking. I'm not going to pay $500 for a hotel room. I'm smarter than you. I know better." That's what that is, I think. I mean, that's all that is. Like, I agree with that, but I'm not like...
I'm also not going to knock the people that do want to experience an event that we will probably never see the rest of our lives.
Right.
Yes.
All right, fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track today. Looks like there's no rain in the forecast and a low of 65, so the Pirates game should go off on schedule, which gets it to one Donnie who did not have a good Tuesday night. Donnie Football did. He's $750 richer. Donnie Kelly. Everybody loves Donnie. He's from here. He went to Point Park. He played for Jim Leland. Cool. Honeymoon wearing off a little bit. It did for me last night. And there are actually people on this station semi-defending the move. Let's get into that. Quick timeout, long commercial-free segment. It's the PM team. Here's a message from Mulsey.
Thank you. It is a message from me. It's a big Wednesday on the BetParks online casino and sportsbook app. It's time to play with BetParks. Make your downtime fun time. BetParks, the place where there's always another way to win. Bet Buccos baseball tonight. They host Washington. Mason Montgomery opening in this game for the Buccos. You can bet more than the score. Bet player performances and more in pro basketball, golf, soccer, baseball, and MMA. Right now, new casino users get 250 bonus spins on the hot online slot game, The Sweetest Collectum, plus up to a $1,000 bonus back in their first 24 hours. Play all your favorite casino games with BetParks, plus hundreds of hot online slots like Huff and Puff Money Mansion. Bet on all your favorite sports right on your phone. The BetParks online casino and sportsbook app, where there's always another way to win. You must be 21 and in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Michigan, or Maryland. New users only. Terms and conditions apply. See site for details. Casino bonus must be wagered. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I own a coffee shop, and I wanted to label everything with our logo.
That's ambitious.
Cups, boxes, bags.
Ooh, that'll add up.
Not at all. Because right now, Staples prints custom labels for 30% off.
30% off? That's shockingly affordable branding.
Yep. Now our logo and URL are seen all over town.
Brand your business for less at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in-store, online, or in the app by 4/18 to unlock. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
This winter might not have been the worst one on record, but it's up there. Aside from being hard on people, it's even tougher on our homes. Hey, it's Chris Muller for my friends here at MHI Roofing. If the freeze-thaw cycles this winter created even the slightest crack in the shingles or sealant on your roof, you're going to have water in your home this spring when the rains hit. That's why you need to call MHI today and schedule a free 21-point roof inspection before the rainy season. They'll go over every inch of your roof and review their findings with you, and if they do find a problem, it can usually be fixed with an inexpensive repair. But if it is time for a new roof, you couldn't hire a better company than MHI. Over-the-top customer service, highly skilled crews that install a perfect roof every time, and best of all, they offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. So give them a call for your free roof inspection today, 412-998-8864, or online at mhiroof.com.
Adam, ever start a project thinking, I'll just do this myself?
Yep. Famous last words.
Exactly. That's why I like this. Guardian Protection is offering free professional installation with a new security system.
So you don't have to figure anything out. They handle it.
Set up right, working right, protecting your home from day one.
We're talking intrusion, fire, cameras, the whole deal.
Call 1-800-PROTECT or visit guardianprotection.com/FAN today.
Terms and conditions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Dell PCs with Intel inside are built for the moments you plan and the ones you don't. For the time you forgot your charger at the gate.
Passengers, we are now on our initial ascent.
Or when you're bouncing between projects like a ping pong ball. We build PCs with long-lasting battery life, so you're not scrambling for an outlet. And built-in intelligence, so you can stay focused on whatever you're doing. Dell Technologies, built for you. Dell.com/Dell PCs.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer. Tyler Kennedy, brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, your hometown roofing expert.
HD1 Pittsburgh.
An Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7 The Fan.
Fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, here we go. Pirates and Nationals tonight. Third game of a 4-game set. The Pirates are going with an opener. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's a hump day edition of the PM Team.
Now back to the PM Team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
And they're not stupid, they're special.
Live and local, just like Mike's.
No, it was strategic. Just felt like York right there as far as contactability and if that ball goes 5 feet one way or the other, he'd hit it 102 right up the middle, right at the second baseman. That's a tough decision. I always like to make it about the guy. We've talked about as a team, it's going to take 26 guys. I know, Lau had the home run earlier in the game against lefties, just like that matchup with Yorkie there as far as putting the ball in play, making contact, and he did. He smoked it, just unfortunately right at the second baseman. Pretty good. I'll talk to him later about it. I mean, he's such a teammate. We've talked over the offseason and at the beginning of the year. He wants, I don't know if you guys saw when he came off, he gave Yorkie a high five, talked to him, and he's such a pro. And you know that he would want that at bat too. Just unfortunately the ball York hit was right at him.
All right, let's call that situation last night what it was. That was shades of Derek Shelton right there. And that's the biggest diss or the biggest shot I can really take at Donnie Kelly, that some of Derek Shelton's ways wore off on him from sitting or standing so close by. That was over-managing to a T. It was paralysis by analysis. It was trying to exert your role or submit yourself into the proceedings of a baseball game as a manager when the situation never, ever, ever called for it. Brandon Lau hit a homer off a left-handed pitcher. He is right now, other than Cruz, the hottest guy in your lineup, one of the hottest hitters in baseball. And you take him out of the game there for a quad A player or a decent bench guy who's 1 for his last 14 against lefties and 0 for his last 10. I said this to Pomp on the sports call last night. There were 10,000 people at PNC Park. There were probably 100,000 more watching the game at home. I don't think a single individual watching that game said, ooh, you know what Donnie Kelly should do here? Remove Lau from the game and put Nick York in. It didn't have pinch hitting situation written on it at all. And then to compound things, Chris, Lau comes up again. That spot in the lineup in the ninth inning.
That was the worst part of it for me. That was even worse.
With 2 on.
Yeah, I can look at the numbers and say Lau for the season is hitting under 100 and that's only because he got the home run. It would be hilariously bad if he hadn't hit the home run early in that game. And say, well, he made the right numbers play here. Maybe even if York's numbers aren't good, he flipped around and tried to get a better platoon look. But given the fact that spot came up again with another chance to win the baseball game, makes it hurt a lot more. The only thing I can really say for Don Kelly in his defense here is this. I think the decision ticks most everybody off. I saw a handful of people like genuinely defending it on principle, saying this was the exact right move.
Like who? Can we call those people out by name? Because I'd like to do that now.
No, I just saw people saying he played the percentages here. Not much of them.
Who was it? Montgomery Burns from The Simpsons when he played the percentages and pinch hit homer for Darryl Strawberry or vice versa?
Burns was a field manager. He said, Strawberry, go out there and hit a home run. He was more of a field guy, a people person.
Yeah, but he told Smithers it's called playing the percentages is what good managers do.
I got sent that Simpsons bit by people last night.
I'm driving to do the sports call last night, and I'm hearing Dan Zangrilli, who I respect immensely as a baseball man. He's around it every day and has been for the 14 years we've had the games here. And he's talking about how the decision was cut right down the middle, 50-50, and that there are strong arguments both ways. I respectfully disagree with that 100%.
I just don't think people want to hear. This is just my position. You are, and always have been, in my experience of the two of us, way more of an old school baseball guy where you love the argumentation and that whole morning after kind of Monday morning quarterback vibe that baseball gives you almost any given night. There's going to be a couple decisions that get made or not made that can lead to a ton of chatter.
Yeah.
I don't think it's a 50-50 decision because you're not taking out like a very weak hitter who's struggled completely, not just against lefties. Lau's been your second best hitter. He's been your best power hitter by home run totals.
He has 11 RBI in the last 3 games.
No, he's on pace to shatter the best offensive season by a Pirates second baseman.
Yes.
In their history.
Second baseman at 8 homers combined for the Pirates last year. He already has 7.
Right.
Yes.
You're also not replacing him with I'll use the reverse angle here. Let's say you had the right-handed version of Brandon Moss where a guy comes in against lefties and just destroys them.
Yeah.
Let's say Nick York had a 1,400 OPS against lefties in his last 10 at-bats.
Yep.
I think you'd have a lot more thing and that makes sense. His numbers being bad, though, mean that people just default to let the better overall hitter, Brandon Lau, take a shot. The only thing I think that makes Kelly's actual decision not look as bad, he alluded to, but no one wants to hear it. It ain't like Nick York went up there and flailed at 3 pitches and sat back down. He hit a ball extremely hard. He happened to hit it to the wrong spot.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I do think that is, it doesn't exonerate Don Kelly, but it means that the decision, at least in principle, had a chance to play out in his favor. It wasn't like Nick York went up there clueless. He hit snot out of a baseball.
Okay, how about the second at bat?
He hit an atom ball. Well, that is where, if the first one doesn't work out and you've rolled those dice already, you have to at least put it in your brain that it might come back around, that you have another chance at it.
That's what I think kills that hard ball argument, is that he came up with the game on the line and didn't have his best hitter there in that spot. The most egregious thing that he said in the whole defense of it is to be what could potentially be a problem with this manager. It takes all 26 guys, motif to this. I get worried with him that because that was his role as a player,
that he loves those guys
values
on the
those
team.
guys more, yes, and wants to win with every hand in the pile. I'm sorry, okay? Barry Bonds and Carmelo Martinez were not equals. They did not have equal say or part in the 1990 Pirates or the 1991 Pirates.
You're right.
Or whatever.
Carmelo Martinez much more important.
Okay? So I don't want it. Like, here is the test I put that moment through. I put it through this filter, and I want you to be honest with me in answering this question. If that is a playoff game, does he do that?
I don't think he does.
And if he does, then, oh my God, could you imagine the next day?
Because if it's a playoff game at that point, it's like, does Brandon Lau have 35 home runs at that point? And is Nick York just an okay bench bat?
So you don't manage every game like it's game 7.
Especially with your pitchers.
You can't, exactly. You can't over 162. But you can absolutely, when it comes to a hitter, run it through the filter of, if I really need to win this game, am I making the right decision? And in the moment last night, I don't see how you could look at it that way.
Well, he's also, I think he's got it from that perspective. No, he's not managing the Dodgers, where you are so overwhelming with talent and brimming with talent that you're going to make the playoffs. Like, you can just say that as kind of a point in fact here. You're the Pirates. And I think they are a good baseball team. I really do.
So do I.
But they're not so overwhelming that I think they're going to win 106 games and run away with the NL Central. It might turn out that they have a great season and he does a much more good than bad job and they win 100, not 100, but they win 94 games and no one else gets close. As of right now, you got to treat it like every game is precious. Here's where I zero out, and I know you're going to be mad about this. I think the move is defensible, but I wouldn't have done it. And I think York's actual plate appearance in that moment makes it defensible because he put the ball in play hard right at a guy. It happens. Ozuna had a gap shot that would have changed the game. That was a nice play made.
And if he played that card with 1 out in the 9th inning,
and York double play ball, you're more okay with it?
Yeah, well, based on
you're more okay with the fact that it was a rope ground ball at somebody.
He could get up there and say, look, I put a guy up there, he hit the ball over 100 miles per hour, which is what he said. Like, tip your cap to the positioning, or bad luck.
That's bad luck.
He
hit it right at the guy.
It's too early to do that when you're in a close game. The Nationals have the worst ERA in all of baseball. Even though Keller stunk, I've heard people kept saying to me, blame Mitch Keller, blame Mitch Keller, blame Mitch Keller.
People.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, Keller hit a huge hand in them losing that game last night.
Well, I know why people don't like saying blame Mitch Keller, though. And when I say that, I know why I'm going to get blowback, because people like in baseball, and I get it, to criticize an individual decision rather than that day's well-established starting pitcher just didn't have it.
But it was also a situation in which that is a really good offensive team that you're playing, and their pitching stinks. And yes, he gave up 5 runs in 4 innings, way less than ideal. But that might be a death knell against the Dodgers. It's not against Washington. That's like giving up 5 runs in a game early at Coors Field. You can come back from that. They had ample opportunity to come back. And the manager, in my opinion, pushed a very, very, very bad button last night. And I don't care that he's from Pittsburgh, because this is what I believe. And just because you like Donnie Kelly, and I do too, doesn't mean that he's got plenty of critics from criticism.
Well, he's got plenty of critics already that I see. And I know it's the Twitter crowd, or sometimes it's like the YouTube crowd. I've seen a ton of criticism for him. I've seen people speculate, I don't know if I agree with this, that he has with his decision-making last night, pulling Keller early?
Yeah.
Has cost them at least 2 games.
Well, those are a couple of mistakes. This one I think cost them more than the Keller decision, because Lawrence came in and made a mess of the game.
I don't think there's any guarantee. I don't think there's any guarantee Lau gets a hit. His numbers are what they are, and
How about the second at bat though?
Yes, I mean that's where I have a bigger problem because you're putting all your chips into that or all your eggs into that first at bat basket.
I want to talk about this with you next. We've got 2 tickets to see Jason Aldean to give away. This is not a lottery. I'm just going to pick the best call here next segment on this topic. 412-928-9370. That is a week from now, the night before concert at the Rivers Casino. Mike Florio in 20 minutes, but your call's next. First, a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Penguins a 7-5 loss last night in game 82. Avery Hayes, a couple of goals in the loss. Elmer Soderblom hit number 5 as the Penguins finished with 98 points in the regular season.
You're damn right he hit number 5, Donnie. You're right. Thank you.
Second in the Metro for the Pens this year. They will start a series with the Flyers. We don't know when. That's scheduled to be determined for the first round of the NHL playoffs. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevy. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Comer and Cross, the garage. That's another man cave area. A place to go as a guy and work with your tools. Go in there and work on your car. Go in there and just chill out, have a beer, turn on the game, chill, loaf. And right now, I've got an amazing deal on how to have the garage you've always wanted. Comer and Cross. They did it for me. They're going to give you a garage floor that's guaranteed to never chip, crack, or show tire lift like the bad epoxy job paint or stained and cracked concrete you have in there right now. They will do it right now at a 50% off installation discount. This is unique to fan listeners, to fans of this show. It's what we're doing for you, Comer and Cross, stepping up to the plate, to use the baseball analogy, to make you happy. So call today, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. And by the way, they will get it done in one day. You'll have a new garage floor in less than 24 hours. Go to COMERcross.com. Mulsey.
Thank you, Pony. I want you guys to be cognizant of your roofs right now. Apparently there was some hail falling in my neighborhood yesterday afternoon for a brief period of time. That's just one of the many annoying things that tends to happen during spring. We get some strong thunderstorms. You know what else is annoying? Your freeze-thaw cycles that tend to happen during the winter. It gets warm. It gets extremely cold. It gets a little warmer again. It gets, that's what freeze-thaw means. It can cause your shingles to become very brittle, have little micro cracks develop. Micro cracks means places where water can get in. MHI Roofing can help you find those places and fix them before the water gets in and causes damage inside your house, right? Just schedule your free 21-point roof inspection with MHI today. They go over your roof in unbelievable detail. I've seen it firsthand. It happened at my house. You get peace of mind. You get alerted to any minor problems before they become major. And if you really do have a roof that's in terrible shape, guess what? MHI also offers an industry-leading 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. Don't wait on this. Call today. Schedule that free 21-point roof inspection right now. 412-998-8864. Online, MHIRoof.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Portland beat Phoenix 114-110 to grab the 7th seed in the Western Conference playoffs. The Trailblazers were led by Denny Avdia, 41 points, 7 rebounds, and 12 assists. He's a rising star and a player that was given up on by the Washington Wizards. Some players need development and time. The Blazers have been rewarded for taking a chance. I'm Chris Black.
PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting, call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Getting reports of an accident on 28 outbound a little ways after the 40th Street Bridge. So that's causing some very heavy congestion to back you up from the city. On the Voice of Pittsburgh 100.1 FM and AM 1020, I'm Margot Renzel.
This report brought to you by DEA Takeback Day. Find a collection site at DEATakeback.com.
Help keep our community safe and healthy during National Prescription Drug Takeback Day, April 25th. Find a collection site near you at DEATakeback.com. Do your part to lower overdose deaths and prevent drug misuse before it starts.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Bases loaded, one out, and Nick York will pinch hit for Brandon Lau. And Lau this year 2 for 20 against lefties. He's homered off a lefty tonight, but struck out against Parker the last time around. So this year, this is the first, real kind of, all right, here's what a manager does, right? Has a sense of his players and going a little bit, not just off the script, but hey, this guy's been a hot hitter traditionally and a lot better against lefties, even though you take out one of the top home run hitters in the game. Here's a 3-1. Swinging a ground ball right to the second baseman on a 2-for-1 relay to an inning-ending double play. And that's what the Nationals wanted. They brought in Perez to get the ground ball, and they get out of it and keep the lead.
God bless Joe Block. He tried his best to say, hey, Donnie Kelly knows his team better than we do. Yeah, this seems on its face to be a puzzling decision, but he knows. Trust his gut or trust his numbers, trust that binder with all the stats in it. Well, not only did it cost the Pirates in that inning, but then York came up in the ninth and didn't deliver.
Wasn't exactly Chuck Tanner pinch hitting Milner for a guy who's 4 for 4 and getting a grand slam out of it now, was it? Lefty on lefty.
Yeah, and that's come up. And with all due respect to Donnie Kelly, when you're a World Series winning manager, you can get away with stuff like that.
Also, when it works, like it tends to be well received in hindsight.
Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Let's get the pulse of the people here and see if several of them have takes on this. I think Callis was doing a little bit of defending of Donnie Kelly as well, saying this is good that we're having conversations like this and, never, ever, ever lump him in with Derek Shelton. I will. It was a Shelty decision.
He worked with Derek Shelton. Why can't we lump him in?
That was shades of Shelty all the way last night.
50 Shades of Shelty.
Ugh. Here's Ryan. Hello, Ryan.
Hello.
Hi.
Can you turn off your radio, please?
I don't have time for that. Here's Logan next. Hello, Logan. Sorry, call back another time. Hi, Logan.
How you doing?
Hey, man.
Hey, I agree with you about Donnie. I don't even think he can manage Point Park right now, to be honest with you.
That's insulting. They're in first place. Come on, Logan.
Point Park is?
No, the Pirates are.
It's true, though. Over managing.
Okay, thank you. Carson's next. Hello, Carson.
Hey, fellas. I'm not one of these guys that's going to trot in here and defend Donnie Kelly because he's Pittsburgh, blah, blah, blah. We already got that out in the air. But I do want to say, I don't know what he's thinking in terms of quality hitters to quality hitters. When you're talking Lau over York, the numbers are speaking for themselves in terms of volume this year. I don't know why you would not give Lau that chance, especially as hot as he's been. We've made that point. I don't want to act like Nick York is a bum. He's still hitting in the 270s, but that's just not your guy there in that spot. I'm not with it.
Here's another thing I'm wondering about this decision. So York, not too far in the rearview mirror, just a couple of days prior, went 3 for 4 with a double, reach base 4 times, Pony. They mentioned he went 0 for 6. He would have it, I think on the TV side, Greg Brown was like, and now Nick York. And think about what must be going through his head. He saw all of his teammates basically doing the Bugs Bunny conga line around the bases, and he went 0 for 6. Mm-hmm. Kind of saying he's due, right?
That's why I thought it was strange.
And I think it's a Donnie Kelly maybe hey, I'm going to get this guy another chance to get him back out there.
Stupid time to do it. He heard in that clip, Block said, here comes one of their hotter hitters. Nick York is not one of their hotter hitters. He was their coldest one the night before.
0 for his previous 9. With
Donnie, are you on our side with this one? Or really more? Chris is kind of, I think, somewhat in agreement with me that this
I wouldn't have done what Donnie Kelly did. I can see the numbers case for it, but gutty, that ample gut, well, less ample now, but the gutty says I go with Brandon Lau there.
Yeah, it was a massive miss on his end. And yeah, he's been a lot better than Derek Shelton so far, but it was Derek Shelton-esque pulling that move. I mean, outside of O'Neal Cruz, that's your best hitter at the plate. And a guy who had a home run in the game off a lefty, a point that has been made all day today. 7 home runs on the season. Bases loaded. Late innings, you're trying to come back.
Do you think he would have had the balls to do that in a playoff game?
I sure as hell hope not. I don't care if it's Randy Johnson on the mound.
What's the playoff game equivalent like when Blake Snell got taken out in a World Series game.
When Sean Rodriguez started over Pedro against the Cubs and we were all baffled by it.
At least that was in the first inning of a game. Like in theory, it affects like you've got 24 more outs or whatever to play with. But by the way, on the Donnie Kelly's from Pittsburgh thing, here's another one of my theories, though. You guys, your mileage may vary, but I think Donnie will be with me. This Donnie. I think if he has more decisions like this that go the wrong way, I don't think Pittsburghers turn faster on anyone than they turn on a Pittsburgh guy. Neil Walker would get booed by people when things weren't going well.
Bednar got booed, and Rowdy Tellez had to come to his defense.
I absolutely think this is a town that gets very fed up with its own. If its own
listen
don't
to
hold
the
up their
second
end of the
caller who
bargain.
said he's not even good enough to manage Point Park, which is clearly ridiculous. Here's Scott in South Fayette. Hello, Scott.
Hey, how you doing? And I'm telling you, I'm with Pony 100%. That was I've never seen a play like that in a long while. One of the dumbest moves. And it's not like with Nick, it's not like with Lau. Like if he made it out, they're going to get on him and say, "Oh yeah, he should have pinch hit for him." And I was going to make that comment about Tanner. He wanted to play a Tanner-esque move, like pinch hitting him, and he wins the game, and he looks like a hero.
You know what else is not applicable there? Tanner did not pinch hit and take out Dave Parker or Willie Stargell. And for this team, as crazy as this sounds, right now, that's what Brandon Lau is.
Yeah,
Brandon Lau is their best hitter. He's not their hottest hitter. That would be Cruz. But actually, as I say that out loud, he had back-to-back games with 5 RBIs. So, yes, he is. And he had just homered. I mean, it is just a mind-numbing decision. And, could it have blown up in his face any worse? You could not have scripted a move.
If York strikes out on 3 pitches the first time and doesn't put a ball in play pretty hard, it looks.
But that
I actually
would have
think
been
it looks
better.
Well, I know because another hitter comes up.
Yeah.
I am aware that that's why strikeouts aren't as bad as they used to be. I still think it's somewhat validating that he put one right on the button. He hit an atom ball.
Here's Paul in Washington. Hello, Paul.
Hello there, Mr. Filippone, Mr. Blue Chew, and the newlyweds. This is what I got to tell you guys. Don Kelly's got a case of Sheltonitis. It's just been discovered. I discovered it. There's only one known cure, and that's the Murtaugh-Tanner-Leland vaccine. It cures guys that rely on analytics, keeping them from doing stupid things like what he did.
All right, I dumped him, even though I maybe shouldn't have.
I think he said frickin'.
Give him the tickets.
Give him the tickets.
Yeah,
I think
Paul the Jason.
Well, he's got to
LD.
call back. I think when you dump somebody,
he's on hold.
Oh, okay. One pet peeve here, and Paul in Washington's going to be mad at me and call me, Mr. Megamind Blue Chew for this one. Can we stop playing a platoon split situation, which is all that was? Stop calling that analytics. People have been doing that since the 80s or the 70s or before. I've been saying this guy hits, is theoretically better against a lefty. I hate that crap.
But I don't completely agree with that, though.
It would be analytics if a guy had reverse platoon splits and you did something that went against what looks like it should be the play.
But platooning was Steve Nikosha and Ed Ott. Platooning is not Brandon Lau is my best player. And late in a game, I'm going to sit him on the bench for my 26th guy.
The extremes to which Lau has hit and what you're taking out of the lineup, yes. It's going to the ends of the earth to satisfy the idea of put a righty in against a lefty pitcher. But the idea that that's something new to baseball, all it is, man, you took out a really good hitter right now to do it.
Follow us on Twitter and watch us there. Brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. Mike Florio with a fresh batch of NFL draft rumors and the latest on Diana Rossini. But first, a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
5-4 Nationals beat the Pirates last night. Marcelo Zuna, Connor Griffin, a couple of hits in the loss. Brandon Lau, his 7th homer. Joey Bart hits number 1 on the season. Mason Montgomery will start tonight. Carmen Majinski will come in after that. Pirates and Nationals first pitch at 6:40. Coverage on the Fan begins at 5:45, all brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevy. For more, go to 93.7 The Fan. SportsRadio937TheFan.com. Hey guys, Donnie Football and our friends who made Surfside are back with something else you will love. Introducing Super Light, a sports drink from Stateside that gets you through the warm summer days, whether it be 18 holes on the golf course, 9 innings at the ballpark, or hanging out at home. Super Light has 4 classic flavors: orange, lemon lime, fruit punch, and blue chill. Only 90 calories and made with real vodka, along with 0 bubbles. Proud partner of the Pittsburgh Pirates, must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This year, the NFL Draft is in our backyard.
It's the draft in Pittsburgh.
And nobody's got you covered like us. Odyssey Sports Draft coverage is presented nationally by Bet365, where winning is everything. Download the Bet365 app and lock in your picks before the game begins. Must be 21 or over. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Available in select states only. The NFL Draft plays here.
We're excited that the draft is here in our backyard now.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-265-7681. 800-265-7681. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-265-7681.
Hi, this is Les Botkin of Botkin Family Wealth Management. I've been lucky in my life, and I'm grateful to the clients who've helped make our family-owned business a success. But like most of us, my beginnings were far from glamorous. My first job out of college was as an assistant golf pro at Butler Country Club, earning $2.10 an hour. There was no work for me in golf in the winter, so to survive, I took a job at Armco Steel, working on a labor gang. Some nights I did janitorial work. Others, I labored in the rolling pits. I'd come home covered in soot to the tiny apartment my wife Barb and I shared with our newborn daughter Sarah. Now 40 years later, Sarah and I are business partners at Botkin Family Wealth Management along with my son Lester. I like to remember my beginnings and to share those stories with my children and grandchildren. At Botkin Family Wealth Management, we're interested in hearing your story because understanding your beginnings is an important part of appreciating what it took to get where you are today. Visit us at BotkinFamilyWealth.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC.
Pirates baseball is back. Celebrate with Surfside iced tea and vodka or Surfside lemonade and vodka. Smooth, refreshing, and your game day must-have. Made with real vodka and 0 bubbles. It's not a seltzer, it's Surfside. Proud partner of the Pittsburgh Pirates. Must be 21 plus. Please drink responsibly.
You've heard me talking a lot about precision pointing because they're a winner, and I like winners, and who knows, it might be a winning summer in the Pittsburgh area on the baseball field. I love precision pointing because the way that they go about their business is top-notch, first class. They are growing so fast because their work is so good that they need more people. So, if you don't like where you're at, call Precision Pointing. You'll learn about great pay, great benefits, and you'll be part of a big-time winner in Pittsburgh at Precision Pointing.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Congrats to Paul in Washington for winning those Jason Aldean tickets night before concert. You are not Paul in Washington. That means you didn't win. But you can still get these tickets by showing up at our ticket drops today. A half hour from now at AAA in the South Hills, right across the street from the South Hills Village Mall. Tomorrow, 2 to 3, Federal Firearms in Oakdale. 5 to 6 tomorrow, Cohen Markets, Library Road, Bethel Park, the hometown of, I was going to say Mason Miller.
Mac Miller's from what? Point Breeze.
Rest in peace. They did a Mac Miller bobblehead at a Pirates game. There's a Skeens bobblehead, a Cy Young bobblehead. I thought Donnie made another fantastic point about that. Now, the NHL is not going to take this into consideration because the NHL is going to do what's best for its TV partners and not the teams themselves or the fans of those teams. Of course not. Donnie said that if for some reason the NHL schedules Penguins Flyers game 1 for Saturday afternoon, the Penguins are going to have a harder time selling out that game. And by the way, they have not sold it out yet because so many people have already bought tickets for the Skeens bobblehead game. And that's not one of those games where it's like, all right, if I miss this Pirates game, no big deal. No, you have to go
to get the bobblehead
and get it. And even if you get it and leave, that's still not a quick process. We saw what the lines looked like the last time.
Correct.
There was a Skeens bobblehead.
Correct.
People were camping out like 6 hours before to get one. I mean, there's going to be 35,000 plus people at PNC Park on Saturday for that bobblehead.
Also correct.
And, how many of those would be potential buyers of tickets for Penguins Flyers? I think
there's going to be some crossover there for sure.
Some amount.
I don't know how much, but
I've also heard complaints that the tickets for game 1 are just astronomical.
Yoey kind of intimated that because he has a ticket giveaway tweet out.
I got to be honest with you. You know what that makes me think? And this makes me worried about it a little bit. Not a total takeover.
Flyers
but
takeover.
Some Flyers fans, yeah.
Well, they haven't been to the playoffs in a while.
Exactly. They haven't been in. They haven't played a non-bubble playoff since 2018 against the Penguins.
In a quasi bizarre way, that actually speaks highly of Penguins fans for this reason. They're classy enough that Flyers fans know they won't come here and get mugged. And if Penguins fans tried to take over in Philly, they'd be out with actual knives, torches, pitchforks, machetes.
Here is a guy named Cannon in Arizona. Am I saying your name right? What is the name here?
Canyon, like the Grand Canyon. Fitting name, isn't it?
Okay. That was not typed in here. That's all right, though. What's up, Canyon?
Yeah, so I watch you guys on Facebook. I'm from Phoenix, Arizona, so I'm a little bit behind on it, but I want to talk about the NFL draft real quick.
Go ahead.
If that's okay.
Sure.
So I think it's time for the Steelers to be aggressive. We're lacking wide receivers. I get a lot of people want that guard from Penn State, but we just need to say, enough's enough. Let's get Austin from ASU or Malik Lemon. We have Ben Skoranek on the roster. That's,
Canyon, you're from Arizona. Jordan Tyson? Yeah. That's what I want to know. I want a Jordan Tyson take from you.
Yes, he is filthy. The coach out here for him is Hines Ward, so it's a good fit.
I don't think it's a good fit. I think it's a great fit. I mean, I think it seems too good to be true to me. Hines is coming with him to the draft. Could you imagine the pop if they walked out on stage together? If that pick got made?
Hines makes the announcement of the pick somehow.
Which I don't think they'll let him do, but I think he could come out on... Well, he probably wouldn't, though, because you don't want to,
steal the kid's moment.
Yeah.
Nobody gave Jordan Tyson a chance till Hines Ward was his coach.
Which I could actually see Hines saying something like that if he falls to the 20s and
nobody gave him a chance to end up in Pittsburgh. Yeah. Oh yeah, he'd have Jordan Tyson playing the disrespect card like nobody's business.
Mitch is next. Hello, Mitch.
I'll come back up.
Hi, Mitch. You're on the air.
How you doing? Yeah, I wanted to go back to the Don Kelly decision. I think it was a horrible one, and I think it's a perception thing because people have gotten to know Lowe. People have got casual fans are coming back to the Pirates, and then you put in Nick York, and the casual fans like, who the heck is Nick York? I think, and then they change the channel after they see him hit into a double play. So it's like it's a perception thing, and I think it would have been a lot more palatable for if Lowe would have hit into a double play. I think people could accept that because he's been such a great hitter, and people have no clue who Nick York is.
Yeah, you want to go, but I don't think that's just like a lack of knowledge from fans who are just jumping on the bandwagon. I think it's you want to go down with your best pitch. That's the old saying in baseball. You want to go down with your guys, and here's the thing. Here's what I'll say about that situation again. there's probably, 10 guys in the room after the game ready to pepper Don Kelly questions about strategy in game.
Mm-hmm.
If Brandon Lau makes, let's say he hits a ball that's not deep enough to the outfield for the runner to tag up.
Basically
and it's just
a glorified pop fly.
Yep. I don't even think he gets asked after the game, why didn't you pinch hit for him?
Well, no, because Nick York doesn't have good numbers against lefty-handed pitchers either. There would have been no logical person you're putting in there in that spot.
Right. Like, I don't think it would have been.
You're going to pinch hit Henry Davis?
That's what I'm saying, man. Like, it wasn't even a situation that.
If Lau only has like one home run and is off to a slow-ish, not a terrible, but a slowish start, then how do people feel? Say he's got one homer all year.
Oh, I think it's
defensible.
Yes, completely.
Okay. Yeah, I
totally
agree with you. I mean, I think when you go and say this is our process, this is the matchup we had hunted, it looks so much worse when one guy has 7 home runs.
If
That's the bottom line.
If Marcell Ozuna got pinch hit against a righty for a lefty bat for Mangum, who's a switch hitter late in the game, I wouldn't blink at that because the guy stinks right now, even though he did hit the ball harder last night. And my God, Brownie made it sound like the guy in left field pulled a Willie Mays on that catch.
Yeah, what was the it was oh God. I want to call him Lilo, like Lilo and Stitch. Whatever his name was. They acted like that was like very impressive. I thought it was just more awkward than anything.
I thought it was a great job of Washington of like positioning the player.
They had him.
He was super duper deep. That's how he was able to get there. Off the bat, that looked like a alley shot double. But they played their left fielder deep enough to get to the ball. I think Mangum would have caught that ball if he had been stationed there to start the at-bat.
They made it seem like he almost dropped it, and I was like, no, he kind of caught it awkwardly because he had almost too much time to get there.
By the way, as you like to say, that Mangum play now gets lost to the dustbin of history, does it not?
Oh, my God, what a throw.
Swinging a liner into left. It'll be played on a hot base hit. Mangum comes up with it. Here's the throw home. Right on the money. Out! Perfect throw, and they're going to challenge. I thought that Abrams slid in just ahead of the tag. You couldn't come up with a better throw from Mangum in left field.
That's why, actually, in those situations, now that the catcher can't block home plate, I would tell my guys to go head first in every time. Because if you go in feet first, it's not like the base, which is elevated off the ground. Your foot's up in the air.
Kicks up.
Yeah. And
well, that's my whole Sid Bream theory that his foot kicked up in the air in 92. That's like my entire animating principle.
Because I think Abrams actually narrowly beat the throw.
He did beat. No, he
but
beat
his
the
foot
throw.
was above home plate.
He beat the throw and his foot skipped up in the air. Wouldn't you tell your guys, because hasn't it been physically proven that sliding slows you down? Wouldn't you just tell them run straight through the plate?
I'm not sure that whole thing about physically proven that it slows you down is even true.
It's exposing your body to more of the ground, i.e. more friction, which would slow you down.
Then why do guys ever slide?
There are people who I think, like, obviously you got to hang on to second
Why isn't
base.
analytics taken over there?
Well, that's why analytics absolutely said the people who are like sliding into first base to try to beat a throw are just being like performative tryhards.
Oh, that I've always agreed with.
No, you slide into second because you have to hold the base after stealing it.
Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peterstown. Already did that. Fan Weather, brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track today. Good night for baseball. Really nice temperatures in the mid-60s for the Buccos and Nats. We look forward to talking to Mike Florio next. Plus, Drew Aller is here. The very last visit for the Steelers. Say it ain't so. Does anyone other than Austin want the Steelers to pick them? Quick timeout, long commercial-free segment. First, a message from Mulsey.
Thanks, Pony. It is about your windows. You just heard him say temperatures are going to be nice. What you don't want is when the temperatures aren't so nice and your windows are closed. Like, you might have your windows open today because you want to. You don't want when your windows are closed for all that air to be leaking in, doing bad things, making you uncomfortable in your own home, making your energy bills go up. Fix it all with Universal Windows Direct. Make your home nice and ready for the long run. Get kind of a little reset going this spring. Right now, it's buy 2 windows and you get 2 free with no limit. If you need 20 windows, you're only going to pay for 10. Plus, you'll get 24 months, no payments, and no interest. And this month, a $500 bonus off your home improvement project. You're also getting windows that have Universal Windows Direct's exclusive Super Spacer technology. Make your house more energy efficient, more comfortable, more temperature consistent, and keep those drafts where they belong, outside. Call them today. Schedule your free estimate right now, 412-545-6003 or universalwindowsdirect.com. Like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Today is 8 days until the NFL Draft.
Get pumped for the draft.
Our NFL Draft Watch is brought to you by Lewis Anthony Jewelers. Have we met yet? Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This evening, warm with the chance for strong to severe storms and temperatures in the low to mid 80s. Overnight showers and storms possible with lows in the mid 60s. Another warm one Thursday, partly sunny, highs in the low to mid 80s. Then showers likely through Thursday night and low temperatures right around 60 degrees. I'm meteorologist Mary Hours in the KDK First Alert Weather Center.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis.
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
Hey, it's Pony for McVeigh. Warmer days are right around the corner. Is your cooling system ready? Now's the perfect time to schedule your AC maintenance with McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric. Stay ahead of the heat and avoid costly breakdowns before summer hits. And if it's time for a new system, you're in luck. For a limited time, McVeigh is offering 0% financing for 60 months, equal monthly payments on Bryant equipment, making comfort more affordable than ever. Call McVeigh today or go to callmcveigh.com to schedule online.
At Giant Eagle, we're focused on quality, freshness, and all your favorites. Because meals bring us together. Because recipes keep traditions alive. Because the right ingredients make it or break it. Because being part of the neighborhood matters. Because what we pick up at the store is what we bring into our lives. At Giant Eagle, we're always going for better to bring you the best. Because it matters.
Pittsburgh is Edgar Snyder and Associates' home. Their offices have been right here in our region for more than 40 years. They know the streets, the people, the stories. Now random law firms are showing up, billboards up and down our streets, names you've never heard of, but they can't compete, not with Edgar Snyder and Associates. Their roots, their people, or their legacy. If you need help after you've been injured in an accident, call the law firm that calls Pittsburgh home, 1-800-94-EDGAR, or visit edgarsnyder.com. Remember, there's never a fee unless they get money for you.
84 Lumber is partnered with Anderson Windows and Doors to bring a brand new showroom to Mount Lebanon. From homeowners to industry pros, everyone can see, touch, and interact with various series of Anderson windows and a wide variety of doors to make the most informed decision for their build. 84 Lumber experts are on site to demonstrate product features answer your questions, and even schedule a visit to the job site for measuring and installation. Your budget matters, and flexible financing options are available. Call today to schedule a personal consultation at 570-507-8015.
Coach Wooten's Basketball Camp, the world's #1 teaching basketball camp since 1961. Your child will learn the game, play the game, have fun, and get an experience of a lifetime at Coach Wooten's Camp. Let your kid be a kid. Down the screen and go do what we do. Let's go shoot some hoops. Early registration discounts available. CoachWooten.com.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here with the Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Tonight in the pro basketball playoffs, Philadelphia, a 1.5-point favorite against Orlando. Total in the game, 223.5. I want to take a look at a player prop, and let's go to Orlando star forward, former #1 overall pick in the draft. His points prop tonight sitting at 23.5, and I think he goes over the total. A lot of criticism of this player over the last couple of years for his play in the regular season, but he's a proven big-time playoff performer, and I think he comes to play tonight with the season on the line. So tonight in Orlando, Philly, let's go over the points for Orlando star forward. That's it for this Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
In a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is...
just driving the kids to soccer practice.
Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA-estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
And hey, come on, no cleats on the seats.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
The smartest way to spend your money is not to. Straight Talk offers free 5G phones for new and existing customers on Verizon's 5G network. So the refund money I don't spend on that free phone is the refund money I get to keep for my family. Smart.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
Hey, it's Chris Muller here, and we're expecting our third child in June. And you guys know what that means. My sleep is about to disappear, the house is about to get louder, and life is definitely going to get more hectic. And weirdly, that's why I'm glad I already know how to do all this with Awaken 180. Because when I first started with Awaken 180, we had just had our second child. I had a torn up knee that was going to require surgery, that was going to keep me immobile for 6 to 8 weeks. And life was just very messy and very chaotic and very hectic. And on paper, it was the perfect time to make excuses. Instead, it turned out to be the perfect time to have a plan. Awaken 180 gave me a roadmap: what to eat, how to stay on track, how to keep it simple when everything else felt chaotic. That's what people get wrong. If life is hectic, that's not a reason to wait. That's a reason to have something that makes one part of it easier. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Heavy congestion is backing you up on most of the major roadways, especially on the outbound side of the Parkway West. That slows you down around 2nd Avenue. On the Voice of Pittsburgh 100.1 FM and AM 1020, I'm Margot Renzel.
This report brought to you by Window Nation. Right now, get 50% off windows. Sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com now.
During Window Nation's The More You Buy, The More You Save sale, you could save up to 50% off on new windows for your home. Plus, you could get them with 0% interest financing for 5 years. Sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com now to book a consultation.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer. HD1 Pittsburgh. An Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios. North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates and Nationals tonight at PNC Park, 6:40 on the Fan. Leadoff show starts with Zangrilli at 5:45. Pirates are going with an opener, and Connor Griffin is out of the lineup. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, a hump day edition of the PM Team.
Afternoons with Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Single setback. The runner, and Stevenson stumbles in, unless he was brought down first. And the Steelers believe they got to him. I think they have the ball. And the ball popped free. Peyton Wilson comes out of the pack with it. And this is a bang-bang play. And Pittsburgh has got it. Ball's out. Stevenson has fumbled again. He lost it before he hit the goal line.
I just thought it was topical to play a little Steelers-Patriots highlight, given everything that's going on in the NFL right now with the draft 8 days out. Let's talk to our guy, Mike Florio. Pro Football Talk. He is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, your hometown roofing expert. Mike, let's say this investigation that The Athletic is doing yield something. Does the NFL and or the Patriots then launch their own investigation? And is Mike Vrabel at risk for any discipline per the NFL conduct policy or the Patriots' own employee policy?
That is a question that is so astute, I wonder whether you came up with it.
I did.
That's very good. I'm very impressed. I mean, we've been doing this long enough, and you bust my chops, I got to start busting yours. But
I appreciate you starting off and leading with that, Mike. I'm glad you did that to him.
The giveaway from the resignation letter, guys, first line, 3 words, underlined, via electronic mail. You know who writes letters like that? Not normal people. Lawyers write letters like that.
I knew you were going to say that.
Yes, they do.
And I did it. I remember when I first saw, like, this is weird. Why do they put it at the top? Like, okay, you put it in an envelope. Good for you. Like, but they want the record to be clear, how it was transmitted, how long it took to get there. You can't say you didn't get it, that kind of thing. So, lawyers involved, and I think the play here is, and this is just my assessment, the play is by resigning to get the investigation to end. Because if the investigation results in a finding that there was some violation of the very high bar that the Times puts in place via The Athletic for its journalists, it's going to make it even harder. It makes the proverbial scarlet letter an even deeper shade of red if the Times comes out and says, you did this, and this. And oh, by the way, you didn't tell us the truth when you told us that there was nothing to see here. So if it gets to that point, and I think it's going to, like, I don't know what the end result's going to be, but the reporting is the Times is not going to abandon this issue. You don't just run out the door before the jury's getting ready to come back with the verdict. You got to wait and see what the verdict is. Now, they better be careful how they handle it and how they distribute it because the lawyers are watching now. As it relates to Vrabel, though, I don't think it matters. They've called this a double standard, and it kind of is technically because it's 2 different people, 2 different jobs. The job of the journalist is to proceed with a level of credibility and integrity that is above and beyond reproach, especially if you're going to work for the New York Times. There's a standard that applies there that doesn't apply to a football coach. But there are still rules that potentially were violated, and there are standards that potentially were breached. And the question is, will the Patriots and or the league even go down that path? The league has plenty of rules that it never applies until it has someone it wants to apply them to. And I don't believe Mike Vrabel falls in the category of guy we'd like to throw the book at. So I think that the Patriots and the league will do nothing unless they're absolutely forced to do it. So to tie it together to your question, if the end result of the investigation is something that causes a legitimate PR storm of the league and the Patriots have to do something from a PR standpoint, they may have their hand forced.
When you say that, though, that either suggests to me that they wouldn't find their head coach very likely having some sort of romantic affair outside the bounds of his marriage, or the bonds of his marriage, excuse me, to be enough of a PR hit then, right? Because I'll give Colin Cowherd credit. I think he said the difference here is for Diana Rossini, it's a moral and a professional ethical thing, like professional ethics question. And with Vrabel, it's simply moral if there is something going on there. And that's kind of how I read it, too. Like, if they're not embarrassed enough as a franchise or as a league by this, if anything is found out, they're not going to do anything. Unless Robert Kraft wants to.
It's partially correct. Here's where it becomes potentially problematic. And I have to be clear, this is a hypothetical.
Yeah, alleged.
This is not what happened here. But if, and again, there is no evidence, and there may never be any evidence to suggest that that's what happened here. If the evidence were that a head coach was leveraging his position of power as it relates to a reporter who is just trying to do her job and trying to get by and trying to compete with the other reporters, and the coach decides, I will help you on one condition, then it becomes Harvey Weinstein stuff. Okay? I'll help your career if you do what I want you to do. That's a hypothetical, but if facts like that were ever presented to the NFL, and if they ever became public, they'd have no choice. They would have no choice but to take swift and severe action.
Vrabel was just in the Super Bowl, so you think he's in the good graces of Robert Kraft, and it's not like Robert Kraft is some, choir boy. He had his own issues with the Orchids of Asia situation, and then Bill Belichick's new girlfriend wearing that shirt at a basketball game a couple of months ago to twist the knife. And he would not get fired for this, but could you see Vrabel standing with Kraft taking a ding, Mike, if Kraft gets wind of the idea that all of the Patriots' secrets were getting leaked to Diana Rossini by Mike Vrabel, and he was the squeaky wheel, and he was the guy inside the building that was taking, confidential information, whatever, and giving it to this one reporter?
If I'm the Patriots, I'm at least curious as to what she's reported about the Patriots from the moment that Mike Vrabel became the head coach. And I'm assigning someone in the building to do a deep dive and look at everything she's said that relates directly or indirectly to the Patriots, because do we have a leak that is being used not strategically to our benefit, but potentially to our detriment? That's one way that it becomes a problem. And then if they should have a bad year this year, bad year next year, it's just one of those things that gets thrown into the hopper of stuff you may suddenly become far more concerned about if the guy loses his luster as a head coach. Because frankly, if he was hanging on by a thread right now, would this be enough to get Robert Kraft to make a change? It's late in the offseason to do it, but it's all judged by, just like with a player. This happens in every sport at every level. Mm-hmm. Examples are made of the scrubs. Excuses are made for the stars. Mm-hmm. Yep. Certain people can get away with certain things. Certain others are the ones where they stand up and wag a finger and we're better than this. So, yeah, you're raising some good points. And that's one of the things that really hasn't been discussed. Has there been leaking by Vrabel of things that the Kraft family would not want, that the Patriots' best interests aren't served by leaking, that it's Mike Vrabel's interests, and if there's daylight between Vrabel's interests and the team's interests, that's a problem. And the other problem's in the locker room. How do you have the authority to tell your guys not to create distractions? He better deal with that. He better nip that in the bud, because those guys are going to be rolling their eyes when he's talking about, I don't want to hear about you guys getting into some sort of jackpot over Memorial Day weekend.
Mike, my only other question on this subject is this. All the things you just said about what the Patriots might be interested in, if this investigation continues and yields anything tangible that maybe goes back a period of years, wouldn't the Titans want to get their hands in the mix here and wonder what might have been said or not said about them when Vrabel was their head coach? If, again, hypothetical, any investigation would yield evidence that this had been going on for a long time.
I think they'd be curious about it, but what would you really do about it now? And what benefit is there? Football teams don't really peer into the rearview mirror. They're always going forward.
Sure.
All gas, no brakes. That's the Robert Saleh mantra. So unless there's some benefit to be gained by the Titans, but I'd still want to know. I'd want to know, and then I'd figure out what I'm going to do with the information. I can't make any decisions until I know. Let's see how many times there's been a Titans-related report during Mike Vrabel's tenure with Tennessee. How was it handled after he was fired? What did she have to say then? What did she report then? Because they're not going to try to claw back money from him. They can't discipline him. He's not there anymore. But if there's something somewhere that could be viewed as a violation of a league policy that they could kind of bootstrap it into, you can't even begin to do that until you know. So step one for both the Patriots and Titans is just use some of your resources in the offseason to have somebody use AI or Google the old-fashioned way to find out whether and to what extent there have been Titans or Patriots-related reports from Diana Rossini. I think that just basic curiosity should make that the starting point if you're both teams.
Mike, the Steelers have Drew Aller from Penn State here today on the last day of visits. That is now 4 visits with quarterbacks. You've got Green from Arkansas, Aller, Cole Payton from Dakota, Carson Beck from Miami. You also had Mike McCarthy go to Garrett Nussmeier's pro day at LSU. That's a lot of homework on quarterbacks. What do you think it means?
Well, look, some coaches and GMs would say you draft a quarterback every year, just to have one and see what he becomes. We've talked about this before, the notion that the Will Howard love is just bluster, puffery, aimed at creating a smokescreen so people won't suspect them, whether it's round 1, round 2, round 7, or any in between when they're on the clock. You don't want to get leapfrogged by somebody who's thinking, hey, the Steelers may take the quarterback that we want here, we better jump them. So there's a lot of strategery, as a wise man once said, in this space. So the Steelers, I don't think, waste a lot of their time pre-draft on smoke screens. So I think you got to take at face value. Yeah, they're looking. They're kicking tires. They're going to examine their options. And it's not like they're going to cut Will Howard and Mason Rudolph loose the moment Aaron Rodgers walks through the door. If he does, I was a little stunned when Patrick Queen said on NFL Network yesterday that it's 50-50. I thought it was a little more than 50-50. But if Rodgers doesn't show up, then you're definitely going to need another quarterback.
Mike, speaking of the draft broadly here, there was a big report in Pittsburgh by KDKA TV here, essentially about how draft fans are counted multiple times. If you're there 3 days, you are 3 separate people.
And all the hotel space.
All the hotel space. There's 40% still capacity
and
to be reached.
And we tried to have the reporter on, and there was a gag order placed on it.
So bottom line, Mike, is the NFL trumping up a little bit too much the popularity of their draft as an in-person spectacle?
And boy, is that pun intended or not? We were all over this last year in Green Bay because the official number for Saturday was higher than the official number for Thursday. Well, how did that happen? We have eyes. We see how many people are there on Thursday, and we see how many people are not there on Saturday. It's not just if you show up Thursday, Friday, Saturday. It's any time you exit the perimeter and re-enter. So think about that 8-hour marathon on Saturday. You're going to go to your car. You're going to go get something to eat. You're going to go find a toilet somewhere. Every time you exit the perimeter and enter, you're counted again. You could have people on Saturday counted 4, 5, 6 times. So you're right about Thursday, Friday, Saturday, but the extra on that is you can be counted multiple times in the course of one day. Those numbers are always inflated.
Do you think it's unusual that there's still so many hotel vacancies here for the draft? 8 days out?
Yes and no. I think a lot of people are going to drive in from surrounding areas.
That's what I said to Chris on Monday. We're kind of very easy for a bunch of NFL fan bases to drive in and drive out, Mike.
Yeah, and it really doesn't surprise me. I mean, there are a lot of hotels now in Pittsburgh, but this dynamic, and it does look great on Thursday night. I remember the night they were in Philadelphia, 2017. It was the 3rd year on the road. That was the night when they were out in front of the museum and they have the camera panning. It's like, man, this works. This is awesome to see this many people. But it was maybe 70,000 people. So they want this big crowd. They want this big number, and they want it to self-perpetuate. This ultimate reality show about nothing that could be done by group text. And none of the movers and shakers are even at the draft. Right? Everybody's back in the draft room. But it's the players who show up, 16 of them this year. And it's really, it's something, it's like a fantasy football draft. That's all it is. And they've managed to create it into this spectacle, and it's driven by, in part, making it seem like it's bigger and bigger every year in the hopes it'll get even bigger next year.
Mike, you know I love doing this towards the end of our conversations. I like to I like to go 12-6 like Bert Blyleven and try to set you up with an 0-2 curveball in the dirt here.
Mike liked those Pirates teams, so he gets that reference.
I was sad. Scrap Iron. I was sad.
Phil Garner,
Phil Garner passed. That hurt.
I know,
Right.
that's another piece of that era. I mean, we grew up, as a Pittsburgher, I grew up hearing all about guys like that. How much of a potential issue, or for fans that remember the Fail Mary in 2012, how concerned should they be about the issues right now with the NFL and the NFL Referees Association and the chances of a lockout and these stories I'm hearing about their training new referees? Can you just give people a primer on what the latest is with that? Because I was looking around today and didn't see anything for the last couple of weeks on it.
Well, and I think the good news is they had a meeting last week and they had owners involved, because there was a meeting a couple weeks before that, and the gripe from the NFL Referees Association was you didn't send anybody with authority to negotiate. They're just messengers. We need people here who can roll up their sleeves and talk through the issues and come to an agreement. So with owners there like Jerry Jones, and the fact that there's been no bluster afterward. The NFL had been big on the propaganda machine. All they got to do is press the button at ESPN now, because they own 10% of it, or NFL Network. Just press the button and you get your word out there, and they were doing that. That's stopped. So I think that's good. The key is, what is the real deadline? Is it May 1? When the NFL will thereafter begin hiring replacements? Is it May 31 when the deal expires? Is it week 1? But when the real deadline is, that's when we need to be concerned. The idea of replacement officials, hey, I think they're playing Russian roulette with the integrity of the game. We've seen this movie before and it sucked. And just because they're going to use replay now to help these guys, okay, it won't be as bad, but good luck at 1 o'clock Eastern on a Sunday when 9 games are going on. And you got 9 stadiums with low-level, glorified amateur officials trying to control the game and restore order, and you're trying to help these guys through it, and your resources are stretched beyond the limit at 345 Park Avenue. That's got the potential to be a mess. Now, it's less conspicuous at 1 o'clock Eastern than it is in a standalone primetime game, but it's still got the potential to be a mess.
Mike, I heard a silly rumor here that Aaron Rodgers was going to try to go out on stage and make the Steelers' first-round pick, which I thought was silly and said as much. And then Adam Schefter went on McAfee show and literally brought that up as something that could happen 8 days from now. Where do you come down on that idea that that's how Aaron Rodgers would want to welcome himself back to Steelers Nation?
Hey, I think it makes sense, because I don't know how much self-awareness he has, frankly, but I think he has enough to know that the fan base, a significant chunk of it, to say the least, is looking at this and saying, why are we doing this? Nobody else wants this guy. He was linked to no other team this year. At least last year there was, well, if the Rams lose Matthew Stafford, he'd be the fallback, and the Vikings were kind of talking. Nobody this year. Nobody. So what better way? It reminds me of the mood about Mike McCarthy on Saturday when the news got out that he was the coach. Everybody was upset. Then he shows up at the press conference and he cries, and everything changed. So if Rodgers comes out amid the euphoria of hosting the draft and he says, I'm back, it's kind of like, well, I guess we better, you ever been one of those moments where everybody's standing up and clapping and you're like, well, I guess I better stand up and clap too. All right, welcome back.
Mike, thank you. We'll talk again next week, the day before the draft. By then, your one mock draft will be out. See ya. Texas on the Edgar Steiner Associates fan text line. Person your law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. All access with the DD next. She's got a full notebook of draft intel. She'll respond to Drew Aller being here. But first, a Donnie headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Blues beat the Penguins 7-5 last night. Pittsburgh finishes with 98 points, second in the Metro, and a playoff berth against the Philadelphia Flyers. Round 1, we don't know when it will start. The NHL regular season doesn't conclude until tomorrow night, so TBD on the playoff schedule. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevy. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Hey guys, Donnie Football here. It's time to play on the BetParx app. Make your downtime fun time with the BetParx Casino and Sportsbook, where there is always another way to win. Baseball all day, every day. Pittsburgh home again tonight. The black and gold favor to win at minus 175, but maybe you like the total runs at 9. That is around even money. Bet on more than the score. Bet on player performances or other sports going on, golf, soccer, MMA, racing. Play the classic table games and hot online slots like Huff and Puff Money Mansion, Triple Cash Eruption, and Divine Fortunes. Right now, new casino users get 250 bonus spins on the Sweetest Collectum online slot, plus up to $1,000 back in casino bonus if you're down in the first 24 hours. Casino bonus must be wagered. New users only. Terms and conditions apply. See betparks.com for details. Must be 21 and in PA, New Jersey, Michigan, or Maryland. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Raiders GM John Spytek spoke to the media yesterday and said that the team has been receiving phone calls and offers for the #1 overall pick. If there's any shadow of a doubt in your mind that Fernando Mendoza isn't the future at quarterback, then you have to entertain those calls. If that means you're waiting to get your franchise quarterback until next year and going with Kirk Cousins for a year, then so be it. I'm Adam Abdallah.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Power of Bowser. April is here and everything's in bloom, including savings at Bowser Hyundai Chippewa. Looking for a fresh start this spring? The 2026 Hyundai Tucson all-wheel drive brings versatility to your ride. And right now at Bowser Hyundai Chippewa, the #1 volume Hyundai dealer in Pittsburgh, you can get the Tucson SE with 0% APR for 60 months or get rebates up to $3,000. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles powertrain limited warranty. So don't wait. Get to BowserChippewa.com today. Based on 2025 year-end January 2026 sales results, tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $490 applies. 24 months, 7,500 miles per year with $29.99 due at signing. With credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends 5/3/26. Get to BowserChippewa.com. Bowser Hyundai Chippewa.
Hey, it's Crowley here for Window Nation. Spring is a great time to open your windows unless, well, they won't open, or they leak, or they're cracked, or they need repainting again. Getting top quality custom fit windows from Window Nation is easy and affordable. And during the More You Buy, the More You Save sale, you could save up to 50% off. Plus, you could get them with 0 interest for 5 years. During uncertain times, one of the best investments you can make is in your home. So visit windownation.com now to book a consultation.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Having insurance isn't the same as having State Farm. It's like needing a best man speech, but getting one from some random +1.
I am honored to be standing here today, also confused and a little hungry. Does anyone want to switch entrees? Pretty sure I checked beef.
You wouldn't settle for just any speech, so don't settle for just any insurance. Get the real deal with State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Refresh your ride this spring at Joe Ball GMC. Get a new GMC Sierra 1500 or Sierra 2500 for just $99 over invoice on all in-stock models. Don't wait. Your new truck is ready today. Joe Ball GMC, Route 8 Glenshaw, JoeBallGM.com.
What does it mean to be bold? In electrical construction, it's being the power behind the power. Visit powerinpittsburgh.com to see the opportunities in electrical construction waiting for you. Join us to be bold.
Cold shower? Call Mr. Water Heater.
Call Mr. Water Heater. Cloudy with a thunderstorm tonight, the low 66.
Weather brought to you by Staples. From posters and presentations to labels and loyalty cards, Staples has all the print to boost your brand. Shop now in-store and online. Staples. That was easy.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Lanes on the Parkway West outbound are stacked starting from 2nd Avenue as you make your way towards the lower level of the Fort Pitt Bridge. The Parkway East outbound also looking like a problem area as brake lights follow you starting from the Oakland on-ramp. On the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, I'm Margot Rensel.
This report brought to you by twomenandajuncktruck.com. Got junk? Book them now.
At twomenandajuncktruck.com, you can book same day or next day. Then we arrive, we quote, you like the price? Yes! We haul it away. Yeah, it's that easy. We'll even whistle while we work. 2 men and a junk truck.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Going to get into the Pirates with Jeff Hathorn. He's down at PNC Park. Donnie Kelly coming under fire for his decision to bench Brandon Lau in last night's game for a pinch hitter. Well, now he's benching Connor Griffin, and the Pirates are doing something unorthodox with their pitchers tonight. Jeff will chime in on all of that. And by the way, the Fan and the Pirates want to visit your teams in action for our youth baseball and softball showcase. Parents and coaches sent an email to us, youthsports937thefan.com, to register your 12 and under team. And the Fan may make a stop to your field, brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel. All right, now we're joined by Aditi Kinkhabwala, All Access with the great NFL on CBS reporter. She was at the NFL Scouting Combine. She's been in touch with NFL teams throughout the draft process. And she is sponsored by Tapped Brick Oven and Poorhouse in Greensburg. Aditi, we just got word that you were trying to find some quiet space in your house, which is something Malsey and I can relate to, having to do interviews and having my daughter tell me that Vampirina is on and that needs to be put on the TV or else.
It wasn't quite the quiet space. It was trying to get the snack in front of both of the children. And of course, they wanted hot ravioli as their snack. And so
hot
making
ravioli,
sure the water
like a
boiled.
Chef Boyardee kind of deal? One of those?
No. You can buy at Aldi, you can buy refrigerated spinach and mozzarella raviolis. And they love them.
I am shocked by what you just said.
Water.
I had you pegged as a Whole Food shopper. You go to Aldi.
Whole paycheck?
Yeah.
Whole paycheck?
Didn't you
I
think
love
so,
Aldi.
Malsey?
Love Aldi.
Would you have guessed?
Am I allowed to say? Am I allowed to say I love Aldi, or is Giant Eagle a major sponsor?
They sponsor some things, and they're great, too, so we covered our bases. There you go.
No, Aditi, did you know that Aldi, by the way, and Trader Joe's, there's a split there, and they're like a lot of people will tell you basically the same thing. They
but
try
just
to
Aldi's more affordable.
Yeah, and
So
Trader
you can
Joe's
get-
has a little more variety.
You can get Trader Joe at
But it's like,
reasonable prices.
in grocery terms, it's like Adidas and Puma, where I think it was two brothers who split off, and Adidas, one's Adidas, one's Puma. It's same thing. But yes, I'm an Aldi fan.
Really?
Yes. No
Well,
BS.
we eat a lot of produce in our house, and the produce prices are much better at Aldi, and the quality for me is really good.
I'm
And
just
so
more-
I go to the Aldi.
Aditi, I'm more
in
really-
Shaler. I feel like I should give my Aldi a shout out.
Wow.
Because the guys that work at the Shaler Aldi often talk to me about what I say.
Shout out to the Shaler Aldi. I'm just more.
Yeah.
When you say
The ravioli snack, that sounds like dinner.
That's what I mean. Like, when you say snack, I'm like, oh, do they want, like, my kids want a bowl of pretzels or goldfish?
And they're going to eat a full meal in another 2 hours?
I'd like a snack. I'd like you to make me a T-bone steak.
So this is the season when my kids are playing all of the sports. My son is soccer, lacrosse, flag football, tennis, and golf. They are running around constantly. And 5 little pieces, the little raviolis come. There's 11 to 12 in a package. So if they
Okay.
each eat 5 or 6 of these little
That's like an
raviolis,
appetizer before dinner is what that is.
By the way, which sport is he liking the best right now?
it depends on the day, I think.
No, that's a good. That's
Although
actually
it was
pretty
funny because on Sunday he played soccer and then he was going golfing with his dad afterwards. And the first thing he said when he came off of the field, and this is not a humble brag, this is just the kid ran as hard as he could. He scored 6 goals. The first thing he said was, "Dad, did you get a cart? Because I don't want to walk."
Pele Kinkhabwala, apparently. Okay.
I mean,
let's
he's 10 years old.
Let's do some
But
draft.
anyway, okay.
Let's do some draft stuff here. So, Drew Aller in town, last day of visits with the team. You were around the Steelers and have been for years. You know that historically, you come in for a visit. That means there's at least some level of interest in drafting that player. And by my count, they had 4 quarterbacks here, and then they went to Nussmeier's pro day at LSU. You add that up. Does that make you feel strongly like they are at some point in this draft taking a quarterback?
I think it's likely. I think it's likely that a mid to late round quarterback is an option for them. I think they're doing their due diligence. The conversation constantly around the Steelers that is not centered on Aaron Rodgers is on the quarterback plan and this idea of what are you doing in the future. So much of Mike McCarthy's hiring was about this is a person who can identify and help develop a young quarterback. And so you're increasing your chances. And I've told you both this repeatedly. I have been told by so many coaches in the league that they feel you should be taking a quarterback every year, every other year in the draft. It's the most important position on the team. You've just got to keep trying.
I generally think I agree with that. I think, I'm just going to leave it at that. I think I agree with that ultimately.
But my one rebuttal to that, though, is, Aditi, if Aaron Rodgers is back, what do those young quarterbacks get out of this year? They don't play. Fair. They just sit and watch Aaron and learn from Aaron?
Well, this is, first of all, you have the opportunity, right, to learn in a room from one of the best to do it, which Will Howard has talked extensively about, that Aaron Rodgers was indeed helpful. He was indeed a teacher. You get a ton of scout team reps, whoever's running the scout team. I'd argue that the guy running the scout team is maybe getting more than the second team guy because he's getting more reps. But again, I'm still, how many times am I going to say, I'd love to see Will Howard. Sorry, not Rodgers, Will Howard. That's a whole other story. But I thought it was interesting. P.S. As a random aside, did either of you think it was interesting that Patrick Queen said
yes.
Aaron
We
Rodgers
just had Florio bring that up, and it's the first I'm hearing about it. And I try to pride myself on being able to find
Tony, I literally
all of
said
this.
it to you yesterday, and you had to go in one ear and out the other.
I was so worried that I would be late on this, that you would have already exhausted that. But it's been a few days since he said it. He put it at 50-50.
Aditi, he's really stressed. He was stressed out over there, Pony was the last couple days. He had $750 riding on whether a random Penguins fourth liner would score a goal last night, and the guy did, and Pony had to pay Donnie $750 in cash today to start the show.
Yeah, that's a true story.
Congratulations on all your success, Donnie.
Yeah, he was.
Thank you.
He was very.
Right?
He was. Yes, you did. I wanted to know this draft nugget. People you're talking to, we know the Steelers have 12 picks. You don't bring 12 rookies to camp. That's insane.
Correct.
How active are you hearing from the people you're talking to that people are supposing they're going to be as far as moving around with some of those extra picks as capital?
Extremely. And not just because of the 12. You don't bring 12 rookies to camp, obviously. But this is Omar Khan's MO. This is who he has shown us to be in is it 3 years now? The 3 years that he's been a general manager. He is not afraid to wheel and deal. He is not afraid to make what he believes are bold moves. And look, all of this could be upended, right? I think that it's sort of conventional wisdom to say the Steelers have felt really strongly about building from the line of scrimmage out, building in the trenches. That, is what Andy Weidel was raised on in the Philadelphia Eagles organization. That's what they believe. 2 of Omar Khan's 3 first-round picks are linemen. 2, is that right? And 2 of his second-round picks. 2 of his 3 second-round picks are linemen, offensive, defensive linemen. That's where you build. But by the same token, I mean, if Jordan Tyson is sitting there, I like Jordan Tyson.
With Hines Ward by his side.
Did you guys see the video? Yeah. Did you guys see the video of Jordan Tyson trash talking his brother with me?
No. I'll go check that out. I did see Mekhi Lemon at the combine act like he was on something.
My only worry about Jordan Tyson.
I liked him. I sat with Mekhi Lemon by myself. I found him really engaging. I enjoyed him. But Jordan Tyson so his brother, of course, for anyone who doesn't know, plays for the Cleveland Cavaliers. And he told me he's a better athlete than his brother. And I said, okay, in what sports? And he said, just about everyone. I said, what if you guys were playing horse? And he said, oh, I'd still beat him. And he said, I said, no way are you telling me you shoot a better jumper than your NBA playing brother? And he said, I can pull out the trick moves. I'm tough. And he, as you said, has learned how to block and has learned how to love the physical part of the game from Hines Ward, who we all know is probably the best at that. So I don't know that he's sitting there, but I certainly like.
I'm
his
worried
demeanor.
about his health, Aditi, because
How could you not be?
That's the thing with him. I think he's the best receiver in the draft. I
Soft
also
tissue
think
injuries galore.
I know he played through a lot of it too, but it's what's the old saying? If you got hurt in college, you'll probably get hurt in the pros too.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that there's a lot of investment from different NFL teams on different processes as related to that, and I hate
get some
that
great
tag.
dry needling treatment here in Pittsburgh. He's got that going.
Oh gosh, not touching that one. Not touching that.
I will ask you this before we run, because we got to get Steve Jones on here, who does Penn State games. He's been there a long time, play-by-play voice, to talk about Aller and the guard. Florio just did lend credence, followed up on what Schefter said. He actually does think it's plausible Rodgers announces the pick and says to the world, I'm coming back to the Steelers. Do you want to put yourself in that bucket too, as someone that thinks that is a possibility 8 days from now?
Yeah, I don't know. It's funny because I was thinking about that earlier, and you would be upstaging the night of all of those young men, because Aaron Rodgers is a future Hall of Famer. The city of Pittsburgh, but also the league at large is sort of waiting on him a little bit. Do you really want the night that these guys are drafted to be about you?
Well,
you're the story.
Didn't big news about him coming out of leaving Green Bay come out draft night, where Schefter had a conniption on the air about it? Like, that's happened in the last 5 years. So,
but that wasn't Rodgers doing that.
Well, how did it get out there? He keeps such a tight circle, right?
And you're saying that you think he called Adam Schefter and said, "Why didn't you announce this tonight?"
No. I think Adam Schefter was reacting to the news live on air and went into hysterics. I don't think that we know he doesn't.
Sure,
text
but
Schefter.
I'm saying I don't believe that Aaron Rodgers is the one that said, "Yeah, let's drop this news on draft night."
Okay, all right. Thank you, Aditi. Good luck with the ravioli.
We see current and former players announce second round picks. The commissioner announces the first round pick. So this would be, you'd be taking. I don't know.
Okay.
I have a.
He'd be upstaging a lot of people in a lot of traditional processes.
We'll mark you down as a no there. Thank you, Aditi. We'll talk again next week.
Bye, guys.
Follow us on Twitter. Brought to you by South Hills Kia. Peter Stounsworth thinks she was giving Aldi another shout out there on the way out. Visit them at southhillskia.net.
The YouTube chat predictably wanted to talk Aldi the rest of the interview.
Steve Jones, Nittany Lion lovers. Big fan of this guy. He's been their play-by-play voice for a very long time, one of the very best in college football. Drew Aller's here. Vega was here. He's going to give us a scattering report on both, but first a Donnie headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
5-4. Nats beat the Pirates last night at PNC Park. Mitch Keller went just 4. He gave up 5 runs on 6 hits, only struck out 3 and walked 4. Home runs from Brandon Lau, his 7th, and Joey Bart, his 1st. Pirates and Nats again tonight, 6:40 first pitch at PNC Park. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Dan Zangrilli begins at 5:45. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevy. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
FanDuel, the official sportsbook partner of 93.7 The Fan. And I'm brought to you by FanDuel. I want to let you know that new FanDuel customers can bet $5 and get $250 in bonus bets. If your first bet wins, that's right, turn 5 into $250 in bonus bets just for getting started. And when every possession matters in the playoffs, FanDuel makes it easy to get closer to the action, from player props on your favorite stars to all the tools you need to back them up. FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, puts player research right at your fingertips so you can check stats, trends, and matchups all in one place and make your picks with confidence. It's everything you need all in one app, so don't miss your shot. Head to FanDuel.com/Andrew to get started. Couple of play-in games tonight. One is in Philly, where Joel Embiid will not play because of his appendectomy situation, and the Magic go there as a 1.5-point dog. And then you've got Steph Curry and the Warriors, maybe one last time. They are on the road against the Clippers, a 5.5-point dog. FanDuel player game. 21 plus President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now eligible. Bonus bets which expire 7 days after receipt. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
We're excited that the draft is here in our backyard now.
We couldn't be more excited about the draft coming to Pittsburgh, but there's excitement about the draft on every front, and we're looking at what's bringing the green, brought to you by True Green. Did you know that the draft is expected to generate approximately $200 million for Western Pennsylvania? That's Bringing the Green, brought to you by True Green, right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Black and Gold fans at Schley Company, we're intercepting all the high prices. Schley.company.com.
Best club fitters are at Lynch Golf Sales at Pine Creek. You will see ball flight not just 5 feet and drop like other golf stores. Lynch Golf Sales at Pine Creek is the only place to get your new golf club. Plus, April is demo month. Set up your time today.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Ball's at their own 28. Quick snap for Aller, looking left. Can't get it out. Now pressure coming. Aller throws. Loose ball. Intercepted. Christian Gray picks it off at the 42-yard line. Notre Dame will get the ball back with 33 seconds left in the game. You could just tell he was coming out here. I said, if you're going to let Aller throw, he's going to throw some balls that can be taken away, and they do it.
Drew Aller against Notre Dame in the college football playoff. Now, after that, Penn State would be picked by many at this station to win the national championship behind Drew Aller. That obviously did not happen. James Franklin was let go. Drew Aller broke his ankle, and now he is ramping up for the NFL draft. Today, the last day, the Steelers are allowed to have players come in to visit, and this is usually a big precursor that a guy is going to get drafted by them. And Drew Aller, the Penn State quarterback, the fourth quarterback to come to town, was there today. Now, I get on the guy for interceptions in big games. The irony, Chris, is that he did not throw a lot of interceptions total at Penn State at all. He went like 1,000 passes there.
Very poorly timed interceptions, I think, were the downfall of Drew Aller.
And to join us right now to talk about it is quite literally a guy that called every snap for Drew Aller and is definitely one of the best voices of college football. Malsey can still hear him saying, Robbie Gould, Tom Holly.
No, the big ones for me were, as a student there, were Calvin Lowry and Alan Zamitis, like names like that, yes.
And that is the voice of the Nittany Lions,
Matt
Steve
Rice.
Jones, who is kind enough to join us. Hello, Steve. How are you today?
Great to be with you. You brought up some great names. I see Zamitis all the time because he's on the recruiting staff here, so I see AZ every day.
Those were some teams that were offensively challenged, by the way, Steve. That's why I brought up mostly defensive players. I think all defensive players there.
Although finally when Mike Robinson took over in 5.
Correct. Yeah. The spread HD.
They scored a lot of points. Matt Rice, Blue, he was incredible. And Lowry had a big interception against Ohio State to help win that game in 2005. So yes, but you have questions about the current group.
Yes.
And not the past group.
So we have a producer at The Fan. His name is Austin Bechtold, who is, by the way, angling for your job. Like, he is hoping you retire soon so he can replace you. And just to be honest, and he is, because he's a Penn State alum, he is so vocal about Aller can be the guy, Aller can be a franchise quarterback. But the one thing he does when he brings that up, Steve, is he throws massive shade at the coaching staff at Penn State last year and basically blames the offensive coordinator there for not putting Drew Aller in advantageous situations. You watched all those games. Do you agree with that assessment, first of all?
Could you repeat that only because you broke up on my
sorry.
end?
No, I was going to say, do you agree with the assessment that the offensive coordinator and the way he was coached last year contributed to Drew Aller's struggles?
Okay. I mean, there's always a combination of things that happen because the game is, you can structure the game any way you want, but in reality, the game's ad lib. I mean, you've got to be able to make a lot of decisions on the fly. And, you know, being able to be coached, can you make every throw? Let's start with that.
Mm-hmm.
Can you make the one where the guy throws you throw the 10-yard in and you can zip it in there? Can you make that? Or the slant or the post? Can you drop a ball over a linebacker and get it into their hands on the sideline? He can make all of those throws, right? And that's coaching as well. Now, what decisions are made, what sequences the play calls are made, yeah, you can always have questions about that. What's the sequencing of the play calls that you make? I think the point that was made that both of you were making, that he may have thrown 1,000 passes in a career. He didn't throw a lot of picks, but they were memorable ones.
Yep.
But at the same time, he's also the same guy that up until that interception against Notre Dame, where it would have helped him out if Amari Evans actually fought for the football. I mean, sometimes somebody else has to help you along the way, make a play. He had not thrown an interception in the postseason. I mean, he had not thrown an interception against Oregon in the Big Ten championship game, didn't throw one against SMU, didn't throw one against Boise State, and he finally threw one at the worst time. But leading up to that, in playoff games that they won, he had not. He is somebody that when you have 6'5", 232 pounds with a great arm like that, the fan base is always going to be wanting more. And I understand that. I mean, we always want more. Every time in the early days of Terry Bradshaw, people wanted more. To see that kind of powerful arm throwing the ball downfield, right? And then they make a mistake, and it's, and the world is there to see it. Sure. But he knows how to play. If the Steelers sit down during their interview process and they put something up on the whiteboard, he'll dissect it. So, I mean, the mental part is there. Now the question is going to be how you fit into a system. And I think it also helps young quarterbacks when they get an opportunity to watch and not be thrown into the breach right away.
Steve, one of the things I've seen from the people who cover the draft about Aller, understanding that he's not a first-round prospect or even probably a second-rounder, is that it seems like teams look at him and look at his mechanics and specifically think that, at least some people do, there's a small footwork issue, like one of those little tweaks that if you could correct it and they think it's correctable, you might unlock even a different and much better version of the player. Have you heard things like that about him? Anything mechanical or specifically footwork-related from people?
I think in the first 2 years we could talk a lot about his footwork and that it needed to improve. I think the last season and a half, because he only played half the season this year, I thought his footwork was actually much, much better. You could see how much the efficiency with which he worked within the 3 to 4 foot circle in the pocket, which I think is very important. His ability on judgment as to when to take off and run was very good. He is not going to dazzle you by getting rid of you in the open field, but his point A to point B speed is actually pretty good. So the footwork is definitely improved. Does it need more work? Sure, it needs more work. But is it better today than it was 2 years ago today? There's no question about that.
Steve Jones with us, the voice of Penn State. If you're inclined to answer this any way you want, obviously. His completion percentage against the best teams. Okay, we all knew about James Franklin's record against the top teams. 1-7 against the top 10. Completion percentage was under 50 for Aller in those games.
Yeah.
Are you inclined to want to defend that and say, well, there's 10 other guys on the field? Or would you look at that if you're an NFL team and say, oh, geez, when the lights came on in the biggest moments, this guy couldn't even make 50% of his passes, and he checked the ball down a lot, Steve?
Well, don't most quarterbacks? Why do we have 70% passer ratings in the NFL these days? They're not exactly firing the ball downfield anymore, are they?
Right. Well, especially Rodgers. Look at that offense for the Steelers last year. That was part of the problem for them.
But everybody's doing that now. How many passes are we seeing behind the line of scrimmage these days? I don't care whether it's a flanker screen or whether it's to a running back. We're seeing more and more of that in the NFL because they're trying to be careful and stay away from the big mistake. 1-7 in big games, but the 1-7 doesn't include the playoff win over SMU. That doesn't include a playoff win over Boise State, which I consider personally were big games. And he played well. Look, when you have the best target he had was Tyler Warren. I don't think there's anybody that's going to doubt that. He had 104 catches during that playoff run Penn State had to the national semifinals. And he seemed to know where Warren was on a consistent basis, including 17 catches at USC, where he did a great job of bringing that team back in that game. on the road, Coliseum, USC, good game. So look, it's not as if he had all bad moments in these games. Did he have some bad moments? Yeah. He'd be the first to tell you he had some bad moments. But did he have some better moments that people don't talk about, like that USC game, like some of the playoff games? Yeah, he had that as well. So there is a mix. It's like with any quarterback. But the difference between Drew Aller and let's just take a guy, Ty Simpson, all right? Simpson's a name that comes up a lot, right?
Mm-hmm.
Simpson has one season under his belt.
Yep.
How much of the highs and lows have you seen? And you look at Brock Purdy out at San Francisco, last player in the draft, 4-year starter at Iowa State. How do you end up being the last player in the draft? You end up being the last player in the draft because for every great play I saw, I also saw a couple of plays that weren't so great because he was a starter for 4 years, and you're going to have those ups and downs. A guy like Simpson has an advantage where there isn't as much tape, right? And we've seen mistakes like this in the NFL. Not a lot of Trey Lance tape. Got picked 3rd overall. Not a lot of Mitch Trubisky tape.
Anthony
got picked
Richardson.
2nd overall. Anthony Richardson. Not a lot of tape on him. With Aller, you see all of the excitement and you see all the warts because of all the games that he played in his career. The more experienced the quarterback, the more warts they're going to be.
Hey, Steve, this one I think is going to be a much easier question or analysis for you.
Venga.
Yeah.
Venga?
Yep. There was an N sound in his first name, Pony, that we weren't saying. If the Steelers take him at 21, if he's there, what kind of a player are they getting?
It's Venga Ioane. Okay.
We had gotten the last name, but we kept saying Vega, so it's like Tua Tagovailoa. There's a silent N sound in there. Okay.
Yeah, there is. And believe me, I had to pull him aside in the practice field one day, and I said, give me a roadmap here. What are we doing?
I love that.
He told me. All right. Look, you're talking about a power. We talk about power forwards in basketball. This is a power left guard. I mean, power. And a guy that when you put him in the open field can move. That's why they would put him in motion sometimes in a 6 offensive line grouping. And he's gone from 352 down to 332, and he's moving really well. Here's the stat that will tell you, I think, a lot about him. And the stat is 2023. What's 2023? That's the last time he gave up a sack in a game.
Man.
He didn't give a single sack in 24 or 25.
No penalties last year either, Steve.
No penalties. Took care of his yard. I mean, as simple as that. As a left guard, he took care of his yard. I mean, and I'm talking like for 2 years took care of his yard. This is the Quentin Nelson of this draft.
Wow.
But again, you have to remember, what was the knock on Quentin Nelson? The knock on Quentin Nelson is you don't draft guards that high.
Yep,
they're guards.
He went 6th.
Right, and he went 6th, and he's been worth everything to the Colts as to how he's played, even though it is not a glamour spot to draft. Whomever gets Ioane is going to get somebody that doesn't miss time and is really somebody that takes care of his craft. He came out of Washington State. He's one of 9 kids, so he knows how to fight at the dinner table to get the food. So he's pretty good. I mean, and he's just a great guy. So, I mean, character-wise, he passes all that. But as a football player, we talk about great athletes playing in sports today. Sometimes you have to look at, like, Larry Bird. Is Larry Bird a great athlete? No, Larry Bird's a really good athlete, but he's a basketball player. Venga Ioane is a really good athlete that's a football player.
What a great soundbite. Thank you so much, Steve. Say hi to our friend Joe Putnam for us in State College, and I will. We'll talk to you again if the Steelers take any of these Penn State guys, okay?
Yeah. Putnam's the greatest, and tell your guy there I'm not ready to retire yet.
All right, we'll pass that along to Austin. Thank you, Steve. Steve Jones, the voice of the Nittany Lions.
Austin, I'm sorry.
I love that. He needs to be knocked down a peg.
Steve's truly one of the great voices of college football. Like, I even dropped into my version of his voice because, like, I can only hear him announcing, like, a Calvin Lowry pick or one of those guys making a big play.
I think we're lucky. All the teams that people care about in this region, you've got Jack Ham and Steve Jones on Penn State. I mean, nothing more iconic than that tandem.
I should have
Bill
asked him what it was
Hillgrove,
like to call the 6-4 game.
the longtime
I
voice
doing?
of Pitt. Bostic does a tremendous job when he's not freaking out before. Hillgrove can tell you what happens. Other than that, he's amazing. And Tony Caridi on West Virginia football for all those years. I mean, those are just fantastic voices of college sports. And Josh Roundtree on Pitt women. The man that officiated Johnny's wedding. Jeff. Doing Pitt baseball, the upstart Pitt baseball program. Hanging around in the ACC.
We once employed
trying to make the baseball tournament for the first time since like 1992.
We once employed at this station the man who has now become the voice of Stanford athletics, the pride
Troy
of the
Clarity,
ACC.
that's right.
I mean, he was a Pittsburgh power play-by-play man.
Speaking of Hathorn, he's next. I mean, look, Donnie Kelly has been in the good graces of Pirates fans for a while, but he blew it last night, and it looks like he might be blowing it again today before the game even starts. So let's talk to Jeff next, live from PNC Park. Fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track today. Weather looks great for baseball in the mid-60s. Let's talk right now about Comer and Cross. I love Comer. These guys came to my house back in the fall, and look, for a long time, I wanted a garage floor that I could get into, that I could host parties and have shindigs and have people into my garage for get-togethers. And the garage floor was gross. I mean, it was just cracked and stained. And, I wasn't going to let my daughter play out there. I wasn't going to set up like a card table and have food and drink and everything. And that all changed with Comer and Cross. Now I've got like an extra room in the house thanks to them. And they will give you the garage floor you always wanted right now, 50% off installation. So we know Pittsburgh's a thrifty town. You've been looking for a deal, 50% off installation, and they're going to get it done in one day. They're going to be in and out. And if you've got a lot of stuff in your garage, they'll take that out for you too. 1-800-NEW-FLOOR to get it. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, or go to their website, COMERcross.com, ComerCross.com. It's Comer and Cross. Mulsey.
Thanks, Pony. When you know that you're having another child, a third one, and you're going to be switching to the vaunted zone defense, there are a couple of things that go through your head, and I'm just maybe using my own experience here. The single biggest thing, like blaring in red letters for me, is create some better habits. Make sure your habits are good. Make sure your day-to-day routine, that you've got certain things locked in, little signposts along the way to help you get through some of the hectic nature of that, at least at the start, right? You know what's one set of habits I don't have to change? My eating habits, because they have been locked in thanks to Awaken 180 weight loss, thanks to the coaching, the support that I get from Awaken 180 from my coach. It starts with Paige, the owner, right on down to everybody that works for Awaken 180. They want you to have the success, taking the weight off, and then they want you to stay successful. It is a science and nutrition-based approach. That's why, by the way, and that's why it lasts. That's why it's the long-term solution. That's why they're also seeing some people who have tried the medications for weight loss and aren't seeing the results they wanted. They're going to Awaken 180, and you know what they're finding? The results that they've been looking for, the habits they've been looking to create. Find out more for yourself at awaken180weightloss.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Tired of the shower curtain sticking to you? Time to contact BoulevardGlassandMetal.com.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses, or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code GAIN to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code GAIN to borrow up to $10,000. Use code GAIN to borrow up to $10,000.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here, helping you beat books with Westwood One Sports. Coming up tonight in the pro basketball play-in, Philadelphia, a 1.5-point home favorite against Orlando, total in the game 223.5. And this total's getting bet up. I actually think it has some more room to go. I think Orlando's star forward's going to score a lot, as will Philly's star guard. Give me the over with Philly and Orlando. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
My name is Christine, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, was a healthy 34-year-old, and 3 months later, he was gone. Thankfully, he had life insurance. Ethos made it so easy. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. 100% online, no medical exam. Life insurance didn't take away the loss, but it did give us the space to just grieve.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. Ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
I suffered with plantar fasciitis for almost 20 years. I would try drugstore insoles and supports.
If you suffer with plantar fasciitis, we know the search for pain relief can feel like a hopeless ordeal.
I thought foot pain was going to be with me for the rest of my life. I've been through surgeries, foot injections.
At the Good Feet store, we hear stories every day of all kinds of cheap inserts, expensive shoes, and other failed remedies people have tried that just didn't work.
I was trying all different things. Not a single one worked. And then I was driving past the Good Feet store, and I thought, why not? Give it a try. They wanted to make sure that they gave me the right arch support for my feet. Then it was like, okay, this is different. These make a difference.
Don't lose hope. Give the Good Feet store a try.
I'm so glad I met Good Feet. It changed my life.
Now open in the waterfront across from Yankee Candle next to Panera, or visit us in Robinson Town Center in Cranberry Township or in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center.
Thanks to the Good Feet store. Hey, hockey fans. Now with BetMGM, you can win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets when your anytime goal scorer nets 3. Enter BetMGM's hat trick jackpot all season long for your chance to win some major bonus bets. It's easy. Just log in and opt into the promotion. Then make an anytime scorer bet on any hockey game of at least $10. If your player of choice scores 3 goals instead of just 1, you'll win your share of the $10K in bonus bets. There's nothing quite like watching a game with a hat trick, especially when it means you could win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets. Ready to shoot your shot? Download the app today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are bonus bets that expire in 7 days.
Hey, it's Pony. Imagine a world where you can leave the house and take your home Wi-Fi speeds with you. Thanks to Xfinity Mobile, it's not just a fantasy. Just picture it. You're at your kid's soccer practice, streaming the other game in 4K, just like that. In the airport, download a cozy family comedy in a snap with Wi-Fi Power Boost. What if the places you had to be felt more like everywhere you wanted to be? That's the magic of Xfinity Mobile. Reliable Wi-Fi and 5G when you need it. Xfinity, imagine that. To get started, call or visit Xfinity.com or drop into an Xfinity store today. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Visit XfinityMobile.com to learn more. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus regular rates for 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience. More, Verizon Unlimited Plus and AT&T Starter. As of 2/10/26. Taxes, fees extra. After promotion, regular rates apply.
There's a new kind of energy at Starbucks. When your day needs a reset, try the all-new energy refreshers. Strawberry acai, mango dragon fruit, or the all-new mango strawberry. The refreshers you love, now with extra caffeine. New energy refreshers only at Starbucks.
Staples has hundreds of great ways to boost your brand, like spectacular signs, brilliant brochures, eye-popping posters, mouth-watering menus, and more. Shop now through April 18th and save up to $125 on all your custom prints. Staples, that was easy.
BetMGM is giving you a special new player offer to get in on all the spring sports action. Download the BetMGM app and sign up using bonus code KOSTOS150, KOSTOS150, then place a $10 bet on sports, and you'll get $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet. It's that easy. Whether you take your shot on the court, on the field, or on the ice, when you join BetMGM, you get access to live betting, same-game parlays, free-to-play games, and more. Download the BetMGM app today and get $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet with bonus code KOSTOS150. Make this spring one to remember. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. Must be 21 years of age or older to wager. Pennsylvania only. New customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days.
Have you noticed that every service company these days is owned by some giant corporation with zero personality and no personal touch? Yeah, no thanks. Gherkin Roofing is still family-owned, truly local, and when you call, a human answers. One with a pulse and probably a Pittsburgh accent. They do roofing, siding, gutters, and win awards year after year for their customer service. So if you want a contractor that picks up the phone, shows up, and treats you like a neighbor, because they are one, call The Pickle. Gherkin Roofing, always local and friendly, 724-515-5551.
Getting around town's better in a new vehicle from Spitzer. Our triple play sales event makes it easy. Hurry into Spitzer Toyota today and lease a new 2026 Toyota Tacoma SR Double Cab from $419 per month with zero due at signing. Plus, get our lifetime warranty, complimentary maintenance, and Spitzer VIP points.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
At Spitzer.